According to legend, whenever the heavenly Tao goes into oblivion and the endless cycle of rebirths comes to an end, the 10 beasts of primordial chaos are born at the same instant in the realm of infinity. Each of them possesses a huge body commensurate in size with a celestial hail. Wherever they go, there the sky will collapse and the earth will split. Time and space will be turned upside down, and the rampage will bring the land to ruin, and the Renaissance will turn to ruin. And when the old world is destroyed, they will immediately disappear without a trace. Then earth and heaven will be reborn again, and order will be restored. Life will be restored, and a new world will be born. Far away in the mountains is Yanhuang Academy. A young man flies around the gorge on a golden bird. The boy says that Jing Yu is his loyal friend, and he thanks him for his help. On the bird is Li Qianming, 17 years old. He is a student of this academy. He was born in a small town on the outskirts. He doesn't stand out much among many other students. The young man asks Qing why she didn't wait for him inside. It's pouring like a bucket outside. The girl called the guy a fool and said it was because she wanted to see him soon. It was the academy student Mu Qing, 17 years old. She was born in poverty, Li Qianming's lover. The young man apologized and said that he had been busy training with Jing Yu lately and hadn't kept the girl company for a long time. Qing replied that his animal companion was much more important to him than his girlfriend. Li Qianming says there's no need to be jealous. He's here now after all. Qing told him to relax. She was just teasing him. They're both lower-level students, so needless to say, studying is the priority. Qing said that it was necessary to quickly go into the house before he caught a cold. Already in the house, Li Qianming held out his palms to the girl and said that it was for her. He bought this hairpin from Jing Yu after wandering around the Yandu market for a long time. Qing replied that it was beautiful and asked the guy to help put it on. Qing wondered how far the perfection of the martial soul of a Hun had gone in his sacred beast. Had he succeeded in achieving absolute harmony? Li Qianming replied that not yet, more time was needed. Qing said that by possessing a sacred beast with a mysterious Hun soul, no one would be able to look down on them anymore, and the days of hardship would finally come to an end. Li Qianming agreed and said that they could finally start a new life. 10 days ago, in the secret realm, he had found the greatest treasure, a sacred beast with a martial soul of a Hun. It is an extremely valuable treasure. According to legend, it can be nurtured to the point where its power surpasses any creature in this world. Only the two of them know about this place. He named it Jing Yu, meaning golden feathered, and began to perfect it. However, he had not yet achieved perfect harmony with it. Li Qianming told the girl that he was just the son of the head of a small town on the outskirts and had an extremely low status amongst the other children of the aristocrats of Yanhuang Academy. However, with the sacred beast at his side, he would definitely be able to secure a happy future for the girl. Qing interjected, "Does Li Qianming really wish to make her happy?" Qing said that she didn't want to wait any longer. She wanted to become a woman and took her time to take off her dress. Li Qianming was at a loss for words. His gaze was fixed on the girl and nothing could distract him. The young man had no chance to do anything else but contemplate Qing. The girl took off her dress and found herself in her underwear. Li Qianming was speechless. Qing said that she wanted to present herself to the young man tonight. Li Qianming rounded his eyes and didn't know how to react to this. After all, he shouldn't fall face first into the mud. Qing is seriously saying this? This is not like her at all. Until now, she had always been cautious and held conservative views. She shouldn't be acting like this. Li Qianming wondered if it was because he had acquired a sacred beast with the soul of a Hun. This all looks too strange. Qing wondered, is Li Qianming really afraid? How should she look like? How to look like a little insignificant girl pinning all her hopes on him? A man flying standing on a huge bird delivered a powerful energy blast like an unreal lightning bolt straight through the roof of the building. Breaking through the roof, this guy saw the young people standing against each other. He asked, how did Li Qianming dare to dope Mu Qing and make an attempt on her? This person was Ling Xiaoting, 17 years old, a heavenly palace disciple of Yanhuang Academy, the son of the most influential house. Li Qianming wondered, where did Ling Xiaoting, this dabbler of fate, come from? After all, they had never crossed paths. Why did this guy say that he had infringed on Mu Qing? Qing immediately ran up to the flying Ling Xiaoting and told her brother to save her. Qing pressed herself against Ling Xiaoting, seeking his protection. Qianming said that considering Li Tianming's immoral act, he, being a disciple at the top of the Academy Heavenly Palace, had the right to punish the offending Li Tianming. Ling Xiaoting laughed insidiously, and his bird attacked his opponent. Li Qianming clutched his eyes and put his hands in front of his face. Jing Yu, standing up for his master, took the fierce bird's attack on himself. However, the huge bird Ling Xiaoting was stronger at this moment, and Jing Yu, being wounded, began to bleed. Li Qianming shouted for Jing Yu to get out of there soon. He can't handle it. The forces are not equal. Ling Xiaoting shouted for his opponent to shut up and directed a powerful energy beam at him. Li Qianming was suppressed. Ling Xiaoting felled his opponent and stepped on his foot, telling Li Qianming not to even think of moving. Ling Xiaoting picked up his opponent and grabbed him by the hair and told him to take a good look. Jing Yu is sentenced to death for his actions. Ling Xiaoting coldly stared at the bird, while Li Qianming fearfully kept shouting for Jing Yu to get out of there immediately. However, because the forces were not equal, Jing Yu was defeated and found himself lying on his back. The hostile bird had sunk its claws into him. Jing Yu, bleeding, watched as his opponent, flapping his wings, let out a victorious cry. Li Qianming remembered seeing a chick hatching from an egg. The guy said that it was the first of his companions, and he would call him Jing Yu, suggesting that they improve together. Li Qianming spent all his time with the bird. He said that they would never part in the future. Jing Yu was defeated, and the warlike soul of Hun left him. The ruthless Ling Xiaoting said that he would finally get this soul. Ling Xiaoting used his energy abilities to attract the martial soul Han Yu to him. Ling Xiaoting said that such a rare treasure had gotten to Li Qianming by sheer luck and could not belong to him. Li Qianming said with fury that all the words about Mu Qingqing not wanting to wait any longer were only for the sake of the sacred beast soul. Li Qianming added that he trusted the girl and never thought that she was capable of falling so low. The wily Qingqing said that the world does not spare those who do not live only for themselves. If one wants to blame someone, he should blame the mediocrity of his bird and his inability to quickly cultivate her warrior soul Han Yu. Li Qianming looked at his opponents with anger. Mu Qingqing and Ling Xiaoting had conspired against him to steal the martial soul of Hun from Jing Yu. He would never forgive them for this. Qingqing told Li Qianming to just get over it. His abilities and position in society were not worthy of her or the martial soul of the Hun. Li Qianming asked, "Did Qingqing really think that she was a sparrow that flew to the top of a branch and turned into a phoenix?" Qingqing replied that brother Ling Xiaoting had agreed to help her become a disciple of the heavenly palace. When they arrived in Yandu, she found that they were too insignificant. Starting today, Li Qianming would disappear into the crowd of similarly mediocre people, and she would rise to the top. Li Qianming said that sooner or later Mu Qingqing will answer for everything. Now the reckoning is imminent. Qingqing said that it was out of his power. It would be better if he returned to Lihuo, his hometown. She will keep him alive in gratitude for saving her earlier. Now they are even. Qingqing added that she had to endure too many offenses since she was a child. Qingqing, flashing her eyes, said that from today onwards, she would make everyone who looked down on her kneel before her. A thunderstorm was raging in the sky and it was pouring rain. Qingqing took Ling Xiaoting under her arm and said that they had to go. Jing Yu, the companion beast, had died, and now this guy was just a worthless brat. In this lifetime, he would never think of crossing the threshold of the academy again. Li Qianming slammed his fist into the ground with anger. In this world, this girl will be punished for everything she has done. She thinks that if she could climb up to a high branch, she would be among the elite. Li Qianming rose to his feet and said that Qingqing would one day beg for his death. Li Qianming picked up his bird, Jing Yu, and regretfully reported that he had failed him. The protagonist looked at Yandu Academy and said that he would return in 3 years. Li Qianming continued to hold the bird in his hands. He said that he would not rest until he made these two people pay with their lives for Jing Yu's death. 3 years have passed. The city of Liho, located on the outskirts of the country's border. Tingyu House, the residence of Li Qianming and his mother. The young man jumped out of bed as if after a nightmare. He was covered in cold sweat. Jing Yu had been dreaming about him all these 3 years. In Lihuo, every day he lives as if it were a whole year, resting on firewood and eating bile. This is to ensure that he does not forget his revenge. Qingqing had indeed managed to climb to the top in Yanhuang during this time. She became the most important disciple of Yanhuang Academy and reached a position equal to Ling Xiaoting, who had managed to cultivate the martial soul of the Hong sacred beast. Li Qianming has become a laughingstock since that event. Powerful families keep public opinion under control so that no one will believe him. There's nothing that surpasses the inhumanity of these times. However, no one knew that there was one important secret in his companion space. It consisted of the fact that aside from Jin Yu, who hatched himself, there were 10 other eggs inside this space. Li Qianming looked at this egg and thought that he had not wasted 3 years waiting for it in vain. It was time to come out. The egg was covered in cracks. Li Qianming realized that a companion beast was about to hatch. Who would it be? An aura and a bright glow appeared around the egg. It was a majestic appearance. Was this beast really a mythic-level beast? After the shell cracked and crumbled, the protagonist saw a small chicken. The young man was furious. Li Qianming said, obviously judging from the aura, there was the birth of a wild beast from the primordial void. But it's just a simple chicken. The mythical beast angrily asked, who else is a chicken here? How dare this person look down on him? He could pay for it. Li Qianming was surprised. It appeared that this beast companion was able to speak. Although he had heard that the companion and mentor could communicate through spiritual contact, but for them to be able to talk, this was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. Chick told this guy to look less at him. His true awesomeness is yet to be seen. Li Qianming had come close to this mythical beast. Is he really still exalting himself? It's interesting to take a look at his awesomeness, but he has to show his rank first. Chicken said that when a companion beast hatches, several stars appear in its eyes to display its rank. Li Qianming only saw 1 star. In the past, Jingyu had 5 stars, indicating that he belonged to the 5th rank. In front of him was a pitiful rank 1 companion beast. Li Qianming was terribly upset. His plans for revenge were not going to come true. He ended up getting a rank 1 beast. The guy said that the only thing left for him to do was to go and hang himself. The chicken called him out. If he died, the bird would have to go after him. He should take a closer look at his eyes again. Chick said to this guy, don't trust appearances too much. Li Qianming took a closer look and indeed saw a huge cluster of small stars in the eye and the big star. There were countless of them. They were not stars, but an entire cosmic galaxy. Our hero noticed that he found himself in some unfamiliar place. Did all the stars flash at the same time? Guy saw the great phoenix in front of him, engulfing the sun. A huge, creepy hand with a strange eye in its palm appeared above the phoenix. What is all this? Li Qianming below saw that strange hand grabbing and hiding the great phoenix in the palm of his hand. The young man even sat down and covered his eyes in surprise. How could this hand grab Phoenix? His palm opened, his eye turning red in color. From now on, Hongdun's cycle of rebirths was under his control. The protagonist didn't understand what was happening. And for what reason was he seeing all this? Li Qianming felt like his head was splitting. The chick asked where this person was hovering. Why did he suddenly start talking to himself like a retard? Li Qianming opened his eyes and grabbed the bird, holding it in front of him. His entire face was swollen. The guy asked, "What's going on?" The chick told the man to listen to him carefully. He is the phoenix of eternal purgatory. Chick added that he was the epitome of gracefulness, one of the oldest huge beasts of primordial chaos. Li Qianming sincerely asked, "What does this mean?" The chick replied that he didn't know everything himself. The chick added that he had just hatched from the egg and immediately saw some guy in front of him who was making fun of him. Li Qianming was upset. He had just been scolded by the chick. After calming down, our hero decided that this chicken was not so simple. Was he really the fiery phoenix that consumed the sun in his past life? If he was, wouldn't that mean that he had reached great heights of development? Li Qianming asked the bird if it could cultivate in symbiosis with him. The chicken replied that it was not a problem since this person was very weak. The bird flapped its wings and said that a person had the opportunity to practice paired cultivation with the chicken. Li Qianming thought that it was a chicken that was also vulgar. The chick climbed onto Li Qianming's head and said that they would start right away. At the same time, he would look at his animal meridians. The guy laughed and said that was what he was hoping for. The first stage on the path of perfection is the animal meridian level. In this stage, the companion beast and its mentor use the 9 animal meridians given from birth. The companion animal and its mentor work together to perfect their 9 animal meridians, resulting in all 18 meridians pairing with each other. Each successful pairing will mark an advancement at that level. Once all the animal meridians are connected, the companion beast and its mentor will be able to borrow each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses, which will be of great benefit to them. First of all, one should feel the animal meridians of the opposite side and then try to make a pairing. Li Qianming wondered, wasn't this overkill? Having such a small body, it appeared to have animal meridians inside it, similar to those of huge dragons. The chick wondered why this man's animal meridians were so small. Obviously, he lacks courage. Li Qianming said that it sounded strange, but the chick could rejoice that his animal meridians would be dominant. Li Qianming assumed the lotus posture and said, conjugating the animal meridians. The chick, unable to resist, even bounced on the guy's head. When the pairing process was completed, Li Qianming jumped to his feet, spread his arms wide apart, and shouted loudly. Our hero noticed that the first step in the animal meridian stage had been reached. The chick noticed that the guy has a strong receptivity. Li Qianming remarked that it was excellent. Compared to ordinary meridians, the strength had tripled. The chick said that for a young man, reaching each stage would be 3 times more effective. The next step would be to cultivate a technique. Fortunately, he had good items. With his current state, he would definitely be able to cultivate the strongest technique, the black metal technique. Li Qianming found the necessary literature on his desk and said that he was ready to start. This technique was the strongest in their city. The chick wondered who would want to cultivate such a flawed technique. The beast companion stated that he would supervise their training. The guy must follow his instructions. They would perfect the eternal purgatory technique. Li Qianming was terribly surprised. Was this chick really going to mentor him? After all, it should be the other way around. The chick said that this person had not seen anything in life yet. The bird said that it was necessary to hurry. It was enough to delay. The young man should assume the meditation posture and heed his instructions. First, he would initiate the lad into the basics. In the process of guidance, the chick noticed that this person was talented and was making a breakthrough. The third stage of the animal meridian level had already been reached. Li Qianming had to admit that the eternal purgatory technique was very strong. Li Qianming was extremely focused and actively meditating in the lotus posture. The chick, pretending to be doing the same, was actually dozing. The young man thought everything that happened the day before reminded him of a dream. There are 9 more eggs in his companion space. Is it possible that they are all ancient beasts of the primordial chaos? Once our hero thought he would never be able to return in triumph. Even though his mother kept encouraging him, it was still hard to keep hope alive. Today is her birthday. If she sees that he has regained his enthusiasm and hope for the future, she will surely rejoice. The protagonist thought that by recovering his power, he would also be able to get his hands on more healing herbs, thus extending her life. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Someone said for Li Qianming to open. A visitor with a big gift for him and his mother. The boy started to dress and decided that it was necessary to greet the uninvited guests. The chick, rubbing his eyes with his wings, asked in surprise, "Who's making a fuss early in the morning?" On the threshold in front of our hero's house stood a girl and a woman. Madame Huang, Li Qianming's third mother, said that she came with a gift. Along with her was Li Shuijiao, Madame Huang's daughter, Li Qianming's paternal half-sister. Li Qianming was surprised to see Li Shuijiao's stepmother on the doorstep. Our hero's mother inquired who had come. Li Qianming asked why the stepmother had come. Wei Jing, Li Yanfeng's main wife and Li Qianming's mother, wondered why the third sister Shuijiao had come. Due to an incurable disease that exposed her body to aging, Wei Jing was bedridden and very rarely went out in public. Due to this, her husband had withdrawn from her. The boy said that the mother should not have gone out because she was sick. The woman replied that she could not lie down all day without a break. Wei Jing invited the guests, but they declined, saying they would just say a few words and leave. Madame Huang asked how Big Sister was feeling. Wei Jing replied that it was more or less the same, still holding on. Li Shuijiao said that this woman was about to go to the ground. Could she have anything prosperous? Madame Huang asked her daughter not to behave so rudely. Li Qianming thought that this mother and daughter had always been willful and never put on notice, and today had clearly not come with good intentions. Madame Huang said that the gentleman had specially prepared a gift for the birthday girl, but was busy receiving guests today and asked her to give it to him. She held out a piece of paper and asked to read it. Li Qianming realized from his mother's eyes that it was a vacation. He is returning his wife to her parents. Although he writes politely and courteously, the main topic he is trying to raise in roundabout ways is visible to the naked eye. After the guests left, Li Qianming told his mother not to worry. She needed to take care of her health. The woman replied that she was fine. She was only sorry for her son. She never thought his father could do such a thing. Wei Jing said that his father told him to take the young man with him, and this would cancel his status as the eldest son of the head wife, for he had been considered the heir of Lihuo City all along. Li Yanfeng, the head of Lihuo City and Li Qianming's father, said that he didn't care how things really were. The sin he had committed had shocked his father. Li Qianming thought that the matter of inheritance had been settled 3 years ago when he returned here after his betrayal. Li Qianming said that he was worried about his mother. She was not well, and his father was in a hurry to banish her. Wei Jing sighed and said that meeting a dishonorable person broke her whole life. Madame Huang said that the current situation with Wei Jing might cause others to secretly oppose the master. Her daughter added that her father's act just shocked her because he usually seems very conservative. Madame Huang said that considering his future existence, he had specially prepared many jewels for his main wife. She had a bag of these jewels in her hand. Li Shuijiao said that she was jealous. She had never had such a thing. Madame Huang threw the bag on the ground and said that these jewels were enough for 2 people to live. The bag fell to the ground between the women, and out of it fell these very jewels. Madame Huang remarked that this was the best possible denouement. No one else owed anything to anyone. Big sister can cry, but she won't laugh in return. Li Qianming, flaming with hatred, said that the 2 women could now get out of here. Li Shuijiao indignantly asked, "What does this mean? Does this guy even know why exactly they were sent to bring this news?" Her father had already agreed that Tinyu House would become theirs in the future. The girl added gloatingly that those 2 had already been thrown out, so now they should be the ones to leave. Madame Huang said her daughter is right, and given their long-standing sisterly relationship, she won't make things difficult. They have an hour to pack their bags and leave. Li Qianming thought that this was ridiculous. This group of people were really worth each other. If he had the chance, he would squash them like mosquitoes. The boy thought that even if he had to leave, he would do so with his head held high, but definitely not like a stray dog. Why should his mother suffer from these attacks? Li Qianming was about to go to his father and demand an explanation, but his mother took his hand and held him back. She said that she knew what was on her son's mind, but he should not do anything stupid. They'll get out of here. They don't have any good memories associated with this place anyway. As long as they don't have enough strength, they shouldn't flounder. On the day when the young man rises, they will regain their face. Li Qianming thought that no one knows his son better than his mother. Her thoughts are far ahead of his own. Apparently only he thinks narrowly. Li Qianming outwardly calmed down and said that he understood everything. Mother could not worry. They would definitely return in triumph. The protagonist always felt that his mother was a person of unusual character. In her younger days, her countenance had conquered cities. She was a master of brush and sword. It is therefore not entirely clear to him why she chose his father. Despite living half her life with this strange affliction, her will and soul remained unbroken. Li Shuijiao, upon hearing these words, said that she was about to die laughing. They were going to return in triumph. The girl said that this guy's companion animal had died. In addition, his shameless act made him a topic of ridicule for the entire Liu. He's just a pig who climbed up a tree. Li Qianming replied that in that case, he would have to send that girl to the tree today. Shuijiao got angry and said that her brother was provoking her. Li Qianming recalled that when she was captured when she was 3 years old, he was the one who fought the bandits for 3 days and 3 nights to save her. Some people just don't know the feeling of gratitude. Shuijiao tactlessly stated that this guy must have set this up himself. Li Qianming said that he regretted saving her that time. There are 3 trees in this courtyard. Which one does she want to go to? The girl became threatening and warned him not to say she hurt him, since he didn't even have a companion animal. Shuijiao stated that she wouldn't get her hands dirty. Let her fire spirit have some fun by letting him try out some of her heat. Li Qianming angrily asked who said he had no companion and told the eternal purgatory phoenix to come out. The bird that appeared began to emit an enormous amount of light. Shuijiao traditionally asked, "How is this possible?" Our hero's mother said that he was an aggressive boy after all. The disgruntled chicken said that he was now lounging in a harem of 3,000 chicks. Why did they wake him up? Li Qianming said that his friend should gather his strength and prepare for battle. Shuijiao laughed and said that her brother was funny. With his humor skills, he would definitely manage to earn a living. The guy made a spiritual contract with this chicken to let her fire spirit have breakfast. The chick had greatly increased in size and told the girl that it wouldn't fit into her belly. Li Qianming thought that this chick was seriously enthusiastic. Shuijiao smilingly said that this guy and his companion are of the same field of berries. They don't know about shame. The girl pointed her bird at her opponents and told this fire spirit to devour them. The chick flew towards the fire spirit. Li Qianming told him to keep himself in line. Their dimensions were already too divergent. He shouldn't slap his face in the dirt. The little fledgling and the huge firebird rushed towards each other. Outwardly, it seemed that the forces were clearly unequal. Shuijiao thought that it would be hard for her to endure if she didn't teach manners to such a shameless person. Her firebird just had to endure and not perish. Shuejiao applied the seal of raging flames against her opponent. Our hero resisted. Li Qianming grinned. This girl had just said that she wouldn't get her hands dirty. The guy wondered, does she really call it a raging flame seal? Shuejiao must have forgotten to eat today. Li Qianming thought that he now possessed the essence of eternal purgatory. Ordinary fire was unable to harm him. Sister saw that this attack didn't leave a single scratch on her brother. How is that possible? Her mother remarked that it looked like he was just very lucky. Wei Jing wanted to stop her son, but he told his mother not to worry. He was fine. Li Qianming added that if this girl wasn't taught a little lesson, she would never be able to start appreciating a good attitude. The protagonist pushed back hard and rushed straight at his rival. The girl recoiled in surprise. The blow was not strong but decisive. Shuejiao was slapped and hung on the tree after flying aside. Li Qianming calmly said that it was the perfect kind of pig climbing up a tree. Madame Huang was indignant. How dare this boy hit her daughter? Wei Jing asked in surprise. Did her son really manage to recover his cultivation? The boy, smiling, replied that his mother could always trust her son. However, this was not the end of the battle. The chick was furiously beating the rival Firebird. The chick with a smile on his face told this beauty to stop screaming. No one would save her anyway. The aggressive fledgling plopped the Firebird on the ground and said it would have to accept its master's favor. The next moment, however, the chick gave that huge Firebird a kick in the ass and said that he could have said he was a male sooner. Why dress up like that? Li Qianming grabbed the chick. The chick shouted that there was no need to stop him. He was about to pluck all the feathers of the rooster who was dressed up in a woman's outfit. Madame Huan took her daughter down from the tree and said that this boy was no longer heir to the princely house. She would make him answer with his life for daring to strike her daughter. Our hero could not restrain himself, but he did not offend women, so his blow came on the tree near which the woman was standing. Li Qianming said that Madame Huang still couldn't stop saying that he was no longer the heir of the Li house. So he no longer needs to consider the reputation of this house, and he can destroy indiscriminately. He could deal with a man who had no sense of martial arts with his eyes closed. If she dared provoke him again, the consequences would be severe. Wei Jing said that Li Qianming had won this battle. She didn't think that he had recovered his cultivation, but none of that mattered. Walking away, Mrs. Huang added that it must be assumed that Li Qianming himself knows why his father chose this particular moment to annul his position and divorce his mother. Li Qianming said that if this woman had something to add, she could speak and not hold back. Mrs. Huang said that Master is going to take another woman as his wife. Besides, he wants to make her his main wife. Her name is Liu Qing. She's in her early 20s, about the age of a young man, an extremely outstanding specimen. More importantly, that girl is a person from Lei's house. Wei Jing said that her brother had insulted the Lei household 3 years ago. And since father is going to put this woman in the top position, he will surely deny any connection with Li Qianming. Does the guy think there will be any place left in this city where he can fit in? Li Qianming angrily thought that he was facing the Lei house again, as if it wasn't enough for them to destroy his friend and sling mud at him. Now they had also brought trouble on his mother. He would make the Lei clan fall into eternity one day. Li Shuejiao said that the grand wedding ceremony will be held in 10 days. If anyone from the Lei clan notices them, their song is over. So they should run away with their tails between their legs. Wei Jing asked her son, wouldn't the competition for a spot in Yanhuang Academy be held on the same day? After all, this kind of recruitment only takes place once every 4 years. Li Qianming assumed that his father wanted to take advantage of the academy selection to revitalize his wedding ceremony more. Wei Jing replied to her son, knowing his father, that she was afraid that the main reason was because of his desire to let his younger brother gain admission to the academy. It seems that the master is going to make Li Zifeng the new heir. Li Qianming stated that he could not let their wish come true. He must, by all means, gain admission to Yanhuang Academy again. He also intends to enter the academy's heavenly palace to cure his mother's ailment. Wei Jing said that she could see her son's determination, which was expected of him, but she dared not hope that he would be able to cope with the disease. But the most important thing is that her son has found faith in himself. Wei Jing told her son that it was time for them to leave. She didn't want to linger in this house for a second. The woman said it was worth it to take these jewels. One could go through humiliation for the sake of the ultimate goal. The advantage in front of his eyes must, of course, be taken advantage of. After all, what mattered most was the moment when they would get their name back. And until that moment came, there was no point in worrying that they might lose more of their reputation. The chick sitting on his companion's shoulder said that he was hungry. Li Qianming wondered what it was feeding on. He had never fed chickens with worms before. The chick, eyes sparkling, said that it wanted to eat the jewels that the young man had just taken. Li Tianming wondered, are they edible? Isn't he afraid of acquiring stones in his body? Maybe he would eat the worms after all. The chick said that after he ate the jewels, they could immediately break through another limit. Li Tianming then grabbed the jewelry, bowed to the bird, and said that Uncle Chicken could help himself. The chicken thanked the hopeful young man for his courtesy. Wei Jing smiled and said that these two were very funny. After eating these jewels, the chicken collapsed on the table and said that there was not a bad taste, and the stiffness was just right. These jewels contained spiritualized fiery qi. The guy could try it himself. Li Tianming declined and inquired if the bird would definitely be all right. The chick said he had it all digested in 15 minutes. The chick held out one gem to his companion and said that as a man, he should be able to eat hard food. That way he could become a man of firm principles. Li Tianming replied that this bird was crazy. Li Tianming looked at this stone and thought that after he had recast his meridians in alliance with the companion beast, he possessed the essence of eternal purgatory. His body had gained immunity to fire attributes, so eating jewels that possess spiritualized fire qi wasn't such a bad idea. Li Tianming decided to swallow one gem without chewing it. After all, a bird could eat them and improve itself by absorbing energy. After that, our hero felt his stomach all on fire. It felt like his body was trying to consume that flame. The bird said to make the companion use the foundation of the eternal purgatory faster. One must melt the spiritualized fire qi into animal essence and transfer it into the animal meridians. Li Tianming realized that there was also such a direct and crude way to achieve development. Li Tianming said after a while that everything was ready. The bird said that it wouldn't work that way. Is that really all he can do? After such a heavy meal, the protagonist assumed the lotus posture and began to prepare for the breakthrough. The fourth stage of the animal meridian stage had been reached. The young man was exhausted and lay down on the bed, his arms and legs spread apart, resting. His companion was doing the same thing, lying down beside him. Li Tianming felt himself floating in the air again. Someone called his name. The guy saw a huge eye in front of him, which said that the time had come and his body had already transformed. Li Tianming asked who he was and what did he want. The young man felt his left arm pierced by an invisible sword. He cried out in surprise and pain. Li Tianming jumped up from the bed and thought, wasn't that a dream? Her arm hurt so badly, as if it had actually been cut. But what had happened to it? The boy looked at his hand and could not recognize it. What was it? Li Tianming didn't understand how his hand could change like this. How could it be understood? Strangely enough, our hero calmed down. He figured it was still a dream, and he never woke up. The young man pinched his cheek. It hurt. Was this not a dream? Looking at his strange hand, he saw an eye in the palm of his hand. What the hell is that? Li Tianming was surprised. This wasn't the eye he had seen before, was it? The boy stared in amazement at the palm of his new hand and thought it looked rather frightening. But on the other hand, he could see himself. It was a new sensation. Li Tianming waved his hand and realized that this thing was indeed related to his vision. So now he will be able to see things that were out of his sight before. In the future, he won't have to be afraid of the dark. Suddenly, a chick peeked out from behind his shoulder and asked what this guy was doing here. Li Tianming was startled and flinched in surprise. The guy got angry and asked why the bird was scaring him. The bird laughed and said she would not tell anyone about his innermost secret that she had just witnessed. Li Tianming got even more angry and said again that this chick was a very vulgar type. What kind of picture did he paint for himself? The guy grabbed the chick, closed it up, and started shaking it hard. The chick said he wouldn't be fooled. Li Tianming told the chick to shut up. He needed an explanation of what happened to his hand. The guy showed the bird his hand with his eyes and asked what it was. The chick stared at the eye as if dazed. It was as if he were hypnotized. Coming to its senses, the bird jumped far back and asked how the thing got here. Li Tianming wondered, why was the chick so scared? Could it be that in his past life, this hand had destroyed him, so he was instinctively scared of it? The chick hid under the blanket and told the guy to stay away from him. After calming down a bit, the bird asked how this hand even appeared. Li Tianming replied that he himself was confused. He had a strange dream, and then his hand became like this. He has a hunch that in the chick's past life, this hand was his enemy. The chick said that in that case, it must be controlled. Li Tianming told his companion not to worry. If he were his enemy, he would have arranged a party long ago after all. His favorite dish was stewed chicken and mushrooms. The chick spread his wings and said this guy was out of line. Now he's going to show him and rush to the attack. The chicken attacked our hero. He parried these attacks with his hands, and the bird did not reach its target. The chick stepped aside and said that this arm is unbreakable and very hard. He gives up. The boy, smiling, said he had gotten a great one. Li Qianming told the chick to relax. It was unclear how this hand came to be in his possession, but if he couldn't control it and it attacked the chick, he would immediately cut it off. The boy wrapped a bandage around this strange arm to hide it. Even if he had to die, he would never get the bird into trouble. After all, they were already good friends. Li Qianming said that with this hand, he was even more confident that he would win the qualifying fights at Yanhuang Academy. The chick said that his blood was boiling and he would help his companion. If a human got in the way, he would die. It's the day of the Yanhuang Academy selection. The events take place near the Tinfeng building. The spectators were whispering and saying that not only the academy selection would take place today, but also the marriage of the city's head. The new mistress of the city is incredibly beautiful and charming. She is truly an extraordinary creature. Rumor has it that Li Zifeng has already been pre-selected in these selection competitions. This young man is at the 7th meridian animal stage and is the strongest among all the youths in the city. The city head is on good terms with the teacher from the academy and will gain his patronage in the future. The townspeople noticed that the head of the city had already arrived and obediently bowed their heads before him. Li Yanfeng and Liu Qing appeared spectacularly in front of their subjects. Many townspeople looking at this girl began to discuss her beauty and said that she was peerless. The head of the city sat down in his seat and declared the final round of selection to the Academy open. Li Zifeng, our hero's second-half younger brother, set his way out, and he wouldn't be afraid to go out against a few people. Who would dare to come out against him? However, Li Qianming thought that it was finally time to start. Zifeng strutted around the arena and asked who would dare to come out to fight him. The young men watching from the crowd shouted that the young gentleman was most courageous and invincible. The bird told our hero that his brother is quite popular, but on the other hand, the last lecher in the eyes of girls. Li Qianming told the bird to go back to his space and not to upset him. Some warriors have expressed a desire to go up against the main challenger, primarily to become famous. A double radiance bird appeared in front of the challenger and said that there was no need to fight. All the candidates could go out together and experience the power of a rank 5 companion beast. One of the opponents with his wolf companion agreed and rushed to attack Zifeng. The other opponent rushed to the attack with his companion bear. Zifeng told his spirit bird that he was leaving the opponent's tour. These scum are not worth him lifting a finger. The opponents attacking Zifeng and his bird said that this lousy fellow thought a lot of himself. They will show him where the crayfish are. However, the purple-eyed eagle effectively attacked the attackers and their spirit beasts, and those were deactivated. This companion bird embodied swift fury and incredible strength. After defeating the opponents, the spectators began to say that young Master Zifeng was definitely strong. He possessed might and courage. A companion beast of the 5th rank is an extraordinary phenomenon. Zifeng said that he was opposed by the scum. Was there anyone left here who could challenge him? Many of those present said they were not scum and wanted to challenge the young master to prove their worth. A confident Zifeng in front of his bird said that if the opponents were not afraid of pain, then they could attack. Liu Qing told the city leader that Zifeng had no rivals in Lihuo at all. Yanfeng replied that the fact that the young man was able to achieve such a thing in the city was already pretty good. Liu Qing said that she had heard that Yanfeng had another son who had once studied at the academy. He was the brat who had insulted their lay house. The interlocutor said that he had given up on that son, and there was no need to rake up the past. Zifeng continued to stand in the arena and asked if there was anyone else left. He assumed that the admission to the academy now belonged to him. Suddenly, a rival entered the arena, hiding his face with a hood. Everyone present was surprised. The candidate took off his cloak, and everyone saw that it was Li Qianming, who said that Zifeng would not get admission to the academy today. The people present wondered, what is this guy doing? Did a libertine like him come here for something decent? The head of the city must be furious because today was his wedding day. Zifeng wondered if Li Qianming had lost his mind. Did he even realize his current situation? Did he really come here to beg for alms? Yanfeng jumped up from his seat and menacingly asked what Qianming was forgetting here. He should quickly return to his mother and give her the care she needs in her situation. Zifeng had a wonderful future ahead of him, and as his older brother, he should support him first. Li Qianming said that his younger brother is really not bad. He is talented in cultivation and his strength is higher. But before he gets admission to the academy, I would like to give him one last exam. Zifeng was surprised. Was his elder brother really going to take the exam relying only on his worthless strength? His father had nothing to worry about. He wouldn't destroy his elder brother. He couldn't ruin such an important day with his death. He no longer has a companion beast. He is on his own. Now he can be taught a lesson. Liu Qing said that Yanfeng does not need to be angry. Just need to imagine that he is watching a play in the theater. Everyone already clearly knows what kind of crime this kid has committed, so no one will criticize the head of the city. Zifeng rushed at his opponent and said that he was about to introduce him to his strength. Li Qianming thought he could let his opponent perish, but since he had gotten in his way, he would make him beg for death. The opponents met in the middle of the arena. Each made an attacking strike, and their fists made contact. There was a powerful release of energy. The spectators were surprised. Was Li Qianming really able to fight back? Zifeng was surprised. After all, he had hit with all his might. How was Li Qianming able to repel his punch? Didn't he become a scum? Zifeng said that his opponent's left hand was wrapped in sheet iron. How naive of him to use such tricks. Li Qianming remarked that no tricks would be needed against his opponent. Zifeng said that his opponent is too weak, and he keeps making himself look strong. How is he going to win without a companion? He told his purple-eyed man that they would attack together. Li Qianming asked in surprise, who had told his rival that he had no companion. The fledgling said that he was here. Who dared to rush him? The audience laughed. Is this really a companion? Yes, it's not even enough for a snack. Continuing to move towards his opponent, Zifeng said that Li Qianming really had a talent for becoming a laughing stock in the eyes of others. The chick flew up and said that the little bird there dared not look down on him. They would now see who would eat whom. Zifeng approached and waved his fists, saying that this time he would not let his opponent use tricks. Li Qianming once again parried his opponent's attack without much effort. Zifeng wondered, why was this guy so easy to deflect blows? Zifeng wondered, did this guy really become much stronger, or was it just a trick of the eye? At this time, the purple-eyed one was screaming loudly and asking for protection. The chick used its fighting skills and incredible speed to strike the big bird from all sides. Li Qianming said that Zifeng wasn't worthy of gaining admission to the academy yet. How good it was to have him here. He would be the perfect target to test the strength of his new arm. Li Qianming waited for his opponent to get closer and gave him a powerful stabbing blow with his left hand straight to the body. Zifeng received a strong acceleration and flew backwards. Zifeng collapsed at the edge of the arena, coughing up blood, thinking that this was impossible. Our hero stood victoriously over his opponent and clenched his fist in his left hand. The chick stood on his defeated rival. The purple-eyed one had foam coming out of his beak. The chick thought that this stinking bird probably never washed. Its feathers stank so badly that one could faint. The spectators thought that Li Qianming was actually not scum. If he was able to win, it was Zifeng who looked like trash in comparison. Liu Qing said, even though this guy won, but the trials are not over at this point. Li Huo has another humble talent left in Li Huo that has yet to make it to this stage. Liu Qing announced that Qianyang would now enter the arena. The young man who entered the arena said that he never thought he would receive such a magnificent gift immediately upon his arrival. He is grateful to his elder sister and brother-in-law. It is much easier to get admission to the academy here than in Yandu. Li Qianming saw the young man and recognized him. It was Liu Qiangyang from the Lei House. The chick said that the guy had the 9th stage of the Meridian Animal stage. It wasn't easy. He was higher than his companion by as much as 5 stages. Liu Qiangyang said that he hadn't seen Li Qianming for a long time. Does the guy still remember him? Our hero thought that this young man was Lin Xiaoting's servant in the past, and no one expected him to show up here. The bird noticed that this guy was also an enemy of the companion. The city chief said that although Qianyang came from far away, he and his sister had already gotten married, and Qianyang could be considered a person from Lihuo. The youth of Lihuo City is pretty limited for the most part, so he wonders what kind of genius they are lucky enough to get in their ranks. Everyone wants this guy to showcase his skills. Liu Qing said so her brother would not disappoint her. Qianyang said that the city head had nothing to worry about. This was a unique chance to gain admission to the academy, and he wouldn't miss it. Qianyang said that he and his Thunder Leopard would not turn down such an opportunity. The onlookers thought that this guy is even younger than Zifeng, but he already possesses a 9th-rank Meridian Animal stage. It's astonishing. And this companion beast is a rank 5 Thunder Element beast. Qianyang said that his rival had the Academy Pass almost in hand, but since the competitive environment in Yandu is too harsh, he decided to take advantage of his fortunate status as a Lihuo resident and get the Academy Pass here. Li Qianming had done well today in his attempt to come back, kicking up dust. It was a pity that all his streams were nothing but the last light in the eyes of the perishing man. Li Qianming said that he was very curious himself and couldn't wait to play in this fateful street performance, at the end of which illusory hopes might be shattered. Chick said that his companion talks too much. Qianyang jumped up on his beast and said that he would waste no time seeing that his opponent was in the mood for self-irony. Qianyang said that he would now show what he had accomplished in these 3 years. The thunder leopard, eyes flashing, roared furiously. There was a violent clash, and the entire arena was engulfed in impenetrable smoke. No one could see what was going on inside. When the smoke cleared, our hero, standing on one knee, wiped the blood from his face. He thought that one windfall had been enough to injure him. If he had met the blow directly, he might not have been able to hold on. Li Qianming thought that there was too much difference between them with a gap of 5 steps, and he had nothing to counter. His opponent said that this guy had not grown to be his opponent. Qianyang said that he didn't even feel like hitting Li Qianming, so he could just roll out of here. Qianyang thought that he had just arrived in this city, and now was the time to earn a good reputation. He needed to leave a good impression of himself in front of the common people in the city head. The onlooker said, "Who would have thought that at such a young age, young Master Li Qiangyang has such a broad soul? Lihuo City has a bright future ahead of it, and scum Li Qianming can get the hell out." Li Qianming, clenching his fist, thought that he had memorized Liu Qiangyan's punch. The protagonist had given himself his word that he would soon return this blow double. Li Qianming stated that he would leave, but he wanted to ask one question before doing so. Li Qianming inquired when Liu Qiangyang would leave Lihuo City. Qianyang thought that this brat wanted to gain someone's support. "Are there any other worthy masters in Lihuo?" The young man replied that he was leaving the city in 1 month. Li Qianming put his hand forward and said that he would smear his opponent's face on this very spot in a month, and after losing, he would give the opponent a pass to Lihuo. Would he have the guts to do that? Qianyang laughed and said that his opponent's stupidity was simply laughable. The guy added that he was curious about what Li Qianming was putting on the line. "What does he have?" Li Qianming replied that he would bet his life. If the opponent won, he could do whatever he wanted with it. Qianyang said that he agrees, even if he doesn't care about this wasted life. He will rid his brother-in-law of his naughty son to regain his peace of mind. The audience said that this Li Qianming had lost his conscience. After a month, he's going to fight for admission to the academy again, which is unheard of. Liu Qing told her husband that his son really knows how to put on a show. Li Qianming said, as he left the arena, that they would live to see what would happen in the future. All the fun was behind them. Liu Qing told her husband that this time, Liu Qiangyang had come here to find the divine source located on Mount Zoling, so she hoped for his cooperation. There is fierce competition for such a thing as a divine origin, and it's not surprising. It can allow a companion beast to evolve and increase its rank. Yan Feng said to his wife not to worry. The nascent divine source is within his sphere of control. By obtaining the divine source, Qianyang will have a chance to enter the heavenly palace, and Yan Feng's position in the lay house can also rise greatly. Mount Zoling is too high, and there are many wild beasts lurking there. It's too dangerous to let Qianyang do it alone, so she relies completely on her husband. Yan Feng said that the House of Lei organizes this kind of competition to temper the character of the younger generation and promote their growth. No wonder that after such a thing, talents emerge one after another. Liu Qing said that this time, the competition would be especially fierce, and there were as many as 7 disciples with the right qualifications. Fortunately, Qianyang is in a favorable position amongst all of them. Add to that the support of her husband, and their position seems much more solid than the others. Yan Feng wondered when the rest of the fellow disciples from House Lei would arrive. Surely all the people accompanying them must be strong warriors of the Lei House. Liu Qing replied that they would arrive in about 2 days, however. Due to her wedding, she was allowed to arrive earlier. These children do have strong guards, however. Once they reach the mountain, the powers of the guards will be limited. When the time comes, the students' abilities will be put to the ultimate test, but knowledge of the neighborhood will play a big role for them. Yan Feng said that in 3 days, he would officially guide Liu Qing and Qianyang to Mount Zoling. Liu Qing told her husband that they are fully counting on him in the future. Lying on the bed, Liu Qing said that she would definitely find a way to thank her husband. Yan Feng blew out the candle and told her not to worry. He wouldn't deceive her expectations. Li Qianming told his mother everything. She was surprised. Will she have to wait for another month? But she can't wait that long. It's too hot here and she wants to go to base sooner. The mother said she didn't care. Her son had 2 weeks at most. Li Tianming said that if he loses, this cowardly chicken will become someone's appetizer. The chick said he wasn't scared. Let that huge cat just try to eat him. He would immediately fly through him. Wei Jing said she trusts this chicken. He is very capable. The chick flew over to the woman's arms and said that his mother had insight, unlike that snob Li Tianming. The guy replied that it was his mother, not the chick's mother. She definitely did not give birth to any chick. Wei Jing told the chick that if he recognized her as his mother, then he should give him a name. She is sure that he himself is not comfortable with being called chicken. The chick stated that he was called the Phoenix of Eternal Purgatory, but that name was too long. The woman said she would call him Enro. Does he like it? The Phoenix of Eternal Purgatory said he liked it. Wei Jing began to cough. Yingho asked if everything was all right. Li Tianming asked if the healing herb for her ailment had run out. Wei Jing paid attention to the bloody cough and said that the healing herb only alleviated the symptoms, but was unable to deal with the disease. She didn't have much time left. Li Tianming said he wouldn't let his mother suffer and warned Yingho that they were going to Mount Zoling. Li Tianming said that he would get some medicinal herbs on the mountain to prolong his mother's life. Wei Jing said that this path was extremely dangerous and that the son should be extremely careful. Mount Holin is an erupting volcano. After 2 days of diligent searching, the seeker has only managed to find one shoot of the healing herb. This is no good. Yingho said that they should go deeper into the mountains. They would obviously be able to find more there. Li Tianming said that the further they went, the more dangerous it would be. Even here, they would have to keep their eyes open to avoid running into the wild beasts that were notorious for their bloodthirstiness. The bird rushed forward. She said that there was something interesting ahead, and it was not worth stopping her. The boy shouted for her to stay close to him. A bird found a fire mushroom of pure air in a tree. It was a surprise. Enho decided to pick this mushroom. Li Tianming shouted that caution was necessary. Items of this kind were usually protected by wild beasts. Yingho said that he would do it very quickly. The next moment, Li Tianming and Yingheo ran away from that place with all their legs to avoid getting hit by the wild beasts. Li Tianming, hiding in the hollow of a tree, said that it was a valuable item, but now they needed to ensure their survival. Yingho said that this thing with such pure energy that they need to absorb it immediately. Enho said that this mushroom should be split in half and eaten quickly. Li Tianming inquired, just like jewelry? But after all, this is a medicinal plant, and there is a chance that using it could lead to death. Enho said dutifully that the young man should rely on the phoenix essence of eternal purgatory in his body. It was stronger than any fire attribute. Li Tianming wondered why the chick hadn't said it before. Then they ate this mushroom. After a while, our hero stated that the 5th stage of the meridian animals had been reached. From afar, one could observe the pillar of fire extending from the earth to the sky. Li Tianming felt an abominable state. He said that he was improving as a bird. He feels like he is practicing paired cultivation. He doesn't want to do it with a bird. Enho stated that in such a wilderness, a guy will not find a beauty, but rather a ghost. Li Tianming removed the bandage from his hand and noticed that this eye's view became even clearer and wider. Enho noticed that this eye made the blood in his veins run cold. As they listened, our heroes realized that there was a forest beast ahead of them. Enho said that when he heard such a roar, he knew it was someone fierce. A young girl emerged from the bushes, running at a high rate of speed and screaming to be rescued. Enho was surprised. This girl was transparent. They had really met a ghost. The girl turned around and looked at the travelers. Li Tianming said that it was clearly not a ghost, more like a fairy. Our hero thought this girl is beautiful. He can't even take his eyes off her. Is this really love? Following the girl, a big scary monkey appeared from the forest and roared loudly. Enho flew up and told the boy to stop dangling in the clouds. They should get their feet away quickly. Li Tianming ran after the girl and told her not to be afraid. He would help her. The girl thanked her big brother. The chick started circling around the monkey and said that his companion had really decided to trade friendship for lust. People could run far away while he distracted this monkey. Li Tianming leveled with the girl, and as she continued to run, he told Yingho to stop being a hero. They should run away together. The translucent girl offered to lend her strength to the protector. The girl stopped and, waving her hands, began to activate her internal energy. The protagonist felt a surge of strength. It was an unusual sensation. Li Tianming didn't understand what was going on. Was the girl really a ghost? Is this called possession? The stranger said that she was not a ghost. Her body had a special ability to merge with humans and enhance their power and level. Enho sat on the dangerous ape's shoulder and said that his companion had become a mangy broad. At some point, Inho received a powerful fist punch from the opposing party. After receiving the appropriate acceleration, the chick said that he was accidentally distracted. Li Qianming said that he had never heard that such entities existed in the world in his life. It was time to find out just how much his strength had increased after being omnipresent. Our hero decided to face this powerful, undaunted ape one-on-one. Rising high above the forest, they rushed towards each other. Inho thought it was serious and very fierce to meet head-on like that. After the collision, there was a huge explosion, and everything was covered with smoke. When the smoke cleared, a deep crater formed at the collision site. At the bottom of this funnel lay an emotionless, huge wild ape. Li Qianming was astonished. His strength had increased by at least 2 ranks. Even the power of his dark hand had increased. After this battle, the stranger gained her true form. She was no longer translucent. The girl thanked our hero for the rescue. Li Qianming said that there was no need for gratitude. After all, they had done it together. After all, it was an allotment. The bird decided to introduce himself too and said his name is Inho. He's this guy's guardian chicken. The stranger took Inho in her arms and said that he was a very cute pet who could talk. Inho took offense and said that he was not a pet and was not that simple. The stranger asked if Big Brother would give her Inho as a gift. Li Qianming replied that the girl could have it. She should remember, when she stews it, she should definitely add mushrooms, and then it will turn out very tasty. The girl smiled and said that this guy is a humorist. She knows it's his companion beast. She was just joking. The girl introduced herself. Her name is Zhang Feilin. Inho replied that this guy's name is too cutting. He's not smart and shallow, and his name is Li Qianming. Zhang Feilin said she was happy to meet her. Our hero said it was mutual. Li Qianming thought Feilin has a great character. She is sweet and easy to talk to. Li Qianming asked his new acquaintance where her companion beast was. Feiying replied that she didn't have one and never had one, but she had certain abilities that she kept secret. Feilin offered the young man a look at her fingernails. There were symbols on each of them that said she had 10 special abilities, but they had been sealed since her birth. Now she had managed to awaken 2 of them. The first was astralization. The second allowed her to see the movement of the time stream and control its speed. Inho said that was great and asked, "Is Fei Ying ready to marry Li Qianming?" With these 2 techniques, she would be able to help the guy overcome obstacles that he couldn't do alone. Feilin wondered if it was too much. Li Qianming smiled and said that the girl didn't pay attention to this bird. It was annoying from a young age and had a problem with her head. The boy wondered how the girl had gotten here, for surely she must have a permanent object to inhabit. Feilin smiled and said that there was one. They were together all the time, but running from the wild beast was because they were separated. Li Qianming inquired whether it was a man or a girl. What age? What do you mean all the time? Is she married? Suddenly, someone swiftly attacked our hero, calling him a petty brigand. How dare he dishonor Feilin? Did he really have enough to live for? Li Qianming noticed that he was being attacked by another stranger, and she had a sword in her hands, but he hadn't done anything wrong. The guy thought that this girl was clearly an unremarkable person if she possessed the level of spiritual origins at such an early age. Feilin said to Qing'er not to scare this guy. He's not a bad person, and he just saved her from being chased by a wild beast. Qing'er lowered her sword and told her friend not to let herself be fooled. Li Qianming wondered, is this really the person Feilin was talking about? It was a good thing that it was a girl. Qing'er, turning to our hero, says she knows what's on the guy's mind. She warns him to leave his devious intentions for Feilin alone. Li Qianming replied to the girl that she had grown up so beautiful, and yet she was expressing herself so indecently, she lacked politeness. Qing'er got angry at these words and said that she was going to give this guy a hard time. Feilin began to reassure her. She has been absorbed into this young man's body, so she knows that he's not a bad person. Li Qianming replied that he would do Feilin a favor and would not stoop to Qing'er's level. Qing'er asked in surprise, how could her friend have been able to possess the body of such a lowly commoner? After all, he could have tainted her pure essence. Only she herself was the perfect person to be possessed. Feilin replied that she had been forced by the situation of being chased by a wild beast, and her compatibility with this guy was top-notch. Qing'er wondered, how was this possible? Even for her, it was beyond her. Why on earth would it be possible for such a redneck? Feilin told her friend that she could make sure if she didn't believe it, and taking the guy's hand, tried to move into him again. Li Qianming said that it turned out perfectly. Qing'er became even more angry. Qing'er asked, so what if his level in the village was at such a height? What use is a villager from such a backwater? Besides, his strength is only at the 5th stage of the meridian animals. He won't be of any use even in the future. Li Qianming told Phelan that the omnipresence they had just pulled off was even smoother than the first time. The girl agreed, but Qing'er told her not to be ignored. Qing'er took Phelan under her arm and pulled her away, saying that this guy was of no interest to them. It was time to hurry back to Yandu. Li Qianming inquired about where Phelan was staying in Yandu. He would definitely track her down in the future. Phelan turned around and said she didn't mind and wanted to give her address. Qing'er immediately covered her friend's mouth with her hand and asked, "Where's this guy going?" With his background, he should cultivate the land and contribute to the country's food production. Phelan, being carried away by her friend, looked back and waved her hand at the young man. Phelan told her big brother that they would definitely meet again. Li Qianming said goodbye to the girl and thought, although her friend has a tongue with no bones, she clearly treats Phelan well. Our hero decided that in the future he will surely have a chance to see this girl again. Enro said angrily that this guy hit him while he himself was making nice with the girl. Friends don't do that. Li Qianming told the chick to stop grumbling. The girls had left, so they could continue searching for pure spirit herb. Yingho warned that the next time the guy forcibly shoved him into space, he would pay him back in full. Li Qianming said that he understood everything and added that it wouldn't happen again. It took 3 days of intense searching and finally at least 10+ sprouts were found. All 3 days of searching were paid off. The young man thought, if he brought such a large amount of healing herb with him, his mother would definitely be pleased. Li Qianming bent down to pick this grass, but something caught his attention. He saw that the ground was moving. At the last moment, our hero managed to bounce aside. A huge, dangerous claw appeared from the ground. Li Qianming immediately ran far away to the side. He thought that it was a wild beast that was very cunningly hiding. A blue-tailed scorpion appeared from the ground. It was a rank 5 companion beast. Li Qianming realized that it was an insect with high toxicity, and it looked like the person controlling it was nearby. Indeed, a guy appeared who said that the person in front of him was not from the Lei House, but he still dared to invade so deep into the region of Mount Zolan. Isn't he afraid of getting killed? Li Qianming thought, what's going on lately? Everywhere he went, he ran into geniuses everywhere, and for some reason, this kid immediately mentioned the Lei House. Li Qianming spread his hands and asked what it all meant. Was it really a person of the Lei House in front of him? Since when could only members of the Lei House enter Mount Zoling? The stranger said that he had no desire to debate, but at the moment, the House of Lei was conducting business on Mount Zoling. The stranger added, if his opponent didn't get out of here in the time between 10 breaths, this place would become his grave. Yingho indignantly asked if this guy was too arrogant. Li Qianming replied that it was a trademark of the Lei House, and added that they were here to collect potions. There was no need to stir up conflict with him. Li Qianming told his opponent that he was about to leave here himself, but before he left, he needed to take a few sprouts of pure spirit grass. It was medicine for his mother. The representative of House Lei approached one of the plants that interested our hero. The guy defiantly stepped on this plant and stomped on it. Li Qianming looked at this rascal indignantly. What had he done? The stranger asked, doesn't this guy understand human language? He had already been told that he had to leave. What else was there to say? The defiant young man asked, did his opponent really think they were equal? Enro had foul language for this guy. Li Qianming asked with anger in his voice. Did his interlocutor really think he was cool? Our hero angrily clenched his fists and said that he would destroy this rascal now. The interlocutor asked, does this guy dare to provoke him, even knowing that he is a man of House Lei? Is he really in such a hurry to get killed? We'll have to help him. The young man told his spirit beast, Scorpio, to destroy his opponents. The stranger thought, if this guy wanted to blame someone, he better blame his untimely arrival at Mount Zolan. Even if he was lucky enough to find the divine spring by pure chance, it would cost the Zolan house a huge loss. Li Qianming thought that his opponent wasn't planning to engage in a fight. Neglecting them was his strongest mistake. The guy said that Enro would know what to do on his own. Enro replied, what is there to think about? We must use the crowning technique and destroy these two. The chick used the animal technique. The man used the fighting technique. Yingho and Li Qianming activated the Hun extermination with rage in their eyes. After a while, Scorpion was in the middle of the clearing with his claws spread out to the sides. He was fiercely attacked by his opponents. The Scorpion companion was astonished. How could this Scorpion King be hurt by such opponents? Li Qianming looked at his opponent disdainfully and said that it was now his turn. The stranger admitted that he had underestimated this guy, but doom still awaits him. Now he will pierce his opponent from head to toe with needles so that he begs for death. Li Qianming realized that the top-level beast needles would be used against him now, and they were also poisoned. Ying Heo wondered, how did this rascal have so many needles? In a moment, the opponent disappeared from sight and immediately appeared in close proximity in front of Li Qianming. Our hero was not confused and knocked his opponent down with a powerful left punch. The injured young man, in the process of flying, thought, how is this possible? Didn't that guy already use a fighting move? Li Qianming walked over to his opponent lying on the ground and said that slaying Hong was a supreme technique for practicing movements, just right to withstand his opponent's attack. The rival lying on the ground, bleeding, did not give up. He said he would destroy these two. He did not care who they were. He would stretch their deaths over 24 hours. Li Qianming stepped with his foot on the head of his lying opponent and said that he could only eat the ground now. Where did he get all this arrogance from? Li Qianming leaned over his opponent and asked which foot he had trampled the pure spirit grass with. He would help get rid of that foot. Ying Ho said that there was no need to waste time on it. You could just destroy it. The defeated man, realizing the inevitability of punishment, cried and shouted for his father and mother to help him. Inho wondered why this weakling would bring up his parents. Did he have any dignity? Suddenly our hero sensed the ultimate danger, a huge poisonous cobra with sharp fangs. The first thought that appeared in Li Qianming's mind spoke of the urgent need to escape. Our hero turned around and actually darted away. What is this thing? His parents are high-ranking members of the Lei House. No way can they be allowed to capture him. The defeated guy shouted that his opponent would not be able to escape. There are Lei House people everywhere. By nightfall, he would be chopped into mincemeat. He would know that Zhang Zixuan was the cause of his death. Li Qianming, while running away, thought that this name was definitely something to remember. This was his hometown, the place he had walked around since he was a young boy, so he would be able to escape. His parents arrived at the injured boy's house, and his father asked if Zixuan was okay. The young man replied that it was urgent to avenge him. The attacker was about the same age as him and wore a bandage on his left arm. The father tells his wife to stay with his son and help him with his wounds, and he sets off in pursuit. The formidable father was furious and said he would cut the rascal into 1,000 pieces. As he continued to run fast, Li Qianming realized that someone was catching up to him, and too fast. If he continued like this, it wouldn't take a minute for them to catch up with him. The young man saw the girls ahead of him, and as he drew closer, he realized that he knew them. Was fate favoring him that much? He ran into Sister Feline once again. Coming closer, the guy said that this was not the time for casual conversation. We should run away quickly. However, it was already too late to retreat. The father of the injured guy caught up with our hero, shouting that this robber could not escape. The man caught up with the young man, but when he saw the girls, he bowed and said that Zhang Chong from the Lei House was greeting Princess Qing. Li Qianming was surprised. Did Qing'er really turn out to be a princess of the Zhu Qiwei Empire? Qing'er told the man that he could drop the formalities. What was the purpose of a person from the Lei House being in this place? Qing'er told Zhang Chong to speak up immediately if he didn't want to part with his head. The man asked that the princess not to be angry. He would tell everything now. They had discovered a divine source on Mount Zoling. 7 disciples were sent to compete for it. Their main purpose is to ensure the safety of those disciples. The princess was surprised and asked what rank was this divine source. Zhang Chong replied that this origin was unformed and did not even reach the yellow rank. The most it could do was to help the companion beast evolve to the 6th rank. Qing'er asked her interlocutor. After all, he should know what would happen if she was tricked. Zhang Chong replied that he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Besides, his son's hopes of winning are not that high, so he wouldn't dare to deceive Madam. The source is indeed an unformed. The man bowed once more and said that he was very grateful to Madam. Zhang Chong asked for permission to leave. Zhang Chong grabbed our hero's hand and said that the guy would go with him. The princess said that this young man stays by her side. Zhang Chong replied that this guy was just a resident of the God Mountains. Just recently, he had attacked his son from behind the garden and injured him. Qing'er said that she needed this guy now. Zhang Chong bowed once more to the princess and said that he was leaving. Zhang Chong left as quickly as he came. Li Qianming thought that he was saved. The princess asked, why is this guy looking at her so intently? Li Qianming said that he was extremely grateful to the princess for saving him from that man. Phelan appeared beside the princess and said that Qing'er shouldn't tease her little brother. Phelan told the guy that this time they didn't meet by chance. In fact, after they separated, Qing'er wanted to understand the reason why they were able to reach the highest level omnipresence. So she decided to follow the guy and observe. Phelan added that they'd been following the guy for a few days. He wasn't offended, was he? Fei Ying said that Li Qianming should definitely come to Yandu and look for her there. She would acquire new abilities in the future, and she wanted to test them on her brother's body. Li Qianming rejoiced and said that he would definitely come for such purposes. Enho added that whatever the girl did to his body, he would agree to anything. He would only think about getting to Yanda and finding her every day. In that case, they should get married on this very spot. The princess said that the toad had gotten curious about the swan meat. Even if the guy comes to the city, he won't even get past the city walls, so he should calm down and do farming at home. Phelan asked that Qing'er give her brother a jade pendant so that it would be easier for him to find her. The princess refused to do so. Qing'er gave in to the persuasion and said that Fei Ying had changed a lot in the intervening time. The princess gave the lad the jade pendant and said she advised him not to even think of provoking anything questionable and using her reputation. Otherwise, his companion animal would go to the pot. Enho was indignant, for he had nothing to do with it. Li Qianming thanked the princess and said that when he plowed the land, he would definitely take off the pendant and never get it dirty. Fei Ying asked her brother to come closer. She had something to tell him. Li Qianming melted with pleasure as the girl took his hand. Phelan whispered in the guy's ear that if he wanted to get that divine source, he was in that direction. The girl pointed her finger to where the guy should go. Li Qianming thanked the lady he was talking to for her invaluable help. The young people waved goodbye. The boy thought that the good times were passing very quickly. Our hero wished the girl a happy journey. The chick told this guy to stop his love fever. Looks disgusting. The excited young man told the bird that they were going in search of the divine source. Enho said that transforming from a primordial chaos beast to a companion beast had limited many of his abilities. The divine source would allow him to throw off the shackles and allow him to amplify himself indefinitely until he could once again become a primordial chaos beast. Li Qianming said that he knew the direction one needed to take to find the divine source. It's been 10 days, the breakthrough has been achieved. The 6th stage of Meridian Animals. The protagonist said that they had never managed to find the divine source, but they had tracked down a lot of refined ki and pure spirit herbs, the cultivation speed going at a lightning pace. Enho said that this was exactly what Phelan was counting on. She had specifically pointed out a path strewn with treasures. Li Qianming said, if this is true, then this girl is truly a goddess. They should be quite close to the divine source by now. The boy and the bird had reached a small mountain lake, and it was the last place Phelan had pointed out. The divine source is most likely in this lake. They should go underwater and check it out. However, they must be careful, for something terrible may lurk there. Along with the source, a trial will surely await. Li Qianming and Fearless Chick jumped into the water and began to dive to the bottom. There was no illumination at all. The deeper it got, the darker it got. Li Qianming untied the bandage on his arm and began to use his extra eye located on his left arm. Something caught the traveler's attention. At the bottom of the lake was some strange structure. After tugging on all sides, the young man concluded that the thing was closed tightly. However, it had a hole for a key. Is it possible that the divine source is inside? Li Qianming pondered logically and came to the right conclusion. They must find the key. Surely it must be somewhere nearby. Not far away from them, something was glowing. The bird suggested that it might be the divine source. Swimming closer to the shiny object, the lad determined that this stone was just right for the notch they had just seen. Our hero assumed that the glowing object was the key to the well. Enho said it was the divine source. He had already smelled its fragrance. Enho told the young man not to hesitate and quickly grabbed the item in his hands. Li Qianming said, even though it is a divine source, but he is sure that it is also the key to that well at the same time. Maybe there is something else useful inside the well. Using his peripheral vision, the chick determined that something was moving in their direction. It must be a huge beast. Li Qianming expressed his confidence that it was a wild beast guarding the divine source. He immediately knew that it wasn't that simple. Yingho said that he would take the beast on and distract it, and the companion would carry the source away. The terrifying beast turned out to be a huge crocodile. It was a rank 3 beast with a pointed back. It was pointless to attack it, and the only thing left to do was to take it by stealth. Li Qianming told Yingho to be careful. The first thing to do was to get to the shore. Enho approached the fearsome beast and told his companion to hurry. The chick used its flaming fire to attack. The companion animal then turned around and told the crocodile to catch up with him. Using his physical abilities, our hero made it to the surface and surfaced out of the water. As the young man approached the shore, A beautiful stranger appeared before him. "Who is she?" asked the young man. In response, the girl also asked what the guy was doing there furtively. The people in the vicinity of the girl told her to take the divine source from this type of person. Li Qianming thought that things were not going well. These people from the Lei house. The girl, flashing her eyes, said that she advised giving it up voluntarily. The stranger said that she didn't know what hole the guy came out of, except that this divine source belonged to the Lei house. Even though he dared to attach himself to someone else's pie, she would still give him a chance. He could give up the divine source and get the hell out, or he would stay here forever. Li Qianming was surprised. Did his interlocutor really think that he would just take it and give it to her just because she said so? The guy turned away from the girl and said he was too lazy to even argue with her. The stranger said that in that case, this guy would have to die, and using her six-headed flying fish, she decided to attack our hero. The six-headed flying fish is the companion beast of the water ice element of the 5th rank. Li Qianming stood casually on the water surface of this lake. He saw a huge fish approaching him at high speed underwater. A fish leaped out from under the water with the intention of swallowing our hero, but he had time to bounce aside. This companion beast is of the water ice element, and this will give him some difficulty. Without enro, it will be quite problematic to deal with. Fighting on the water is clearly not in his best interest. It's necessary to reach the shore. Li Qianming jumped directly onto the head of the flying fish floating in the air. The fish leaped into the air and flew some distance above the water. This maneuver our hero took advantage of, and pushing off through the air headed for the shore. The girl who was chasing the guy said her name was Jiang Yilin from the Lei house, and her father and uncle were high-ranking figures in the house. If the guy doesn't give in, she guarantees that his entire family will be in for a disaster, and it will all be his fault. Jiang Yilin solemnly announced that she was already at the 8th meridian stage, and destroying the guy would be easy. Li Qianming was already almost at the shore. One of the people waiting on the shore said that this guy thought that reaching the shore would ensure his safety. He was naive. Not even originally close to Jiang Yilin. Li Qianming found himself on the shore, but the fish continued to fly using its fins. Lin asked, did he really think he would be able to escape? He signed his own death warrant when he dared to neglect her. The girl, raising large waves on the water surface with her sword, said that she was about to introduce the guy to the supreme technique. At the same moment, the flying fish applied the first attack of the swift current. It, opening its mouth, was about to devour our hero. Li Qianming was not confused and used his internal energy to parry his opponent's attack. The girl was discouraged. This guy was able to stop her lightning attack with a single blow. How was that possible? The men rushed to help the girl. This guy had hidden his real strength by some clever trick. Lin could fail. You can't let him leave with the divine source. You must quickly capture him. Li Qianming grabbed Jiang Lin by the throat and told the men not to act rashly, otherwise the girl's neck might crunch. The frightened relatives told him not to go to extremes. He was still too young, so he didn't know whose anger he had incurred. If he had known what Lei's house was like, he would have burst into tears as he realized his situation. Li Qianming expressed his doubts, for his tears were not so easily induced. The opponent said for this kid not to be so cocky. If they get on him, he won't live a moment. No matter what genius he may be, at his age, he has no chance of holding out. The opponents quite accidentally saw a jade pendant on our hero's hand. The men recognized it. It was young lady Qing's royal pendant. Where did this guy get such a pendant? Li Qianming said that he is Madame Qing's man. He takes away the divine source and sees no problem with it. The boy said that he had memorized the appearance of these men. If they dared to take away his source, they would be in trouble when he returned to Yandu. The men replied that House Lei would not dare to do such a thing. They wanted to know what position his father held. Li Qianming said that his father was in a very high position, and which one they could guess for themselves. The fellow released his captive and said that it was time for him to return to his duties to Lady Qing. Service to her was too troublesome. The girl told her father that this kid shouldn't be let go. He might have picked up a pendant somewhere. The men disagreed. From start to finish, this kid wasn't afraid of them in the slightest, and he wouldn't have been able to remain so unperturbed if he hadn't felt the support behind him. Jiang Lin wondered, would they really let this guy take away the divine source so easily? Father replied that in fact, this guy was the one who had managed to take it away from the huge crocodile. Another person appeared and inquired if Jiang Lin had taken the divine origin. He also asked Uncle Zhang if he was sure that people of his position should act so boldly. This is a game between the younger generation. Lin said that Liu Qianyang was too late. The divine source had been found, but not by her. It had to be allowed to be taken by a stranger. The boy was surprised, for this mountainous region was the domain of Liwo City. No outsider would be able to get here. The girl's father said that it was a young youth called Young Lady Qing's man who had pulled out the divine source from the bottom of the lake. His daughter was unable to defeat that fellow. The stranger turned out to have Madame Qing's jade pendant. He had just left for the east. He could still be caught up. Liu Qiangyang immediately commanded his thunder leopard that they were going in pursuit. The girl wondered, why is her father doing this? If Liu Qiangyang took possession of the divine source, he would put even more pressure on her in the future. The father said that if there were no other witnesses, no one would believe it, and everyone would think that they were the ones who secretly hid the divine source. Zhang Lin said that she understood everything, but she wasn't going to put up with it. She was only one step short of victory. Inho told how he had dealt with the crocodile and was able to fool it. The chick asked, does his companion have a divine source? Li Qianming said to be quiet. He might be followed and have the source, so it's time to get out of here. Yingho said they need to hurry because the crocodile might come back to that place. Li Qianming walked into the lake again, and they decided to go to that well. Plunging to the bottom, our hero thought, once they took refuge inside this well, even the heavenly emperor wouldn't be able to find them. The divine source was indeed the key. It was a perfect fit. Inho kept hurrying his companion. Our heroes didn't have time to hide in the well. When they turned around, they saw danger looming again. Yingho said it was an astrospine crocodile. It was out hunting again. Li Qianming noticed that the crocodile was now chasing Liu Qianyang. Bad luck for him. Qianyang didn't raise the question of where this wild beast came from. Now he wasn't behind. Qianyang thought that with his strength, it would be difficult to get away from this crocodile. Without the intervention of his elders, he would only be able to fight it off. Inho said that they should get down to the well faster. The boy remarked that, thanks to the concealment, they would find no better place to assimilate the divine source. If they don't show up, no one will find them in 100 years. Our heroes took refuge in a well and descended to its bottom, where they discovered a secret room, which they decided to explore. Li Qianming opened the door to this room and immediately realized that there was something there. The guy was surprised. In front of him was an orb of white jade. Undoubtedly, this ball was much more valuable than the divine source. Inho said that he should investigate it well, and he would digest the source. Li Qianming said that he really needed to do some research on this orb right now. Who knows what secrets it was hiding? Liu Qing and her husband appeared on the lakeside, and she said that Qianyang had gotten into serious difficulties. Would they be able to help him? At this time, Qianyang was still trying to avoid meeting the huge crocodile. Yanfeng said that they only had the right to intervene as a last resort. Qianyang was frustrated. It was hard for him, but he used all the techniques he had learned, and he couldn't even wound the crocodile. The crocodile was very mobile. It was in its element and, opening its jaws, tried to swallow this hapless young man. Liu Qing shouted in horror for Yanfeng to help her brother. Her husband replied, not to worry, the guy will be fine. 6 hours of intense battles passed. The crocodile was defeated. Yanfeng was surprised when he found out that the person who took away the divine source was Li Qianming and his pet animal, the chicken. The man said that Li Qianming had seriously injured his son and was about to capture that guy, but Princess Qing prevented him. Most likely, that was when she gifted him with the jade pendant. Qianyang was indignant. What if the divine origin had already been internalized? One had to get rid of that guy at the first opportunity. Liu Qing told her brother not to panic. Li Qianming's companion beast was unable to internalize the divine origin, and her husband would be able to track him down. Yanfeng said if they failed to track him down, just wait in Lihuo. It wouldn't be a week before he would definitely return to the city. Our heroes continued to be in the underwater well. Li Qianming held a huge glowing ball of light in his hands. The guy couldn't figure out what it was. Inside the balloon was something that looked like an eye. Li Qianming scrutinized this design and tried to figure it out. Li Qianming covered his eyes with his hands. He was afraid that he might go blind from such radiance. His consciousness was starting to blur. The guy began to feel as if he had entered another universe. Apparently, he was now comprehending the secrets of the jade ball, and this must be the conscious space of the white jade ball. Li Qianming heard someone tell him that when he was able to achieve the perfection of his spiritual text to the degree of the eye of heavenly poles, only then would he be able to truly reveal the spiritual core. When that time comes, he will be able to appear in the illusory realm and comprehend miracles. The first chapter of the spiritual scripture reads, The Eye of the Lost Spirit. When the hardening of the Eye of the Lost Spirit is fully completed, the second chapter of the spiritual scripture can be opened. The guy thought, although it would not be easy to understand it at first glance. The right decision would be to study it thoroughly and then master it thoroughly. Enho wondered what he was doing here, reading some sacred texts for half a day. Was he going to a monastery? Li Qianming replied that he had acquired something called spiritual scripture. It's a martial skill technique. Enho said, as long as he internalizes the origin, the guy can try cultivating this technique. Then they'll see the results. Each of the companions made himself comfortable and began to attend to his necessary business. The first step in tempering the eye of lost spirit is to lay down the illusory meridians within the eyes. This is required in order to bind the beast origins to the eyes. The sequence of binding and speed must also be considered. Our hero was having a hard time. Was this hardening technique definitely meant for humans? Is a person gifted with extremely unique eyes capable of mastering this technique? Li Qianming thought that this technique was completely unsuitable for him. He had already thought that he had obtained a technique with unprecedented potential. Enho noticed that unlike most people, his companion had one more eye. Wasn't that a unique gift? Li Qianming realized, how could he have forgotten about it? He should try to study it. Our hero assumed the lotus pose and tried to learn a new technique. However, in the face of absolute talent, hard work looks like some kind of joke. This eye is expressly designed to temper this technique. To him, it is like water to a fish. 5 days passed. The chicken was unrecognizable. Its flaming capabilities multiplied manifold. The boy looked at his companion beast and wondered if he was still a chicken. Others, having internalized the divine source, would have evolved into something more daring and imposing. Enho offered to fight and compare their abilities. Li Qianming agreed. At the same time, he decided to find out what ability he had gained by studying the lost spirit eye. After the guy repelled the chick's attack, Enho said that he saw Li Qianming turned into a naked, sexy chick. It was his ideal. Could this really be his new ability? Our hero replied that this eye was capable of creating enchanting illusions. It may not have direct combat potential, but at the decisive moment it will be possible to weaken the enemy's attention. Even if the enemy is distracted for a moment, it can create a favorable opportunity to strike. Another secret weapon in the arsenal. Li Qianming and Yingheo started to climb up to the surface of the lake. This time they stayed for a long time. His mother must be worried. After surfacing, the young man said that he intended to regain admission to Yanhuang Academy on site. Lihuo City, the time has come. It was time for the decisive battle. Li Qianming believed that he was now fully armed and could fight for the title. The speaker said that he had organized a surveillance of the inn where Li Qianming was staying, and all over the city when he returned, they would immediately know about it. Qianyang said that it was already the 7th day, and he still hadn't returned. He didn't die in the mountains, did he? Lin said that judging from the potential he showed, it was impossible. The head of the city said that news had come from the house of Lei. When Li Qianming returned, the spiritual source would go to whoever could take it away. It would be their youths who would fight. If Princess Qing decided to start proceedings afterward, the house of Lei would help settle the conflict, as long as he didn't go with the divine source to Yanda to look for Princess Qing. Yanfeng said that it is impossible. This guy is a model son who will come back for his mother. Besides, he wants to get admission to the Yanhuang Academy. In the room, a servant told the city head that they had discovered Li Qianming. Now this guy is alone, and he's not hiding. He seems to have decided to smugly wait for them in the most crowded place. Li Qianming saw the opponents and said that he had been waiting for them here for half a day. Where did they disappear to? A group of disgruntled people did show up. They wanted to give this guy credit. He clearly has a lot of guts. He actually came back. Chunyang said that even if a guy has the Qing princess pendant, this divine source is the property of the Lei house. So their generation was given the okay to have a fair competition with Li Qianming for it. Liu Qing asked if Yanfeng regretted it. The husband replied that the guy made the choice himself. It has nothing to do with him. Liu Qing said that she was glad he thought so. When this is over, they will go to Lei's house, and he will get an even higher position and more power from them. Li Qianming looked at the huge number of challengers and asked, did they really decide to take away someone else's item, so they also covered themselves with such pompous speeches? Our hero said that his opponents could attack him at the same time, all of them. Enho, flapping his small wings vigorously, said that he would chop them all into salad. Lin noticed that this guy was very cocky. After such lofty speeches, he would dejectedly scramble out of here. Chunyang said that Li Qianming himself had suggested to attack at the same time. It wouldn't be easy for them to prioritize the order of attack. Now, whoever takes the divine source will win. Li Qianming asked, Is the arrangement with Liu Qianyang still valid? If he loses, he will give it as an academy pass? Qianyang confirmed and said that noblemen keep their word. But if Li Qianming lost, he would have to give up the divine source. Li Qianming jumped high up and said that it was excellent. He hoped that the opponent would keep his word. Qianyang shouted that this guy had decided to run away. A chase should be organized. So everyone rushed out in pursuit. Li Qianming thought that this place was too close to the inn where his mother was currently resting. It was impossible for what was about to happen to disturb her peace. It is also necessary for as many people as possible to see the battle, and whoever ends up being the true winner, selection to the Yanhuang Academy. Li Qianming also wanted to see Li Yanfeng's face when he stomped into the ground the outstanding talents of the Lei House that he had placed such hopes on. The surrounding people watched as the Lei House's 7 outstanding talents taught Li Qianming good manners. Our hero paid attention to the fact that the opponents were acting disorganized even if there were 7 of them. Zhang Zixuan should be the first in line. And so it was. Seizing the opportunity, Fugitive landed a powerful left punch on his opponent and was deactivated. Everyone was surprised. There was no way this could happen. Li Qianming had destroyed the genius of the Lei House with a single fist strike. Zhang Zixuan lay deactivated on the ground and couldn't believe that some scum had deactivated him with a single blow. Qianyang jumped up on his companion beast and told the others to stay out of the way. He could handle this guy alone. Lin jumped up on her flying fish and said that her colleague was going to single-handedly appropriate the divine source, and she wouldn't allow it. The other candidates thought the same. Our hero smiled as he saw the internal strife manifested. Once it was revealed, it would be possible to break each one down one by one. No one was paying attention to Li Qianming now. The challengers were sorting things out amongst themselves. One of the challengers flew up to Li Qianming on his bird and told him to give up the divine source. Li Qianming recognized this companion beast. It was a mythical storm swallow. Yingho immediately inquired whether the swallow was a male or female. The candidate, along with his swallow, rushed at our hero and said they were about to destroy him and his chick. However, Li Qianming had effectively dodged. His opponent thought, was this really an instantaneous movement? This was followed by a powerful left hook straight to the jaw. House Representative Lei couldn't believe how this could happen. The opponent's strength was not at his level at all. After a series of intense strikes on the swallow, Enro determined that the male was in front of him again. The swallow was in trouble. Li Qianming thought, are the so-called geniuses of the Lei House all on a similar level? The remaining challengers weren't going to give up. They huddled together and tried to still attack Li Qianming. The girl said that Li Zixuan was the weakest among them, so there was nothing to be surprised that he couldn't withstand even one punch. However, they had underestimated their opponent. His real strength was much higher. This candidate has said she's out of the race. The rest can fight on if they want. The spectators were astonished. Li Qianming deactivated 2 and scared off another one, but after all, these are the outstanding talents of the House of Lei. Li Qianming stated that there were only 4 of them left. Should he wait for them to settle their disputes? Lin said that enough fighting amongst themselves, they should deal with the opponent first. They could take the divine source and then already determine the winner. 4 people decided to attack our hero together after all. When did he have time to become so smug? The divine origin holder thought his opponents were very slow, and again, with a left hook sent one of his opponents into a knockdown. Yingho became completely furious and began to attack all the companion beasts with determination. The spectators thought that Li Qianming was serious. Liu Qing asked Yanfeng what was going on. Her husband replied that it looked like this guy had used the light reflection technique and put all his strength into it. However, one must have faith in Qianyang. He still hadn't entered the battle and revealed his true strength. Lin said she was out of the competition and asked that her opponent not hit her. Li Qianming said that the girls in this company are much smarter, stretching his hands before another attack. Li Qianming said that now Liu Qianyang's exit. Liu Qianyang made a very menacing appearance and said, finally, there is no one else stirring underfoot. The divine source will belong to him. Chicken is incapable of utilizing the divine source. He is as much trash as his component. They will be the springboard for his accomplishments. Qianyang added that even if his opponent managed to gain admission to Yanhuang Academy, does he really think that he would be allowed beyond its threshold? Li Qianming said that he was now planning to repay his opponent. Qianyang remarked that anyone could boast. The same thing happened to his rival 3 years ago. What a pity. He was destined to live his whole life as a lowlife. Li Qianming said that everyone would soon find out who was the underdog. The young men prepared for battle on the high roof. At that time, lightning was flashing in the sky and rain was about to fall. Qianyang held a fireball in his hand and said that his opponent was honored. After all, after obtaining the thunder chains, he never had the opportunity to manifest them to their fullest potential. Our hero saw the rank 3 beast weapon in front of him. House Lei really does spare no expense for its men. That's why the opponent is so cocky right now. Qianyang said for Li Qianming to come closer. Now he would see if he was worthy to use this weapon. Enro flew up to the leopard and said that he would be the opponent of that stupid cat. Qianyang swung his chain and used the thunder whip. He expected it to be an effective strike. However, the result could not be achieved. Our hero dodged. This also happened a few more times. Qianyang wondered if the opponent could only dodge with his tail between his legs. The spectators watching this battle thought that Li Qianming was not such a weakling. Li Qianming thought, now everyone will see who is the hunter and who is the prey. Our hero opened the palm on his left hand and applied the Eye of Lost Spirit. Qianyang looked at the eye on his opponent's palm and was immediately taken aback. He almost dropped the chain from his hands. Qianyang saw the older sister in front of him, who was raising her naked legs while calling out to him. Li Qianming was surprised. Had the rival introduced his own sister? This type of person was completely rotten. Qianyang hesitated, and that was enough for Li Qianming to give him a powerful punch with his left hand right on his nose. The blood from his nose splattered all over his face. This strike was comparable to the strikes of a dragon and an elephant. The spectators were astonished. Li Qianming had once again slashed his opponent with just one punch. This was beyond imaginable. Enro climbed on top of the defeated wildcat and said that this would be a lesson to her. If she wanted to fight next time, he would have to tear off some of her body parts. Li Qianming walked closer to his opponent and stepped his foot on his chest. He wondered if Mr. Liu was not having fun right now. Liu Qiangyang recognized his helplessness and said that he was giving up. Li Qianming replied that it wouldn't work that way. He wasn't going to spare his opponent. Our hero grabbed his opponent's head with rage and said he was about to destroy him. Liu Qiangyang, bleeding, whispered that he was begging for mercy. He was a real scum and was wrong. He didn't want to die. Li Qianming said that this is a shameful situation. Does the head of the city agree with him? Yanfeng remained silent, casting his eyes downward. The winner said that he felt as if the geniuses of the House of Lei were all as one nothing, unable to contain him. Although before that, they all thought he was scum from Lihuo. Yanfeng stood up from his chair and shouted for this boy to stop the mayhem and let the young man go. Li Qianming said he would agree to do so if the city chief agreed to several conditions. Liu Qing said that they were willing to do anything to get Li Qianming to let Qianyang go. Li Qianming said that in the fight for the divine footsteps, he won, so the source goes to him. According to the promise, he gets admission to Yanhuang Academy, the status of a disciple of the academy, and the rights corresponding to it. Thirdly, the head of the town must prepare a decent carriage and arrange a send-off for him and his mother. After that, they are nothing to each other. Yanfeng said that he understood everything and agreed to all the terms. It was decided to give a grand send-off to the Yanhuang Academy disciple. Enho noticed that this battle was more lively than the bride's reunion. The lad regained his good name. Wei Jing asked her son what had happened. Even she was confused. What were they planning to do? Li Qianming told his mother that they were going to Yandu. She had nothing else to worry about. Yingho added that he would keep the woman company in the carriage and give her all the details. 3 days passed and the wagon continued its journey through the forest. Li Qianming unwound the chains he had stolen from Liu Qiangyan and came to the conclusion that the thunder chains were actually good. Finally, the wagon entered Yandu through the city gate. Li Qianming told his mother that they had made it. The son told his mother that he would take good care of her, and in the future they would make a quiet life for themselves in Yandu. Now, first of all, they needed to find a place to settle down. A mother and her son walked through the city. The boy asked, "Is this really the place the mother was looking for?" It was the residence of Chen Sheng, the man in charge of the Xinchen trade union. Our hero wondered if his mother's friends really lived here. Wei Jing said that a good friend of hers had once married this man. They hadn't seen each other for over 20 years. The boy didn't think his mother had any familiarity with the Xinchen trade union. This union is the largest trade association in the country, controlling key economic aspects everywhere. The two chairmen of the trade union, Xing Sheng and Chen Sheng, are the legends of this country. Both are geniuses from the common people. Today, they are called heavenly sages. They have untold wealth and outstanding fighting power at their disposal. The guards inquired if the visitors had an invitation. Wei Jing asked her to tell Madam that her senior friend was looking for a meeting. After a while, the guard said that the lady was ready to receive the woman and asked her to follow him. Not far away, young Master Chen Yao was sparring with his 6th-ranked Sun Lion. He asked who was willing to fight him. Li Qianming was surprised. To possess a 6th-ranked companion beast at such an age? Even in Yandu, this guy could be considered a top-tier genius. He is even younger than Liu Qiangyang. The guard said that this fellow was in the first position on the Heavenly Palace's list. The young master would be participating in the temple exam in 3 days and could be directly enrolled in the Heavenly Palace. Li Qianming thought that this was also his goal. If he could get into the Heavenly Palace, it would have a serious impact on resolving his mother's illness. The friends met and said hello. 20 years had passed, and the lady of the house didn't think they would see each other again. Xiaolan said for the guests to come through and have a seat in the house. Wei Jing introduced her son. The young man bowed and said hello. Xiaolan noted that her friend's son was already very big. He must be almost the same age as her Haoer. Xiaolan was surprised during the conversation that her friend's ailment had spread so much. After all, she was only 40 and had already aged. Wei Jing said that she had divorced her husband and was no longer going to return to Lihuo. From this day forward, she will stay in Yandu. She missed this city. Xiaolan noticed that her friend was very stubborn in the past. Wei Jing said that there was no need to rake up the past. Li Qianming thought that he knew a little about his mother's past. Xiaolan asked if Wei Jing planned to return to the Heavenly Palace to convince the palace head to help with her ailment. Given his character, it wouldn't be easy for him to forgive her. Wei Jing replied that she had returned with her because of her illness. Li Qianming thought that he had received too much information to digest at once. What had happened in the past after all? Wei Jing said that she had come back to live out her days in Yandu in peace, accompany her child to the final stage, and see her friends at the same time. She had a request for Xiaolan. If possible, she would like her friend to provide her with accommodation near Yanwang Academy. Xiaolan suggested staying at the Chen residence. It was just a short distance from the academy, so it would suit them just fine. Xiaolan wondered, wasn't her child also going to participate in the temple exam, and asked what cultivation stage he had reached so far. Li Qianming replied that he had reached the 7th meridian animal stage. At this time, Xiaolan's son entered the room and said that with the 7th degree in meridian animals, it was impossible to pass into Yanhuang Academy without any problems. It was only a reverie. He pointed out that it was rare to see guests in his house. Xiaolan replied that it was her friend with her son. The young man was surprised. Did she have old women as friends when she was young? Given her age, she's more like a grandmother. Xiaolan told Yaoer not to be so rude. It's not courteous. The guy said that after his training today, he was fully confident that he could handle the temple exam that would be held in 3 days. Yaoer told his mother not to bring anyone into their house, and she should send them away as soon as possible. It is tiresome to see such poor relatives clinging to them for help. The sight of them throws off the whole mood of the examination. Xiaolan asked her friend not to be offended by her child. He's very young and she can't do anything about him either. Xiaolan said that she had a very hectic life and asked her friend if her face had wrinkles. Li Qianming thought that this woman was permeated with hypocrisy from head to toe, and her speeches were sharper than a knife. Wei Jing said that Xiaolan's face is as clean as it was 20 years ago. She added that they have a lot of things to do and they won't bother their friend. Wei Jing apologized for the inconvenience and, citing busyness, excused herself. Yaoer said that the guests had already left and asked his mother why she was in such a good mood. Xiaolan replied that the vicissitudes of fate were sometimes surprising. Yaoer said that this guy seemed familiar to him. What was his name? Mother replied that his name seemed to be Li Qianming, but couldn't exactly hold the names of the village ignoramuses in her memory. Yaoer said he remembered this guy. He's a brat who got kicked out of the academy in the past. Xiaolan said that this woman with 1 foot in the coffin and the descended offspring were a perfect match. The young man said that he heard that his father had returned, so he ran to train. Xiaolan wondered, why is the son still afraid of his father? A man entered the room and asked who the people who had just left them were. They seemed familiar to him. Xiaolan asked if her husband got a good look at her. An old woman, and ugly too. The sight of her makes her sick. She is the one that her husband couldn't get in the past. The husband turned around and left the room. Xiaolan told him to take a good look at the woman in his wake. Fortunately, the wagon they arrived in was worth quite a bit at the sale and would allow them to live for a few days. Li Qianming said that it was time for his mother to tell his mother about the Heavenly Palace case and the head of the Heavenly Palace, as well as the nature of her ailment. Night had fallen over the city and the month had risen. It was a very convenient time to talk about the past. Wei Jing said that her son was still very young, and this knowledge would not be of any use to him. Having managed to return here, she had already realized all her desires. The son asked if his mother didn't count on him at all and just wanted to leave this world in silence. Li Qianming clenched his fist and told his mother that he could enter the heavenly palace. The guy says he can cure her disease, and no matter how hard it gets, he swears he'll do it. Li Qianming told his mother that it was quite late and she should rest while he would go train. On the courtyard, Inho asked if mother had fallen asleep. The boy replied that she was asleep and now they could go practice. Inho stated that he needed to eat more jewels before training and wondered how many were left. Li Qianming replied that the remaining money had to be spent on lodging, so there was nothing left. Inho was angry. How could he be in the same boat with such a beggar? This guy doesn't deserve him. Li Qianming was angry. How could a chick say this in times like these, when we should be coping together? Inho replied that his stomach was empty and there was no room for brotherly feelings there right now. At this time, a stranger around the corner was eavesdropping on this conversation. Our hero listened and quietly told the bird that there was someone nearby. Inho decided to figure things out for himself and flew forward to ask who was there. He should show himself. The stranger appeared to be wearing a mask. He put his finger to his mouth and said she couldn't be awakened. The masked man said that he knew Li Qianming. The thing is, he knows that the guy got the sacred beast with the martial soul Hong. However, all the laurels for that went to Lin Xiaoting. 3 years ago in Yandu, he had no roots, so it ended tragically. Nevertheless, the fact that it was he who first got hold of the sacred beast and that it was he who was recognized by the beast is beyond question. Li Qianming admitted that everything the stranger said was true, and almost no one knew about it. But why was the stranger here? This person was afraid of waking his mother and was secretly following him. There was no doubt that he was a friend of his mother's. Furthermore, their whereabouts are only known to the people from Chen Palace. Considering how stylish he looked, the guy was almost certain that it was Chen Sheng. But why was he hiding? The stranger told the young man to take care of his mother and gave him a glowing ball of light. In case of danger, one should crumble it, and he would immediately know the young man's location. But you can only do it once. Li Qianming thanked the stranger and said that of course he would protect his mother to the last drop of blood. The stranger warned that he couldn't help the young man out in the open. Li Qianming replied that he understood. The masked man wished the young man success in the upcoming exam and said that he had to go. Li Qianming asked Mr. Chen to wait. The stranger heard this name, turned around and said that Li Qianming was indeed a bright guy. What else did he want? Li Qianming said that he would like to borrow some money. The masked man smiled and said that the young man's character strongly resembled his mother's when he was young, just as casual and straightforward. Li Qianming said that when he became rich, he would pay back the borrowed amount tenfold in a year at the latest. The stranger asked if he could guarantee that he would repay his debt tenfold in 1 year. What happens if he can't? Li Qianming replied that in that case, the chicken would be compensation for the loss. He was like his own brother, and to lose it would be like losing half of his life. The masked man took a closer look and said that this chicken was not so simple. It would be a great addition to the stew. Then he asked how much money the young man was interested in. Li Qianming replied that there was no need to be modest, as much as he was willing to receive. The stranger said that if the young man was so brave, he could accept the money and threw the whole sack in front of the lad. On leaving the place of meeting, the patron said that he would wait for the sum of 10 times the amount not later than a year, and asked that the lad should not tell his mother about the meeting. Inho stated that there is a need to recheck the money faster to know how much richer they have become. Li Qianming opened the bag and saw that the fire jades in front of him were of the highest grade. Inho immediately said that the guy was finished. He would definitely not be able to pay back such a huge amount of money. Li Qianming calmly said that if he couldn't repay the debt, he would give the bird to repay it. The next morning, Inho wondered why Li Qianming had invited him here so early. The Heavenly Palace was Yanwu's trading center, and martial techniques of any level could be bought here. The guy said if they wanted to pass the temple exam and rank high in it, obviously an animal level technique wouldn't be enough. You have to take them to the source level. The lower source level techniques will cost 50 fire jades, the medium ones in the range of 200, and the higher ones over 1,000. Li Qianming said that there was no way to save money. All they had to do was go to the bank to get the power they needed. The chick wondered if the companion wouldn't even leave a pebble. The guy said it won't come to that. He manages to find a few off-the-rack mid-range techs that aren't in high demand. Then you need to pick some cheap technique to practice the movements. To pay $470 for all of this, considering they are all mid-techs, he has saved a significant amount of money again. The bird said it wasn't saving. Yesterday he borrowed money, and today he spent half of it. Lee Qianming said that it was time for them to go and pay for their purchases. Our hero thought that now, having gotten hold of these techniques, the beginning of his journey of retribution had arrived. He heard someone call his name, and turning around he saw the young men. It was Chen Yao and his friends. However, during yesterday's meeting he didn't recognize Lee Qianming. Chen Yao wondered what the guy was doing here. Lee Qianming was surprised. Did they really know him? The big guy laughed and said, "Who doesn't know the famous Lee Qianming?" The girl said that this guy is a celebrity in Yandu. Chen Yao told his friends not to mock the guy. If he couldn't bear the shame and committed suicide, it would be on their conscience. Chen Yao wondered, was the old woman from yesterday his mother? Since she was already too decrepit, she shouldn't seek to meet his mother. Chen Yao added that their shabby appearance not only marred Chen Palace, but also affected his mother's reputation. Lee Qianming told his interlocutor that some words should not be spoken early, otherwise it would be too late to regret later. Chen Yao was surprised. Did his interlocutor mean to say that he would regret despising the pair of them? Lee Qianming replied that he didn't care how he took his words. He just had to sit back and wait for the moment when it would come back to bite him. Chen Yao, thank you. Does his opponent really want to challenge him? Lee Qianming replied, so what of it? Chen Yao wondered why Lee Qianming had come to the palace in the first place and also brought 4 books of martial techniques. There are some books here that are not cheap. The girl said that this guy is obviously determined to steal these books. They should chase him away, then teach him a lesson. They could be seen as doing society a favor by doing so. Lee Qianming said that he had no desire to prove anything. He needed to train. The guy thought that for the sake of Chen Sheng's reputation, he would not put up with his son's strength. Chen Yao shouted that martial technique books were being stolen here. It was necessary to capture this thief. A clerk appeared and said that the young man would have to stay a while. He knows what happens to those who make trouble in the palace, doesn't he? Lee Qianming showed the bag of money and asked, so this is how the palace shows hospitality now. Lee Qianming threw the bag of jewels on the floor and said that there should be enough here. The attendants apologized and told the gentleman not to be angry. There had been a misunderstanding, and they were happy to see him in the future. The girl wondered how this dull type had so much money. Chen Yao replied that it did not matter. They would not stoop to the level of this filth. Right now, the most important thing for them was to prepare for the palace exam. In the end, our hero was able to purchase a home for Mother, and now she will finally be able to settle in Yandu. Yingho said that if he ate the remaining stones, he would reach the 8th stage of meridian animals in one breath. Lee Qianming said that they would practice hard before the exam. 2 days passed, the registration point for the palace exam. Many young people gathered in the neighborhood. Those who wished to do so came to the registration desk and left their credentials here. Our hero walked up and introduced himself. Lihuo City, Lee Qianming. Once next to each other, the old acquaintances asked what Lee Qianming was doing here. Lee Qianming replied that he had gained admission to Yanhuang Academy again and was ready for his triumphant return. Naturally, he decided to join the group he had chosen last time. The young man wondered, did this guy really have the nerve to come back? Because of his past disgrace, the whole group had fallen into disgrace, and now they were despised by everyone and harassed by the other groups. Lee Qianming wondered what kind of nonsense his interlocutor was talking about. Even if he got the entire group into trouble with his actions, as long as Guru Mu Yuan was in charge of the group, she would never bear a grudge. Lee Qianming reiterated that he had an admission to the academy, which gave him the right to register. His interlocutor has no right to interfere with that. Qing Yu said that they really had no right to prevent a guy from entering the academy. There was no room for personal prejudice in their work. Fan Zhao said that he had an important task on his shoulders right now, and some other time, he would show his interlocutor what he had achieved in 3 years of training and crush him. After registration, Lee Qianming waved his hand to the old comrades and said that they would definitely exchange experiences in the future. Fan Zhao was angry. This rascal still dares to be impertinent to him. Yingho told his companion that he was not changing himself, still continuing to piss others off the same way. Lee Qianming replied to the bird, has he still not gotten used to it, not noticed how much he likes it? Our heroes approached the examination area. Inho decided that his companion was just a show-off and liked to brag. The examination square was indeed crowded. The battle would be truly fierce. All the youths of the country had come here. Li Qianming countered that most of the people present were just spectators, but such a large number really couldn't compare to the last time he entered here. The exam rules have been announced, and a companion beast must spill a drop of blood on the starstone, which will thus evaluate its rank and cultivation level. Any companion beast below rank 5 would be eliminated regardless of their cultivation level. Our hero remarked that this is different from last year's checks. In the first phase, they want to look at Enho. The chick says he doesn't want to spill blood, as his blood is valuable. The girl said for everyone to welcome with loud applause the person who would conduct the first round of evaluation. This was Guru Mu Yuan. The onlookers shouted with one voice that Supreme Teacher Mu Yuan was their goddess. Stunning Mu Yuan said to the youths to gather, "She will evaluate very strictly." Li Qianming said that Guru Mu Yuan still hadn't lost her elegance. Enho finally understood why his companion was so eager to join her group. He had fallen for a woman's beauty again. The lad said that the Supreme Mentor had been very kind to him in her time, and his decision was due only to gratitude and old friendship. Ying-O objected. His companion's words would sound convincing if he didn't stare at the guru's feet like that. Li Qianming took offense. If everyone could stare, why couldn't he? The young man our hero had met the day before in the palace while buying some technique books asked what Li Qianming was doing here. Didn't his companion beast die? Had he made a spiritual contract with some worthless wild beast? The girl said that this guy doesn't know what shame is. Li Qianming said that these two were none of his business. Enho asked angrily, who did the interlocutor call a worthless wild beast? The big guy grabbed our hero's chest and said that the guy was getting into a fight. Li Qianming was surprised. Does this guy really want to start a fight? He wished that the academy guru would throw him out of here. After all, he was at the exam site, not at home. The big guy told our hero that one way or another he would be done with him. Once they were outside the academy, he would crush him. Li Qianming wondered, why wait? There was a great opportunity in front of them right now. It will be very easy to fight. During all past exams, there was always the fighting part. When the time comes, that's when they will see each other in the arena. The big man was surprised. Did Li Qianming seriously think that he could pass the first stage? Don't be under any illusions. Li Qianming turned around and walked to the side. At the same time, he said that they would soon find out whether or not he could pass the first stage, and his opponent could prepare to be defeated for now. The girl wondered, where did this guy get so much confidence from? Now she even wanted him to pass the first stage. Then they could openly teach him manners. The bully said that if the guy succeeded in passing the first stage, he would regret it. The spectators in the stands chanted that Chen Yao and his companion Beast, the supreme 6th-ranked Sun Lion, were clear contenders for victory. Chen Yao patted his companion Beast's mane and said that it always shows great work. The women said that Sister Lan knew how to educate. The talent of her 2 sons could only be envied. The woman knew how to take care of her husband and educate her children. Xiao Lan asked the people around her not to exaggerate. Right now, she only hoped that her son would just be able to perform well, and then he would be able to take the first place and enter the heavenly palace. Xiao Lan saw a young man in the arena and thought, is this really Wei Jing's son? This kid is only at the 7th step of the meridian animals. He definitely won't pass. In addition, his companion beast was a wild beast, further reducing his chances. Xiaolan thought that Wei Jing's son would soon know hopelessness. Besides, she herself didn't have long to live. Guru Mu Yuan saw our hero and said they hadn't seen each other for 3 years. Now he decided to meet the teacher and give him a gift of a chicken? That's not a bad thing. Li Tianming replied that he was happy to see the Supreme Mentor in good spirits. This chicken was his new companion animal. Li Tianming added that this chick is called the Blazing Firebird. Mu Yuan said she felt like the guy was making up this name right now. Li Tianming blushed all red, but he couldn't get rid of the thought that his mentor's legs were unrivaled. Enho couldn't help himself either. Our hero noticed that the fledgling had blood coming out of his nose, which he had dribbled onto the Starstone to fulfill the terms of the tournament. The audience was surprised. What's going on? Starstone in color. Yes, in addition, an airwave rolled away from it. Mu Yuan said that this guy was lucky. The probability of finding a 6th-ranked wild beast cub and making a spiritual contract with it was extremely low. The mentor introduced the young man to everyone. She said that he was Li Qianming, and the companion beast was a flaming firebird of the highest 6th rank, cultivation, meridian animal level 9th stage. The audience began to wonder, how did this guy end up here? Did he have a spiritual contract with his new animal companion? How is this possible? Xiao Lan jumped up from her seat. Such a thing is impossible. She was sure that the Starstone had broken. She needed to change it and reassess it. The competitor said to check the stone. It's impossible to get such a high-level companion with a spiritual blood contract. The mentor said that this guy is quite popular. If the audience is interested, then we should have a repeat demonstration. Let them be convinced. Li Qianming said that he could repeat it even 100 times. Enho was indignant. Don't they feel sorry for his blood? However, the process was repeated one more time. The result was the same. Everyone decided that this guy was just lucky because he was nothing. Chen Yao told his mother not to make a big deal of it. This guy's next test would obviously not pass. Guru Mu Yuan said to everyone to shut their mouths now. The exam was going on. Those who couldn't wait to shout knew where the exit was. The audience noticed Lin Xiao from the Lei House coming on stage. She is the younger sister of Lin Xiaoting, this year's most promising student. Li Qianming wondered, did that rascal really have a younger sister? He had never heard of her. Enho noted that judging from her appearance, this girl was only 14 years old. Lin Xiao has two companions of the highest 6th rank, a 3-colored thunderbird and a golden gibbon. At such an age, it's not easy to achieve such achievements and also to train 2 beasts at the same time. The moderator announced that the second evaluation phase was about to begin. Each examinee has to take part in a one-on-one battle. They can choose their own opponent. Someone noticed that aside from Guru Mu Yuan, the other 9 supreme preceptors had come to watch the fights to make a final assessment. The mentors said that they would look not only at the outcome of the battle, but also at specific displays of skill in battle. They would also take into account the age factor. Upon receiving their approval, the candidate will immediately receive an apprentice certificate, who will then be able to choose his or her own supreme mentor. Guru Mu Yuan said that the opposite is also true. Those who have not yet received any certificates and show an unimportant performance can immediately go home. Li Qianming realized that there was no difference whether he would receive a certificate from one master or all 10, although in the second case, there would be an opportunity to choose a mentor. Although every guru has his own specialty, he personally only wants Guru Mu Yuan. Enho said that the guy definitely fell for the woman's charms. The big man called out to our hero and told him not to forget their arrangement. The girl added that he didn't have to worry. Even if he lost, maybe one of the supreme mentors would be willing to accept him, if he performed well, of course. If they decided that he wasn't worthy of being called a disciple of Yanhuang Academy, then nothing good would come of it. The big man showed his fist to our hero and asked if he was ready to answer for his words. Li Qianming said that he would certainly respond, though he admitted that it would be difficult for him to pile on a guy like his opponent. The host announced the following battle: the Meridian Animal level, 7th stage, Li Qianming versus the 1st stage of the Spiritual Origin level, Chen Ding. Next to Chen Ding was his 5th-ranked bird Peng Xingmo. Flapping intensely with small wings near our hero was his companion animal, a chick named Enho. The audience was surprised at this contrast. This small chicken actually looks like a great appetizer. How can you compare them? Chen Yao said that Li Qianming had come to the end. Considering such a huge difference in levels, Chen Ding would easily teach this insolent type a lesson. Xiao Lan agreed that Li Qianming should be taught a lesson in front of everyone. Yingho asked Chen Ding, was his companion animal a female or a male? Li Qianming indignantly told his companion beast that he was taking his own beast again. Chen Ding said that this chick talks a lot. What difference does it make what gender his bird is? Yingho, glaring his eyes, said that if it was a male, he would have to cut something off, and if it was a female, certain consequences would be imminent. Li Qianming said that this chick's behavior is ruining his reputation. He doesn't want to be vulgar in the eyes of the audience. The huge bird said that what is the master is the companion, and added that now they would both perish. Yingho said that he heard his opponent's nasty voice, and added for Li Qianming not to hesitate and quickly attack Chen Ding. The huge powerful bird attacked the fledgling, but it effectively blocked the blow. Chen Ding on the fly decided to use the initial technique of the origin level and swung his powerful fist. Chen Ding used the star fist technique and landed a powerful punch right on his opponent's jaw. The big man said that he had hit the bullseye and that Li Qianming would not recover from this blow. However, the blow came to nothing. Li Qianming said that his opponent was too slow for the spiritual origin level, his second shadow already waiting for his opponent. Chen Ding was startled and covered in cold sweat. He realized that his opponent had used the Hokage's invisible step, this middle technique. How could he learn it while only being at the Meridian Animal stage? Was it possible that this technique he had bought that day? Chen Ding thought that it was impossible. No person with such a gap between cultivation levels and techniques could master it in such a short period of time. Li Qianming said that the opponent could play with his shadows properly. At that moment, our hero applied 9 thunder whips and attacked the opponent's bird at the moment the chick applied spam dark fire. Chen Ding saw the danger Xingmo was in and shouted that he would immediately destroy Li Qianming. Li Qianming waved the thunder whip and said that he was waiting for his opponent. Chen Ding could try his luck again. Enro continued to press the huge bird and asked why the opponent was not so bold anymore. The onlookers were surprised. This Chen Ding had only endured beatings after all. He hadn't even hit Li Qianming once. Chen Ding, missing one strike after another, thought that he was suffering a disgrace. He needed to find a way to rectify the situation. Guru Mo Yuan said that this was enough. We should stop fighting. The mentor added that the fight is over and the outcome is already decided. Beaten with a bloody and swollen face, Chen Ding told his opponent not to leave because he hadn't given up yet. Li Qianming stopped and said, "This brainless Chen Ding continues to rashly ask for directions. Let him blame himself." The mentor told Li Qianming not to waste time and hurry up and go get his disciple certificate. There were still more than 1,000 people waiting for their turn. Guru Mo Yuan congratulated the guy on his return and said that he had become her disciple again. Our hero thought he had finally waited for this moment. Mo Yuan said that this time made the young man look at him in a new way. He should continue to make efforts in the future. Li Qianming kneeled before the guru and said that he thanked his mentor. There was no way he would let her down. The other mentors said that they would choose Chen Ding even if he lost and were willing to hand him a disciple certificate. Li Qianming wondered why there was such a demand for Chen Ding. After all, that guy had lost in every aspect. The girl approached the gate to the heavenly palace. The guard said that Zhao Xiao had come to visit her sister-in-law Mu Qingqing again. After establishing the ranking, she immediately came to the heavenly palace. After all, didn't she have any problems? Zhao Xiao said that she did her best. Zhao Xiao walked to the palace, in the back of which she saw Mu Qingqing playing a stringed musical instrument. Zhao Xiao said that Qingqing's sister played beautifully and was jealous of her older brother who had managed to find such a kind and beautiful girl. Qingqing asked Zhao Xiao how the exam went. Zhao Xiao replied that everything went well and added that Big Brother had gone into recluse for so long and left Qingqing alone, so of course she would visit her often to keep her company. Qingqing remarked that this time her brother's being in a bolt could lead him to a breakthrough, so they should all support him. Zhao Xiao asked Sister Qingqing if she knew that a bad person had shown up for today's exam. Qingqing was surprised and wondered who she was talking about. Zhao Xiao said about the person who planned to attack her honor 3 years ago. Does she remember Li Qianming? Qingqing asked in surprise, didn't that guy lose his companion beast? Zhao Xiao replied that he had found some companion with whom he had made a spiritual blood contract. Today, he managed to pass as well. Qingqing said that the older brother of the interlocutor had executed this guy's companion beast, and he himself had been kicked out of the academy. He had already paid enough and learned his lesson. Now he could hold his head up again. In fact, she was very happy for him. Qingqing thought, if Li Qianming decided to come back, this time he would definitely die, so she wrote a reward announcement for whoever would deal with this guy. Li Qianming turned to his aunt and said that while he was at the academy, he would entrust her to take care of his mother. The woman replied that she would take care of Madam properly. Wei Jing said for her son to perform well in the academy and not cause trouble. Li Qianming responded by telling his mother to take care of her health. Li Qianming looked at the city in front of him and said that 3 years had passed and he had finally returned. Nothing had really changed here. Now he should properly prepare for the rookie ranking competition. But before that, you need to find a guru and report everything to her, and at the same time get yourself a place to train. Our hero was in audience with Mu Yuan. The guru asked if the guy knew how much pressure she had to endure for accepting him. Li Qianming recognized that he had caused the master a lot of trouble, however. In the future, her disciple would thank her for everything. He would try very hard and would stop at nothing. Mu Yuan said that not in the future, but right now he would thank her and added for the guy to come closer. Our hero thought that this was exactly the test of Guru Mu Yuan. She always shows her disciples determination with her beauty. Li Qianming imagined the torment ahead of him if he failed the tests. He would have to undergo inhuman beatings and abuse. It was very scary. Mu Yuan made herself comfortable on the couch and asked for a guy to come over and massage her shoulders. Li Qianming appeared pleased. It didn't look much like a challenge, or was he just making things up for himself? Mu Yuan told the young man to get his chicken and let her play with it. Enro found himself in the guru's hands. She did play with them, however, Enro was not very pleased. Mu Yuan, unwinding the chicken, said that it was a funny bird. She was just delighted. Li Qianming said that he might be misinterpreting the guru's words. Mu Yuan menacingly asked, "How dare Li Qianming flirt with her? The punishment is that he will massage her shoulders and get out." Mu Yuan said that she now wanted to move on to the main issues. She is aware of the purpose of the young man's return, and though she has been unable to help him in the past, she now hopes she can enlighten him. Under no circumstances should hatred be allowed to cloud his gaze. You must not ruin your chance for a new life. It is never too late to take revenge. When a noble husband takes revenge, he may wait 10 years. In his case, it was only 3 years. Li Qianming remarked that he had endured hardships for all these 3 years just to send his enemies to hell, and perhaps 3 years ago, no one cared about the truth. A man who destroyed a friend, they live together under the same sky. He's an ungrateful husband and can't wait 10 years. Mu Yuan thought that this guy had changed a lot. What did he have to go through? Li Qianming said that this time he had returned to destroy the enemy, and it was not worth it for Master to try to change his mind. He must avenge Jing Yu's death by all means. Mu Yuan walked closer and took the boy by the shoulders. She said that he was a foolish boy. After all, she said that he shouldn't let hatred cloud his gaze, because with such an attitude, he was doomed to defeat and would only upset his master. He would have to become stronger before he could do that. Li Qianming thanked the master and said that he knew what he had to do. Li Qianming shyly said that if he played out the same scene in the future to appease him, the master would have to hug him again. The girl assistant showed the building and said that this was the room Guru Mu Yuan had allocated to the guy for tempering. Li Qianming estimated the size of this building and asked, "Is this definitely not a toilet?" The girl noticed that the guy must have insulted the higher mentor in some way. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given him a remote seat. Beaten, bruised, and bruised, our hero said that there was no such thing. One look at him and one can realize that he is an honest person. The interlocutor said that one look at him and one could realize that he had hurt someone badly. Li Qianming remarked that it wasn't essential anyway. After all, he had a place to live and that was fine. Besides, it's quiet and peaceful, so no one would disturb him during training. The girl recalled that during the registration, Li Qianming had insulted Fan Zhao. As soon as he finds out where Li Qianming lives, he'll rush over to cause trouble. The guy inquired, "What level is Fang Zhao currently at?" The girl replied that she was on the second step of spiritual origins, so we should be careful with him. In this remote room, our hero continued to perfect himself and meditate while in the lotus posture. Enro was intensely absorbing the jewels. Finally, the next day, the 9th stage of the meridian animal stage was broken through. Li Qianming, exhausted, was lying on the bed. The cultivation of the first great stage had been completed. The spiritual origin stage was next. The spiritual origin level is a whole new limit. He is already burning with impatience. Nevertheless, before you get started, you need to get some rest. However, there was no rest. The door to the room was kicked in. The visitor said our hero's name loudly. The person who entered said that he and his friends decided to visit an old acquaintance. Li Qianming recognized everyone. It was Fang Zhao and the others. He called them rare guests. Did Fang Zhao really decide to hold a classmates' reunion? One of the visitors said that after their opponent's last fiasco, their entire group didn't dare raise their heads when they went outside. Why did he come back? It had cost everyone a lot of trouble to forget about him. Li Qianming noticed that it didn't look like a reunion of old classmates, but a punitive campaign against him. Fang Zhao said that it was too late for his opponent to retreat. Li Qianming said that he wasn't going to retreat. He just remembered the warm feelings they used to share. Because of that, it would be embarrassing for him to beat up Fang Zhao. The visitors expressed their displeasure to Li Qianming and said that Fang Zhao should defend his honor and dignity. Fang Zhao introduced his opponent to his beast companion. It was a wind crane. Li Qianming put Enro on his shoulder and told everyone to move away from his cabin so as not to destroy it. Li Qianming whispered in his beast companion's ear that the wind crane was a female. Yingho called his companion vulgar words and said that he was not interested in such details. Li Qianming surprisingly stated that it was a Manchurian crane. Didn't it lack elegance? What happened to the chick's aesthetic tastes? Yingho stated that after he knew the tenderness of Mu Yuan's gupu, he was not interested in birds and chicks. Fang Zhao snatched his sword and menacingly asked, "Have these two not had enough talk yet? Is he not disturbing them?" Fang Zhao attacked and used the heavenly sword storm. Li Qianming bounced to the side and recognized that this was quite a ferocious start. Li Qianming noticed that Fang Zhao was now no longer as gutless as he was 3 years ago. The opponent said that everything changes in this world. This guy doesn't dare insult his efforts. Li Qianming was surprised to ask what insults Fang Zhao was talking about. The protagonist in this case also used his left hand and delivered a staggering blow to the overconfident opponent. Li Qianming said that he had always helped Fang Zhao before, however. This guy doesn't know what the feeling of gratitude is. The people watching didn't understand what was wrong with Li Qianming's speed. How could he move so fast? Our hero threw his opponent to the ground and began to beat him methodically. The observers said that it was not a fight, but a game of one goal. Enro was also doing the same, beating the beak of the wind crane with his small wings. The observers noted that even the companion beast was being crushed without a chance. Fang Zhao didn't understand how this was possible. His opponent was only at the 9th step of the meridian animals. Where did such a frenzied strength come from? If this continued, he might die. Fang Zhao began to call out for help. Our hero's opponent could not resist and wet his pants out of fear. It was humiliating. Li Qianming picked up his opponent and pushed him away, saying that he was returning this weakling and would remind him to change his pants. The people present parted, and Fang Zhao fell headfirst between them. This guy's reputation was finally over. The outcome of this battle was that Fang Zhao and his companion beast lay unconscious. Li Qianming, with eyes full of anger, asked if there were any other people present who still wanted to let their hands loose. However, the people present did not relent. One of them said that Li Qianming had only beaten the lowly Fang Zhao. Where did he get such megalomania from? Now he would really have to be taught a lesson so that he would not break the rules of the academy again. The protagonist said, if the opponents decided to attack the academy newcomer from Guru Mu Yuan's group together, they would show that they did not consider her at all. The opponent said for this guy not to bring Guru Mu Yuan here. She won't bother to take care of him, especially since she's not here. He should immediately kneel down and beg for forgiveness. However, Mu Yuan was in the back at this time and heard everything. Mu Yuan asked indignantly, could it be that these rascals, having graduated, could now not put her down for anything? Did they seem to be bored with their lives? The frightened graduates said that the supreme mentor had misunderstood everything. They just wanted to stand up for Fang Zhao, Mu Yuan menacingly asked. They had just moved into the middle class and immediately dared to be autocratic in front of her? Guru added that now this company would only be able to leave here by crawling. Li Qianming, wiping the sweat from his forehead, thought that this was too harsh. There was no way you could make her angry. After a while, this entire group was deactivated. Mu Yuan said that if they dared to come here again, she would let them feel the depth of her tenderness. The guru turned to our hero and told him to give her a break and stop idling. The guy should prepare himself properly for a real fight so as not to hit the dirt. Suddenly, the head of the Phoenix Temple, Wei-Kun, appeared and inquired, is this Mu Yuan's new disciple? Mu Yuan said yes. Li Qianming bowed and said that he welcomed the head of the temple. The head of the temple said that the competition for ranking would begin in 3 days. The young man's age was relatively large, but his strength was acceptable. He should win a high ranking and add glory to the Phoenix Palace. The boy replied that he would do his best. Wei-Kun asked if Mu Yuan was ready. The Lantern Festival was about to begin. The temple head and mentor turned around and went about their business. The man said that a rest every now and then wouldn't hurt, and suggested that Miss Yuan just call him Brother Kun without further ado. After seeing these people off with a glance, Enro said that this old man picked up his companion's mentor. Li Qianming said that the chicken misunderstood everything. Her kind attitude shows that she doesn't like him. Enro said that since it was a Lantern Festival today, they should scatter too. Li Qianming agreed, but said that he had to find Mother first. Then they would go to the celebration together. As he approached the house, the boy wondered, why was the gate open at such a late hour? Li Qianming walked to the door and realized that something was wrong here. The young man saw his mother lying under the blanket on the bed. She was constantly tossing and turning and moaning. The boy threw back the blanket and saw his mother covered in red worms. Li Qianming shouted that they were bloodworms. Yingho threateningly said that he would destroy whoever dared to do so. The chick immediately began intensively scattering these insects in different directions. An outsider was in the room and said that Yanhuang Academy's disciple, Li Qianming, had finally arrived. He had to wait for a very long time. The stranger said that a considerable sum was paid for this guy's life. The stranger's dark cloak had a red flower pattern on it. Li Qianming realized who was in front of him. It was a mercenary from the Bloodflower Temple. The stranger confirmed this and inquired, was Li Qianming really desperate? Could it be that he wanted to leave a suicide message? He's willing to give the guy a quick demise. Li Qianming replied, lest his opponent misunderstand him. He needed to make sure of his status before wiping him out. Li Qianming angrily asked how the man dared to do such a thing to his mother. He would be destroyed now. The mercenary said there's a 4-level difference between them, and the guy is still thinking about taking him down. He won't even have a chance to run away. His companion animal, a huge caterpillar, appeared around the mercenary. The lad said his Goldie had been starving for a long time. Li Qianming thought that the opponent in front of him right now was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. The young man looked at the chick and thought Enro was dealing with worms and wouldn't be able to help him. Our hero realized that he would have to put his own life on the line to destroy this villain. The mercenary, waving a flaming knife, rushed to attack. Li Qianming used the Hokage tread technique again, and the mercenary was forced to fight his opponent's shadow. The mercenary said this guy's movement technique is too far from what it takes to stand up to a real pro. Li Qianming thought that the opponent was too fast. He didn't have a single chance to attack. The difference in strength was too great. The companion beast applied the scream of bloody tears, and under the impact of the sound wave, the guy flew far back. Li Qianming fell to the floor. The mercenary said that his little ones could have enough to eat now. The bloodworms immediately turned around and started attacking our hero. Li Qianming was lying on his back, spreading his arms and legs apart. Bloodworms were everywhere. The mercenary said that his little ones liked this blood a lot. As long as a person is alive, their blood retains its temperature, so it can't be wasted. It's pretty hot right now. The villain said that for the sake of his worms, he would let the young man live longer until the blood ran out. Enho shouted to her companion to stop pretending to be dead and get to his feet quickly. The chick added that if the guy procrastinated, Mother might not really survive the night. What about his revenge? Hearing about his mother and revenge, the young man gathered his last strength and jumped to his feet. The mercenary observed that it was very interesting. At the threshold of doom, the guy had managed to make a breakthrough, but even if he had reached a spiritual source, it wouldn't change the outcome. Li Qianming glared fiercely at his opponent and asked if he enjoyed drinking his blood. Li Qianming added that the blood of a primordial chaos beast couldn't be drunk easily. The mercenary dropped his weapon from his hands and clutched his stomach, he wondered. Was his opponent's blood really made of magma? Li Qianming said that the opponent noticed it too late and pointed the palm of his left hand at him with his eye. The eye in the palm of his hand immediately hypnotized the mercenary, and he began to hallucinate. Li Qianming clenched his left-hand fist and delivered a powerful punch to the relaxed and unsuspecting opponent. The villain fell to the floor. The chick, intensely running away from the huge worm, said that this guy didn't hit the dirt with his face. There was a reason he chose him as a companion. Enro said to hurry up and check on Mother's well-being. Li Qianming said that the worms are still inside her. Her body is very weakened. This is all out of place. The patron entered the room. He was unmasked today and apologized for being late. He apologized for being late, even though when he got the signal from the young man, he rushed here at the same moment. The man said, it looked like the young man had handled himself as well. It was unbelievable. Did the Bloodflower Temple really follow him? Li Qianming said for Mr. Chen to forget about it. Bloodworms have entered his mother's body. What should they do? The man told the guy not to worry. He could handle the poison. Mr. Chen said that he had made an oversight. He would immediately send people to discreetly guard her. No more mercenaries like the one the guy destroyed will be able to come near here. His mother's health was no longer threatened. Now she was only worn out by the curse of a short life. Li Qianming asked what the curse of short life was. Chen replied that if his mother did not dare to tell, then he had no right to do so either. Chen added that if the guy managed to enter the Heavenly Palace, it might be a turning point for his mother, so competing for the ranking was his unique chance. Li Qianming thanked Mr. Chen and said that he was handing over the care of his mother into his hands. However, the guy warned that they would continue practicing. Chen said that he would help the guy strengthen the spiritual origin stage and try to mitigate the possible side effects of multiple breakthroughs. The day of the ranking competition had arrived. Guru Mu Yuan was worried about her ward. The mentor said that the competition had already started and he hadn't come yet. Does he really want to get kicked out of the academy? Waizi-kun and the other 4 temple heads welcomed the participants. The official start of the competition was declared open. Mu Yuan continued to be nervous. Why is this guy still missing? Finally, our hero appeared and said that important figures enter the stage at the very last moment, then apologized to Mu Yuan's mentor. Mu Yuan gave the guy a friendly kick and told him that if he was late, he should quickly follow to the arena. Guru announced that the competition is on a point system. His place will be determined by the total amount of points he can accumulate until he loses. His first opponent has already been picked. Li Qianming expressed his confidence that the master had picked him a strong opponent who would be given a lot of points. Mu Yuan noticed that this guy was as cocky as ever. Our hero entered the arena and said he saw old familiar faces. They had met again, so it was fate. The protagonist's opponent in the first fight was Liu Changyang, who was very angry when he saw his opponent in the arena. Changyang shouted that he refused to fight this person. Why on earth would this scoundrel, who poisoned a girl and infringed on her honor, have the right to be called a disciple of Yanhuang Academy? The audience agreed with his assertion, for it was that famous Li Qianming. Mu Yuan thought that this guy was obviously afraid of Li Qianming and was simply stalling for time. She said that this refusal didn't matter. Or is he questioning her right to grant Li Qianming the status of a disciple? Mu Yuan said that if Qianyang did not surrender, the fight would continue as normal. If he remained inactive, he would be awarded defeat. Mu Qing shouted for her brother to accept the fight. No need to dishonor the lay house. The disciples of this house should not shy away from fighting. Qianyang shouted that he had changed his mind and would fight. As a disciple of the lay house, he needs to defeat his opponent in such a way that he can't recover from the shame afterward. The onlookers shouted that Qianyang was good, and he should teach this rascal a lesson properly and could vent their anger on him. Li Qianming smirked and said that his opponent was now carrying everyone's hopes. The rivals' gazes met for a moment. Each had irreconcilable enmity and hatred in their eyes. After the first punch, Qianyang was brutally deactivated. Our hero said that this guy was still incapable of holding a punch. The onlookers were surprised how after just one strike, this great Qianyang was so rudely deactivated. Was he really that worthless? Mu Yuan said that her ward won too quickly. The evaluators do not know his circumstances, so they did not give high marks. Guru said that it was no big deal. She would find him a stronger opponent. Li Qianming is quite famous, so quite a few people will want to pummel him. The guy asked, who is currently in first place? Mu Yuan said that Chen Yao was currently in first place. Li Qianming wondered, is there no one stronger? After another fight, the first place changed. It was taken by Lin Xiaoxiao. Chen Yao was very angry at the fact that this girl had displaced him to second place in an instant. Li Qianming thought that this girl's goal was to want to become like her big brother. Li Shufeng, having defeated his opponent, took the second place in the ranking. Chen Yao dropped to third place. Li Qianming, with his low score, was ranked 109th in the rankings. Li Qianming wasted no time and worked hard to break through to 95th place. Our hero thought that with this slow but sure method that his mentor had chosen, once he got into the top 10, it would be too late. The guy said that he wanted to directly challenge Lin Xiaoxiao's first place. Mu Yuan said that it was impossible because it was not according to the rules. Contestants with a large points gap cannot fight each other. Li Shufeng challenged Lin Xiaoxiao and said that the first place would belong to him. He would not hold back, even though there was a woman in front of him. Li Shufeng pulled his sword out of its sheath, making it clear that he was always ready for battle. Li Qianming suggested that all the audience's attention was focused on this fight. Guru agreed, as both participants were top-tier talents. Li Qianming asked if he challenged someone, and that person accepted the challenge. Would it be possible to ignore the point difference restriction? Mu Yuan replied that, theoretically, yes, but few people would accept it, as they would lose all their points if they lost. Most likely, the young man's challenge would be ignored. Li Qianming said that he wanted to challenge the third-place Chen Yao. He will surely accept the challenge as he despises him greatly. Chen Yao said that he had an opportunity to retaliate against Chen Ding, and of course he would accept the challenge. He thought that he had a great chance to take out his anger on this guy. The audience shouted for Chen Yao to teach his opponent a lesson and bring him to his knees to please the people. Chen Yao pointed out that the audience wants Li Qianming to be taught a lesson. This is his chance to show himself in front of everyone. He asked if the opponent will not use his companion beast and plans to fight alone. Li Qianming said that he would save his opponent's face a little bit and wouldn't beat two by himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive this defeat. The young man wondered to his mother, is this really the same Li Qianming she was telling? He really is a smug type. It was Chen Hao, a disciple of the Heavenly Palace, Chen Yao's older brother. He said that such an arrogant guy with narrow-mindedness would be put down in no time by his younger brother. Xiaolan said that she called him to come here to maintain a good impression, and he only showed up now. This is the most important battle for his little brother. Hao said that this year's ranking battle doesn't hold any intrigue. The disciples of the Heavenly Palace had already calculated everything long ago. His brother will take third place without question, although it must be admitted that the fight with the infamous Li Qianming attracted a lot of attention. which is also pretty good. His mother agreed and added that her youngest son will make a name for himself with this fight. Xiaolan thought that this was the difference between her and Wei Jing. Their sons are no comparison to each other. After today's fight, the two of them would only have to return to their backwoods in shame. The chick told the young man to take care of his buddy, or he would have to be pecked off and become a palace eunuch. An angry Chen Yao said that he was about to rip that bird's tongue off. The boy and his lion rushed to attack. Li Qianming and furious Enro also rushed towards their opponents. The lion was surprised that he got a little chick as his rival. Isn't that a shame? Chen Yao swung his sword and used the shooting star sword technique. Our hero was not afraid. However, Li Qianming was not so easy. He dodged the attack and counterattacked his opponent and sent him to the ground with a leg kick to the jaw. Chen Yao kept himself on his feet and said that this time he had been inconsiderate, but from now on his opponent would not be able to confuse him. At some point, Chen Yao found himself wrapped in chains. He couldn't understand. How did this happen? Li Qianming said that putting a rabid dog on a chain is always a pleasure. Li Qianming pulled his opponent around the arena with his chains. He asked, had Chen Yao not given up yet? His 9 Thunder Whip technique delivered little pleasantries. Enho had handled this opponent as well. The lion, exhausted, lay in the arena. The chick said it was just another type, suitable only for decoration. The spectators were discouraged. This was too fast. Chen Yao lay in the arena and realized that Li Qianming was no opponent at all. He admitted his defeat. Li Qianming said that someone who has only cultivated a little and already opens his mouth when he doesn't hit is a rabid dog. Also, where did his mother get this need to appear superior to others? Xiaolan was surprised that her son had unexpectedly lost. How could this happen? The eldest son rushed to his mother and told her not to scare him like that. We need to look for a doctor. His mother had fainted. The older brother of the losing youth said that he remembered Li Qianming and would get even with him. Mu Yuan said that this guy is not bad. She thought he would lose. It turns out that he is very underestimated. Li Qianming recalled that he had promised to make his master famous. Guru said enough pathos. The 3rd place now belongs to him as he wanted. Now he has the opportunity to compete for the 1st place. After the recent fight, his opponent is determined. It's Lin Xiaoxiao from the House of Lei. The young man who lost to Lin Xiaoxiao said that he would take revenge next time. Mentor said that after the 5 temple heads had met, they had come to a unanimous decision that the battle for the 1st place of this convocation would be between Lin Xiaoxiao and Li Qianming. The outcome of this battle will determine who is qualified to be directly enrolled in the Heavenly Palace this year. The mentor hoped that both opponents would prepare well and show the guest battles at a decent level. Xiao Xiao didn't think that a person of this sort would prove capable of getting to the decisive battle with her. Li Qianming thought that there was a battle ahead. Winning, it would help his mother. Mu Yuan congratulated the young man. He had reached this stage. Now he had to pull himself together and prove his worth to everyone. Li Qianming said for Guru not to worry. He could handle one girl somehow. Mu Yuan stated that this guy had no idea how difficult it would be to deal with a beast mentor controlling 2 beasts. Li Qianming told his mentor that he planned to bring his mother to see the decisive battle tomorrow. Couldn't she arrange some good seat for her? The master promised the disciple to fulfill this request and said that his mother would sit in the best seat. The next day came. Everyone meets the ruler and Princess Qing. Li Qianming sat his mother down in the seat reserved for her and told her to enjoy her son's performance. The boy promised that he would be sure to track down mother after it was over. The hostess asked the dear guests to take their seats. The decisive battle would begin a little later. Mu Qingqing approached our hero and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She didn't expect him to be able to reach this stage. The guy was upset when he saw the girl. He asked if he had failed to meet Mu Qingqing's expectations. Qingqing said that she was actually glad that he was able to become a good person and hoped that he would not lose his way in the future. Xiao Xiao said that she wasn't going to waste words on such a person. He doesn't know gratitude anyway. Li Qianming thanked for the reminder he really wouldn't lose his way again. In parting, Qingqing wished the young man a brilliant future. The guy leaving wished her nothing good. Our hero heard himself being clicked. He couldn't be mistaken. That voice spoke of Lin Er calling him. The princess called out to her old acquaintance Li Qianming again. Her friend said she had warned the princess not to attract the attention of this peasant. She herself had heard what a scoundrel he had been 3 years ago. So what if he had made progress? Lin Er said she was able to look into this guy's soul. His soul is pure. He's not as he's described. Our hero was upset when he saw that annoying girl next to the princess again. Li Qianming heard Linger being called the first beauty and thought that she was absolutely worthy of this title. The onlookers were wondering why the two princesses were standing so close to Li Qianming. After all, they had clearly come to support Xiao Xiao. There are rumors that Li Qianming is Princess Qing's man. Is it really true? What's going on after all? The princess's friend said that the rascal had successfully reached Yandu and tracked them down. He could now return the jade pendant to her. Li Qianming said that he would not return the suspension. The interviewee remarked that he was actually a very short person. The companion took the princess's hand and said that they had already attracted too much attention. They should go back to their seats. She shouldn't let this guy's reputation get her into trouble. The princess pulled out her hand and said that she wasn't going. She wanted to experience with her brother Li Qianming the ability she had recently awakened, and she also wanted to support him before the battle. Li Qianming wondered, had Liner regained a new ability? The girl replied that she had unlocked another nail and was ready to demonstrate. This ability was similar to spirit possession and would also require the possession of her brother's body. Our hero said he's ready to experience this ability sooner. He's looking forward to it. The princess crossed her arms over her chest and said, starting off. Li Qianming felt that some metamorphosis was happening to his body and he felt something new. Huge, powerful white wings appeared on the guy's back. The princess told Li Qianming to test them in flight faster. She wondered how high the level of combinability was. Li Qianming pushed off and flew high up. His wings obeyed him and lifted him higher and higher. The audience saw this guy fly high into the sky and circle over the grandstand. The next moment, onlookers noticed this guy rapidly descending. Li Qianming landed and got to his feet. He emphasized that he had a smooth landing the first time. After the princess reappeared beside him, Li Qianming said that the sensation of flying was just great. Liner recognized that the combinability of the sky wings was also top-notch. It's wonderful. Liner said that Qing'er is a disciple of the Heavenly Palace, and she lives with her in the Heavenly Palace. If he wins today, he will be able to visit them often. Li Qianming replied that for Liner's sake, he would be the first today. Xiao Xiao was surprised. Did the guy really think that he would be the first? He must first learn of her consent. She doesn't care what tricks he used to snag the two princesses. She will break him, and then make him apologize to Qing for saying nasty things to her. Li Qianming said it was time to go back. The competition was about to start. Liner wished her brother good luck. Li Qianming said that Lin Xiaoxiao's eyesight isn't very good if she can't discern unscrupulous people. If it improves one day, she will be able to see how many unscrupulous people there are in this world, and that some of them are just beside her. Xiao Xiao said that this guy is shameless himself and she sees him in front of her. Li Qianming replied that he was getting curious. Mentor told the two to stop snapping and enter the arena. The mentor added that the warrior uses his power to silence his opponent. It was announced that the decisive battle was officially underway. The first-place disciple will immediately enter the Heavenly Palace. Lin Xiaoxiao said that she would definitely give this guy a lesson today. Two of her companion beasts appeared beside the girl. The chicken wondered, did they really have a couple of beasts? Li Qianming wondered, was Enho really scared? Enho said he is determined to challenge one against two. It's in his blood. In the arena was a golden thunder gibbon and a tricolored thunderbird against a not-so-famous Enho chick who threatened to tear them apart. Xiao Xiao commanded her beasts to destroy everything in their path. Li Qianming told the chick not to let him down. Mu Yuan thought that this boy was greatly mistaken if he thought these huge animals were clumsy. The gibbon was ideal for hand-to-hand combat. It had strength, speed, and phenomenal combat experience. It could not be underestimated. Li Qianming didn't understand what had just happened. Why had this gibbon disappeared? The gibbon suddenly appeared behind our hero. The boy thought that the speed of this beast was not inferior to his speed. Gibbon swung around and delivered a mighty blow with his powerful fist. The entire arena was covered in smoke, and the spectators could see nothing of what was happening in the arena. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that Li Qianming had withstood the blow of this powerful ape using only his left arm. Liner watched the fight and asked for her little brother to do his best. Qing noted that this young man had time to become stronger. Mu Yuan said that fighting a golden gibbon is a difficult thing to do. The longer the fight drags on, the stronger it becomes. Right now, the companion beast is not the biggest problem. The biggest danger is Lin Xiaoxiao, who is waiting for the perfect opportunity to attack. Xiao Xiao noticed that her opponent had opened up, and using the thunder arrow technique, she launched an attack. The girl was holding a thunder bow and an arrow of sparkling lightning. Li Qianming's song was now sung. While holding back the golden gibbon's attack, our hero saw an arrow of glittering lightning moving toward him. Nothing could be made out on the platform. Everything was shrouded in smoke and flames. Mu Yuan said that the thunder arrow technique is truly strong. This time his burden is not going to be good. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the golden gibbon was tied with a chain. Li Qianming said that for a girl who recently turned 15, she is definitely the strongest talent he has met. However, she was still too inexperienced. He definitely wouldn't let her win. The guy was holding a sparkling lightning arrow in his hands. Xiao Xiao shouted for her opponent to immediately return her arrow. How could this be possible? He suddenly caught the arrow of sparkling lightning that her older brother had given her. Li Qianming easily broke this arrow with his 2 hands. The girl was indignant because this arrow was given to her by her brother for her birthday. Li Qianming said to Xiao Xiao not to cry. He will buy her another one. Lin Xiao Xiao tearfully said that now this guy had finally pissed her off. The girl with her spear at the ready rushed to attack her opponent. The boy wondered, how did she get so many high-level animal weapons? Mu Yuan, watching the fight, concluded that contrary to expectations, Xiao Xiao's abilities in close combat were higher than those in long-range combat. The onlookers saw that Li Qianming couldn't reply. Princess Qing thought that it was the crowd contradicting themselves. Xiao Xiao swung her spear and used a heaven-splitting strike. Li Qianming restrained the golden gibbon with his chains and tried to evade Xiao Xiao's attack. Li Qianming thought that although the strength of his opponent's techniques was astonishing, she still hadn't fully mastered them. He would definitely be able to deflect the strike of this spear. The boy pulled the chain with force, and the gibbon rushed after the chain, ending up between the rivals. The golden gibbon has suffered an attack from its mistress. The girl's mouth is bleeding. Companion beasts and masters are bonded by blood. She has now suffered great damage and will not be able to continue fighting effectively. Xiao Xiao stated that she would not surrender to a person like her opponent. Li Qianming remarked, if she didn't surrender, her beasts might get hurt. Enro applied the technique, the fire of the great purgatory. He said, has this bird decided to compete with him? Xiao Xiao looked at her thunderbird that was blazing with bright flames with horror. Xiao Xiao resolutely declared that she would fight Li Qianming to the end and would not forgive him for losing her bird. Li Qianming repulsed the girl's attack and threw her spear aside, saying that Xiao Xiao was already running out of strength. The girl fell to her knees and admitted her defeat. The opponent wondered, why hadn't she done it earlier? Liner happily said that she knew that brother would definitely win. Qing Qing angrily thought that this guy, Li Qianming, would definitely be the end now. The winner, Li Qianming, was announced. Our hero asked Qing Qing, hadn't she recently wished him the best? He had won. Where did that dissatisfied look come from? Qing Qing said that defeating a child who is 5 years younger than him is no reason to brag, and he shouldn't call her Qing Qing from now on. The winner of the tournament asked, if not Qing Qing, then how? A bloody flower, perhaps? Qing Qing tensed up when she heard those words from the guy. Does he really know everything about everything? From the girl's reaction, our hero realized that it was indeed she who had set the mercenary from the Temple of Bloody Flowers on him. He should have guessed it earlier. Qing Qing coldly told the guy to take care of himself in the future. Li Qianming wished her the same and told her to wash her neck if she had the chance. This will be necessary to make it easier to bleed her. Qing Qing thought that in order for Li Qianming not to become arrogant, his demise was already predetermined. Liner congratulated the boy and told him that he had become the first disciple. She gave him a note that told him how to get to the house in the heavenly palace where she lived. He would definitely have to look for her. Liner sincerely looked into her interlocutor's eyes and asked if she could hug him. Li Qianming, covered in a blush, said that of course she could do it, but why so suddenly? Tears flowed from the princess's eyes, and she said that when she entered her brother's body, she was able to hear the beating of his heart, to hear the sounds of his soul. She was even able to see the most unbearable pictures lurking in his heart and how much they hurt him. When she saw this, she felt a great regret. Li Qianming realized that the princess wanted to comfort him with this hug. The guy asked the princess not to cry. It hurt him to see her tears. The young men hugged each other, and Li Qianming thanked the princess for her help. Liner said that even if the whole world turned against him, she would stand by his side. Princess Qing shouted for Liner not to do that. Now everyone had witnessed it. Wei Jing watched her son and thought that he had become an adult. It was time to let him search for that person. Li Qianming invited his mother to taste what he had prepared. It took him quite some time to do so. Wei Jing inquired, when is the son going to go to the heavenly palace? The young man replied that he would need to visit Guru Mu Yuan tomorrow night. She would recommend heavenly palace masters for him to invite as mentors. Li Qianming asked that his mother tell him how he could help her get rid of the curse of short life when he entered the heavenly palace. The woman replied that only the head of the heavenly palace is able to help get rid of the curse of short life. This man controls the entire Yanhuang Academy. She was once his daughter, but after she sinned against him, he banished her and severed all relations. So she is not sure if he would want to help her. Li Qianming wondered, was his mother really the daughter of the head of the palace? Was he his grandfather? What made the old man do this to her? Wei Jing told her son that she got pregnant then, but her father didn't approve of Li Yanfeng. She wondered if her son thought she deserved what had happened to her. Li Tianming jumped up from his chair and angrily asked, how could she say that? If things had happened differently, would he have come into the world? Li Qianming told his mother not to worry. He just needed to find a way to save her. No matter how many hardships he has to go through to do so, he doesn't care about who might get in his way, and even less about the affairs of bygone days. He just wants her to live. Wei Jing looked at her son with tears in her eyes. Li Qianming had become all grown up. The mother told her son to look for Mu Yang's mentor in the palace. That person would be able to help him. The next day came, our hero knocked on Master Mu Yuan's door and inquired if she was at her place. Li Qianming through the door said that he was going to the heavenly palace tomorrow and had come to ask Guru about the heavenly guides. The guy didn't understand why he was being ignored, although he could clearly hear that there was some movement in the room. It sounded like someone was taking a bath. Li Qianming turned out to be right. Mu Yuan was indeed in the bathtub strewn with rose petals. The master told the guy to stop banging on the door and come in. Mu Yuan still had to get out of the bathtub herself and open the visitor's door. Mu Yuan threw on a robe and opened the door. She said this guy likes to come at the wrong time, interrupted her perfect bath time. Li Qianming was confused and said that he could turn away and the master would continue his lesson. Mu Yuan took Inho in her arms and said that this chicken was very nice to touch, just cute. Inho asked to be shown at least a little respect. Mu Yuan prepared herself. She handed the young man a list and said that she structured the mentors in it. There are 80 masters training in the heavenly palace. Their strengths, characters, hobbies are all on this list. Li Qianming took this list and bowed to the master. The guy thanked Mu Yuan for this help. Mu Yuan sat down on the bench and said that the young talent in front of her was a young talent, and his body was in its prime. These traits she attached special importance to. Li Qianming took to studying the list. He thought that Guru was testing him again. He shouldn't get into a mess and give her an excuse to beat him up. Li Qianming looked at the list and asked if Mu Yuan had missed any of the masters. Mu Yuan squeezed the fluffy chick and said that all 80 heavenly mentors were listed. The young man inquired, isn't there a heavenly mentor named Mu Yang? Mu Yuan was surprised. Did the guy really know her big brother? He was currently the deputy head of the heavenly palace, and in 3 years, he would officially be the head of the palace. A year earlier, the old head of the palace had confirmed him as his heir, after which he stopped accepting disciples. Li Qianming wondered, was the future head of the palace really the guru's older brother? The guy understood why no one dared to anger the master despite her arrogance. Li Qianming said that he would really like to become a disciple of the master's elder brother. Is there any way to organize this? Mu Yuan replied that it would be better if the guy forgot about her brother. He is a scary person with high demands and has already turned down many people of good standing. However, 3 years ago, he accepted a fellow disciple to join him, whom Li Tianming happens to be acquainted with. The boy inquired who the man was. Master said that it was Lin Xiaoting. To hear this name was indeed a great surprise to our hero. Li Qianming asked in surprise, Lin Xiaoting is Mo Yan's only disciple. In other words, the future successor of the palace head is being raised from this type? The master replied that everything was correct. With the help of the Hong sacred beast martial soul, he had already become the brightest talent in the entire country. There was simply no reason to do otherwise. Mu Yuan exhaled smoke at her interlocutor and said that even though she knows that a young man like him could not have committed the atrocities he is accused of, but no one would still believe him. Moreover, given his past and the fact that he is Lin Xiaoting's enemy, she is not sure if any of the heavenly mentors would be willing to accept him. In any case, the guy must prove himself worthy and win the favor of these celestial mentors. Otherwise, he will have to return to the training palace and stay with her. She is only a minor guru of the training palace. Her resources are greatly limited. Li Qianming said that he understood everything and bowed to the master. The guy decided to wait until the next day to find out everything. The next morning came. The head of the temple told the boy that he needed to prepare himself mentally. It was likely that under the current circumstances, none of the heavenly mentors would be willing to take him on as an apprentice. The young man thanked the head of the temple for the instruction and thought that this Wei Zikun bore the same surname as his mother. Upon closer inspection, he saw that he bore a slight resemblance to his mother. Is it possible that they are related? The head of the temple turned around and headed for the exit. He said that he needed to track down the heavenly succession king and begin preparations for the ceremony of inviting him to become a mentor. In the succession hall, it was announced that the first disciple Li Qianming from the Phoenix Temple had arrived. The heavenly succession king said that Li Qianming took the first place this year and he wants to consider this guy. The Lord Heavenly Guides should have a certain knowledge of him and know that he was already a disciple of the academy 4 years ago. His natural characteristics are also known, so if any of them wish to accept him as a disciple, they can inform him about it. Li Qianming heard the whispers and thought that no one would choose him. Besides, Mu Yang was not here. He would have to go through this formality and then go in search of people from the Wei family who could help his mother. The heavenly succession king said that Li Qianming sees the result himself. Therefore, he is encouraged to demonstrate a few of his skills. Otherwise, the heavenly mentors are unlikely to be able to help him. Our hero agreed but wondered how he could prove himself if there were no rivals here. The heavenly king of succession told the preceptors to have one of their disciples test the candidate. Wei Guohao, a disciple of the Heavenly Palace Pink Spiritual Origin Palace, said that he would go. The young man asked permission from his uncle, who said he could do as he knew how. Li Qianming thought that this guy called Wei Zikun as his uncle, and Wei Zikun's older brother is the head of Yanhuang Academy. It turns out that Wei Guohao is the eldest son of the Wei family. The opponent introduced himself. He said that his name was Wei Guohao, and he was a disciple of heavenly preceptor Zhao Chengtian. Li Qianming asked, how would Brother Wei instruct him? Guohao said that Li Qianming could boldly let his hands loose and show all that he could. Let the heavenly mentors see his real strength, and he wouldn't attack. Guohao thought that everyone here didn't care about this guy, and he would try to get him out of here as soon as possible. Li Qianming said that he would firmly grasp the opportunity given to him. Wei Guohao beckoned his opponent to him and told him to show everything he could and not hold back. Li Qianming let Yingho go forward. Li Qianming told his companion that this time they are 2 against 1. The opponent is very strong, so caution is necessary. Yingho admitted that the opponent is pretty tough, however, he doesn't put them in anything at all. Li Qianming and Yingho decided to attack their opponent and rushed forward. The guy had his chain in his hand. The mentors, watching carefully, thought that this wasn't a bad start. The guy had broken through the meridian animal stage and had already reached the 4th stage of the spiritual origin tier. No wonder he was able to defeat Xiao Xiao. The mentors, holding their breath, waited for the clash. Inho was the first to approach his opponent and said he would test his limits first. Guohao kicked the chick aside with a slight movement of his hand. Yinghao cursed, for his opponent had promised he wouldn't fight back. Guohao also easily dodged his opponent's attack and said that Li Qianming was very slow. He was even too lazy to figure out what tricks he had in his arsenal. Li Qianming sprinted past his opponent, but managed to throw a chain on him and wrapped it around his body, restraining Guohao's movements. Guohao shouted loudly and tensed up, breaking the chain into small shreds. Wei Guohao grinned and said that he had broken his opponent's weapon and didn't think it was so fragile. Guohao also easily repelled the bird's fire attack. He said that it was child's play, not even worth mentioning. Li Qianming thought that his opponent wasn't smart if he mistook the ancient flames of eternal purgatory for child's play. Guohao didn't understand why this fire wouldn't go out. What's going on? The heavenly succession king told Guohao to take off his clothes sooner. He must not let the fire burn him. Guohao thought that Li Qianming is a rascal. He did this on purpose. Even though the damage from this technique is small, but the insult from it is over the top. Inho, laughing, said that he had made an exhibitionist out of his rival. It would soon come to underpants. Wei Guohao was extremely angry. This guy had done such a thing to him in the presence of heavenly preceptors. He would have to be repaid. Li Qianming said that the opponent had broken his weapon and the strongest divine skill he had already shown. He didn't need to show anything else. The young man's uncle told Guohao to back off. They saw everything they wanted to see. The head of the temple asked if they could now proceed with the ceremony. Was anyone present interested in this guy? The heavenly succession king said that Li Qianming's divine beast spiritual origin skill was very good, and the rest was not worth mentioning. Wei Zikun said, since there are no willing participants, then there is nothing else holding him here. Li Qianming had anticipated such an outcome, and now the fastest and most accessible way to enter the Heavenly Palace was closed to him. However, another mentor appeared and wondered, why was the selection of the first student being conducted behind his back? How can they be called Heavenly Palace if they throw words to the wind? Everyone saw the viceroy of the palace had entered the room and bowed to him in greeting. Li Qianming realized that this was exactly the person he was interested in. It was Mu Yan. Mu Yang said that the reward for the first-place disciple is direct admission into the Heavenly Palace. After all, they had decided this earlier. It was necessary to firmly adhere to their regulations. He did not agree with the mentor's desire to send the first-ranked disciple away. The mentor said that the viceroy's words made sense, but they were really having trouble with the matter. This time, the first disciple was overly mediocre. Li Qianming thought that Mu Yang is a man of authority and formidable. He can be trusted. It is not without reason that his mother trusts him. But on the other hand, he is also Lin Xiaoting's heavenly mentor. Mu Yan said since no one is willing to accept it, let the first disciple make his own choice. Mu Yan inquired about this student's name. The boy gave his name. Mu Yan stated that Li Qianming can choose anyone among the 18 heavenly mentors, and he guarantees that the mentor he chooses will train him responsibly. This is the commitment that the Heavenly Palace is making. Li Qianming said that if they were all looking at him, there was no point in persuading one of them. There was no need to impose. Mu Yan was surprised at this response from his disciple. In that case, there was a chance that he wouldn't be able to enter the Heavenly Palace. Wei Zikun said for the young man to take the chance. Li Qianming said that he would certainly not pass up the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Palace, except that he didn't want to become a disciple of the heavenly mentors. He wanted to become a disciple of the viceroy head. Mu Yan replied to this. In order to keep his word that he had given earlier, he would do the following. If the guy reached the right strength to become his disciple, then so be it. Li Qianming inquired about the strength he needed to attain in order to do so. Mu Yang said that when the young man was able to easily crush Wei Guohao, he would immediately be enrolled as his disciple. Until that moment came, he could practice on his own in the Heavenly Palace. Li Qianming thanked the viceroy and said that he understood everything. The guy thought that it was great to be able to train on his own. He was achieving. To defeat Wei Guohao, all he needed was more training. The vicar told the mentors that the matter had been resolved and everyone could disperse. Li Qianming raised his hand up and asked the chapter viceroy to occupy some of his time. Our hero said that he had an important personal matter to discuss with Mr. Mu Yang. Left alone, Mu Yang asked, what personal matters could there be between the two of them? Li Qianming asked if the viceroy remembered an old friend. Li Qianming added that it was about Wei Jing. It was clear from the viceroy's eyes that the mention of that name had made a strong impression on him. Mu Yan's face changed and grabbed the guy's neck. It's impossible that at his age he could know her. He should immediately answer, who sent him? Did he really decide to use her to threaten him? Li Qianming gasped and said that it's not like that. After all, he is her son. The viceroy's hands moved from the guy's neck to his shoulders. It wasn't without reason that his face seemed familiar at first glance. Li Qianming asked him to let go, otherwise Mu Yan would risk breaking his shoulders. Mu Yan took a step back and apologized. He said that he had lost his temper. Actually, he is a human being. Li Qianming replied that he had noticed that. The boy said that he never figured out what happened to his mother in the past. He had been training hard all these years, all for the sake of one day entering the Heavenly Palace. His mother told him that only by entering the Heavenly Palace would he have the chance to save her. Li Qianming asked if he knew about the curse of short life, because that was the cause of her suffering. Mu Yang wondered, was Wei Jing really subjected to the curse of short life? When did it happen? Li Qianming replied that it had been since he was born, for about 20 years now. Mu Yan said that this woman had endured the curse of a short life for 20 years, and was still unwilling to go back and bow her head. Is Li Yanfeng accompanying her? The guy said that Li Yanfeng had already broken off his relationship with them. Now a woman from the Lei house was his wife, and he was putting all his efforts for the sake of the Lei house. Mu Yang reprimanded Li Yanfeng and said that he would destroy him. Li Qianming told the viceroy that he only wants his mother to continue living and doesn't know how long she will last, so he doesn't have time. She personally said that the head of the Heavenly Palace is able to help her get rid of the curse of short life. Mu Yang said that he still won't help even if the guy meets with him. It might come to the point where they both get kicked out of Yangdu. In their relationship, father and daughter, neither side is inclined to compromise. Li Qianming asked Mu Yang to simply escort him to this dragon lair. His mother's life was more important to him than anything else. Mu Yan agreed and said that he would escort the young man there. Grandpa was told at the palace that today is Xuan Heir's 18th birthday, so one wants to pay his respects. Wei Lingxuan, the youngest daughter of Wei Tiansong, Wei Guohao's younger sister, said that she wished time would go a little slower. If it did, Grandpa would be able to stay eternally young and always be by her side. Wei Tianzang, the head of the Heavenly Palace, Wei Jing's father and Master Mu Yang, said that his granddaughter's speech was as beautiful as she was. He still remembered how she was born. Time has flown by and she is now 18. She has become a grown-up girl. Soon her grandfather will give her his gift. The granddaughter said that Grandpa was being unfair. She never got any presents at her birthday parties. The granddaughter replied that this time, everyone would get a present. The man noticed that this time the father finally smiled. The man said that the flowers had blossomed on the iron tree. In the future, he would have to tell the children to get closer to it. The old man was told that his disciple had come to meet him. Mu Yan saw the crowd of people and said that he seemed to be at a bad time. There was a family banquet and suggested that he come back later. Mu Yang thought that this matter with the old man should be discussed without witnesses, not to alarm the whole family. Wei Tianzong noticed that his disciple hadn't visited his mentor in a long time. He was always not a stranger here, and inquired who this young man standing behind Mu Yan was. Li Qianming bowed to the head of the house and introduced himself. He immediately victoriously asked Wei Tianqiang to help his mother. The old man menacingly asked, "What is the name of this guy's mother?" Our hero said that his mother's name is Wei Jing. 20 years ago, she was subjected to the curse of short life, and now her time is running out. He urges the head of the palace to save her. The old man asked menacingly. In other words, she chose to endure 20 years instead of coming back and bowing her head. The man was angry. His older sister's name was the last thing to mention in front of his father. No one would have thought that Li Qianming would turn out to be her son. Father's benevolence had come to an end. This was going to happen during the family gathering. The old man really got angry and told Mu Yang to throw this brat away from Yandu and grab his mother at the same time. He dare not return until he did so. Mu Yan said that he understood the master's upset, but suggested that he go outside and discuss things calmly. Li Qianming couldn't calm down. He asked, would the old man leave her to perish? He is not worthy to be called father. The children of the head of the house were outraged and told Mu Yang to immediately escort the guy out of here. Wei Tiantian was indignant. How dare this boy talk to him like that? Mu Yan covered the hero's mouth with his hand and told the master not to take it to heart. This child is just very anxious. He would now leave the premises. Mu Yan grabbed the guy by his skivvies and dragged him away. He told Li Qianming not to dare utter another word. The old man shouted for Mu Yan to stop. He changed his mind. Mu Yan, while continuing to cover Li Qianming's mouth, looked back and looked at the old man. Wei Tiankang said that it was not a matter of letting his daughter lose face on the street, and especially not letting this guy create a ruckus around the family's reputation. He would keep them in custody here. If she's going to die, it should only happen at the Wei residence. Li Qianming did not relent. He asked, does the Wei residence have so much dignity? It seems more like shamelessness to him. Mu Yan grabbed his head, which was starting to hurt terribly. This guy is starting to get cocky again. The old man shouted that Tian Xiong should take this fellow to the Yuling Hall and lock him up tight. His mother should be thrown in there as well. After that, no one would be allowed to go in or out of there. The old man leaving the room told Mu Yang to take up the matter with Tian Xiong. The granddaughter said that the grandfather got angry and left. Now what will happen to the gift she had waited so long for? Her brother said for the girl to give up her hopes. You can blame it all on this Li Qianming. Guo Hao said that he still hadn't repaid this guy for making him look like a fool in front of all the heavenly mentors in the morning, and then suddenly come here in the afternoon and make a scandal. The old man's eldest son told Mu Yang to consult before doing anything. His brother noticed that their father was clearly furious now. Mu Yang told his companion not to worry. The master did not kick them out, but instead decided to return them to the Wei residence in this way. In fact, these events were the turning point. Li Qianming asked, did his mother really have a chance of salvation? Wei Zikun said that if it were him, he wouldn't be so optimistic. In any case, he had no desire to interfere. Mu Yang told Tianshun that there was no point in him interfering. He would decide everything himself and bring Wei Jing and then report back to the master. The interlocutor agreed. Mu Yan said that they at least got a chance. He knows his master. He just cares about his reputation. Li Qianming wondered, what reputation are we talking about? Inho grudgingly said that he would pluck that old man's beard sometime. Muyan was surprised. After all, this companion beast is not a parrot species, but it still knows how to talk. When examined in detail, it is extraordinary. Li Qianming repeated the question, "What chance was the viceroy talking about?" Muyan noticed that this guy had hidden potential. The development of the relationship between Wei Jing and her father is mainly dependent on Li Qianming. Li Qianming wondered what he had to do. Was it really to come to the old man's house to bow again? Muyan said that it was actually simple. Li Qianming should become much stronger. The boy wondered, how is this supposed to help his mother? Besides, that was all he was doing. Muyan explained that it was about becoming strong enough in a short time. By gaining the right strength, he would attract everyone's attention. If Li Qianming can make the master look at him with different eyes, his mother will have a chance to be saved. Master likes people who are diligent and ambitious the most. Li Qianming understood. In other words, it was necessary for the old man to acknowledge him, and then he could speak to him on behalf of mother. The viceroy added, "It's not just about recognition. You need to get the guy to like the old man." Li Qianming asked if this meant that the mentor would become his master. Mu Yang said that it was not official, but he could help the guy. He gave the young man something blazing in his palm. Mu Yang said that he noticed that the guy's weapon was broken, so he got this. Mu Yang said that this animal is a rank 5 fire dragon chain gun. Li Qianming said that it was even too generous for a gift. Mu Yang said that he would be able to convince the mentor to let the young man train in Yanhuang Tower. The issue with his mother was still open for now. Li Qianming wondered, wouldn't he get free access to Yanhuang Tower? Mu Yan asked if the young man had any friends here. We should have one of them escort him there, and then he would get the key. Li Qianming bowed to the viceroy and said that he had a friend. The guy thought it was time to seek out Princess Liner and ask for help in training. Yingho looked at the guy and said that judging from his face, he clearly didn't have good thoughts. Li Qianming noticed that of the two of them, it is the bird that is the lustful one. Mu Yang went to the city to fetch Wei Jing, and the protagonist went to look for the princess. Li Qianming looked at the note from the princess and thought that it was fortunate that she had given him her address beforehand. Knocking on the door, the boy saw Liner, who opened it for him herself. The princess rejoiced. She had known that the young man would visit her. Li Qianming confessed to the girl that he had tracked her down to ask her to keep him company in training. Qing'er looked out from behind the door and said that it appeared to be that redneck who had come. Liner said, "It's good that along with the guy, that super charming and invincible chicken appeared." Qing'er grabbed the chicken and said that she didn't see anything adorable or cute about it. Qing'er tells the guy that because of his notoriety, Liner will be bullied if they see them together. She doesn't agree with that. Li Qianming replied that with the ID the princess gave him, no one would dare to make fun of him. Qing'er said that she hadn't forgotten it, and this redneck should return it immediately. It was not enough for him to engage in fraud using the ID. Li Qianming noticed that Qing'er had the wrong impression of him, but he wasn't like that at all. Inho said that if the girls petted him, he would tell them where the ID card was kept. Qing'er said that this chick was too talkative, and squeezing him hard, she asked where the ID was. Inho was not confused and said that Li Qianming hides the ID card in his pants. The princess needs to use her hand to get it. Li Qianming told Qing'er that he and Liner are leaving together. His training is coming soon. Guy told the princess that he got the feeling that she was capable of helping him with his training, especially in a state of spiritual enhancement. Liner agreed that each of their empowerments reached a profound level. Liner said that the profound level of empowerment is able to allow her brother to become stronger in all aspects. In addition, it is only with her brother that her spiritual he's the worst. Li Qianming told them to stop swearing and move forward. Liner replied that he shouldn't hold her up as a meek girl. She had a temper too. The people present in the tower recognized the young man's companion as Princess Jiang Feilin. However, they had not seen this young man before. Someone said that he was Li Qianming, who had previously tried to dope Mu Qingqing. How could such a person enter the heavenly palace and even enter the tower with Princess Lin in front of everyone? Princess Lin is too naive. This guy tricked her. Who will be able to show his true face and save the princess? This type cannot be allowed to accomplish what he has planned. One of the girls present approached the princess and asked her to stay for a while. Li Qianming inquired, after all, wasn't the girl from the Wei family that he had recently seen in the residence in front of them? Ling Er inquired about what Wei Lingshuan wanted to talk about. Lingshuan said to the princess not to let this guy Li Qianming fool her with his pompous speeches. Liner put a hand on her companion's shoulder and said that she herself was able to figure out who was a good person and who wasn't. The princess said she doesn't think the little brother is ugly. Those who mock, sarcastic, and cause trouble for others are. The fact that she enjoys spending time with her little brother is none of their business. The princess hugged her companion, and Li Tianming told the people present that no matter how much dirt they poured on him, Liner would still be on his side. The young people decided to activate the mode of putting their romantic relationship on display so that everyone around them would be envious of them. Li Tianming told the princess to ignore these gossip lovers. They are eager to slander him anyway. They are people with snake natures. While Ling Xuan thought that this guy had used some shameful method to get the princess to follow him, she had even disregarded her own reputation. Ling Xuan shouted for Li Tianming to stop. She would definitely expose his true nature today. The guy said that this girl was very clingy. However, considering her belonging to the Wei family, he would save her face. But if she continues like this, he won't bother with her anymore. Ling Xuan shouted for this guy not to dare mention the Wei family. Who did he think he was? Ling Er began the process of instilling herself into the guy's body. Li Tianming said that if Ling Xuan was deaf to advice, there was nothing that could be done about it. The people present suggested that a fight might break out, which meant that it would be hot. However, Li Tianming, with such a low cultivation base, dared to snap at them. Positioned next to Qin Shi, the heavenly tutor of Princess Qing and Wei Ling Xuan, she said that altercations were forbidden within the walls of the Yanhuang Tower. Did both of them really want to fly out of the heavenly palace? Ling Xuan was startled and said that heavenly preceptor had misunderstood everything. It was a joke. Qin Shi said that right now, the girl's main task was to be able to break through the seventh step of the spiritual source. She shouldn't waste her strength on nothing. The woman told everyone to get back to practicing immediately and not to slack off again. Li Tianming told the princess that they should go too. Qin Shi thought, no matter where this Li Tianming goes, the silence in that place can be forgotten about. Yanhuang Obelisk. A huge stone is hovering above the pedestal. There are some people around all the time. Liner said they are in place. This is the Yanhuang Obelisk. This is where everyone is doing the tempering. Guy thought in the past, when he was a lower-level apprentice, he had heard of this place. It really does have an imposing appearance, Liner said, familiarizing the companion with the mechanism of its operation. According to legend, when the ancestors established the Yanhuang Academy, they set up an obelisk at this very spot. It has the ability to accumulate an inexhaustible amount of spiritualized ki. It, in turn, promotes cultivation growth. Based on the distance from the obelisk, there are 5 degrees of conformity. The furthest distance is the first level of congruence, known as the initial stage. The 5th stage is known as peak conformation and gives one the ability to cultivate in close proximity to the obelisk. Li Tianming asked, so everyone would strive to go to the 5th level? Liner said that one must consider the degree of one's own stamina. The spiritualized chai of heaven and earth is a cruel thing. Not everyone is given the ability to control it. The closer you get to the obelisk, the more dangerous it is. Any carelessness can lead to a disastrous outcome. Li Tianming asked, do many people in the Yanhuang Academy possess peak conformity? Liner said that such people had never existed before in history. The highest record was level 3. After learning that the 3rd level was possessed by Lin Xiaoting, our hero suggested that the princess team up to try out the 3rd level. Liner remarked that it would be better to go about it step by step. Ling Xuan laughed. Did this guy really decide to challenge the 3rd level? He busied himself with telling tall tales. Ling Xuan noticed that even she could barely manage to be at the 3rd level. What to speak of the green ragamuffin? If he managed to cultivate at the 3rd level, she would kneel down and lick his boots. Li Tianming noticed that this girl still couldn't calm down. He decided that it was a silly provocation. Ling Xuan said that this guy and his mother were the same. The curse of a short life was indeed the best punishment for her. The girl decided to provoke the boy to go to the 3rd level to deal with him. Liner remarked that publicly insulting her brother's mother was already too much. Li Tianming asked his interlocutor if she would agree to confirm in public that she would lick his shoes if he challenged the 3rd level. Ling Xuan replied, did the guy really think that she wouldn't dare? The girl turned to everyone and said that Li Tianming was going to challenge the 3rd level. Ling Xuan added, if this guy succeeded, she would immediately kneel down and lick his feet. The people around him remarked that something interesting was happening again. Li Tianming didn't know what he wanted to do. Li Tianming advised his opponent to start practicing licking. Yanhuang Tower, Ling Xuan noted that the guy had to last at least half an hour and do it alone, without Jiang Feilin's help. The guy said he accepts the challenge and is absolutely confident. Li Tianming told the princess that it was fine. Even if they suddenly lost, they would be punished together. It was good to have a partner. Liner replied that she didn't make any bets. The people present said that this guy clearly didn't understand what the Yanhuang obelisk was. His head was definitely not right. Li Qianming said that he was relying entirely on his companion beast this time, interacting with his eternal purgatory essence. It probably wouldn't be difficult to pass the third level. The chicken wondered why they wouldn't go to the highest level the first time. And persuaded, he agreed to let his companion watch his greatness for half an hour and go only to the fourth level. Those watching were surprised. Had this young man really decided to go for the fourth circle? Ling Xuan thought that he was well aware that he would fail, so he decided to aim for a higher level. That way, wanting to maintain his dignity even in the event of defeat. Li Qianming sat down, assumed the lotus pose, planted enro on his head, and said that they were starting. Ling Xuan wondered, did he really want to do this? But if he really died, wouldn't she be blamed for it? Li Qianming and Ying Hao closed their eyes and meditated tightly. They saw the goal and saw no obstacles. Liner said she could feel it. Her brother had made contact with the obelisk. Ling Xuan covered herself in sweat. This guy had already lasted for a quarter of an hour and was still holding on. It couldn't last that long. Our hero knew that Yanhuang Obelisk was considered a top-ranked cultivation site for a reason. In just such a short period of time, he had already been able to experience its charms. At the end of this process, the young man said that after all, an hour was a rather short period of time. And he added that his shoes seemed to be dirty. What to do? The young people present said that they recognized Li Qianming's victory, but it was not worth it for the sake of a harmless joke to cause difficulties for a young girl. Li Qianming was surprised. Who would have thought that the outstanding daughter of the head of Yanhuang Academy would decide to break a promise made in front of witnesses and hide behind the crowd? Probably someone simply unworthy of carrying the title of Wei residence as man of the house. Wei Lingxuan said with tears in her eyes that this guy was saying unnecessary things and not giving credit to his words. Inho, sitting on our hero's head, said that in that case the losing side should lick his boots. Lingxuan said in the presence of the princess that she would not lick his stinking boots. Inho immediately rushed at the girl with a cry of rushing to help and pecked her in the leg. Lingxuan fell down from surprise and bumped her head on the young man's shoes. The girl lifted her head and saw blood dripping from her nose right onto Li Qianming's shoes. There were tears in her eyes. Li Qianming looked at the girl and asked, wasn't she going to lick his shoes? Why did she stain it with blood then? Lingxuan cried, how dare this rascal bully her like this? She would never forgive him for this. Wei Lingxuan tearfully ran away, threatening the young man with the cruelest of reprisals. Li Qianming told the princess that now that they had gotten rid of everyone in their way, it was time to get serious about training. Liner suggested that our hero try to challenge the peak of conformity together. Li Qianming replied to the princess that they were thinking about the same thing again. Those watching were puzzled. Did these two really want to challenge the fifth level? Before settling in, the girl took the guy by the shoulders and said that they were starting. Li Qianming thanked Liner. Li Qianming, reunited with the princess, walked as close as possible to the huge obelisk. The young man said that the peak of conformity was truly incomparable to anything, an incredibly ferocious fire of spiritualized ki. If it wasn't for Ling Er's omnipresence, it would have been torn apart long ago. Li Qianming placed his left hand on the peak of conformity. Liner said that this brother's hand is beastly. Li Qianming replied that it was a long story. He would tell it later. Right now he needed to concentrate. Ling Er said that the pressure here was too fierce, she wouldn't last. Li Qianming tensed up very hard and told the girl to hold on too. Inho asked in amazement, what are they doing? Those loud gasps, that fierce roar. His companion was sweating from head to toe. He didn't even know what to think. Li Qianming said that this small bird talks a lot. It should immediately help them. Inho saw what was happening in front of him and said that it was a hurricane of spiritualized ki. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. Yingho told the guy to hold the horses. He might die if this storm swallowed him. Li Qianming replied that he would not stop. There was not much left, at least 1 hour to endure. Liner tearfully said that she couldn't hold on any longer. Li Qianming told the princess to take all the power to him. He would be able to hold out. Mu Yan, who was watching from the side of the tower, saw a bright flash. He couldn't even believe that such an event had happened today. Mu Yang wondered, did someone really challenge the peak of conformity? Who had the courage to do such a thing? Everyone in the neighborhood wondered, where did the hurricane of spiritualized ki come from? It was necessary to find out what had happened there. When the smoke around the obelisk began to clear, everyone saw Li Qianming returning. It was hard to believe. This guy's hurricane of spiritualized qi hadn't consumed him. The mentor wondered, did this guy really manage to successfully challenge the peak of conformity? Mu Yang replied, it seems so. Stepping out from behind the smoke, our hero asked why it was suddenly so lively all around. Li Qianming said that he had just chosen a suitable cultivation spot for himself. Why then did even the Lord Heavenly Preceptors and the Palace Viceroy become so alarmed? Everyone saw this guy's left hand. When asked how did he succeed, our hero replied that he relied on his matchless talents, talents that the Lord of Heaven's mentors did not approve of. The mentors began to say that they were wrong and regretted not taking this guy as their apprentice. Mu Yang said that reaching peak compliance was enough for his name to go down in the annals of the academy. Li Qianming thanked the viceroy for the praise and said that he needed to escort Ling Er out first. She needed to rest. Mu Yan told the guy that when he returned, he should immediately look for him. They would have a conversation. Qing Er, upon seeing the young people, called the guy a redneck again and wondered why Lin Er looked so exhausted. Qing Er traditionally started figuring things out with this guy. Ling Er told them to be quiet because she was fine. Qing Er said that from now on, she would treat the guy leniently and would not treat him badly from now on. Li Qianming noted that this girl's interactions with him had changed quickly. Li Qianming told Qing Er that he would consider himself a servant of the royal family and hoped for future good relations. Chick said that it's idle chatter. This guy wants to be the princess's husband. Qing Er said that she would revisit the matter if the king father consented. Inho said that Qing Er is fantasizing a lot since his companion wants to marry Lin Er, not her. Li Qianming said that he is talking seriously now because the only two friends he has here are these girls. You didn't say. He's afraid to even think what his companion means. The guy chased the bird away and said, Inho ruined a very good moment. Qing Er said that she had one more thing to do with the guy. She would soon have to leave this place for a while. While she's gone, he has to protect Ling Er and not let anyone hurt her. Qing Er threateningly said that if she returned and found that he had done something foolish, she would immediately call the people who would arrest him and send him to prison, and then make him a eunuch. Lin Er said that Qing Er was going to participate in the Dark Abyss battles. Brother could ask the palace viceroy about it. Mu Yang wondered in another confidential meeting with Li Qianming, was the young man really interested in the battles of the Dark Abyss? The viceroy explained that the battles of the Dark Abyss were the stage for the rivalry of the most outstanding disciples at the moment. There is a generous reward for the winner, and the Dark Abyss battlefield itself has an abundance of resources and artifacts. A limited number of people are allowed to participate, and there are requirements for the cultivation level of the disciples. Li Qianming was upset when he found out that there were no more available seats. The viceroy asked if the interlocutor had any requests regarding the self-improvement aspect. Li Qianming said that he needed a few high-quality source-level martial techniques. Mu Yan suggested that they immediately go to the Battle Merit Hall, and the young man there would choose on his own what he liked. The Hall of Martial Merit is the storage place for Heavenly Palace's martial techniques, housing the most exceptional and strongest techniques of all sorts of ranks. The Viceroy told Yuan Ji to escort Li Qianming to choose his 3 source-level techniques. Li Qianming thought that others coming here could only choose 1 technique, and he was allowed to take 3. It was good to have influential acquaintances. 10 hours had passed, and Mu Yan said that this guy had spent a lot of time tormenting himself, choosing his 3 techniques. Had he chosen anything yet? The guy showed the techniques and said they were chosen after a careful selection process and suit him best. The first is a movement practicing technique called Fire Spirit Brilliance. Having mastered it perfectly, the warrior will be lightning fast like a flash of fiery spirit. The second is a fist-fighting technique called 3 Yang Strike. This technique involves 3 techniques whose attacks overlap, and the strength of each punch increases one after the other. The third is a chain technique called Fated Evil Spirit Soul. The chain blows combined with this technique produce a sound like a ghostly howl, thus mentally suppressing the opponent. Our hero said he feels like he's going to be invincible. He can't wait to start practicing. Mu Yan explained that all of the techniques had a high difficulty to master and were quite low in popularity. Even if a guy managed to master half of the content, it would be enough for a carefree life in the Heavenly Palace. Li Qianming solemnly declared that he would try his best and would be able to peak in mastering them. Mu Yang warned his disciple that if anything happened, he should immediately come to his residence. After that, our hero went full steam ahead to Lin Er to get her to help him properly. However, on reflection, the lad stopped, for it would be a little unseemly to come to the girl deep in the night. He decided to come to her the next day. At this dark time of day, getting comfortable, Li Qianming assumed the lotus posture and began to meditate. He noticed that one of the eggs in the companion space began to move. Taking this egg in his hands, Li Qianming asked in surprise, "Is someone about to come out?" Enho, looking at this egg, said that inside is a super-class lazy man. He should have hatched a long time ago, but he keeps putting off the moment with all his might. Enho added that the type only knows how to sleep without interruption, so you can't have high hopes for him. The chick said he had a present. The gift turned out to be Princess Qing's red underwear. He had swiped it the last time she had slackened her attention. Enho added that this gift for his companion was matchless. Li Qianming shouted that he had absolutely no need for this underwear. The chick replied that this was the first time he had seen such a person. After a moment, Li Qianming grabbed this underwear and said that maybe he could use it. The guy thought that this red rag should be burned immediately. There was no way the princess would find out about this, or he might get seriously hurt. The next morning, our hero knocked on Linner's room and inquired if she was awake. To his surprise, the door was opened by Qing'er and wondered why the guy had been making noise since morning. Why is he here again? Li Qianming asked where Linner was. Qing'er said that Linner was still fancying himself. Why did he come here? Li Qianming wondered. Why can't he come here? After all, he's coming to see Lin, not Qing. The young man thought that there was no way he could give away the fact that the laundry had been stolen. Enho suddenly asked his companion, "Didn't that linen he stole yesterday belong to Princess Qing? It still has the red bird embroidered on it." The princess was beyond furious. Our hero said it was a simple misunderstanding. After a brief confrontation, Li Qianming was covered in bruises. He said that he had come to call Linner to train with her. Qing'er told Linner not to leave with that rascal. Lin replied that she trusted him. Li Qianming took Linner's hand and said that they should quickly leave this place. The girl agreed. Already near the tower, our hero asked his companion if she knew who takes part in the animal competitions of the Dark Abyss, and how many people could take part in them. Linner said that surely brother must have heard of the 7 of the heavenly list. The girl added that they were talking about distinguished students occupying the first 7 positions of the heavenly list. The 7 include Lin Xiaoting, House of Lei, first place; Mo Lin, Qianji Temple, second place; Jiang Qingluan, the country's royal family, third place. Li Qianming wondered, is the princess really that strong? Xiang Qiwei, Xinchen Trade Union, fourth place; Wei Guohao, Heavenly Palace, Wei Family, fifth place; Chen Hao, Xinchen Trade Union, sixth place; Mu Qingqing, Lei House, seventh place. Li Qianming was surprised when he found out that this girl was in the top 7. Linner said she only recently got into the top 7, before that her place was always further away from the top 10. The guy figured that this girl wouldn't stoop to anything for the sake of climbing to the top. It was no surprise that such a person had been able to trample him for wealth and influence in the past. Lin Xiaoting is a disciple appointed from above by the Sacred Sky Palace. Li Qianming wondered why this was happening. Li Qianming interjected, "What is this Holy Heaven Palace? Is their ultimate goal to fight for this very place?" Linner replied that the Holy Heaven Palace was like a deity to such small countries. This country is also a small country on the boundless continent, and there are countless countries like this. The Holy Heaven Palace is the heavenly palace of the entire continent. All the academies in this world and the heavenly palaces are the core of these academies, making up the power built around the Holy Heaven Palace. Li Qianming interjected, "It turns out that disciples from other countries are also participating in these dark abyss animal competitions." Linger confirmed, and said that it meant a rather hectic and fierce competition. Li Qianming noticed that based on the information he had received, he was even more anxious to start training. He decided to temper at the highest level. The young man remarked that if it were possible to resort to weapons here, he would have crushed this guy long ago for daring to humiliate his little brother in such a way. His companion remarked that there was no need to hurry. There would be plenty of opportunities to get him. Besides, they weren't the only ones with a grudge against him. If you look around, you can see a lot of people who hate him. Ling Xuan said that just the mere sight of him pisses her off. Why is Princess Lin so attracted to him? Li Qianming inquired, how long was Linner capable of staying in his body at one time? Linner replied that if the brothers wanted, she could stay forever, but such a thing would only work with him. Li Qianming thought that they really have an incredible match. Linger said that she wished that she could let her brother take part in the Dark Abyss animal competition too. Then she could enter him and not come out. And then she would be able to go to Qing'er's aid. Li Qianming said that the girl really is great with Qing'er. It was a pity that his cultivation wasn't enough to participate right now. To become stronger, all that's left is to use the Yanhuang obelisk. In any case, it's too slow. Linner said to brother not to blame himself. He is a person who progresses at the lightning fastest speed Linner has ever seen. Our hero said he wished it would happen a lot faster. In fact, when he first touched the obelisk, he had a certain feeling. The Yanhuang obelisk has a soul and always rises here alone. It does not want everyone to bow to it and look at it with hope. He wants to socialize with people, interact with them, but no one understands this. No one dares to even approach him. Li Qianming said that it might just be his speculation, but he wanted to make sure. The guy took the bandages off his left arm again. Li Qianming said that if everyone considered him a deity, then he considered him a partner in cultivation and would check it now. Li Qianming swung his left hand and said that he was now going to practice together. At the same time, he struck this obelisk with his left fist with a powerful punch. The surrounding people were surprised at what was happening to the Yanhuang obelisk. Where did this unprecedented radiance come from? Li Qianming was satisfied. He decided that his plan had worked. It turned out just as our hero had planned. The Yanhuang obelisk is able to interact with him, and now it is changing. The confident young man did the same thing again. Now he put a lot more force into the blow. The blows came one after another. Li Qianming was getting satisfaction from it. The surrounding people started to scatter in different directions. It is necessary to inform the heavenly mentors that this guy is beating up the Yanhuang obelisk. Is he really going to ruin it? After a while, Li Qianming stopped. He needed a break. He was very tired. The guy wrapped a bandage around his arm and wondered, why was the surroundings so lively? The people present were amazed. Had this guy beaten the obelisk for 2 hours? One of the mentors noticed that he had also broken through 2 steps. Such a talent was something out of the realm of possibility. Liner reappeared nearby and said that it was too noisy and suggested that they leave here. Li Qianming said that he hadn't visited his mother in a few days and suggested that the princess go with him to see her. Enro wondered animatedly if his companion was so eager to introduce the princess to his mother. Liner wondered if it might be better if she brought some sort of gift. Li Qianming replied that it was unnecessary. His mother would not receive a better gift than Liner in her entire life. The princess smiled and told her companion not to become such a flatterer. Enro said for the two to stop showing their feelings to others. The young men around them might die of jealousy. The young men were really angry. Why is this guy so lucky? Does he really want to kidnap the first beauty of this country? Li Qianming grabbed the princess's hand and pulled her behind him. He said that they should hurry up and leave this place. An aide arrived at the palace viceroy playing an intellectual game and said that Li Qianming had attacked the Yanhuang obelisk, which caused everyone's excitement. It even benefited him. He broke through 2 steps. Mu Yan smiled in response to this. It seemed like their old buddy would never stop surprising them. The interlocutor said that this guy is really an original person. It looks like he will need to borrow money again, thus it will bring him a steady profit. Mu Yan wondered what this was all about. What kind of deal did his interlocutor make with this guy? The man said that it was quite an interesting case which he could recount. Li Qianming told the princess that once they crossed the bridge, they would be at the place. However, this bridge seems to be guarded by someone. As he got closer, our hero said he wasn't surprised that he was being waited on near this bridge. Wei Lingshuan, who was present here, said that she had finally waited for Li Qianming. The girl wasn't alone. One of the guys told Li Qianming to bow to his big sister and admit his mistakes. Perhaps then he would be released. The other guy said that there was nothing to talk to him and should just paint his face. Our hero said that a plea for mercy from these men would not be expected of him, and he was ready to fight them all. It was time they showed some respect for their big brother. The young men laughed. It turned out that this Li Qianming's mind was foggy from fear. Lingshuan was indignant. Where did this guy get the audacity to cling to their bloodline? In the future, he would only talk to her while kneeling and licking her shoes day after day. Lingshuan called the 6-winged bird Peng to her aid. The girl told no one to interfere. She would personally rid this relative of megalomania. Li Qianming said to Liner to overpower her. They don't need their interference. Ying Heo alone is enough for them. The 6-winged Peng bird let out a huge jet of flame from its mouth. Li Qianming said that it was quite a ferocious fire. The boy told Enho to wake up. It was time to show what he could do. The chick was upset because he was dreaming about a beautiful chick. Li Qianming grabbed Ying Heo's arm and threw him straight at his opponent with great force. The guy told the chick to immediately engage. Enho was furious. Why had they disturbed his sleep and decided to burn him with such a low-grade fire? Enho was surprised that they did not know that he was the progenitor of fire. Now he would explain it to his opponents. The 6-winged bird was surprised at this chick's behavior. How dare he get into trouble? After all, he should be trembling. Enho showed the 6-winged bird who was the boss by giving it numerous blows to different parts of its body and wings. Ling Xuan watched in horror as her six-winged Peng suffered from this underling chicken. The girl's younger brother wondered, how is this possible? The chick suppressed the six-winged Peng in just an instant. Yingho, having dealt with the big bird, turned his gaze to Ling Xuan and said that now it was her turn. Ling Xuan snatched her sword and told the chick not to be complacent, for she hadn't put her full strength into action yet. Inho wasn't afraid of the girl's weapons and said that in that case, it was a good time to show what she could do. The chick knocked the sword out of Ling Xuan's hands and did the same thing to her as it did to the six-winged Peng. The girl was paralyzed by this chick's attack and couldn't do anything in response. The younger brother tried to defend his sister, but was immediately attacked by the chick, who told this guy to get the hell out of here immediately. Yingho inquired, wasn't this the naked young man he had set on fire a few days ago? Li Qianming confirmed that it was indeed Wei Guohao. Wei Guohao told Li Qianming that he would make him pay for everything. Mu Yang said that if Li Qianming defeated him, he would become a disciple of the viceroy, but that would not happen. Sister warned that the opponent's cultivation had reached a significant increase. Guohao said that today he would laugh at his opponent and give him a chance to achieve something. Let Li Qianming try to take advantage. Li Qianming agreed that such a chance really shouldn't be missed, and it would be a great opportunity to try out his new techniques at the same time. Guohao remarked that if his opponent likes to talk a lot, then he will lose his tongue first. The golden Peng bird appeared beside Wei Guohao. It was ready for battle. Li Qianming asked his companion what he would say about his opponent. Inho replied that the opponent was not worthy of him. Liner asked both of them to be careful. Guohao, absolutely confident, said that his opponent had signed his own sentence and rushed at him to attack. Li Qianming was not afraid and parried this attack without much difficulty. The people watching did not expect such active resistance from Li Qianming. A bright flash appeared on the battlefield, making it impossible to see anything. Guohao asked his opponent, had he really decided to directly block his punch with his hand? After that, it wouldn't be good for anything. Li Qianming showed his hand and said that there wasn't even a scratch on it. Guohao was surprised. How was this possible? However, he had long thought that there was something wrong with this fancy hand. He had previously thought that this guy was just showing off. He didn't think there was any secret to it. Li Qianming thought that Wei Guohao was a member of the Seven Heaven List for a reason. His strength was undeniable. Contrary to expectations, a nagging pain could be felt in his dark hand. With his current strength, he could hardly defeat his opponent. Li Qianming asked the princess to help him, then he might have a chance to win. Liner agreed. Liner activated the omniscience process and placed herself into her brother's body. Guohao said it was child's play. Does the opponent really think that Princess Lin's help will give him a chance? It seems that his recent punch was more than just a scratch. After all, Li Qianming is afraid of him. Li Qianming replied that afraid was a strong word. He was merely giving his opponent respect and utilizing his strongest state. Li Qianming said that he never thanked Guohao after he broke his thunder chains. The palace viceroy gave him new ones. Guohao said that these chains were too good for such a lowlife. How annoying that the viceroy of the palace gave weapons to such a type. Guohao took out his sword, the Northern Sky Golden Feather. It was a very dangerous weapon. Guohao said that he broke the opponent's weapon once, can do it now. Li Qianming said, here they are about to find out if that is the case. Inho incessantly beat the golden bird Peng on the head and asked if his companion was still holding on. Did he need any help? Li Qianming told his companion to focus on his opponent first. Our hero swung around and used chains to attack Guohao. Ling Xuan couldn't check. Was she really imagining it? This type was capable of fighting on equal footing with brother Guohao. Li Qianming dodged the golden bird Peng's attack and told Yingho not to let it happen anymore. The chick should deal with this bird himself. Inho, attacking his opponent, said he knew everything, but this bird was not as simple as it looked. The chick decided to show his true skill and demonstrate a new technique. Yingho, performing aerobatics around the huge bird, applied the claw of 3 yang. After that, the chick said that it would be harder for the golden bird Peng to fight with one eye now. Inho abruptly turned around and said that now his opponent would pay attention to his surprise attack and released a jet of fire. Guohao was angry. The opponent had once again used that inextinguishable fire. The fire was much more powerful this time, and it became much harder to dodge. At some point, Li Qianming noticed that his opponent had opened up impermissibly, and there was a favorable moment to strike. Our hero immediately clenched his left hand into a fist and prepared to attack. Li Qianming performed a 3 yang punch with his left hand. and his opponent lost his balance and fell backwards with a scream. Li Qianming asked if his cousin would admit defeat. If he surrendered, it would be possible to extinguish this fire. Guo Hao, lying on the ground and writhing in pain, said he was giving up and asked for the fire to be put out faster. Li Qianming said that his opponent is good because he knows when it is necessary to admit defeat. Guo Hao, kneeling down, said that it would never occur to anyone that this guy had such strength. But if he thinks that he can be insulted by such boasting, he is deeply mistaken. Burned Guo Hao declared that Li Qianming would die today. Blood would turn blue, darkness would overtake the world. He decided to activate the secret dark blue technique. Li Qianming wondered, did Guo Hao really decide to use the dark path technique and die just to take him with him? Tension was rising. Guo Hao no longer looked like himself. He was shouting that this technique was a dark blue. Ling Xuan said in horror that this was a forbidden dark tempering technique. Her opponent urgently needs to stop her brother. He might not be able to withstand it. She won't cause trouble for anyone else. Li Qianming was surprised. How could he do that? After all, the man in front of him was a petty man who had not had time to taste the bitterness of defeat and lacked experience. Wei Guohao, being in such an excited state, moved to attack his opponent. Yingho smelled the smell of fried food and said that they should get out of here immediately. Li Qianming replied that he understood it himself. However, his body stopped listening. This dark attack is really a cool thing. Guohao approached at a sufficient distance, swung his fist with fury in his eyes, and said that he was about to destroy his opponent. A powerful energy release formed in the arena again, and everything was covered in smoke. A huge energy pillar shot straight up into the sky. Ling Xuan ducked down to minimize the impact of the shockwave. When the smoke cleared again, Li Qianming saw that there wasn't a single scratch on him. How could this have happened? Inho assumed that someone had stopped his opponent after all. In the puffs of smoke, the outline of another person appeared. He said that Guohao had previously cultivated the dark blue technique. The smoke cleared. In front of the kneeling Guohao was his grandfather. The old man said that he had established family rules from early on that cultivating such an unholy technique would inevitably lead to severe punishment. The old man menacingly remarked that these young men were extremely disappointing to him. Ling Xuan fell to her knees and bowed her head, asking her grandfather not to get angry. Her brother needed emergency help. Ling Xuan said that her brother got the technique in the battles of the Dark Abyss. He forbade her to talk about it. She admits her mistake and dares not hope for her grandfather's forgiveness, only asking him to save her brother's life. Suddenly, Viceroy Mu Yang and the old man's son appeared in the arena. They asked anxiously what had happened to Guohao. The old man told his son to ask his precious daughter about it. Li Qianming, with the birds on his head, thought, did he really dissolve into thin air? Since the old man's arrival, no one had even cast a glance at him. After listening to his daughter, the man was indignant. Did Guohao really lose to Li Qianming and then use a dark technique? Mr. Wei shouted that this couldn't be. Guohao with one hand was able to easily suppress Li Qianming. How could he lose? Turning finally to our hero, the man asked what the guy had done. No one is capable of becoming this strong in just a few days. Li Qianming replied that he couldn't have done it alone. It was thanks to the princess and his companion beast. If adults wanted to cause conflict, they could do it with those two. Inho wondered how this guy could betray even the princess. Mu Yan said that according to his calculations today, the obelisk Yanhuang had granted the guy good luck and allowed him to break through 2 cultivation stages. The man thought that it was all Guohao's fault for giving in to the frivolous study of heretical techniques. Li Qianming had excellent abilities, and the blood of the Wei clan was in his veins for a reason. The old man examined Guohao's condition and said that his life was in danger. However, he will have to spend 3 months in bed to make a full recovery. The head of the palace told everyone present to disperse immediately. Did they have nothing else to do? As he left the scene, the old man told his son to see his son off and keep the young men in a tight grip. Mu Yan asked the master what to do about the set number of participants of the Dark Abyss animal competition. After all, it would take 3 months for Guohao to recover. The elder looked around and asked, what's left for them? Wei residents will refuse to participate. Unexpectedly, Li Qianming entered the conversation and said that he wanted to participate in the Dark Abyss animal competition. The protagonist said that he wanted to achieve glory for the Wei clan. The boy thought that such an opportunity should not be missed. The old man didn't pay much attention to these words and told the boy to leave these pompous speeches. The Wei clan didn't need an outsider to fight for its glory. Li Qianming didn't hold back. He said that the Wei clan needed it, and he personally needed it. The old man told our hero that he only clings to his relationship with the Wei clan because he wants him to help his mother, but that's not an option. Li Qianming resolutely said that if there was no way out, he would create one himself. Otherwise, the Wei clan of the Heavenly Palace would become the laughingstock of the entire country. How much would the Wei clan lose face when it turned out that they couldn't send a single young disciple to the Dark Abyss competition animals? Mu Yan yanked the guy and told Li Qianming to watch his tongue. The old man said that this guy really had a lot of courage. If he wanted to participate in the competition so badly, he would be given the opportunity. However, it would not only be an opportunity, but also a gamble on everything. Would he have the courage to accept such an offer? Li Qianming moved closer to the old man and said that he was willing to listen to the conditions. The clan head said that the young man would participate in the competition and he would help his mother if Li Qianming won first place. However, if the guy misses his chance and does not win, then the life of his mother will be put on the cross. He will only have to see her off to her final resting place. Li Qianming clarified, so he needs to win and he will get everything he wants? Li Qianming resolutely said that he accepted these conditions. Even if the old man sent him to his doom instead of competing, he wouldn't care. The elder said this guy had 8 more days to come to his senses and left the area. Our hero asked what the viceroy thought about the Dark Abyss jousting. The viceroy told Li Qianming to call him Uncle Yang from now on. The Dark Abyss battlefield is the world of Yanhuang mainland turned inside out, its dark destructive side. There are no laws and rules in this world. Its essence is destruction and annihilation. On the other hand, there are even more divine sources, spiritual minerals, spiritual essence, and other treasures. Liner reminded that she wanted to go there with her little brother. Then she could see Qing'er. Li Qianming said that he was counting on it. Uncle Yan said that he didn't advise the lad to take Liner with him. She might die in that place. Li Qianming interjected, was the Dark Abyss battlefield so dangerous that the princess couldn't go there? Mu Yang replied that it is not the place that is dangerous, but the people who are dangerous. The young geniuses of all countries in the Yanhuang mainland are also problematic members of their generation. There are no rules for these people, and on the battlefield where annihilations are allowed, they become insane. Li Qianming replied that these words only fueled his interest. Mu Yang admitted that this guy is a true original. However, if they want him to come back alive, a few things must be prepared to protect him. Li Qianming replied that compared to Mu Yang, his father, Li Yanfeng, is a real lowlife. Mu Yan said that he just doesn't want this guy's mother to worry. Uncle Yang said for the boy to see his mother, but not to tell her about the upcoming competition. There was no need to disturb her. When Li Qianming came to see his mother, he told her to see who he had brought. Princess Lin smiled and said hello to Auntie Wei Jing. The woman said hello and wondered, was this really the same Princess Lin? The princess said that Auntie could call her Liner. Wei Jing said she was so happy to have such a guest in her house today. Wei Jing ordered her son to immediately prepare something to eat, for she and Liner were very hungry. Liner was very excited. It turns out that brother can cook food. That's cool. The guy did his best, and the table was filled with marinated chicken legs, pastured chicken with green peppers, chicken stomachs fried in hot oil, and nutritious chicken broth. Liner swallowed her saliva and said that it all looked delicious. However, why is everything only made of chicken? Our hero looked at his companion and asked why he was trembling. Was he frightened? Li Qianming told Inho to calm down. He didn't have any mushrooms, so they wouldn't cook him today. The chick was indignant that he wasn't scared. After all, he's a phoenix after all. If the guy wants to eat him, let him just try. Li Qianming told his mother that he would have to leave home for about a month. However, while he was gone, Uncle Yang would keep an eye on her. Wei Jing wondered if it was dangerous. Would Liner go with him? The son told his mother that the princess would stay and it was basically not dangerous. Returning home, the princess told her companion that she liked his mother very much and thanked him for his hospitality. Liner plucked up her courage and told her brother that she was going with him. Li Qianming stroked the girl's head and said that it wouldn't work. He could take care of himself, but it was too dangerous for her there. Liner replied that she was greatly worried about Qing'er. This place was too dangerous for her alone. She had long since gone over in her mind all the available options to go to her rescue. If she couldn't go, she would worry the whole time. The girl added that she had already decided everything anyway, and it was final. Liner, looking her interlocutor in the eyes, said that in this life, she wanted to share her destiny with him. Our hero thought, what did he do to deserve such an incredible girl as a princess willing to share her destiny with him? That alone is enough to give meaning to his entire life. From this moment on, he vows to protect Liner until his last breath. The people were silent for a while and held hands. The princess asked why her brother was silent. Could she go with him? Li Qianming gave in to his entreaties and said that of course she could go with him. The young people were traveling through a deserted night city and decided that they would never part in the future. Enro told his companion that he too wanted to share his fate and wanted a hug. Li Qianming grabbed the chick and tossed it far aside, saying that it should have been boiled long ago. 8 days passed. Ching Ching was once again playing a musical stringed instrument in the gazebo above the lake. A friend said that she was very worried about Ching Ching. Had she heard about the recent event involving Li Qianming? He defeated Wei Guohao. Ching Ching replied that she had heard everything, however. She did not understand what the big deal was. Isn't Ching Ching afraid that when the guy is on the battlefield of the dark abyss, he will try to take revenge on her? Right now, his rank position is higher than hers. Ching Ching replied that she has enough trump cards on her hands to deal with this guy. Ching Ching added that this time, no one would dare to underestimate her. Ching Ching said that the time was almost up, and it was time for her to go to Yanwang Tower for the gathering. Would Xiao Xiao accompany her? Xiao Xiao agreed, and said that she sincerely hoped that nothing would separate Ching Ching and her brother. Li Qianming thought that this day had finally arrived. For the past 8 days, he had practiced practically without rest. The princesses, who happened to be nearby, called our hero to come closer to them. Chinger said that the family couldn't keep her sister, so she will go with the young man. He must protect her properly, or else he would be punished. Li Qianming smiled and replied that he was willing to take the responsibility of keeping them both safe. Uncle Yan told the ward that he didn't know what trials await the boy in the Dark Abyss competition. He hoped that they would pay attention to their lives first. Li Qianming wondered why Uncle Yan had suddenly become so serious. Our hero heard someone call out his name. This voice seemed familiar to him. Was it really Lin Xiaoting? Lin Xiaoting said that he didn't think he would see this guy here after 3 years. Life is an amazing thing. Ching Ching and Xiao Xiao saw Brother Ting and rejoiced because he had already elevated so much. How wonderful that he had managed to reach the fusion level. Ching Ching hugged Lin Xiaoting and said that she really missed Brother Ting. Lin Xiaoting said hello to the master and said that as of today, he had already reached the fusion stage, so his entry into the Sacred Sky Palace was no longer in doubt, all thanks to his careful guidance throughout the past those years. Muyan said that his disciple has a brilliant future ahead of him, but before that happens, he is still a Heavenly Palace disciple, so he shouldn't cause trouble. Time to finish talking and get ready to head to the Dark Abyss to compete. Ching Ching asked Lin Xiaoting, how about we destroy this Li Qianming right now? Lin Xiaoting replied, why not? Right now, no one would dare to stop him. Lin Xiaoting approached the protagonist and said that he wanted his life. Li Qianming was not ceremonious and immediately showed his opponent the Eye of Lost Spirit. Xiaoting realized that an illusionary technique had been used against him and said that it was a childish trick. The young men began to move around in a circle, preparing to strike each other. Seizing the right moment, each of them threw their fist forward towards their opponent. Xiaoting boasted that in the entire country, no one in the younger generation was capable of withstanding his full-force punch. Mu Yan immediately thought, did this rascal really plot to destroy Li Qianming? Ching Er thought that this guy's shame was clearly unknown if he resorted to a surprise attack. Li Qianming couldn't have really died, could he? When the smoke in the arena cleared, everyone saw Li Qianming, who said that contrary to his expectations, after 3 years, Xiaoting would turn out to be so inept. Why did his punch turn out to be so weak? Xiaoting was surprised to see that this guy had survived. He now had an even stronger desire to destroy him. He definitely wouldn't leave here alive. Lin Xiaoting attacked the protagonist again. Uncle Yang suddenly appeared in front of Li Qianming, telling Lin Xiaoting to immediately stop these hostile actions. Lin Xiaoting told the master to step aside. Mu Yang said that this disciple had become very bold if he decided to publicly attack the life of a Yanhuang Academy disciple. Li Qianming, seeing this kind of defense, showed his opponent a middle finger. Lin Xiaoting said that he understood everything. For the sake of his former lover's son, the master decided to oppose him. Mu Yang must know that when he enters the palace of the sacred sky, his power will be elevated to the heavens. Does the master really want to annoy him? Such words were followed by a sobering punch straight to the jaw. He said that his disciple was not in the palace of the sacred sky. He had the last word here. He had mentored this young man for 4 years, and now he dares to speak in such a tone. What will Lin Xiaoting, with such a lowly nature, achieve in the sacred sky palace? Xiaoting said that since this person was diligently mentoring him, one would have to endure this prank. However, he promised his teacher that when he returned from the Sacred Sky Palace, he would snap his head off if he didn't bow down and apologize. The people around him thought that Lin Xiaoting had gone mad. Wasn't he too quick to forget the kindness shown to him? Mu Yan put his hand to Xiaoting's head and said that if he came back from there alive, then they would talk. The ungrateful student received another dose of admonishment from his teacher in the form of a massive series of blows and collapsed, coughing up blood, on the ground. Mu Yang said who was this young man to threaten him and chased him away from here. From today onwards, he disowned this disciple. The viceroy said this guy could keep threatening him, but if he said another word, he'd get another smack on the head. Li Qianming thought that Uncle Ya was simply amazing, a straightforward example that one would want to emulate. Mu Yang turned around to our hero and said that they were performing. Qing Qing and Xiao Xiao helped Lin Xiaoting up and held him under his arms. Xiao Xiao said that it was not proper to show such disrespect to the governor of the palace. Xiao Ting took Qing Qing by the throat and told her not to forget. If she wanted to go with him, she had to do her best to make sure he won first place. The girl replied that she remembered everything and didn't need to be reminded of it. Li Qianming said that when he returned from the Dark Abyss battlefield, he would release all of his blood and level the scales for what he had done to Jingyu. Lin Xiaoting laughed and said that he would look forward to it, and Li Qianming shouldn't break his promise. Xiaoting added that the viceroy's patronage would allow Li Qianming to live a little longer, but one day, Li Qianming would kneel before him and beg for mercy, and then he would snap his neck or maybe blow his head off with his sword. A group of people were in a gorge on the shore of a mountain lake. Here is the entrance to the Dark Abyss battlefield, also known as the Bottomless Abyss. Every country has a similar entrance. Once the candidates get there, they will be able to get out of there before the competition is over. When the disciples get there, they will find themselves in different places, but in the end, each of them is a disciple of the Heavenly Palace. If they meet, the best solution is to help each other. Li Qianming looked at Qing Qing and said that after meeting old acquaintances, they would definitely work together properly. One of the disciples said that in that case he would depart quickly. Whoever was the first to arrive would be the first to receive. Qing Er warned that this redneck should guard Lin Er properly. Li Qianming replied that he wouldn't let him down. Mu Yang realized that Ling Er had already invaded Li Qianming and said that in that case, she shouldn't show her face. The boy replied to Uncle Yang that he knew everything, and not even a hair would fall from the princess's head. Li Qianming also dived into the lake and went through this exit. After a short time, our hero arrived at his destination. Looking around, he realized that these were the battlefields of the Dark Abyss. The black sun was shining in the sky. Li Qianming told himself that from this moment on, there were no rules, no clues or directions. The tense animal competition of the Dark Abyss was officially beginning. Yingho said that it's not a bad place. Everywhere you look, there's a sense of danger everywhere. He likes it. Li Qianming suggested that this is the home of this chick. Li Qianming worked out a travel route and told the chick to keep up. He will try to move in the right direction. The guy was approached by Lin Er. Li Qianming asked what had happened. The girl said she felt the presence of a divine source. Li Qianming immediately opened the wings on his back and said that the princess was able to sense him because of her ability sealed in her fingernails. Yingho happily said that they were going on a search. Li Qianming flew high up. Ling Er said that she was only able to unlock 3 abilities to divine origins. She has a certain susceptibility. She herself doesn't know why. Li Qianming asked the princess what she needed to do to unlock more abilities. Lin Er replied that she didn't know that, but as long as her brother was around, she could feel the restrictions falling away. Li Qianming said that his charm is so great that the princess is unable to resist, and even the seals are weakened. Li Qianming stopped at the edge of the abyss. Ling Er had said that the divine source was right below. As they approached here, the feeling became stronger and stronger. The princess said there was a wild beast lurking below. Isn't brother afraid? Li Qianming replied that Inho would go in the vanguard, so there was nothing to worry about. The chick stated that he was once again being treated in a most inhumane manner. Li Qianming spread his wings and rushed down the cliff and said that he was about to find out what was ahead of him. Upon landing, our hero saw a cave. Lin Er said that what they are looking for is in this cave. Li Qianming said that he could see a glow coming from the divine source. As he approached the cave, the lad said that the fierce breathing he could hear belonged to a wild beast. Inho must check everything and report back. You didn't say for the companion to act justly. Li Qianming replied that he does not conduct business differently. Inho saw that this cave was inhabited by a huge fire-breathing dragon. Li Qianming asked his companion, "What kind of beast and what level?" A chick peeking out from around the corner said it was some kind of angry bird of enormous size. Li Qianming approached the fledgling, who asked, why was it necessary to send him to scout if the guy came here on his own? Li Qianming identified the beast. It was a 4th-ranked wild beast, a jade dragon that possessed an ability called Jade Flame Shield. This dragon's defense is super high. It is practically unbreakable. The divine origin is in complete integrity. This jade dragon has not even mastered 100th of it. The companions decided that they should take it. The divine source would suit them just fine. Li Qianming said that they would act according to the plan they had previously worked out. Yingho would distract the dragon, and Li Qianming would take the divine source. Enro moved closer to the dragon's head and began calling his name, provoking him. The chick said he was about to chip off all the scales on that dragon. The dragon responded by taking the spout closer to him. Enro wondered, wasn't the dragon supposed to drop the source and chase after it? The dragon actually rushed to catch up with the bird after that. Enro shouted that the diversion plan had failed. This dragon is clearly not stupid. He keeps the source to himself. The bird clearly needs help. Li Qianming said that he was going because it was his turn. Li Qianming swung the fire chain and began to approach the dragon at the maximum allowable distance. The flame dragon's chain technique worked effectively, and the monster received strong blows from our hero. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that these blows did not leave a single scratch on the dragon. Enro said that the opponent's outer layer was surrounded by a shield. Li Qianming realized that it was a jade flame shield. It seemed to be unable to withstand physical attacks. Enro said, if physical attacks don't work, then magic attacks should be used. The fledgling rushed forward to attack and used the flames of eternal purgatory. The dragon, flapping its wings in the air, shouted loudly. Li Qianming told his companion that the magic attack didn't work either, and this beast wasn't afraid of flames either. The chick spread its wings apart and asked in surprise, "What should we do now?" The companions moved closer to their opponent in order to think of another way to attack. The dragon blew flames at Li Qianming and his bird, and they had to retreat in an emergency. As they ran away, our hero said that they had to break through his special ability first, otherwise they wouldn't do anything to him at all. Li Qianming thought, where could the dragon have hidden the divine source? Yingho replied that he had put it in his chest. With a good swing, Li Qianming threw the chain around the terrifying beast's neck, and its wings were also shackled. Li Qianming will try to hold this dragon, and the chicken should attack it in the chest and try to get to the source. Enro applied a technique to the partially deactivated dragon, Dark Claw. After a while, the companions tackled the dragon and defeated it. Li Qianming said that their rival had made a grave mistake and had doomed himself to death. The Jade Flame Shield is a beastly thing. Wouldn't it be great if one could transfer that ability to him with a bird? Li Qianming said to Enro to stash the divine origin he holds in his wings. He would need 30 breaths to extract the cultivation from the dragon spirit. Li Qianming had it all worked out. He told Enro to fuse the beast hung together with the divine source. Enro climbed into the hollow of a tree and said that it needed time and silence to fuse, so it needed to be protected properly. Li Qianming told the princess that for the sake of the bird's safety, they should go outside and have a look. With a flap of his wings, he flew into the air. Last time, Enro had taken quite a long time to fuse an ordinary divine source. How long would it take to fuse a yellow-ranked divine source? Linner said that she felt someone approaching them. Li Qianming stated that the presence of the divine source was detected very quickly. A stranger appeared nearby and said that he had a feeling that someone's companion beast was engaged in melting the divine source. How fearless do you have to be to engage in source melting in the fields of the dark abyss? Is life not good enough for them? The stranger stepped closer to the protagonist and asked who he was and from what direction did he come here. Li Qianming said that before asking questions, this guy should introduce himself. The young man said that he was Ji Changyang, the 7th prince of Julin country. Who's in front of him? Li Qianming thought that Julin country saw nothing wrong with destroying and plundering in his country's territories. Our hero boldly replied that he was this guy's daddy. Didn't his son recognize him? Ji Changyang smiled and said that the question in front of him was to destroy this opponent or just beat him up. Now that question did not exist. Ji Changyang said for Tianjin to come out, and a huge companion beast, a serpent, immediately appeared in front of the guy. Changyang said that the opponent's companion beast couldn't fight, so he would die. Linner wondered if the brother was really going to fight 1 against 2. The opponent looks quite impressive. Li Qianming replied that as long as the princess is with him, it's not a fight alone at all. Li Qianming said that it was necessary to activate the time field. Li Qianming, with his wings behind his back, stood opposite Changyang and the huge serpent. They were enclosed in a huge-sized transparent cube. Ji Changyang said that his opponent had managed to capture a vast area. It was pretty cool. Changyang grinned and said that it was only an ostentation. After that, he and his beast companion rushed into the attack. Li Qianming, holding the chain in his hands, soared into the sky and said that they would now check whether it was a show-off or not. Ji Changyang used a dangerous technique, the heartbreaking whirlwind. Li Qianming appeared to be ready for it. Having repulsed the attack, our hero immediately counterattacked the opponent, who then barely stood on his feet. Ji Changyang thought that his opponent was moving very fast. He could not be underestimated. Changyang couldn't understand where this guy had disappeared to. However, our hero with a chain in his hand stealthily appeared behind his opponent's back. The attack was imminent, and the wounded Ji Changyang, coughing up blood, thought, "How could this be possible?" Li Qianming told his opponent that he did not know what the rules of the game were here. He only knew one thing: whoever plotted to destroy him would be repaid double. Liner said that the animal fights in the Dark Abyss are really very ruthless. The Sacred Heaven Palace could really make it so that only one participant would be left alive. Li Qianming replied that it wasn't necessary, and added that the girl shouldn't get herself worked up. No matter what happened, he would take the princess's threat away anyway. The princess said that she didn't want Qing Er to get hurt. Li Qianming said that he was also worried about Qing Er, but there are many people like today's opponent. They are all just pawns in this bloody game. Li Qianming reiterated that the princess shouldn't worry so much. Qing Er was capable of fending for herself. Besides, when enro fused the divine source, they would immediately go in search of Qing Er. One day passed in this area. A powerful source of flame appeared. Our hero even squeezed his eyes shut. A yellow rank divine source plus a Hun animal soul. This time the enhancement must be huge. Even the manner of its appearance was impressive. Liner was surprised to say that the chick had changed completely. It wasn't the same as before. Li Qianming looked at his companion from head to toe and said that some kind of pathetic horn had grown on the top of his head, and nothing else had changed. Enro told the man not to look down on him. One day he would be stronger than this guy. Li Qianming said that it was now necessary to use cultivation and symbiosis as soon as possible to transfer the fruits of evolution onto himself. Li Qianming showed his companion his left hand and told him not to contradict him. Liner thought that with such a cheerful partner, they could continue their journey full of optimism, even in the midst of all this cruelty. Yingho said that he had absorbed everything, but he hadn't even reached the 5th step of the spiritual origin stage. Li Qianming noticed that even though he hadn't broken through the stage, however, he was now stronger than before. The main reason for this was due to this dragon's defense-enhancing ability. The man said that they should now hurry to find Zhang Jingluan. Once they were all together, the excitement would be behind them. Liner was worried about Qing Er not meeting someone like Ji Changyang. The 6th day of the animal battles of the Dark Abyss has arrived. Our heroes have reached the magical barrier of the heavenly runes. However, it was noticeable that this barrier was narrowing. If it continues to narrow, all the participants will sooner or later come together. In other words, it doesn't matter how dispersed they are now, given the rate of barrier reduction. Eventually, he would force them all to meet. The day this hemisphere shrinks to its limit will be the final test of the animals of the Dark Abyss competition. Even though they don't know the specific rules of the game, their general outlines are gradually emerging. The area outside the heavenly rune barrier is the most dangerous. Li Qianming said that as long as they were going to search for Qing Er, they should conserve their strength and energy and try to keep their heads down. Li Qianming thought that when he needs to show off, he shocks everyone, and when he needs to act quietly, he is calm. Through discretion, no one would find him. Someone said that Qianming appeared on the horizon. The guy thought that he was immediately discovered. Li Qianming said that this couple was very fortunate to appear. Chen Hao and Xing Qiuyue stood in front of our hero. They said that Li Qianming was unlucky this time. How good it was to have met the person one wanted to punish the most. One of the couple said that he could handle the underling himself. He wouldn't run anywhere even if he grew wings. Li Qianming thought that out of respect for his father, he wouldn't put his father's life in danger, but teaching him a lesson was clearly worth it. The opponent summoned his companion beast, a 7-star Larian of the Big Dipper. The guy told Xiaoqi to tear the opponent to shreds. Li Qianming said that their opponents were in a hurry, wanting to have a lightning-fast battle. Enro added that they had been bothering him for a long time. The winged 7-star Larian jumped high and began to attack our hero. Enho rushed to block the path of this big yellow tiger. The opponent took out his sword and swung it, saying that now Li Qianming would be completely destroyed. However, he saw Li Qianming flapping his wings and flew far away to the side. He thought that this guy was a complete non-entity. The opponent asked, did Li Qianming really think that he was the only one who could fly here? The opponent called out to his beast and told Xiaoqi to fly up immediately, but the winged tiger was not having a good time right now. Xiaoqi was viciously attacked by the chick in various parts of his body. Li Qianming was not going to retreat. He flew backwards to accelerate for an attack. Chen Hao was attacked and flew far back, splashing blood in all directions. Xing Qiwei couldn't resist and rushed to his aid, waving his halberd. He said that it was his turn to deal with Li Qianming now. Li Qianming realized that the Scarlet Sun halberd was going to be used against him. Our hero, flapping his wings from a bird's eye view, watched Xing Qiwei and his companion beast approach. Xing Qiwei told his opponent that no one dares to treat Chen Hao like this. Because of this, he must answer. Xing Qiwei ordered his beast to attack and added that today he would make his opponent weep in despair. Li Qianming reacted in time, thrusting his left hand forward and applied the Lost Spirit Eye. The fire chains also came into play. From the expression on Li Qianming's face, it was obvious that he had no intention of joking around. Despite its length, Xing Qiwei's halberd viciously hit him in the teeth, and with a loud shriek, he flew backwards. Li Qianming added energy to his left hand, sending his opponent into a heavy knockdown. Chen Hao tried to crawl to Xing Qiwei from his last strength to give him spiritual support because he didn't have the strength to fight. The invincible Enro brutally massacred the battle tiger that was bleeding and lying motionless on the ground. Chen Hao and Xing Qiwei found themselves bound back to back by the long chain that the viceroy had given to our hero. They cried out loudly in pain and annoyance. Chen Hao decided that Li Qianming had gone too far, which he reported in a loud voice. The enraged Li Qianming started beating Chen Hao and said that he would show what humiliation was. He should answer for those remarks earlier. He could go back to his mommy and tell her how he was humiliated here. Changing his face, Chen Hao cried loudly. Xing Qiwei responsibly said that Li Qianming shouldn't touch him because he didn't have the spirit to do so. Li Qianming said that when he saw Xing Qiwei oppressing others, he was only waiting for this day of reckoning to come. Both of them would regret coming here. Li Qianming let his feet go and said that Chen Hao and Xing Qiwei would remember this moment well. Li Qianming took his chain and left the mountain of warriors on the lawn. He told the bird that they were leaving. The animal contests of the Dark Abyss, Day 14. The site of the recent battle was still smoking. Li Qianming said as he passed by, the battle that took place here caused enormous destruction. This clearly indicated that the companion beast involved in the battle was huge, and the water in the lake suggested that one belonged to the water-ice element. The burned trees suggest that there was also a beast of the fire element. Our heroes have decided that someone here has been engulfed in an icy fire. Li Qianming picked up a red bird feather from the ground. Ling Er was very frightened. The princess said that this pie says that Qing Er was here. She fought someone. Li Qianming suggested that the princess take to the sky and survey the surroundings for other traces. As he flew up, the guy told Lin Er not to worry prematurely. They hadn't found any body or traces of blood. That didn't mean something bad had happened. From the bird's eye view, Li Qianming noticed that the shape of this pond below them was similar to the shape of a whale needlefish. Li Qianming said that Mu Qingqing was definitely here. With fury in his eyes, the protagonist said it was time for retribution. They must be found. The battlefields of the Dark Abyss, Wandao Lake. Qingqing is located on the shore. The girl, putting her hand forward with a determined look, performs the manipulation. Near Qingqing are huge companion animals, inhabitants of the aquatic expanse. One of the beasts told the mistress that the damage caused by the purple blood spiritual mark was too great. She had already subdued 2 wild beasts of enormous size, and if she continued like this, her body might not be able to withstand it. Qingqing said that it wasn't enough. In this deadly game, a chance is only given once. Even if this forbidden technique destroys her afterward, she would still put everything on the line. No one would be able to stand in her way, not even Lin Xiaoting. One day, everyone will look up to her, and those who stand in her way will be destroyed. The girl looked resolutely at the huge insect and told this dark scolopendra to submit to her without fail. The girl performed magical manipulations and said that she would need at least 2 more wild beasts. After taming the scolopendra, Qingqing said it still had strength and would live. Qingqing thought that this forbidden technique could have serious repercussions on her. She was walking on a knife blade. But if she could hit that number of designated places, it would turn out to be an instant success for her. There were 2 contestants on the huge underwater beast. They saw the purple spirit mark on this girl ahead. The young man wondered if she had lost her mind. Was she bored with life? The girl said that she was willing to use even such self-destructive techniques to achieve her goals. She should introduce herself and tell him where she came from. The cocky Ching Ching said that before asking such questions, they should introduce themselves first. The young man said that he was not used to hiding his name. He is the son of the commander-in-chief of the country of Qianhai, Li Qingcheng. And next to him, the princess, Her Highness Gu Suyu. The princess asked, "Who would this girl who broke all the rules and used such an inhumane forbidden technique be? She should be reported. If she's going to win with a forbidden technique, she's clearly a fantasist. The one who will be destroyed by the purple blood spirit mark will be her." Ching King wondered if there was really love between these two. Ching Ching said she was just about to destroy the princess and the guy with the surname Li after all. Li Qingcheng took out his sword and told the princess that this girl cannot be let go. She will become very troublesome. She must be captured, even though she had subdued the spirit beasts, but her own strength was negligible. Ching King said that she just wanted the lives of these two people and the lives of their companion beasts. Ching Ching gave a command, and the companion beasts prepared to attack. The Animal Battles of the Dark Abyss, Day 16. Li Qianming continues to fly around the area on his wings. The guy wondered why even one person couldn't be found. Where had everyone gone? A sad Liner said that she could only hope that Qinger was all right. Li Qianming expressed his confidence that she was indeed all right. It could be seen at a glance that she was one of the lucky ones. It was possible that they would come across her soon. The place below seemed familiar to our hero. This was the place where he had gotten the martial soul Hanyu sacred beast last time. Li Qianming decided to look around in this place and spun down to the ground. Last time he was here by chance, now he was here again. No other way than fate. However, the water temperature in this place had become higher than during his last visit. Liner said she felt that there was something at the bottom of the lake. Li Qianming said that he felt something too. Diving underwater, our hero said he needed to take a proper look around and find out what was at the bottom. Using his magic eye, Li Qianming detected a spiritual quintessence of heavenly blue-colored runes. He decided it was an exceptionally valuable spiritual quintessence. Enho added that it tasted awfully good. A chick floating nearby said they should share it. The guy thought that if he ate the thing, his stomach would turn to ashes. He offered the flower completely to a bird. Li Qianming said that in any case, their cultivation is in symbiosis, so no matter which one eats him, there would be no difference. Li Qianming added that if the chick is afraid, it will so-and-so eat half of it. The quintessence was divided into 2 equal parts. Each of the participants in this experiment bit and tasted the object. Enho said it was a manly thing to do. After that, Li Qianming crouched down and fell to his knees. He said that he would definitely die now. Enho shouted for the man to assimilate it quickly and not waste it. Liner wondered how the little brother was feeling. Li Qianming asked that the princess should hurry up and help digest it. He might soon pass out from this heat. The princess hugged the young man and told him that she was here and would not let anything happen to him. A powerful energy column burst out of the water element and was directed into the sky. The 5th stage of the spiritual source was broken through. Li Qianming said that his strength had increased significantly, even though he was only at the 5th stage. But now, even when facing an opponent at the 9th stage, he would still be confident of success. In addition, he feels that his eyes have begun to see much farther and much clearer. From a bird's eye view, our hero saw a fierce battle going on far ahead. Li Qianming noticed that this girl riding on top of a water dragon was very cool. However, the other person is Mo Lin. Bleeding out, he asked who she was. Why was it necessary to go to such an extreme? After all, they had admitted defeat. Why was it necessary to destroy them? The girl said her name was Yue Lingji, although it didn't matter to him anymore because he was about to die. Throwing Mo Lin aside, our hero, Li Qianming, stood in his place. Lingzi said that he was very lucky, but another dead man appeared instead of one. Including these, she would now have 7 lives on her account. Li Qianming wondered, had this girl already eliminated 5 people? It was unknown whether Mu Qingqing and Jiang Qingluan were among them. If a battle started now, Mo Lin would be in serious danger. Li Qianming, standing with his wings to the side, told brother Mo Lin to retreat. Mo Lin shouted that he couldn't leave Li Qianming here alone and run away. Liner told our hero to take Mo Lin and get out of here. Li Qianming agreed. Yue Lingzi swung her swords and asked, have they really decided to escape? Might as well not even dream of it. Li Qianming grabbed the injured Mo Lin and flapped his wings and flew high into the sky. Yingho was pointing the way for them. Yue Lingzi didn't want to calm down and told her dragon to follow the fugitives. Li Qianming created a temporary field, and everyone involved in this battle was in a large transparent club. Yue Lingzi immediately noticed that there was a slowing down of movements. Li Qianming told his companion that he planned to break through the Heavenly Runes barrier. When that would happen was unknown. Whether they will end up in the same place is a question. If they don't, Molin should find a safe place and take refuge in it. Molin thanked the younger disciple for saving him. Li Qianming landed on a dry surface. There was no one around. It looked like Molin had been transported to another place. Linner asked with concern in her voice if her brother was all right. Li Qianming smilingly replied that he was fine. Li Qianming said if Molin wasn't there, he would have given Yue Lingji a proper welcome. Ling Er asked again with concern in her voice. What did he think about Qing Er? Li Qianming once again expressed his confidence that the princess was fine, and they would definitely find her. Enro agreed that if they didn't retreat now, Yue Lingzi would definitely be in trouble. Li Qianming was angry at the companion beast. He hid in the companion space and forced it to break through the storm alone. Li Qianming had an idea. The Heavenly Rune barrier was shaped like a hemisphere. In that case, its highest point was the center of the barrier. So this place is the final location. Enro said it was a logical reflection. Satisfied with his deductions, Li Qianming took the princess by the hand and said that they were going there. If they didn't find anyone, they would wait there. Animals and Battles of the Dark Abyss, Day 19. Li Qianming said, this is the center point of the Heavenly Fleece Barrier, Wandao Lake area. Molin said, it's possible that someone may have already gotten here. It turned out that there were indeed already young men in the nearest cave. One of them called out to Brother Mo Lin. Li Qianming noticed that Xing Qi and Chen Hao were also present here. Mo Lin wondered, why are these two so talkative? Just now, they were in a normal state. Li Qianming speculated that they might have had health problems. Li Qianming asked Mo Lin if he had seen Princess Qing, to which he received a negative answer. Li Qianming asked the same question to the young man who supposedly had health problems. In response, they remained silent. Li Qianming told the young men to tend to their wounds and better not go anywhere from here. The guy spread his wings, took to the sky, and shouted that he was going to look for Qing'er. Li Qianming flew around the surroundings and thought perhaps Qing'er was in danger and hid in some other cave. Something seemed suspicious to our hero, and he hid behind a rock ledge. He was not mistaken. There she was in the distance. On the spire of a high cliff towered Yue Lingzi, with her dragon circling beside her. Yue Lingzi wondered if there was anyone alive here. She was ready to fight anyone. The girl knew that the Heavenly Runes barrier had already shrunk enough, and all the survivors here were nearby. Yue Lingzi shouted loudly that according to her humble estimate, there weren't many survivors left. No one responded to these cries. Linji said that those present didn't have the guts to come out to fight her. This is ridiculous. Li Qianming thought that this girl's boldness was clearly not lacking. Yue Lingzi was in no hurry to go anywhere. She said that if no one came out, she would just wait here. This place, the center point of the Heavenly Rune barrier, sooner or later everyone will appear here. When the barrier shrinks to its maximum, it will be their hour of death. The colleagues asked Mo Lin, did the rules of the Dark Abyss animal battles really require killing every last one of them? Mo Lin replied that he didn't know that, but in any case, one should continue to hide and wait for the end of the animal battles. Mu Qingqing thought that Yue Lingjie was not interested in her. Until she dealt with Li Qianming, there was no need to mess with her. Li Qianming saw a strange glowing cone extending from the sky to the ground. What could it be? Huge monsters began to appear in the area around the cone. Linner suggested that it was an image of the divine source, the 9 dragons soaring into the sky. Li Qianming asked what it meant. According to legends, there are 4 kinds of origins: heavenly, earthly, dark, and yellow. Beginning with the dark-ranked origins, their nucleation is accompanied by accompanying images. The origin of the dark-ranked divine source, the sea dragon, is accompanied by the image of 9 dragons soaring into the sky. Li Qianming wondered, did a dark-ranked divine origin appear there? Li Qianming rejoiced. A dark-ranked divine origin. Such an entity could bestow dominance over an entire country. A single dark-ranked divine origin was worth the equivalent of 300 cities. Its value could even rival the martial soul of a Hong sacred beast. However, is it not strange for a feminine source to arise at such a moment? Is it possible that the actual rules of animal competitions include the acquisition of the source? Yue Lingzi declared that if no one showed up in front of her now, the dark-ranked divine origin would belong to her. Li Qianming thought that these were the real conditions for winning the competition. Destroying opponents to win was just a false rumor. The first one to get the dark rank source would be the first one to win. After successfully mastering the source, even someone with a lack of talents can more than compensate for them. Yue Lingzi, standing on top of her dragon, said that the divine origin sea dragon was in her hands. The competition isn't over yet. Doesn't anyone want to get lucky? Linji said she already has 6 people on her account. She wants to bring it up to 10 to get a round number. 2 candidates appeared in front of the girl. They told her to immediately give the divine source to them. If she was not cooperative, they, the twins from Sankai, would not be ceremonious with her. Li Tianming said that the temptation to obtain the divine table was indeed great, however. Someone had already put their head to sleep. Lingzi said that talking is inappropriate here. Anyone who wants to talk can approach her. One of the twins said to let his rabid shark tear his rival to shreds. The other twin brother wasn't ceremonious either and told his sea beast to move forward. Linji drew her sword and dealt with her opponents very quickly. She said that they were too small fish to her. Li Qianming entered the arena and said that a crazy woman like Linji should be punished by someone. He came to teach her a little lesson. Yingho declared that he wanted to ride that dragon and soar into the sky. Yue Lingzi said once again, this man got in her way. Who is he? Our hero said he doesn't hide his name. His name is Daddy Li. Yue Lingzi said that this was the first time she heard this name. But in any case, from today onwards, it would become the name of the deceased. Li Qianming smiled and said that she had memorized her daddy's name well. Inho said that this woman was a smart woman. Li Qianming made a serious expression and declared that this source would belong to him. Yue Lingzi called her opponent a scoundrel. How dare he mock her? He would definitely die now. The dragon opened its huge maw and activated the Heavenly Frost technique. A huge icy charge of energy was directed at our hero. Yue Lingzi on her dragon moved forward, freezing everything in front of her. Li Qianming was forced to retreat as ice cliffs formed in front of him. Yue Lingzi, having gotten close enough to Li Qianming, said that this guy with such consequences of abilities still had the nerve to compete for something that didn't belong to him. Li Qianming once again retreated to a safe distance. He was waiting for the opportune moment to attack his opponent. Li Qianming asked in surprise, did Lingzi really mean to say that someone had decided in advance that she would be the first? The girl smirked. He can't fight her on equal terms, so he's trying to resort to some conspiracy theories. She wasn't the kind of person who would put up with that slander. Yue Lingzi declared that if this guy could defeat her, the first place in the dark rank divine origin would belong to him. Our hero agreed to such conditions. After spreading their wings, Inno and Li Qianming began to gradually rise up and overcome the icy obstacles. At the same time, they relentlessly approached their opponents. Hurricane Whirlwind was used in this battle. Li Qianming, using his physical attributes and thanks to his wings, dodged the ice attacks. Yue Lingzi once again got within close range of her opponent and grabbed her sword, shouting a battle cry and trying to make a mental attack on her opponent. At this moment, our hero took off his bandages and exposed his left arm. Yue Lingzi thought it was some kind of weapon. At this time, the chick made a fiery attack on the opponents, trying to melt the ice that was appearing around them. Not expecting such a combined attack, Yue Lingzi flinched backwards and fell onto the ice. However, she noticed that the opponents were not moving in her direction. Could it be that she was not their target? The ice dragon was attacked and found itself captured by the chain of fire. Yue Lingzi was weighed down by the fact that her Feng Yin, great and invincible, appeared to be partially deactivated. Now that the dragon couldn't lend support to his companion, Li Qianming was ready to fight his opponent. He asked if Yue Lingzi was surrendering. Lingzi asked angrily, how could this rascal boy dare to hunt her companion beast in such a lowly manner? Did he really think he could pull the same trick on her? Lingzi, swinging her swords, rushed to attack and said that she would not admit defeat. Li Qianming decided to give his opponent the Eye of Lost Spirit. Before she knew it, Yue Lingzi found herself chained up, just like her beast companion. Our hero restrained his rival's hands at her back and said that before him was the fated soul of an evil spirit. Never having been defeated before, Linji was now lying on the icy surface and unable to resist. Li Qianming smilingly said that the dark rank divine origin now belonged to him. Our hero had to search his rival to find the source hidden on her body. The guy thought that now that the source was in his hands, the appointment on top of Yue Lingji was still valid. Yingho asked, why didn't his companion destroy this insane person? Li Qianming replied that he only wanted the first place and the divine origin. There was no need to destroy people. Besides, he had the impression that this girl was appointed by someone from above. She might be related to the sacred sky palace. The winner said there was only half a day left. Soon all intrigue would come to an end. Li Qianming gathered air into his lungs and shouted Zhang Qingluan's name very loudly. He shouted that he was here and looking for her. Suddenly, someone from afar asked, "Is he really looking for Zhang Qingluan?" Li Qianming and Ying Heo anxiously looked at each other. Our hero looked closer and saw a girl sitting alone in the distance. "Who's that?" Mu Qingqing was sitting on a small stone. She said that Li Qianming would never see her again because the princess was destroyed. Qingqing stood up to her full height and asked if Li Qianming had heard her. She added that she had destroyed the princess just like she had made Lin Xiaoting destroy Jing Yu. Ling Er cried out loudly in grief. Li Qianming said that there was no need to be so heartbroken. What Qingqing said was not necessarily the truth. The protagonist coldly looked at his longtime rival, Mu Qingqing. 3 years ago, she had already tried to ruin his life. Guy said that he had been waiting for this day for a long time, and today was the day he would destroy her. Qingqing said that Li Qianming was clearly not suitable to possess the divine sea dragon source. Linger told her brother that her rival was using a forbidden technique, the purple blood spiritual mark. Li Qianming replied that it was in her spirit. She would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Mu Qingqing said that Li Qianming was standing in her way, so he would definitely die this time. Mu Qingqing, accompanied by all of her companion beasts, prepared to attack our hero. Yingho said that they have a serious opponent this time, as she has 5 companion beasts. Li Qianming pointed out that Zhang Qingluan's companion beast was not among them, indicating that Qing'er was alive. At this moment, the lad felt one egg in the companion space stirring. It looked like the beast was about to come out of its shell. However, it hesitated again and did not want to hatch. Ino stated that that beast should have hatched a long time ago. He was just a sloth who didn't want to fight. Mu Qingqing stated that she wanted to thank Li Qianming, to thank him for being a stepping stone to her goals again, to help her enter the palace of the sacred sky. Even when he dies, she will never forget him. He will always be the most important person to her. Liner said that this was the first time she had the urge to destroy someone, and she wanted to deal with this Qingqing. Li Qianming suddenly felt that the effect of the omnification had surpassed the highest level. Even the shape of his wings had changed. Liner said that the effect of the omnification had increased by 1.5 times. Li Qianming thanked Liner and told his companion beast that it was time for them to get down to business. Li Qianming and Yingho swiftly rushed into the attack. The sea dragon was immediately attacked and started bleeding after being wounded. Li Qianming said, "The first to go." The huge armored turtle was also attacked by our heroes. Li Qianming said the second one went. Mu Qingqing stood back and watched as her companion beasts were destroyed one by one. How is this possible? Li Qianming once again attacked, and now the 4th companion beast had been destroyed. The guy approached a sufficient distance from his opponent and said that Mu Qingqing would finally destroy Mu Qingqing now. Hong Qing stared fearlessly at her opponent and only laughed in response. Li Qianming grabbed the girl's throat with his left hand and said that it was now over. But why is she smiling? Qingying replied that she was amused, even though he had accomplished the impossible by getting his life back. Even if he even became so strong that he made her shiver in fear, made her regret, but in the end, he would still die by her hand. Li Qianming asked in surprise, where did such self-confidence come from? Before she was killed, had she completely lost her mind? Qing smugly asked, doesn't Li Qianming really think that he has won? After all, he is the kind of person who places great value on friendship and affection. Such lowlifes are doomed to perish. Inho said it should be destroyed quickly and without ceremony. Qing, flashing her eyes, said that if the guy didn't understand so much, then he could turn around and look. Behind our hero, a huge scolopendra emerged from the water. Li Qianming looked back and stunned. The scolopendra was holding Qing'er. Zhang Qingluan, as if she was tied to a huge pole, was being held captive by this monstrous scolopendra. Linger immediately ran outside and rushed to Qing'er's aid. Li Qianming shouted for the girl to keep calm. Li Qianming said for Liner not to worry. Qing'er was alive, so they would save her. Inho said that there would definitely be a way. Li Qianming called Qing a lowlife and asked what her future plans were. Qing replied that she saw 2 options. Either Qing'er would die, or Li Qianming would die. Mu Qingqing added that since the guy is sensitive, he can commit self-destruction. He has 10 breaths to think about it. Qing opened the account. Li Qianming couldn't figure out what he should do. Qing wouldn't stop counting. Suddenly, someone told our hero that he could help. The guy was surprised. Who is saying this? A voice came from the cracked egg. It was his beast companion speaking. If the boy followed his plan, he would help him out of this stalemate, Li Qianming said as he listened attentively. Qing counted from 10 to 0 and said that the guy wasn't going to commit suicide, so he would watch Qing'er die. Li Qianming took the cracked egg in his left hand and asked if Mu Qingqing knew what it was. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky and a huge lightning bolt appeared. Qingqing wondered, how did this guy manage to summon the heavenly thunder? Li Qianming raised the egg high up, the lightning and thunder intensified. The scolopendra was attacked by a huge amount of lightning and couldn't do anything about it. Liner saw the scolopendra disintegrate into small pieces and began to sink beneath the water. The princess screamed loudly. Inho said that there was no need to worry. The liberated Qing'er has been taken under protection. The depressed Qingqing fell to her knees and screamed hysterically. How could this be? After all, it had only been 3 years. How could there be a colossal change with this guy in such a short time? Li Qianming approached his rival and said that they would play soon. He thought for a long time about how to collect the debt from her. Li Qianming furiously flashed his eyes and said that the girl should morally start preparing. Today, she would regret not getting killed. Linger raised her hands up and prepared to receive the downward descending Qing'er. Qing'er was still in an emotionless state, however, she was definitely alive. The lightning and thunder continued. The second huge beast of primal chaos was about to be born. According to him, with the power that would arise at his birth, he would be able to pull down the streams of heavenly thunder. His power had reached unbelievable proportions. Inno said he was the arrogant type. If he had been born in a place full of fire, his appearance would have been much cooler. Li Qianming thought, judging from the manner of his birth, he is definitely a ferocious predator. Finally, there was someone worthy of the title of a huge beast of the primordial chaos beast. Li Qianming asked what the name of this primordial chaos beast was. The beast said that its name was the thunder demon of primordial chaos. It has sharp fangs and dangerous claws. A fearsome beast emerged from the egg and said, meow. Li Qianming was furious. He had been told that it would be a huge, ferocious tiger. In reality, it was just another fluffy toy. He was tired of being the object of ridicule. Li Qianming grabbed this kitten and spun it around from all sides. He said that there was obviously some kind of mistake. There must be some mechanism to make this animal bigger. Liner grabbed the kitten and said that this companion animal was really cute. I don't even want to let him out of my arms. The pragmatic Inho said that there was no time to waste. Before the echoes of thousands of lightning bolts subsided, one should take the opportunity to cultivate the combined attribute of thunder. Li Qianming wondered, did the chick really mean to say that his strength could allow the two beast origins to combine? Yingho added that they were now in a place filled with thunder and lightning. There were countless lightning bolts around them. There was no better place to cultivate. Li Qianming took the primordial chaos thunder demon in his hands and said that in that case, they wouldn't waste any time. The guy put the kitten on his head and triggered the animal meridians. In the lotus posture, he proceeded to activate the process. Li Qianming found himself in a protected sphere. Lightning bolts were flashing all around him. Liner said they absorb lightning discharges. That's incredible. Inho asked the princess a question very important to him. Who has more charm, him or the lazy cat? Liner replied that the kitten was 10,000 times cuter than the chick. He had nothing to compare to at all. After passing the matching attributes of fire and thunder, Li Qianming completed the synchronization mode. The guy looking at his hands said that the combination of the attributes of thunder and fire was complete. At the same time, one of his hands was burning with fire, while the other was icy, the primordial chaos. Thunder Demon said that he was tired and didn't want to practice anymore. Kitten said he was sleepy again. He needed a nap. Inho called him lazy. Li Qianming thought that bringing this kitten into battles would be quite problematic. Inho said that it was a very lazy cat. Liner said not to involve the kitten in the battle. He mustn't get hurt. If there was any danger, Inho should be sent to the vanguard. The chick said the princess is a very soulless woman. He was wrong about her. Liner asked what name her brother was thinking of giving this kitten. Li Qianming replied that the princess could think of one herself. Liner said that this kitten has black fur, plus it's lazy, so we can name it Shadow. The young men approached our hero and said how lucky he was to be in one piece. He had survived the natural disaster that had recently struck here. Molin inquired how Princess Qing was feeling. Li Qianming replied that the princess was poisoned, but he didn't have any antidote. Molin said he was trained in healing. We need to figure out what kind of poison they're dealing with. To do that, we need to look at the princess. After examining the situation, Molin said that it was the dark demon's poison. He would be able to handle it. Ling-Er rejoiced. Qing-Er now had a chance to be saved. Li Qianming said that it was good that senior apprentice Molin was beside them. Li Qianming walked over to the kneeling Mu Qingqing and said that it was time to settle the score. Qingqing inquired what he was going to do. She is now the representative of the Lei House. If something happened to her, the Lei House would not forgive it. Li Qianming was surprised. Did she really think that she was so important to Lin Xiaoting? Had she seen herself in the mirror? She looked very ugly right now. Qing cried and asked for Li Qianming to let her go in remembrance of what happened between them. The guy replied that all he has left in his memory is the image of her destroying his best friend, his tarnished name, and 3 years of humiliation. He can't show her even an ounce of compassion. The young men were surprised. Were the events of 3 years ago not so simple? Li Qianming said that destroying Mu Qingqing would be too easy for her. The guy added that he wanted her to live her life wishing for her own demise. Li Qianming performed certain manipulations in front of the girl, using the resources of his internal energy. Mu Qingqing lost her balance and began to sway and cough up blood. The girl's sanity became clouded for a while. Li Qianming said that he had destroyed her animal meridians and spiritual source. She would no longer become an animal mentor. Now her place was among the trash. Qingqing fell to the ground and began squirming in agony, the girl begging to be destroyed. Li Qianming said that she would live and experience on her own skin what he had been like for the past 3 years and what he had gone through. But she wouldn't have to endure 3 years, only until the day he tore Lin Xiaoting into small pieces. Mu Qingqing continued to lie on the ground and moaned with hopelessness. Li Qianming said that the barrier of heavenly runes had collapsed. The Dark Abyss competition was finally over. The guy told the princess that there would be a lot of people here soon, so she'd better get all in. Linner said she knows, and that's exactly what she's going to do. Li Qianming walked up to Mo Lin and asked how Princess Qing was doing. Mo Lin replied that he had practically dealt with the poison. The princess should wake up soon. Princess Qing actually opened her eyes after a while, and Li Qianming greeted her. Qing Er inquired what Li Qianming was doing here, and where was Lin Er. Linner said that she was here too and added that Li Qianming had saved her. Qing Er said that her head was still spinning, and she couldn't gather her thoughts. Qing Er shouted she finally remembered. Mu Qingqing had attacked her using a forbidden technique. Now Mu Qingqing had to get even with Mu Qingqing. Li Qianming said that he had already done everything. Now this girl was lying faint from blood loss. Qing Er blushed with embarrassment and asked, "It turns out that Li Qianming really saved her?" Li Qianming told the princess that there was no need to look at him with such enthusiasm. If she had thoughts of throwing herself at his neck, it was better to leave them. He doesn't feel like having an affair with his girlfriend's best friend. Qing Er found nothing else but to drive her fist into our hero's jaw. It was quite unexpected. Princess Qing said, even though Li Qianming may be capable, but he shouldn't think that because of this, she would turn a blind eye to how he was messing with Linner's head. Rubbing his bruised spot, our hero asked, who else could treat his savior like this? Mo Lin said for the two to stop fighting and looked up. That was where he pointed his finger. A gap appeared in the sky, in the clouds, and 2 bright beams descended, down which 2 men descended. The strangers descended to the ground and approached our heroes and introduced themselves. They were the representatives of the Sacred Sky Palace Inspection, Jin Yixuan and Song Yishui. They were interested in Li Qianming. Our hero looked at the 2 guests and thought that they had not come with good intentions. Why did they need him? And what was going on? Song Yishui repeated the question, which of the people present is Li Qianming? Li Qianming bowed and introduced himself as the Lord Warden. Song Yishui inquired, did he really take the source of the dark-ranked sea dragon? Li Qianming said that it was indeed him. Jin Yixuan said for this guy to let them have a look at him. Li Qianming took out and showed this dark-ranked sea dragon source. The guy thought that they needed to verify its authenticity to determine the final results. Song Yishui stretched her hand forward and used her magical abilities to draw the source towards her. Li Qianming was indignant. He asked the gentleman wardens, what does this mean? Jin Yixuan called our hero a petty trickster and asked, what made him think he could take away the first place award? The guy said that he was the one who had conquered the source of the sea dragon in the competition with Yulin Ji, and thus commandeered the first place in the Dark Abyss competition. Wasn't that so? Yishuan asked, who told him that getting the sea dragon source would ensure first place? Yishui added that when that source appeared, the competition was already over. The sea dragon is the prize. Who authorized him to take it away? Li Qianming thought that these 2 were just engaging in casuistry. Jin Yishuan noticed that the victory in the Dark Abyss competition was determined by the number of people destroyed. Yuelin Ji had destroyed 8, thus gaining the first place. Therefore, the divine origin that had emerged belonged to her as the winner. Unexpectedly, Yueling Ji appeared and said that of course the source belongs to her. Water is not Li Qianming's attribute, so the source is clearly not for him. Song Yichue gave the source to the girl and told her not to lose it again. Yuelinji thanked the gentleman wardens. Li Qianming thought that everything was actually prearranged. Otherwise, why didn't they announce the rules? It was to make them up as they went along. If Yuelinji had obtained the divine source, the rules would say that the first place would go to the one who took the source. If she didn't get it, the number of opponents destroyed would be the victory condition. The guy thought that for the sake of their games, they had lured people from all over the world to come here. 11 people died to ensure Yuelinji's entry into the Sacred Sky Palace. Who is Yuelinji and what status does she have? The whole game was designed by these two wardens. As they say, so be it, and there's nothing you can do about it. All power is in the hands of the powerful, and right now their power is overwhelming the sky. They are the ones who move the pieces on the chessboard. As a piece, the disciple has no say. They will be manipulated as they wish. Yuelinji laughed. Did this young man really think that he could compete with her? Jin Yixuan told the people present that they had thoughts on this matter, but this was a trial organized by the Sacred Sky Palace. Therefore, when they return home, they should not gossip and blabber anything. Otherwise, it might negatively affect their future. Li Qianming thought that these wardens didn't even bother and threatened openly. Liner wondered to his little brother, what should they do? Doesn't that mean he won't be able to save his mom? Li Qianming replied that there's nothing they can do about it. They just have to listen to what these two have to say. Jin Yixuan said that Li Qianming had performed excellently during the Dark Abyss competition, and they had decided to give him an award. The award would be a yellow rank divine origin. Song Yixue asked which attribute source the young man wanted. Li Qianming thought badly towards these wardens, but he said aloud that he wanted the source of the thunder attribute. The guy was handed a triple electric spike. It's a yellow rank divine origin. The wardens, after finishing their negotiations, said that the kid might still have a chance to join the Sacred Sky Palace. Li Qianming thanked the wardens for their wishes and thought that this divine source would suit Shadow perfectly. Suddenly 5 beams appeared in the sky, and with them more people descended to the ground. Among those who appeared was Viceroy Mu Yang, who addressed the Lord Wardens. Jin Yixuan said that the competition was over, and the representatives of all countries could bring their talents back. The Viceroy saw the disciples and expressed his joy that they were alive. One of the arrivals said that he could not contact one of the talents from Sankai. Mu Yan stated that the disciples had all done a good job these few days, and now it was time to go back. Mu Yan said to Mo Li to take Mu Qingqing on his back. Jin Yixuan told Palace Viceroy Mu Yang to stay a little longer. Mu Yan looked around and asked, what questions did the gentleman warden still have? Jin Yixuan said that they were also going to go to Yandu. Why don't they go together? Jin Yixuan asked in surprise. Had Palace Viceroy Mu Yang forgotten after all? They need to take one disciple under their wing in Yandu. Yixuan continued that they were heading to Yandu to pick up Lin Xiaoting. Mu Yang said that he would gladly receive the Lord's wardens and was honored that they would visit Yanda. Mu Yang said he wondered, why did the Overlord Masters decide to choose the Azure region of the country to hold the Dark Abyss competition? Was it for the sake of making it easier to reach Yandu afterwards? Yixuan replied that this choice helped avoid unnecessary hassle. Liner told her brother that Qinger was still not feeling well. Could he take her on his back? Li Qianming smiled and said that he would gladly fulfill this assignment. Sinner sat down on our hero's back and he picked her up by her feet. Liner immediately ordered for her brother to stop thinking about anything. Li Qianming said that Liner misunderstood him after all. He was a man of pure morals. He would never think of her best friend in such a way. Liner anxiously said that her heavenly barrier was pressing down on his back right now. The guy agreed and said he had nothing to object to. Arriving in the city, our heroes were surprised. What is going on here? Qinger said that both King Father and the others were present. Li Qianming thought that the reason for everything was because of the Lord Overlords. All the locals were in a deep bow. Even the ruler of the country himself personally greeted them before entering the city. The leader introduced himself and said that he was Jiang Cheng, the leader of this country and its people. Literally everyone present lowered their heads and saluted the Mr. Wardens. Jin Yixuan told the king that there was no need to be so courteous. The king said that it is a great honor for them to host the overlords in this humble capital city. A banquet has been prepared for the guests in the royal palace. Yixuan said that the main purpose of their arrival was to pick up Lin Xiaoting. There was no need for banquets and festivities. They would like to go straight to Lei's house now to check Lin Xiaoting's cultivation at the same time. The king said that the Lord Overlords could do as they saw fit. Lin Zhao and Lin Tianzan were instructed to give the guests a proper reception. The men replied that in their lay house, no one would dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Warden. The injured and soiled Mu Qingqing stretched her hand forward and called out to Lin Xiaoting. From behind Jin Yixuan, Yuelingji looked out and asked, "So this young man is Lin Xiaoting?" Lin Xiaoting bowed and introduced himself to the Mr. Wardens and Lady Yueling. Yixuan said that once they arrived at the lay house, he would personally test the young man to find out his talent level. Lin Xiaoting congratulated Yuelingji on her first place in the Dark Abyss animal competition. He hoped that he would go to the Sacred Sky Palace with Lady Yueling. Yuelingji said that this guy is not bad, and he is not lacking in ability. She's looking forward to them going to the Sacred Sky Palace together. Lin Xiaoting took the girl's hand and said that there was no way he would fail Lady Yueling's expectations. Li Qianming thought that these two should be more careful, acting as if there was no one around. As expected, Mu Qingqing has become a bargaining chip. Her punishment is just beginning. The king said that the wardens had left. Now everyone could disperse. Qing'er said for Liner to come out. They should greet the king father. The girls held hands and approached the king. The king, smiling, told the girls to return with him. They needed to rest properly. Liner introduced Li Qianming to the king and added that she had previously talked about him. Li Qianming bowed once more and greeted his highness. Qing'er said that she had a matter to discuss with the king for Li Qianming's sake. Qing'er told the king the whole truth about the warders and their act. The king marveled. If what his daughter says is true, it is unthinkable. Molin said that they could all confirm Princess Qing's words. The girl had spoken the truth. If it wasn't for Li Qianming, they would all be killed by Yuelingji. The king said, "It looks like these competitions were organized for the sake of Yuelingji. He has no idea what the Yueling clan is all about. Our hero's grandfather said to have his grandson show that yellow-ranked divine source." Li Qianming took out a spring and showed it to the palace head. The boy asked, given the occurrence of such unexpected circumstances, would the palace head treat his mother for her ailment? The young man asked once more, would Elder Wei treat his mother for the curse of short life? Qing'er told the palace head that during the Dark Void competition, Li Qianming had no way of winning, but in their eyes and thoughts, it was his performance that was worthy of first place. The king interrupted his daughter and said that these were the affairs of the Wei family. Qing'er should not get involved in them. The king and daughters went to the palace and left the area. Old Man Wei told his grandson that they would talk when they returned to the palace. Mu Cheng told Li Qianming to follow his grandfather immediately. The boy asked Uncle Yang what his chances were. Mu Yan replied that the guy would know when he returned to the Wei residence. No one is able to completely unravel this old man's thoughts. Mu Yan inquired if Li Qianming knew what the most important thing in this case was. The guy said he knows it's his headache, so the better he gets, the less the old man can neglect him. The viceroy said that's why, in the future, if the guy is required to prove himself again, he should give his best. Xiao Xiao told her brother that Grandpa and the others had already returned. The young man on crutches inquired, how did the Dark Abyss competition end? Did Li Qianming die? Xiao Xiao replied that although he didn't die, he didn't win the first place either. The winner was a girl from another country named Yuelingji. The young man was upset when he found out that Li Qianming was still alive. Why did he come back then? Xiao Xiao assumed that he was in a hurry to give his mother a farewell send-off. Elder Wei told his grandchildren to get out of his way. As he passed by, the old man said he was very wistful to see these hopeless young people. Li Qianming, who was passing by, waved at his brother and sister and asked how their recovery was going. The young man on crutches only snapped back. Li Qianming said that this guy was rude and called him a cousin, but I just wanted to know how he got over the beating. As the grandfather sat down in his chair, Li Qianming earnestly asked him to save his mother's life, the life of this old man's daughter. Elder Wei asked that Li Qianming should not play this card. He has no daughter, which means he has no grandchild. He and Wei Jing haven't had anything to do with each other for a long time. The guy won't gain anything by clinging to his sibling relationship with him, however. Their bet is still valid. Li Qianming bowed and thought that there was still a chance of saving mother's life. The old man was sure that the young man's account of what had happened during the Dark Abyss was true. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is another, and he wants to see his performance with his own eyes. If the young man's performance is pleasing to his eyes, he will fulfill his obligation. If not, the guy will be turned down. Besides, if that happens, he will fulfill his part of the bargain, and henceforth he will not bother his eyes. The old man said he was the only chance of saving his mother. He said that he understood everything. The guy really realized that this old man was afraid of losing face, so he would deny his connection with Wei Jing to the last. but he still gave him a chance. Xiao Xiao told her grandfather that Li Qianming had already jumped the argument. There was no need to give him a second chance. The old man said to call Wei Ziyu's grandson Wei Ziyu to him immediately. Elder Wei said, if Li Qianming defeats Wei Ziyu, he will get a chance. As far as he knows, Princess Lin isn't around right now, so his fighting ability will be greatly reduced. Mu Yang said that Wei Ziyu is older than Li Qianming and is at the 9th step of spiritual origin. Li Qianming replied that he would not run away from a fight. The Wei family's martial arts arena. The young man asked, is Li Qianming really Li Qianming in front of him? Li Qianming said hello and said that he was counting on his fellow student brother for guidance. Wei Ziyu said that he would be vigilant and would not underestimate the opponent. Xiao Xiao said to let brother Ziyu teach him a lesson. Let this guy know that there is something for everyone. The elder son said that without having Zhang Feilin by his side, this guy dared to challenge the 9th step of the spiritual origin. His brother said that Ziyu is famous for his coolness. Li Qianming doesn't stand a chance. He stood and asked Mu Yang if the viceroy knew why he was unable to ask Wei Jing. Mu Yang said he wanted to hear the master's answer. The old man said it was all because of Mu Yang. Mu Yang doesn't deserve what happened, and he resents it. The day he took Mu Yang as a disciple, he had already considered him as his son-in-law. In those days, they were the perfect couple in anyone's eyes. Mu Yang replied to his master that it was all a matter of bygone days and he was no longer young. The old man asked indignantly, what could she find in this scum Li Yanfeng? Even Chen Sheng back then, who was vying with Mu Yang for his daughter's hand, was hundreds of times stronger and better than him. Mu Yang said that if master really wanted to make him feel better, he should just forget about old grudges. Mu Yang told the old man that this boy was not to blame for anything. He had to endure many hardships along the way. It would soon become clear whether he was really a first-class talent. Ziyu said that he was counting on his companion beast Ziying, the Peng Thunderbird, and in turn used the Thunderblade against his opponent. Li Tianming said that the thunder element was the last thing he was afraid of, as he had now become the animal mentor of the two beasts with the combined elements of fire and thunder. Li Tianming shouted that now the opponent would find out what he was capable of. The guy shouted for his companion beasts to come out. Xiao Xia wondered what two beasts were talking about. Li Tianming is just bluffing. The elder son said with surprise that this guy actually emitted fire and lightning. Enro grabbed Shadow and took to the air with him. Chick said that the cat would have to fight side by side with his big brother. The kitten complained that he was very sleepy. Enro said it's time to stop sleeping and we have to get down to business. When they beat that guy, then they can sleep for 3 days. Tin tearfully said Enro was tricking him, then made him train again. However, Shadow became angry and, glaring with his eyes, attacked his rivals, saying that it was because of them that Brother Chicken had woken him up. They had committed the unpardonable sin. Our hero's cousin wondered, is this really his pair of companion beasts? He probably wants to win by using cuteness. Xiao Xiao said that this kitten is so cute, it's as if it came out of her fantasy. She wants one. Ziyu and his Thunderbird Peng were furiously going on the attack. Ziyu understood that the appearance of the opponent's companion beast was too deceptive. One should not underestimate him and hold back. Li Qianming adopted a fighting stance and prepared to repel his opponent's attack. Thunderbird Peng and Kitten Shadow were rapidly approaching each other. Just below, Ziyu and Li Qianming were also preparing to clash in battle. When the opponents collided, a huge amount of energy was released, and the entire arena was engulfed in smoke. Li Qianming was forced to step back to a safe distance, appearing out of the smoke to the onlookers. The same thing happened to his opponent. The opponents separated on opposite sides of the arena. Ziyu, bleeding, thought that the opponent was much stronger. In this fight, the forces were not equal. Enho, flapping his small wings, approached Thunderbird Peng and attacked it with his beak in the forehead. The Thunder Sphere of Primordial Chaos was used in this battle. The Peng bird, which was hit, lost its balance and lost its aerodynamic ability, and began to fall to the ground chaotically. Xiao Xiao thought that this was once again a rout with no chance of victory. Elder Wei's son thought, how did this guy manage to have two companion beasts with combined fire and thunder cultivation? Mu Yan, watching this fight, said that this kid would never stop surprising him. Ziyu kneeled before his opponent and said that he admits his defeat. Enho was most angered by his colleague's behavior. The Shadow had managed to sleep even while in free fall. Li Qianming, holding Shadow in his arms and with Enho on his head, thought that possessing a pair of companion beasts was great, although it wouldn't be too cool to win against 3 against 2 every time. Mu Yan approached our hero and asked, when did he manage to become the animal mentor of the two beasts? Li Qianming replied that he had used a spiritual blood contract to make them his companions, but this cat was too lazy, so it wasn't always possible to use it. Elder Wei wondered, could it be that the guy had managed to obtain two companion beasts with different elements through a spiritual contract? He had never heard of such a thing in his life. Mu Yan smilingly said that this only proves that Li Qianming is unique, which was expected from his disciple. The elder son admitted that it would have been good if Li Qianming had been raised in the Wei residence since childhood. His brother admitted that in that case, the boy would not have had the opportunity to make spiritual contracts. Li Qianming approached his grandfather again and bowed, asking him to save Wei Jing and give her a chance at life. The old man thought that he would never believe that this young man was Li Yanfeng's son. Elder Wei ordered that Wei Jing be taken to the Qianyuan room. He will go into seclusion for half a month, and during that time, no one is allowed to go in there. Li Qianming tearfully thanked the old man for his help. The boy was on his knees and kept crying. Enho flew up to him and said with tears in his eyes that mother had a chance of salvation. Li Qianming raised his hands up and shouted that his mother would be saved. Overjoyed, the chick slapped the kitten and told it to stop sleeping. The viceroy told his apprentice that it worked beautifully. At Lei's house, the host suggested that everyone raise their glasses to the gentlemen of the junior wardens. The supervisors thanked the host for their hospitality. House Elder Lei turned to the head of the Yueling family and said that they would soon become kin. Yuelin Hong, the head of the clan, thanked them for their hospitality and said that it knew no bounds. They will become loyal allies in the future. After the young giftees are married, they will go together to perfect themselves in the palace of the sacred sky. A perfect marriage awaits them. The overseer said that after the merger, the influence of these families will increase greatly. Everything is going great. The only thing missing is the prestige of the heavenly court. Wei Tiankang is completely unaware of anything. It won't be long before they suppress the Wei family. Elder Lei said that for too long the Wei family had controlled the heavenly palace. It was time for them to leave. The Yuling clan abounds with talents worthy of the sacred heaven palace. Overseer Song Yixue said that the rulers of the heavenly palaces change. This was also true of the sacred sky palace. Any family that ruled a heavenly palace for many centuries would stop thinking about progress at a certain point. Their offspring become mediocre and unsightly, and then other families challenge them once again. Yueling Xiao, the father of the bride, asked if Shuang'er would be watching the competition when the day of the challenge came. The overseer shouted that this man was insolent, even though he was the father of Sky Daughter Shuang, but he shouldn't call her such a familiar name. Yueling Xiao bowed, apologized, and said that it wouldn't happen again next time. Song Yixue said that Sky Daughter Shuang left her family at a young age and has now already acquired the title of Sky Daughter. She was still worried about her family, so she personally ordered them to ensure their well-being. As a consequence, the recent competition was organized, securing Yuelingji's entry into the Sacred Sky Palace. Yuelingji told Lin Xiaoting that Sky Shuang's daughter was her younger sister, Yueling Shuang. Shuang was born of a concubine and was not favored by her family at a young age. Her father's inaction led to her mother's death during the Duanmu feud. The girl was 8 years old at the time. After the incident, she disappeared and everyone assumed that she had died. A few years later, she suddenly reappeared and single-handedly slaughtered the entire Duanmu clan. After her return, she already held the title of the Daughter of Heaven of the Sacred Sky Palace. Inho asked our hero in a friendly way why he was smiling like a fool all night. The young man replied that his heart was so full of joy that he could not stop. When he looked at his mother and saw the tears of joy on her face, he was truly happy for her, for she had had such a hard time. A stone had fallen from his soul. At last his mother would live. And what excited him even more was that his grandfather and mother had settled their conflicts and were a family again. It moved him to tears. Inho said that this guy is very soft-spoken. He starts crying immediately. Li Qianming got angry at his companion beast and said that it was called Man Tears and there was nothing wrong with it. Li Qianming told the chick that this stubborn old man was also quite nice. He kept giving him a chance. Also, the lad wondered why his mother refused such prominent men like Mu Yang and Chen Sheng and insisted on marrying Li Yanfeng. Inho stated that he knew what was wrong. Mother had peculiar taste, she liked ugly losers. Li Qianming pounced on the bird. She dare not insult his mother. If Inho continues like this, he will go to the pot. The boy heard that in the past, his mother had gone to the Dongshen region's Dark Abyss competition. When she returned, she had changed beyond recognition. He believes that she encountered something mysterious during her journey. Li Qianming changed the topic of conversation and suggested that the cat fuse a triple electric spike that would fit him perfectly. Shadow said those two are brazen liars. They said they would let him sleep for 3 days and 3 nights after the last battle. Fusing this toy is a lot harder than a battle. He wants to sleep. Li Tianming noticed that if Shadow didn't improve, he would fall far behind Enho in strength. Shadow said he wouldn't do that. He really wanted to sleep. Shadow collapsed on the hay and said that he was sleeping. He should not be disturbed. Li Tianming said that in that case he would take advantage of the cat's sleep and perform an operation to remove certain body parts. The Shadow did not agree to such terms and immediately, opening his eyes, awoke. Li Tianming began to wail. He didn't know what to do. This divine source needed to be fused, but there was no companion beast willing to do so. The cat told his brother Chicken that they shouldn't sleep and be lazy all the time. They should practice hard today too. Li Tianming told the cat to stop wiggling and start rafting as they had until morning. At Lei Mu's house, Ching Ching took up her old routine again. She played a musical stringed instrument. The girl stopped and coughed. Her health problems continued. Xiao Xiao saw this and was startled. Ching Ching was coughing up blood. Why doesn't Ching Ching rest? After all, the doctor told her not to get out of bed for a month. Ching Ching told Xiao Xiao not to be so crushed. She understood her situation perfectly well. There would be no difference. Xiao Xiao was indignant. How could she turn out to be such a person? Ching Ching asked her interlocutor, "He's going to marry Yuelin Ji, isn't he?" Xiao Xiao was surprised to ask how Sister Ching Ching knew this. Ching Ching replied that this is what usually happens. Xiao Xiao apologized and said that there was absolutely nothing depending on her. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoting appeared, telling Lei Xiao Xiao to leave this place immediately in a rude manner. Lin Xiaoting added that he needed to talk to Ching Ching in private. Xiaoting repeated for Xiao Xiao to leave and not make things worse. No need to make him repeat himself several times. Xiaoting told the assistants to take Xiao Xiao away from here and lock her up for half a month. Ching King pretended not to pay attention to the guy and continued to play music. Xiaoting told Ching King that the girl's companion beast had died and her spiritual source had been destroyed. She had become a complete non-entity. She knew better than anyone else what the real situation was. Xiaoting said that in the past, she had trampled Li Tianming and elevated herself beside him. Now he throws her out and then marries a more prominent girl. Everything happening is quite a worldly matter. Xiaoting added that Ching Ching is an adult and clearly does not suffer from naivety. A person should be able to admit defeat. Xiaoting took the interlocutor by the face and said that he had spoken to his father. She can stay in the flower garden. This place is his gift to her. But Ching Ching must not leave this place. He does not want anyone to see her. As he left, the young man said that when she died, given her status as his concubine, she would be buried in the family cemetery. Xiaoting took out a handkerchief and wiped his hand from the blood he had stained while taking the girl's face. Xiaoting added that she can come to his wedding. He wants to let her see him wipe Li Tianming off the face of the earth. He will help her get her revenge that way. Ching King replied in agreement and added that she would have to dress up properly so as not to embarrass him. Yanhuang Tower, Yanhuang Obelisk. Our hero continued to strike the obelisk and asked the kitten, after all, hadn't he already fused the entire divine source? He should take Yingho as an example. Li Tianming thought that he could already clearly sense the essence of the two great powers, fire and thunder. Slowly but surely, he was making progress. The day when his mother would finally get rid of the curse of short life was just around the corner. 5 days passed. The vicar said that the young man was able to reach the 6th step of the spiritual source very quickly. Li Tianming asked when Uncle Yang came here, "Did something really happen?" Mu Yan said that some information came in. The scouts reported that the overlords were in the company of the Yueling family. They never left. Li Tianming said that it would be great if they didn't leave. He still needed to track down Lin Xiaoting and settle the score with him. Mu Yang added that the number of Yueling family members in the Lei House had increased over the past few days. They were undoubtedly up to something. Therefore, after consultation, it was decided to take some precautions. Li Tianming wondered, even if they were up to something, did their plans really have anything to do with the Heavenly Palace? Mu Yang replied that there was no certainty, but caution was necessary. It was also revealed that with the help of the dark-ranked Dragon Divine Origin, Yuelinji's companion beast had successfully evolved into an 8th-ranked Imperial beast. He had now become a magical blizzard sea dragon. Li Tianming remarked that she wanted to reach the fusion level before going to the Sacred Sky Palace. Mu Yan said that there are 8 days left before his mother's recovery. When the time comes, The young man is waiting at the Wei residence. Li Qianming said that of course he would definitely be there, but until then he would waste time at the Yanhuang obelisk and improve himself. 8 days have passed. Enro said that he felt he was unrealistically tough. He wanted to fight. It was urgent to seek out the enemy. Shadow said that he was very tired. He would never become a companion beast or cultivate again. Li Qianming noticed that tempering a dual core with the origins of the eternal purgatory and thunder primordial chaos was much more difficult. Soon, the fusion stage could be challenged. Li Qianming said that today was the day for his mother to start a new life, and he was ready to go to meet her. Our hero rushed as fast as he could to meet his mother. Of course, he brought his animal companions with him. Along the road to the palace, the cat and the chick were discussing who was more comfortable to ride, Li Qianming or Mu Yuan. The animals concluded that Mu Yuan was much faster and more comfortable to ride. Enro said that they would have to settle for Li Qianming anyway, because he was the one who was their toy and couldn't be thrown away. Li Qianming said that if he wasn't in a good mood on the occasion of Mother's return, he would have snapped both of the beasts' necks. On arriving at the palace, the boy said that it was necessary to wait a little while. His mother was about to come out. Enro added that it was very exciting. Yingho noticed that it was that top-quality horse, Guru Mu Yuan, who had appeared here, and Uncle Yan with her. Mu Yuan took our hero's new companion animal and said it was cute. She wants it to belong to her. Enro immediately said that he wants to belong to her too. Mu Yuan told the chick that she was not interested in him now. Enro replied that Madame was very cruel. His mother's brothers also arrived at the palace. They said that Mu Yang appeared very early. Li Qianming saw that Uncle Chen had also appeared here. Mu Yan asked him if Chen was afraid that someone from his family would tear him to pieces if they knew he had come here. Everyone's attention was drawn to the fact that the doors of the building opened. A young lady appeared on the threshold. Who is this girl? Li Qianming wondered why his mother had turned into a child. What should he call her now? Mother or little sister? Literally everyone present was also surprised by what they saw. Elder Wei appeared on the doorstep. Wei Jing held his hand and told her father to be careful. The old man said that even if it takes 60 years to recover, once the curse is restored, all the time spent under the curse will return to the person who suffered the curse. Li Qianming thought that his grandfather had become very exhausted. It looked like it took a colossal amount of strength to break the short life curse. The elder threw his daughter out and said that he now required a 3-month rest. No one should bother him. Wei Jing said that this stubborn old man saved her and looks like he did something shameful. Li Qianming grabbed his mother in his arms and asked joyfully, who was she? Was it really his missing little sister? Wei Jing told her son to hold his tongue. She may look much younger, but she's still 40 years old. The brothers said that the word Jinger makes them all envious. They too want to endure this curse for once. At dinner that evening, the young man asked his mother what the marks on her hand were. He had never noticed them before. Wei Jing replied that she wasn't quite sure of the details herself, but she knew that they appeared when the short life curse wore off. Among the ancestors of the Wei clan, not a few people were affected by this curse, but they all dealt with it in the first year it appeared. Probably because the curse had been greatly prolonged in her case, 3 rings appeared on her hand. The more rings that appear, the greater the rate of hardening of the curse bearer. My grandfather, for example, has 1 ring. Li Qianming assumed that with 1 ring, one could achieve the successes that Wei Tiankong had achieved. So a mother with her 3 rings would someday surpass her father 3 times over. Li Qianming looked at his hand and saw a ring peeking out from under his clothes. The boy wondered, is this really the curse of a short life? At night, under a bright full moon, 2 strangers stood on the roof of a building. One of them said that a girl named Wei Jing possessed 3 disaster rings. This meant that she was the possessor of the essence of the 3 cycles of calamity. The genius of the 3 cycles of calamity was discovered among the bloodline possessors of the sacred lineage that had scattered in this barren land. Qingyu asked if her grandmother was mistaken. She replied that she could clearly see that this was undoubtedly the essence of the life calamity of the 3 rebirths. Grandmother said that it was truly a miracle. Among the youths of their sacred Li family, even including Qingyu, there were not even 10 people with 3 disaster rings. Judging from the historical records of their clan, this collateral lineage had already traveled quite far away from them. Qingyu wondered what they should do. Should they take Sis with them and bring her back to the Dunhuang current? The old woman said that they should, of course, take her back. They had already traveled through 89 small countries in their search. If the genius of the 3 cycles of calamity is brought back to them, they can consider their trip paid off. The old woman added that their sacred clan had once ruled the Dunhuang territories single-handedly. Today, they were forced to search for members of side branches in this barren land. But still, the search was successful. Qingyu expressed her confidence that things would get much better in the future. Grandmother said that while they would observe, it was necessary to see what kind of person Wei Jing was. Qingyu added, just recently her son awakened one calamity ring. Should it be taken away as well? Grandmother replied that it all depended on Wei Jing. Would she be able to part ways with this guy easily? Wei Jing looked at her son's hand and said that his short life curse was completely different. Wei Jing added that the qi and blood in his body had also completely decayed. There was something wrong with the color as well. Could it be that the training methods he is perfecting are so strong that they themselves broke his short life curse? Enro said he and the kitten have developed some marks under their arms that can't be removed. Wei Jing said that this is also the curse of short life. The scourge of short life affects both companion beasts and their mentors equally. The chicken said that these spots could be indicative of an incurable infection. Li Tianming objected. He was just told that it was the curse of a short life, not an infection. Li Tianming speculated that perhaps with these marks, his cultivation would go much more successfully. Once it bloomed, he would immediately go to the Yanhuang obelisk to make sure of it. Uncles Yang and Chen said that Li Tianming appeared in the tower very early today. However, the young man did not need to train at the obelisk from now on. Today he would go to train on the second floor of the Yanhuang Tower. Li Tianming was surprised. Would the viceroy personally mentor him? Mu Yan remembered that the guy was going to invite him to become a mentor, but he wasn't sure if he should do so. After all, Li Tianming has an unfathomable speed to develop his talents. This country has become too cramped for him. Mu Yang added that he would mentor the young man anyway, and it didn't matter if the young man honored him as his mentor or not. Uncle Chen said that Uncle Yang was a vulnerable nature. Li Tianming replied that Uncle Yang had long since become his mentor and most respected person. Li Tianming turned to Uncle Chen and said that he had a spiritual quintessence in his sack. It should be enough to cover his debt tenfold. Chen agreed and regretted lending the young man too little that time. On the second floor of the tower was a Yanhuang mirror circle. Each mirror evenly contains a large amount of natural spiritualized qi, which promotes self-cultivation. The mirror helps in tempering martial techniques and can be used to adjust one's movements and then make the necessary adjustments. It will reveal the depth and subtleties of martial techniques and teach you to understand the heavenly line of feeling. Li Tianming asked what technique Uncle Yang wanted to teach him. The boy suggested that it might be a swordsmanship technique. Mu Yan replied that it was his own swordsmanship technique, the three slaughter sword. This technique is the quintessence of everything he has learned in his entire life. It is at the heavenly will surpassing fusion stage. Li Tianming wondered, aren't the steps he needs to take too huge? After all, it was impossible. Mu Yang said that he would instruct the young man, taking into account the simplifications, reductions, and selection of those parts that could be comprehended while at the stage of spiritual origin. Chen threw our hero a sword. Uncle Chen said that this sword belonged to his Xingchen trading union and was the most expensive weapon that had reached this country. Li Tianming realized that this sword had the dual attributes of fire and thunder. It was an animal weapon of the 6th rank, the Flaming Thunder Sword. His blade was forged using the mystical bronze of heavenly thunder, which was fired year-round using fire and lightning, as well as 93 kinds of spiritual minerals. The blood of a wild beast of the 7th rank, the Thunder Flame Varan, was used to create its hilt. This sword carries burning flames and rolling thunder. Uncle Chen said that he would give the guy this sword, and Uncle Yang would teach him the fighting technique. Li Tianming replied that he saw no reason to refuse such an offer. Li Tianming thought that when he arrived in Yandu 4 years ago, he had failed because he had no one to rely on. Today, he finally felt what it meant to have patrons. It was truly a wonderful feeling. Mu Yan said, if Li Tianming meets Lin Xiaoting, he should know that this sword technique is the only thing he didn't teach him. This traitor has gained importance in the eyes of the Sacred Sky Palace, and now doesn't even count against him. Mu Yan said that his only way to help the guy was to teach him how to wield this sword and teach him swordsmanship techniques. After that, it would be up to him. Li Tianming said that there was no way he would let Lin Xiaoting escape his responsibility. Mu Yan took the sword and said that the 3 slaughter sword technique consisted of 7 techniques. 2 techniques of human slaughter. The first is the ghost dance, and the second is the death of the soul. 2 methods of earthly slaughter. The first is ulsation. The second is concussion. Pulsation means the shaking of the earth meridians. By concussion is meant the shaking of the underworld. Heavenly slaughter contains the unification of the heavenly aspirations of the sword. The first is divine rage. The second is heavenly calamity. And the third is the collapse of illusions. The collapse of illusions is the apogee of the sword aspirations and is also the true path of heavenly will. Li Qianming thought that even though there were countless simplifications, he could still experience the immensity of the heavenly will. He couldn't even imagine what the full version of it could do. Enro said that he too wanted to learn the technique. Shadow added that it was a very severe style. Mu Yang told Li Qianming to first of all start practicing inside the mirror circle and not to rush in anyway. For the next few days, he would be by his side. If there are any questions, one should ask right away. Li Qianming said that the first thing would be the ghost dance. Today, the ghost dance must be practiced 1,000 times. When the young man was done, they would see if he had really grasped the essence of the first technique. At night in bed, Li Qianming woke up and jumped out of bed. He had practiced the first technique over 800 times the day before, but he still hadn't gotten the hang of it. It was very hard. The chick asked what happened to his companion's hair. Li Qianming looked in the mirror and wondered why his hair had turned gray. Didn't his mother used to have the same hair color? Li Qianming looked at his hand and saw 2 rings of the short life curse. So this curse wasn't over yet. Mu Yang was also surprised for the morning. Did the curse of a short life not end? The mentor said that he didn't really know about this phenomenon. He only knew that the more rings, the better. Mu Yang asked if he felt any discomfort anywhere in his body. Li Qianming replied that he felt that he had become clearer in his thinking. It seems that these rings were helping him absorb natural spiritualized Qi. Mu Yang suggested to continue observing the next day and to continue practicing with the sword today. Li Qianming must comprehend the essence of the ghost dance. Would the extra ring allow him to help him make a breakthrough? Li Qianming took up his sword and said that this was about to be the ghost dance for the 1,000th time. The third day came. Li Qianming noticed that his hair was now completely the same as his mother's. Plus, a third ring appeared on her hand, so it wasn't over yet. Mu Yan didn't understand what was going on. The short life curse only has a positive effect on the guy without its painful effects. Li Qianming felt that each ring was speeding up his cultivation speed by half. The mentor said that these rings and hair color changes are just external signs. The true changes are happening in his body. There seems to be progress in all aspects, only to know if they need to expect the side effects his mother has been subjected to for the past 20 years. Mu Yan looked at his disciple and thought that he had mastered the ghost dance. It seems that these rings had really strengthened his physique and innate talents. The satisfied young man said that he had finally mastered the first technique and offered to continue on from there. Enro called his companion a weakling. He had waited so long for the guy to learn something, and he had only improved in one technique. Mu Yan said now he understands who among these companions is the true genius. The 4th day came. Our hero had 4 rings on his hand. Wei Jing remarked to this that her son now had 1 more round than her. Li Qianming suggested that this was far from the end. Mu Yan said that they need to keep practicing. Now the guy is taking on the soul death. Li Qianming suggested that things would go much faster this time with assimilation. The 5th day came and a 5th ring appeared on my hand. Enro did some simple math in his head and said that 5 was more than 4. The shadow added that it was, however, less than 6. Day 6 came. The same 5 rings remained on his hand. Li Qianming assumed that this was the end of it. Enro said he wouldn't rejoice prematurely if he were his companion. He and Shadow had a black spot under his left armpit. The young man needed to check his left arm. Li Qianming unwrapped the bandage and thought, could they really appear on the dark hand as well? Indeed, the ring appeared, but because the hand was too dark, it was hard to see it right away. Li Qianming logically assumed that 5 rings could appear on this hand as well. But that would be... The 10th day came, our hero had a total of 10 rings on his hands. Li Qianming stated that this is illegal. Wei Jing said that she had calculated everything in her mind, and her son had 7 more rings than her. Li Qianming remarked that he could count, and the companion beasts helped him with that. Mu Yang said that the guy could now embark on the heavenly slaughter. The viceroy thought that even without the support of the short life curse, the guy's talent surpassed Lin Xiaoting, and with 10 rings he was simply terrifying. It was likely that he would actually be able to comprehend the heavenly will and go beyond the divine will and unleash the true might of the 3 slaughter sword. The 11th day has come and the rings have not been added. Now we can say with certainty that there will be 10 of them in total. Our hero did not dare to check other parts of his body. Wei Jing told her son that he had received an invitation from the Lei house. An invitation to Lin Xiaoting and Yue Lingji's wedding. They deliberately want to mock the young man. You shouldn't go there. Li Qianming got excited and said that of course he would go there, and they would see who would mock who. Besides, they shouldn't miss such a fun show. Checking the calendar, the guy said that this event would happen in 3 days. It looked like the day he would settle the score with Lin Xiaoting was just around the corner. The day of marriage has come. The newlyweds made the first bow to heaven and earth. The second bow was to their parents. Observing the bride, our hero concluded that Yue Lingji had also reached the spiritual source stage. Also present at this festive event was Mu Qingqing. Next, the husband and wife exchanged bows and were sent to the bridal chamber. Lin Xiaoting told his bride that from now on, she was the only one he would love, embrace, protect, and never abandon. Xiaoting added that they will improve and fight together and have no regrets. Yue Lingji declared to her spouse that she wanted to follow him hand in hand and love him forever. After a while, all present again welcomed the bride and groom. Mu Qingqing asked for the floor and permission to make the first toast. Lin Xiaoting looked at the girl and said that she looked quite tolerable. Qingqing replied that after hearing his words, she was convinced of it herself. The girl filled the groom's glass and thanked him for his support and care. She wished him the most glorious future, a home full of children and grandchildren, and emptied her glass. After draining his glass, Lin Xiaoting said that Qingqing was starting to bore him, and after all, she should leave early and continue to rest. Mu Qingqing said that she would take his advice and remove herself to rest. Mu Qingqing's eyes lit up strangely, and she said as she immediately withdrew. Inho said, looking at that girl. One would assume she was barely holding back. Li Qianming said that he would disagree. He was sure that nothing good was waiting for Lin Xiaoting right now. Our hero noticed that this wedding has indeed a considerable scope. Even the universally respected king has arrived. Uncle asked why Li Qianming had dyed his hair such a provocative color. The Wei family had never been pretentious. There was no way to shame the Wei family. Li Qianming smiled and said that his uncle was behind fashion. This year, this color is the latest fashion trend. Uncle said he had quite forgotten to whom he was talking. In that case, what was the matter with that swaggering cape? Li Qianming wondered, what was wrong with the cloak? He had gotten it from his mother. A member of the audience asked for silence. The two gentlemen junior wardens had an important statement for all present. The overseer said, to the best of his knowledge, the strength of the Wei family's younger generation is at a very mediocre level, which is not enough to continue running the heavenly palace. For this reason, they have decided to hold a challenge to change the leadership of the heavenly palace. The king inquired of the gentlemen overseers, is such a decision in accordance with the law? The king added that in the past, a change in the leadership of the heavenly palace necessarily required verification from the sacred heaven palace, as well as obtaining an order issued by the sacred heaven palace proper. The overseer replied that it was, of course, the Yueling clan. It is known for its diligence, backed by thousands of years of developmental experience. The rules are quite simple. The competition is divided into 3 parts, 3 separate confrontations between the older, middle, and younger generations. Song Yixue said that the defeated contestant would be eliminated and another contestant would take his place. The contest will continue until one side can't field anyone. 3 confrontations between 3 generations, the side that wins 2 or more confrontations will be the final winner. Elder Yuling said that he wanted to add something. After today's wedding, the Lin clan and the Yuling clan will become one family. All the members of the Lei house will be on the side of the Yuling clan. Mr. Wei asked, do they really mean to say that their 2 families will stand together against the Wei family? Li Qianming thought that the decision for this wedding was clearly not made at random. So this was what it was all about. These overseers of the Sacred Sky Palace had lost the last vestiges of their conscience to protect the Yueling clan. Mu Yan said that he would like to ask the junior wardens a question. As the next head of the heavenly palace chosen by the Wei family, is he eligible? The overseer replied that Mu Yang had that right. According to the rules of such competitions, all disciples of the palace head are allowed to participate. He's looking forward to seeing Mu Yan's strength. Lin Xiaoting stood in front of the bride's door and said as he opened it to say that he had returned. The girl, throwing her robe off her shoulders, said, at last her husband has come. She had waited so long that she was getting nervous. If it happened again, he should not expect a warm greeting from her. Xiaoting solemnly declared that this was the last time he would keep her waiting. The bride said that this time she forgives him. In response, the groom said that he would make sure she could not get out of bed in the morning. Suddenly, Xiao Ting grabbed his lower abdomen and collapsed on the floor. The bride was frightened. The guy said that it was urgent to call an ambulance. He was in a lot of pain. The groom was squirming and screaming in pain. Instead of a doctor, an elder came running to the rescue and asked in a frightened voice what had happened to his grandson. The old man looked at his grandson and realized that the young man had taken the absolute suppression powder. Xiao Ting gritted his teeth and said that it was definitely Mu Qingqing's handiwork. She had put poison in the wine. The guy shouted that he was going to tear that wretch to pieces. At the Wei family residence, the son of the elder said that their days were now numbered. The competition in the Yanhuang battle arena was about to begin. Now that their two families had united, the chances of winning tended to be nil. The head of House Wei still hasn't recovered and is still in lockdown. If in such a state, if he enters the battle tomorrow, nothing good can be expected. Mu Yang said that he had dedicated his life to his master and was willing to shed his blood to protect the Wei clan. He would fight without fear and to the victorious end. Wei Jing cried and said that it was all because of her. If she had suffered a little longer, her father wouldn't have had to enter the battle in such a state. Li Qianming said that there was no need to panic. You could just watch him slaughter all the rascals of the Lei house. They would greatly regret daring to oppose the Wei family. The guy added that he was just worried that he wouldn't get the chance to settle accounts with Lin Xiaoting. He had waited for 3 years and now he had such a chance. The cousin said that Li Qianming is showing off again. After all, this is not a one-on-one fight, but a battle of attrition. They will definitely lose. Our hero said that these two annoy him. Li Qianming pulled himself up and said that instead of looking at their sour faces, resigned to their fate, he would go train better. Mr. Wei asked if the guy was too late. What good would it do now? Li Qianming replied that he went to learn the next technique. Suddenly there were cries from outside that Li Qianming had ruined her and that he would be punished by the heavenly punishment. Doesn't he know what he has done? Li Qianming was indeed surprised. What are they talking about? Undoubtedly, she was defiled, and out of shame she committed suicide. On top of that, Lin Xiaoting got married and shattered all her illusions. That's terrible. Those present said that we should disperse and give him a good look at the evil he had done. Li Qianming saw Mu Qingqing hanging from the tree in a noose. The guy thought that she was really smart. She didn't dare to hold on for another 3 days. If she held out, she would be able to see Lin Xiaoting being finished off in person. Li Qianming thought that a person dies, but their soul remains, so she still won't escape the retribution. In 3 days, right from this place, she will enjoy the performance well, and after that, they will be even. Li Qianming did not destroy Mu Qingqing in the Dark Abyss competition because in this world, there was a punishment more terrible than death. The suffering inflicted on the soul is far more ruthless than the destruction of the flesh. This month, he will make a final reckoning of them. Someone said there was some kind of inscription on the stone. What does it mean? Didn't Li Qianming ruin her? Why is she apologizing to him? So those recent rumors about the events of 3 years ago were true? Li Qianming thought that her apology was too late, and there was no cure for regret in this world. The longer a person goes down the wrong path, the less chance they have of coming back. Xiao Xiao saw Sister Qingqing hanging and rushed to her with tears in her eyes. Xiao Xiao released Qingqing from the rope and closed her eyes. The girl turned to our hero and said with anger in her gaze that he would not escape retribution for what he had done. Li Qianming said that Xiao Xiao is the only sincere person in the Lei house. Xiao Xiao shouted that she would never forgive that rascal for Qingqing's death. Li Qianming said that the girl is deluded, she is too young, and still doesn't understand a lot of things. The boy asked if Xiao Xiao's brother had died. Xiao Xiao wondered how he knew about what happened to Big Brother. The information about the absolute suppression powder could affect the reputation of the Lei house, so it was kept as a top secret. Xiao Xiao asked, how did he know? Was he really the one who organized this? Sooner or later, there would have to be a price to pay for this. Li Qianming assumed that from Xiao Xiao's appearance, he had survived, though he clearly didn't get off lightly. The guy leaving the scene of the tragedy said that it would be a few years before Xiao Xiao would know who the real monster was. Xiao Xiao shouted that she would one day take revenge on Li Qianming for Sister Qingqing. A girl came up to our hero and said that she was from the Heavenly Mechanism Palace. Her name is Qin Xuanyu. She is helping His Majesty deliver a message to the Wei family. It is necessary for the guy to pass this message to the others. His Majesty said, if they go out of bounds, the people of the Lei house they can destroy, but the people of the Yuling family cannot be destroyed. For the Wei clan, this is the only way to survive. Li Qianming thought that truly it was the Yuling clan that the junior wardens were protecting. As for the Lei house, it just so happened that thanks to Lin Xiaoting, they had become useful to the Yuling clan. Our hero, using the remaining time, practiced collapse of illusions. He realized that the next day would clarify everything. The day of battles had come. A change of power was looming in the country. No one would have thought that the Wei family, who had ruled the Heavenly Palace for so long, would soon give way. At the tournament, everyone present realized that with the junior wardens taking command, they would clearly not give the Wei clan a chance to recover in case of defeat. It was likely that when it was over, the biggest families in the country would not be the royal dynasty and the Wei house, but the Yuelin clan and the Lei house. Everyone noted that the Wei family's men had arrived at the battle site. Mu Yang asked his disciple what was the status of mastering that technique. Li Qianming calmly replied that everything was almost clear. Mu Yan said, "It wouldn't be 3 days before the guy successfully completed his study." The old man told his grandson that 3 years ago, Lin Xiaoting had become his worst enemy. There would be no better time for revenge. How much is he willing to grasp this opportunity? Li Qianming suggested that his grandfather watch him stomp that guy, so even in the next life, he wouldn't be able to take care of himself. A cousin told our hero not to brag. Confidence is good, but you shouldn't say too much. Those present recognized that the Lei house and the Yuling family had 5 times more people than the Wei family. House Elder Lei said, "What intrigue is there to speak of? In a battle of attrition, 5 against 1, the opponents will simply die of exhaustion." Li Qianming thought that Lin Xiaoting really didn't show up. What was going on with him now? Mu Yang said, his spies in the Lei house reported that Lin Xiaoting had been poisoned with absolute suppression powder. Li Qianming hoped that this would not prevent him from entering the battle in a couple of days. The king said that everyone present knows why they are gathered here today. This competition is destined to be a thrilling showdown. He expects the 2 great families to prove that they are called such for a reason. Today will be a day of competition between the older generations of the 2 great families. The warden said before the competition began, he would form a barrier of heavenly runes. Whoever enters this barrier cannot leave. Thus, both sides can fight at will without fear of destroying the neighborhood, and certainly without fear of accidentally harming innocents. The warden added, when the winner is determined, he will open a passageway that will allow one to leave the barrier. The brother of the head of the Wei family asked for permission to take part in this fight. The old man replied that he should be careful. There was no one left in this family except them in the older generation. The representative of the Wei family, Wei Qing, entered the arena. He said he was ready to fight. Which opponent dares to accept the challenge? Li Qianming thought that in the past, Wei Qing had been called the battle demon of the House of Wei. At one time, he was almost able to defeat his elder brother. Despite his advanced age, his zeal still made others tremble. The representative of the House of Lei, Lin Sheng, said he accepts the challenge. Lin Sheng said that despite Wei Qing's brilliant martial merits, he was already too old, and a difference of 10 years made a huge difference. Wei Qing can start to soap his neck in anticipation of doom. Wei Qing said to the opponent to take up arms. Verbal provocation is the domain of the weak-willed. Lin Sheng was with his pet beast, the heavenly thunder panther. Wei Qing walked out with the kingbird Peng. He said that Lin Sheng was about to see what he was still capable of. The opponents inside the barrier began to approach each other. Mu Yang told his disciple to watch carefully. A battle between 2 warriors of such caliber would help him to penetrate the art of heaven's will swordsmanship. Li Qianming watched this fight closely and said that it seemed like there was no need for observation now. Everything happened too fast. Our hero said that the battle was over in an instant. He didn't have time to realize anything at all. Wei Qing won with incredible ease. The audience was delighted. It turns out that defeating the Wei family would not be easy. Wei Qing said that this guy did not have milk on his lips to try to overpower him, and asked if there were any more people willing to do so. Lin Hao was the next person willing, and he said that he was coming out to fight. He has had 18 battles with Wei Qing in his life, all 18 of which he lost, yet now he has his men behind him. Who is behind Wei Qing's back? Today, they will take Wei Qing by force. Li Qianming saw that Lin Hao's companion beast was the dark cloud electric mosquito. Li Qianming thought that things were taking a bad turn. This was a 7th-rank thunder element insect. Such a species is unusually powerful in exhausting an opponent. It seems like this way, the opponents are going to wear down Wei Qing in order to give the next contestant a better chance. Also, after a short time, His Highness announced that Lin Hao had been defeated. The Yuling clan should send the next contestant. Lin Hao, bleeding, asked, "What did Wei Qing achieve by defeating him for the 19th time?" Did he really think that he could defeat his third brother in his current state? Lin Hao added that Wei Qing's body had been exposed to the poisonous mists of the electric dark cloud mosquito. Now he would only become weaker. The next representative of the House of Lei was Lin Rong. He said that Wei Qing's performance today had not shamed the Wei clan, but now it was time for him to leave the stage. Wei Qing said that the ones who disgraced themselves were the members of the Lei house. They all turned out to be cowards. Lin Rong said that everything is according to the rules. There is nothing to be ashamed of. He recognizes the opponent's strength, but what good is it if he loses anyway? Wei Qing commanded his Kingbird Peng to attack the opponent. Lin Rong commanded his five-colored Thunderbird to tear apart his opponents. Wei Qing thought that Lin Rong was far superior to the previous two opponents, and the poison in his body was already making itself known. Li Tianming, watching the battle, thought that Wei Qing and his companion beast had already experienced a strong influence of toxins. Furthermore, his opponent was not inferior in the slightest. This fight could be lost. Right now, the best solution for Wei Qing would be to admit defeat as soon as possible and quickly tend to his wounds. Lin Rong, taking advantage of the weakness from the poison, attacked Wei Qing's companion beast. The old man shouted that Lin Rong was a scoundrel. Even though he didn't go out of his way to destroy his brothers and their beasts, he repaid him by stabbing him in the back. Lin Rong headed towards his opponent and said that it would not be limited to the beast. He would destroy Wei Qing as well. Lin Rong saw his opponent's attack on his bird and thought that this old man had reached his limit, and yet with his suicidal attack, he managed to destroy his companion beast. It was impossible to underestimate him. Wei Qing laid down his arms and said that he had lost and admitted defeat. Wei Qing told Mr. Junior Warden to open the barrier. Lin Rong did not calm down and said that after this attack, the opponent had finally used up his spiritualized ki. Now he only had to perish. The king told the warden that Wei Qing had already admitted his defeat. Li Qianming thought everyone here knows that the warders are biased, but is it really so obvious to show it? Wei Qing had already admitted defeat. Why was he not allowed to come out? Lin Rong attacked his opponent and wounded him. Elder Wei shouted to the overseer that his brother had admitted defeat. The warden apologized and said it was his fault. He had looked too far ahead. He would open the barrier right away. Wei Qing, having lost his arm due to this treacherous attack, wanted to go outside the barrier, but Lin Rong shouted, "Where is he going?" Suddenly, Mu Yang appeared between Wei Qing and Lin Rong and told the opponent to move away. The viceroy added that if he took another step, it would end badly for him. Lin Rong thought that this guy was just blazing with the desire to destroy. His gaze even made his breath catch. House Elder Lei said for the third brother to retreat. He had successfully completed his task. The rest would be done without him. Elder Wei apologized to his younger brother. He said that all this happened because of his helplessness. Wei Qing said that the rivals would definitely want to destroy the elder, but he should definitely return alive. Wei Tiantian shouted for his brother to be taken away and taken care of. Everything possible should be used to heal him. Li Tianming thought that in today's battle, the Wei family had lost, so in the battle after tomorrow, he would have to not shame the family's honor. If Uncle Yang managed to hold out tomorrow, then they would still have a chance. The warden said they were already running out of time, so they needed to hurry. To defend the honor of the Wei clan, Wei Qiantang came out to defend the honor of the Wei clan. The head himself decided to join the battle. Yuelin Hong asked Lord Lei to let him probe this old man. Elder Lei thanked him for the courtesy. Yuelin Hong represented the Yuelin clan in this bout. Yuelin Hong said that Wei Qianqing had no need to fight to the end. He was only here to check how much strength his opponents had left. The man thought to let House Lei take over until the victorious end. He himself will just perform for show. With his strength, he is not even qualified to enter the arena. Wei Tiantian said that he didn't care what kind of opponent he was. If he entered the arena, he had to fight. The companion beast was a rank 8 imperial beast. It was an emperor amongst the companion beasts. After the first attack, Yuelin Hong realized that the opponent was strong. Hadn't he been told that the old man had 60% of his strength left? Where did he get such ferocity from? If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have gone up to the arena. The Wei family's companion beast immediately attacked the opponent's companion beast, leaving it no chance to prove itself in any way. Yuelin Hong shouted loudly that he was admitting defeat and asked his opponent to stop. The warden this time was not distracted and shouted, "Did Wei Tiantian not hear, and is he not happy with life?" Yuelin Hong continued to shout loudly that he was giving up and admitting defeat, while waving his hands vigorously. An energy ring appeared under Yuelin Hong's feet. In this energy ring, the man immediately disappeared. Li Qianming thought that the wardens had sent a portal right under his feet. These two had finally gone crazy protecting the Yueling clan. Wei Tiantian looked at the warden contemptuously. He said that the old man had a nice look, but he wouldn't get off so easily next time. Househead Lei said that Wei Tiankang couldn't even imagine that the result of his years of insolence would result in his death right at the doorstep of the academy belonging to his family. Wei Tiantian called Lin Zhao a vile lowlife who decided to take advantage of someone else's misfortune. He was never worthy of being his opponent. Lin Zhao said that in this fight, he would take advantage of his opponent's condition and take his life. He was already dead without 5 minutes, but he still managed to talk so naively. Wei Tiankang said that defeating him would cost his opponent dearly. Lin Zhao jumped on the huge bird, his companion beast, and said that he would destroy his opponent. Wei Tianzang, riding his imperial companion beast, also went on the attack. The birds clashed in a fierce confrontation. The blood of Lin Zhao's beast companions splattered in different directions. The observers determined that Wei Tiankang, even after losing 40% of his fighting ability, was still capable of fighting at this level with the head of the Lei House. This was what a confrontation at the peak of Heaven's will meant. Li Qianming realized that this kind of fighting style indicated that his grandfather was trying his best to have a lightning-fast battle. This way he was wasting much more energy. If this continued, soon he would not be able to fight. After another clash, Wei Tianzang found himself lying on the arena bleeding. The Wei family members cried out in horror as they uttered the elder's name. Lin Zhao, approaching his opponent, said, "He didn't think that with only 60% strength he would be able to defeat him, did he?" Wei Tianzang stated that his death would not change anything. The old man added that his descendants would destroy the house of Lei at the root. Lin Zhao countered that this old man's pathetic offspring wouldn't be able to do anything. Lin Zhao added that today the old man would die, tomorrow all his sons would die, and the day after tomorrow there would be no one left to continue his lineage. Tiantian asked, what had his family done to cause such hatred? Lin Zhao replied that the House of Wei was standing in their way. If not to exterminate them wholeheartedly, then how would the Lin family rise up? Lin Zhao swung his sword in front of the old man and said that he was so old and still looked so naive. Lin Zhao shouted for Wei Tiantian to immediately give him his life. Wei Tiantian, bleeding out, thought that his last hour had come. The old man, falling into the arena, shouted for Mu Yang to help him exterminate all the sons of the Lin clan. Mu Yan shouted to the warden that his master was admitting defeat. It was necessary to open the barrier and let him come out. The overseer asked, did anyone admit defeat? Why didn't he notice it? The mentor told his disciple to immediately give him his sword. Li Qianming complied with the request. Mu Yan grabbed his weapon and told the guy to move farther away. It was clear from Mu Yan's eyes that he was determined. Mu Yan calmly raised the sword in front of him and closed his eyes and said, this is an earth slaughter sword. At this moment, a powerful lightning bolt appeared and struck directly into the protective barrier. The supervisor was surprised. Was Mu Yang really able to summon the heavenly thunder? His colleague said that it must be the merit of the sword in his hand. Mu Yan raised his hands up and activated the ripple resonance. The magical sword stabbed into the arena and illuminated everything around it with a bright glow. At the same time, a huge crack pierced the entire arena. The warden wondered, how could this be possible? The barrier of heavenly runes collapsed. Mu Yan reached inside and approached his master. He lifted the old man to his feet. There was a grave silence among the spectators. Mu Yang, flaming with anger, said that he swore to destroy anyone who dared to harm his teacher on this very spot. He would send both the murderer and his entire clan into oblivion. Lin Zhao snapped at him, but he didn't do anything about it. The wardens were surprised. How could the heavenly rune barrier be broken with just one technique? They couldn't do such a thing. Who was this Mu Yang and where did he come from? Mu Yan told his opponent that when the disciple surpassed him, the guy's strength would be almost twice as high. Lin Zhao's sons would not be able to match Li Qianming. Lin Zhao replied that today the Wei family lost today, and tomorrow the opponents would get double. Leaving the arena, Wei Tiantian thanked his disciple for being here. The warden said he never thought that such an original was hiding in this small backward country. Lin Zhao informed the overlords that Mu Yang had interfered in the fight, thus breaking the rules. He should be executed. Song Yixue said that they shouldn't have allowed him to participate if they knew earlier what skill he had. The interlocutor said that it was not too late to change the rules. His Highness said that there was no need to worry so much. From his point of view, Mu Yang was just trying to save his master. In addition, Wei Tiantian had admitted defeat, so today the House of Wei had lost, and the Yueling clan had gained their first victory. The warden thought that the less hassle the better. If they caused mass discontent, Sky Daughter Shuang wouldn't be happy either. She hated hype the most. The king announced that today's battle had come to an end. Now each side must prepare for the next day of mid-generation confrontations. The next day came. The protagonist noticed that Lin Xiaoling still hadn't shown up. It seemed that the absolute suppression powder had caused young Master Lin a lot of inconvenience, and he still needed time to recover. Our hero was surprised. Among those present, he saw Li Yanfeng. Today, the middle generation who lives in the house of his wife, the representative of the Lei house, will fight in the battle. He too will participate in the battle as the cannon fodder of the Lei house. The spectators noticed that the barrier had been erected again. This meant that the tournament was about to begin. The king announced without further ado that the competition between the middle generation of the two Heavenly Palace families was beginning. Before this could happen, His Majesty once again emphasized the rules. People outside the arena were not allowed to interfere in the battle. It was forbidden to try to destroy an opponent who had conceded defeat. His Majesty stated for each side to put up their participants. Wei Tiantang said that the enemy had a numerical advantage. They would definitely try to take advantage of it. Mu Yang should come out at the very end. Let Qianxiang and Zikun thin out the crowd first. The sons told their father to be calm. Despite the number of opponents, only Lin Tianjian could cause trouble. They would make every effort to wipe the opponents into powder. Wei Zikun entered the arena and said that he would be the first to start today's battle. House of Lei has put up Li Yanfeng. Zikun thought that Yanfeng was the last person to fear. He was just ordinary cannon fodder. Wei Jing, who was attending this tournament, said that she didn't expect to see this person here. The viewers remarked that the hungry man that Wei Tianzang doesn't give a damn about anything was now going to fight his son. Li Yanfeng now had a chance to show what he was really worth. Wei Zikun said that his opponent had only recently reached the Heavenly Will stage. What is he doing here? Li Yanfeng replied that his opponent would soon find out about it and called the Heavenly Flamebird for help. He said that he would put an end to Wei Zikun's miserable existence today. Zikun said while smiling, with such a worthless beast it was a very bold statement. Wei Zikun called the golden bird Peng for help and added that his rival with such a pitiful background would only obey others like a dog. Li Yanfeng rushed forward and said that he was about to wipe the smirk off Zikun's face. Soon he would be on his knees begging for mercy. Zingen also gazed at his opponent and said that Yanfeng didn't have the strength to resist. Had he forgotten who his father had kicked out by the neck in the past? Birds fought in the sky, warriors fought in the arena. An associate told House Elder Lei that Li Yanfeng looked good. He had only recently reached the Heavenly Will stage and could already fight on par with Wei Zikun. Wei Zikun tried to evade his opponent's attacks but got hurt. Li Yanfeng used the Lifeless Abyss Sword and activated the burial mode. The spectators were amazed. Had Li Yanfeng really mastered the Lifeless Abyss Sword technique? It was one of the highest Heaven's Will techniques. Wei Zikun was restrained in his arms and legs and didn't believe that such a thing was possible. Li Yanfeng tried to make a decisive strike, but a golden pungbird appeared between him and his opponent and took the strike. Li Yanfeng took a step back and said that it was now the opponent's turn to attack. Wei Zikun shouted that he was admitting defeat. The injured Wei Zikun turned around and started running away. He shouted for the barrier to be opened immediately. He was admitting defeat. Li Yanfeng said with annoyance that the opponent still managed to escape. The overseer noticed that the representative of the House of Wei had gained a paltry existence by saving his life. Li Qianming didn't understand what was going on. When did Li Yanfeng have time to change so much? Li Yanfeng stated that he came from a lower class and didn't possess Heaven's Will techniques because he didn't have any patrons. However, he has now begun to comprehend combat techniques and stands on this very spot, ready to slaughter all opponents. Wei Tianxiang entered the arena and said that he was about to destroy Li Yanfeng and cut him into pieces. House Elder Lei said that he recognizes the text who is able to build his prosperity from scratch. If Li Yanfeng takes Tianxiang's head today, he might become the viceroy in the future. Li Yanfeng thanked the elder for his favor and said that he would never forget it. Today, he would present Wei Tianxiang's head to the Lei house on a platter. Li Yanfeng said that his rival, being the head of Yanwang Academy and using a lot of the country's resources, was still a scum. Li Yanfeng added that if he had so many resources at his disposal, he would have long ago surpassed his opponent by 10 times. Mu Yang shouted for Wei Tianxiang to admit defeat, for he would go into battle next. There was no need to make the master grieve again. Qianxiang thought that his father only had 2 sons, and one of them was already good for nothing. If he continued to bluster in the future, only Wei Jing would be able to guide his last path. Tianxun said that he admits defeat and surrenders. Yanfeng said that Tianxun is a disgrace to his family and it would be better if he died in battle. Li Yanfeng turned to his ex-wife and told Wei Jing that there was nothing outstanding about this family. He added that he wanted to clarify by taking this opportunity. Li Yanfeng said that someone believes that he has cheated the trust of his wife and son. But today he wants everyone to know that he never owed Wei Jing anything. This is because Li Qianming is not his son. In the past, it was Wei Jing who came to him when she was 3 months pregnant and made a prenuptial agreement with him. After the birth of this child, Wei Jing was hit by the curse of short life, so he and her were never tied in matrimonial ties. Li Qianming thought, now it was understandable why this man never recognized him and chose to help Liu Qianyang rather than him. But then who was his real father? Li Yanfeng said that Wei Tangtian dare not look down on him because his offspring are two scum and a walking wench. Now it was the turn to destroy this old man's favorite disciple. Mu Yang asked Yanfeng if in the past he had not chased after Wei Jing's beauty and wished to elevate himself by clinging to the house of Wei. And now, having failed to realize what he had planned, he was publicly insulting Wei Jing and calling Li Qianming a bastard. His shamelessness has reached the extreme. Mr. Chen appeared nearby and said that he no longer intends to tolerate the antics of this despicable, shameless lowlife. The Yuelin family has a bloodline, but what about the Wei house? They don't have such a family, and he is here to provide that opportunity. Chen then asked Wei Jing, would she have the spirit to perform the worship ritual with him here? When the battle is over, he will immediately cancel the whole thing. Wei Jing has to answer whether she will marry him or not. Wei Jing replied that she agreed. For the sake of the Wei family, she had long since disregarded public opinion. The newlyweds made their first bow to heaven and earth. A second bow was made to the parents. The audience was silent, lowering their lower jaws. The next stage was the bow between husband and wife. The young man told his mother, Mr. Chen's first wife, not to pass out, for it was just a formality. Chen said that he was in a bit of a hurry, so he would do without going to the bridal room for now. Song Yishui said that there was no stopping them this way. A colleague replied that it was fine. This way the performance would become more spectacular. Chen entered the arena and told Li Yanfeng to show what his abyss sword could do. Yanfeng offered to fight to his last breath and without surrender. Chen, flashing his eyes, said that his opponent was indeed arrogant. He was not in favor of bloodshed, but for this person, he could make an exception. Li Yanfeng shouted that in that case, Chen Sheng could go to hell, and rushed at him, thrusting his sword forward. He said that defeating this opponent would be an even bigger explosion than defeating Wei Tianxiong. Today, he, Li Yanfeng, would become famous throughout the world. Chen Sheng raised his sword and coldly said that the opponent could come closer. Mr. Chen's companion animal was the 8-star imperial lion. Li Yanfeng's attacks were unsuccessful. He thought, how is this possible? Why are all his attacks being scattered by his opponent? All the techniques in his arsenal had already been used, and Chen Sheng didn't have a single scratch on him. Is the difference between them really that great? Chen Sheng crossed swords with his opponent and asked, did the one who defeated Wei Tianxiong think that he had no equals in this country? With his abyss sword, did he still think of challenging Mu Yang? Chen said to Li Yanfeng to open his eyes. He trained hard for 5 years, but why does he think that others have been sitting idle all this time? The Emperor Lion of the 8 stars grew to an incredible size. With a roar, it activated the collapse of the Milky Way. The spectators in the stands were afraid that they would not be harmed by this beast. Li Qianming squeezed his eyes shut and covered his ears with his hands. He was surprised that this lion could dazzle and perform sound and physical attacks. Mu Yan said that this guy had become stronger again. The warden wondered where another master had come from. He thought it was just a buffoon who decided to play on the emotions of the crowd. This Chen Sheng was not inferior to Mu Yang at all. When the smoke in the arena cleared, Chen Sheng, who was perched on his lion, said that it was over. Li Yanfeng sat in the arena, bleeding. Chen told his opponent that he had punctured 4 of the 7 spiritual origins in his body, and the latter had lost most of his power. He could take his life, but considering the fact that he had provided Jing Air with shelter all these years, his life would be spared. Chen Sheng admitted that his opponent had good strength, but he did not have the soul of a strong man. All he has in his soul is hatred and thirst for retribution. He must now get out of sight. Li Yanfeng recognized that there was a colossal difference in strength between them, and his defeat was undeniable. The woman rushed to her losing husband. Househead Lei shouted for Liu Qing to get away from here. The elder shouted that Li Yanfeng had become nothing and was now of no use to him. He was no longer worthy of being part of the Lei house. In the future, he must not go near Liu Qing. He must get out of Yandu and not be seen again. Brother told Liu Qing that this hound dog was finally finished with. Nevertheless, it had brought a lot of benefits to the Lei house. Elder Lei and his viceroy will reward them. Li Yanfeng laughed loudly. He said that in this embittered pack of hyenas, one is better than the other, and they also call him a mad dog. Let it be so, he's leaving. Li Qianming looked after Li Yanfeng, who was leaving the podium. The boy thought that choice determines fate. I wonder, knowing how things would turn out, would this man have chosen in favor of his mother? After all, they had nothing to do with each other now. Chen Sheng said that the people from the Lei house should not go out now. The three of them will be taken care of by Mu Yang. He also challenges the Yueling family representatives. The two of them can go out at once. The Yuelin family member wondered why his rival had the guts to talk about the arrogance of others. He had a lot of self-importance himself. When they acted together, the rival would be unfortunate. They weren't called the outstanding Yuelin duo for nothing. The opponents told Chen Sheng not to expect mercy and rushed to attack. However, they quickly realized that their opponent was too strong and decided to retreat. After a while, they admitted their defeat. Yingho saw this brief battle and said that these two came here for fun. Li Qianming noticed that the chick got out just in time because Uncle Yang was about to ascend the stage. Mu Yang thanked Chen Sheng, but the latter said that there was no need to thank him. He did so because he was indebted to the Wei family. Mu Yan recalled that after the fight, Chen Sheng had promised to divorce immediately. The interlocutor replied that he would do everything now. In the arena stood Mu Yan and his companion beast, the Dark Qilin. Mu Yang said that he did not want to drag out the battle. All three representatives of the Lei house could go out together. Lin Tianjian and Lin Xiaofeng looked at each other in surprise. Lin Tianxuan asked, "Is the opponent really saying this seriously? Does this Mu Yang really think they are as weak as that couple from the Yueling family?" Fighting alone against three people was akin to self-destruction. House Elder Lei shouted for them not to talk much, and if they got the chance, the three of them would go to this battle. All three concluded not to worry their father. They would send this upstart straight into the ground. Lin Xiaofeng and his companion beast, the Thunder Bee Qingmu, immediately rushed to attack. Lin Tianjian, on his heavenly storm wolf, followed his brother's example. He said that when Mu Yang died, the Wei family would become a collection of infirm old men, women, children, and the disabled. Lin Tianxuan and his divine ape also rushed to attack. He said that when tomorrow's battle is over, the House of Wei will have no way to survive. It was a pity that Mu Yang wouldn't be able to see it with his own eyes. Their entire clan would face extinction. All three added that the Wei family was the main obstacle to their elevation. Inho, while continuing to watch this tournament, said that these three were quite strong. Mu Yan didn't have any advantages. Why did he choose to fight against the three at once? If he fought them one by one, wouldn't his chances improve? Li Qianming replied that in a one-on-one fight, Uncle Yang is indeed much stronger. Obviously, his goal is not just to win. These three are the pillars on which the middle generation of the Lei house holds on. He wants to destroy them. And he didn't fight one-on-one so that no one would capitulate after the first opponent. Mu Yang is definitely looking to destroy them all in one fell swoop. Uncle Yan's companion beast also possessed two attributes. This beast held a fireball in its mouth. Mu Yang used the sword of human slaughter, the ghost dance, against his enemies. The opponents were defeated and wondered how Mu Yang was able to become so strong. His pursuit of the sword was completely unstoppable. House Head Lei thought that even united, his sons were no rivals to the viceroy. They only played into his hands. He shouted for the three of them to quickly surrender. Mu Yang told his disciple to watch carefully and use the Heaven Slaughter Sword, the illusion collapse technique. With one strike, all three opponents were destroyed. Li Qianming thought, "This is what the original appearance of the Heaven Slaughter Sword is like." The fledgling was surprised at such power that unfolded before his eyes. Mu Yang lowered his sword and said that in this life, he had never gone against those who did not go against him. Those who wish for his death and intend to take the lives of those under his protection, he would repay with blood. All his abilities and skills are the merit of his master. He did not hand over the position of the head of the heavenly palace to his own sons, but to him. Today, for the House of Lei's decision to destroy the Wei family, he would dot the battlefield with the blood and corpses of the Lin family. House Elder Lei couldn't cope with this loss and, feeling ill, began coughing up blood. The aides supported him under his arms. Yingho thought that this provocation had a killing power that reached the point of bloody vomit. Li Qianming thought that this old man's sons had died, and the grandson had become unfruitful after being poisoned. Could it have been otherwise? The warden told his colleagues that he had, of course, foreseen today's defeat, but he hadn't expected it to be this bad. Although no one from the Yuelin family was injured, so it was fine. As for Mu Yang, his strength is comparable to that of the wardens. He should not be provoked. He shouldn't interfere in the matter that Sky Shuang's daughter had planned regarding the Yueling family and ruin everything. Song Yishui assumed that ULNG had already given up on Lin Xiaoting, although it would have no effect on tomorrow's battle. House Lei was no longer of value in protecting the Yueling clan. It had arisen and would disappear on its own. Lin Xiaoting appeared in the arena and expressed his concern about Grandpa's health. How could this happen? Everyone said that all the family's hopes would now fall on Lin Xiaoting. Lin Xiaoting shouted that he would not rest until he destroyed Mu Yang and his entire clan to the ninth knee. He would bring all the suffering known to this world and all the calamities. Li Qianming asked Lin Xiaoting if his plans included the cheerful state he was currently in. He is referring to the corrupted absolute suppression powder. What is the feeling right now? The enraged Lin Xiaoting shouted that he would destroy this Li Qianming. It was already final. Li Qianming said that Qing Qing was looking at him right under the tree. If Lin Xiaoting had any courage, he could tell everyone how it was. To tell how 3 years ago he had taken away the martial soul of a sacred beast, destroyed its companion beast, and mixed its name with mud. Lin Xiaoting said that without proof, these words are just dog barking. Would Li Qianming have the courage to do battle with him tomorrow? Only one would emerge alive from the heavenly fleece barrier. The truth would be for the one who was stronger. Li Qianming replied that he wouldn't have to beg. He had finally waited for this day. Tomorrow would prove to be the day his worst enemy would be killed. At the imperial palace, Princesses Lin and Qing asked the guards to let them pass. The guard says that His Majesty has ordered that the girl should not be allowed to go out, so there is no need to cause trouble. On returning, the princesses said it was very depressing. They were treated like prisoners. Liner said that her brother was going to fight an important battle tomorrow, and she should help him. She had recently unlocked a new ability in her nail. This ability is called Air Wall. She can create an invisible barrier that people can take shelter in as well. However, she still hasn't mastered it enough. Qinger must help her. They must use the air wall to escape. Liner added that she had to hurry because she needed to meet Li Qianming before the battle started. Li Qianming decided to ask his mother a burning question. Who is his birth father after all? Wei Jing replied that she didn't even know how to answer her son. She was also tormented by it. The guy said it's long over. What's the use of worrying about it? Mother said that back then she was around her son's age and was a heavenly palace disciple on the heavenly list. Brother Yang was ranked first on it, and she was ranked fourth. In order to gain experience, she went to the Dark Abyss competition in Dongshen district alone. There was a very high mountain in that neighborhood. She climbed to the top of it and met him. The chick, flapping its wings intensely, asked what happened then. Did a spark then flare up and ignite the flames of passion? Li Qianming chased this winged gossiper away. Li Qianming inquired who he was, what kind of person was he? Wei Jing replied that it was hard for her to say. He was very strange, like a blurred shadow that could not be seen or touched. But sometimes they met again, and he seemed to her like a living person. He seemed interesting and mysterious, and their meetings were spent in conversation. He told me that he was going through the hardest period in his life. The place he found himself in was a dead end, and it was quite possible that he could die at any moment. It's too boring in the cave, he would say, and ask her to keep him company. She had a rather perky personality then, so she began to tell him about herself. He was funny and liked to brag, claiming to be the most extraordinary man in the world. His son looks like him now. He told many incomprehensible stories and made us believe that he came from the far world, went through 12 calamities and was capable of becoming a god, looking down from heaven on all living things, gaining eternal life. He said that Wei Jing was like a fairy. In his entire life during his military campaigns, life and death had followed him around. It was extremely rare for him to meet people like her, naive, pure, carefree. Wei Jing blushed with embarrassment. She was embarrassed to talk about it. Li Qianming asked, "She didn't make this up herself to flatter herself, did she?" All the listeners were wondering what happened next. They spent more than 12 days together. She sensed his inscrutability, wisdom, and extraordinary interest, and eventually she fell in love with him. In the end, their worlds were too far apart. and sometimes she thought she was just dreaming and dreaming. One day he was suddenly overcome with anger and indignation. He said he had been discovered. His enemies had learned of his whereabouts, but he would not give up. If it fell into their hands, it would be a catastrophe, leading to the destruction of worlds. But he had absolutely nowhere to hide. She thought he was joking and trying to scare her. So she nonchalantly replied that if he needed to keep something safe, she would keep it safe and not let anyone find out. He said there was only one way: blood inheritance. Afterward, he said he had to distract people and draw their attention to himself. She hadn't seen him since. Li Qianming disappointedly said that mother's story made him distrustful. Yingho added that he had a strong suspicion that their mother had been fooled. Wei Jing replied that it was impossible. Even though it all sounds doubtful, he was definitely not cheating. Besides, Li Qianming knows best about it. The guy, on the other hand, had gained what he wished to protect. How does he think that there were 10 eggs in his companion space? Li Qianming realized that mother had known about his secret all along. No wonder she had never been afraid to rely on his strength. Wei Jing added that back then, no one would have been able to accept the true story, so she decided to keep everything a secret. She doesn't know how, but Li Yanfeng discovered that she was pregnant. To keep everything a secret, she accepted his proposal. Li Qianming asked what happened to his father afterward. His mother replied that before he left, he told her to wait for 3 months and said that if he didn't come back in that period of time, then he was dead. Wei Jing added that she waited for him for 3 months, but he never showed up. In addition, the fact that she was pregnant could no longer be concealed. She doesn't know if he is alive or not. After all, his existence is beyond their comprehension. But if it happens that Li Qianming meets him, she will definitely recognize him. The son wondered, how would that happen? Could it be because they look a lot alike? Wei Jing replied that his father had the same dark hand as the young man. Li Qianming thought that now the case was solved. There was so much fuss, and it turns out it was all because of his own father's legacy. Wei Jing said that the son doesn't need to change his name because his father's name is Li Muyang. His mother told her son not to jump to Li Qianming told his mother that he was now going to Yanhuang Tower. Wei Jing said that perhaps he should rest, as there was a competition waiting for him tomorrow. The son replied that he had a feeling that he would be able to make a breakthrough today. Li Qianming thought that it was pouring like a bucket right now. It strongly resembled that day 3 years ago. The princesses ran up to our hero and said that they had finally found their brother. Li Qianming wondered what Liner was doing here and added that he had missed him a lot. Qing'er stated that the two of them would talk once they were in Yanhuang Tower. There's no need to get wet in the rain right now. While in the tower near the obelisk, Liner told her brother about her new ability. Li Qianming said that it was great. With it, not only could you create barriers to the enemy, but also becoming invisible was amazing. Linger said that she wanted to stay with her brother until the competition started tomorrow. Qing'er was upset. Was she the third person? The two strangers hiding their faces watched the process of the princess, instilling the princess into our hero. Li Qianming said that tomorrow's opponents were unworthy of her taking on the task. Old Man Stranger said it was simply unheard of. He would never have thought there were such amazing people in such a small country. The girl, the old man's companion, said it was quite entertaining. The next day came. The spectators were saying that if Li Qianming survived today, he had immeasurable prospects waiting for him. But if he didn't die, then Lin Xiaoting would die. The downpour that had been going on since the night before had no effect on the number of spectators. The warden said to start without further ado. Our hero thought that last night he had safely managed to reach the 8th step of the spiritual source. The upcoming battle no longer worried him at all. The protagonist said, "Who would have thought that the first person to enter the arena wouldn't be Lin Xiaoting, but Yueling Ji?" The girl told her opponent that there is no enmity between them, but he should not think that today he will get the lead role. She can't destroy him, but she can let him realize that there is such a big difference between them that he can't reduce it in a lifetime. His demise tonight is inevitable. Yueling Ji declared that she would give her rival the most generous gift of his life. The guy replied that if she had enough to talk about, then she could proceed. Li Qianming called out to his partners, Inho and Shadow. The chick said that his claws had been itching for a long time. Shadow promised that he would not sleep tonight. Li Qianming said that his companions are determined. Then this rival is at their full disposal. Li Qianming said that this girl was not worthy of him personally taking her on. Yueling Ji was indignant at his words. He must have lost his mind altogether, or he must have lost his mind. Li Qianming replied that when she was able to defeat his two brothers, then he would be willing to talk to her. The girl called her rival an insolent man and ordered the dragon to destroy him. The chick and the kitten resolutely rushed to the attack and said that now her opponents were them. Yuelinji swung her sword at the chick, but the chick activated the purgatory shield. The cat rushed towards the dragon while activating the ghost shadow. Yuelin was shocked. This chicken had a swordsmanship technique. How could that be possible? Chick applied the sword of human slaughter, Soul Doom, and the opponent, losing her balance, fell backwards into the arena. The kitten turned into a huge, powerful beast, the thunder demon of primordial chaos. This beast rushed fearlessly towards the dragon. The dragon was attacked and deactivated. Yuelin said that she felt very sorry for Feng Shui. She had completely miscalculated. Inho had told her opponent that one should not give importance to the attractiveness of one's opponent during battle. It was her most unforgivable blunder today. Yuelinji said that she was at the fusion stage and couldn't play with a companion beast at the spiritual origin stage. It must die. The angry opponent waved her sword and said she was about to destroy her opponent. Inho asked naively, did she really think she could match him? Yuelinji, after a while bleeding, was kneeling in the arena and couldn't believe that it was all true. Li Qianming walked up to his opponent and looked down at her and asked, looking down at her, would she continue the fight? The guy added that her 8th-ranked companion beast was not looking good at all. Squatting down in front of his opponent, he said that in the Dark Abyss competition, she had ruined his hopes of reaching the fusion stage faster. She really was no good. With this level, is it really possible to enter the Sacred Sky Palace? Yuelin tearfully said that she takes it back. She admits defeat. The onlookers thought that this Li Qianming was extremely cool. House Elder Lei couldn't believe what had happened. Wei Tiankang wondered in amazement, when did his grandson have time to become so strong? Mu Yang said to Wei Jing not to worry. The most interesting things are still to come. Our hero's mother replied that she wasn't worried. She was just a little shocked. Chinger noticed that this guy had become stronger than before. He had clearly made more than 1 or 2 breakthroughs. Song Yishui said that it was like some kind of miracles. How come their elaborate plan is now completely cracking at the seams? The colleague said that they keep going. He can't wait to see how else Mu Yang and Li Qianming can surprise him. Li Qianming shouted for Lin Xiaoting to come out and accept his doom. Lin Xiaoting said that he was sick of watching this drama with revenge and repertoire. He was about to throw up. Xiaoting, with weapon in hand, told his opponent to approach him. The duel would be without respite until it was over. Li Qianming thought that today, just like 3 years ago, it was pouring down rain. He had waited for this day for 3 years. The protagonist remembered that during this time he had never forgotten what doom had befallen Jinyu. Our hero shouted that he would repay his opponent twice for everything that had happened. Today, it was Lin Xiaoting's turn. Lin Xiaoting said, don't consider yourself invincible just because he was able to beat Yuling Ji. The final victory is too far away for his opponent and he will not get it. Li Qianming said for his beast and companions to retreat back. He would fight this rogue with his own hands. The chick said that they would watch this performance while in the cheerleading squad. The spectators were surprised. Did Li Qianming really decide to fight alone against 3 people? Against him were Lin Xiaoting, the 4-eyed thunder vulture, and the thunder lion. Li Qianming used the human slaughter sword. This blade immediately began to emit lightning. Lin Xiaoting missed the first attack and started bleeding after being injured. Our hero said that this was just the beginning, but his opponent had already gone soft. It was necessary to get up and continue. Li Qianming rose to his feet and said that his opponent was about to find out who was the strongest here. After organizing his spear attack, Lin Xiaoting was once again surprised. Did his opponent's arm really withstand the impact of his spear? Xiaoting shouted for his companion beast to tear his opponent to shreds. Li Qianming used the human slaughter sword of Soul Doom. After this blow, the thunder vulture lost its wing and began to dive, plummeting downward. Li Qianming told his companion beast to pull all the feathers from this bird and gather them. He would scatter them while helping Jingyu. Lin Xiaoting activated the martial soul sacred beast. Li Qianming said that it was originally his and Jingyu's war beast soul. He will return it today. Xiaoting threw an attacking punch at his opponent and hit his left dark arm. Li Qianming repelled the attack and lunged forward with his magic sword. The spectators watching this battle thought that everything was happening too fast and nothing was clear at all. Li Qianming is fighting alone against 2 people. Obviously, he is much faster than them. Lin Xiaoting didn't understand why he still couldn't defeat his opponent. After all, he and his golden beast had already done their best. However, that rascal Li Qianming looks like he doesn't care about anything. Lin Xiaoting missed a left hook straight into his jaw. Blood spurted from his mouth. Xiaoting flew backwards and hit his beast. The impact was so strong that they both rolled backwards. Lin Xiaoting sat in the middle of the arena, deactivated. A sword was sticking out of the ground. Li Qianming used the Sword of Earth spell, Ripple. The entire arena was engulfed in flames. The wardens couldn't believe it. How could this be possible? The power of the Heaven's Will stage could clearly be felt in his technique. The golden beast, trying to protect its master and bleeding, was beside Xiaoting. Li Qianming stated that this beast deliberately went to its death for the sake of its companion. After all, it was truly worse than cattle. Lin Xiaoting didn't want to accept this state of affairs and shouted that he hadn't lost yet. Xiaoting shouted that in defiance of his blood, he would activate the dark blue technique. And indeed, he turned blue all over. Lin was very upset after all. This was a forbidden technique. Had the opponent gone mad? Our hero thought his opponent had decided to go all in again. Full of rage, Lin Xiaoting declared that he felt sorry for Li Qianming. Li Qianming reached out his left dark hand and grabbed his opponent by the throat. Tumbling his opponent to the ground, the protagonist began to strangle him. Xiaoting thought that this was unthinkable. Even with the dark blue technique, he didn't have the strength to respond. Li Qianming is much stronger than before. Had Li Qianming been hiding his true strength from the beginning? The difference between them is terrifyingly large. Lin Xiaoting wheezed through his teeth that he was wrong. He had lost and was begging for a chance to be saved. Li Qianming wondered who had given him a chance 3 years ago. Had anyone given his brother a chance? The protagonist said that everything in the world is natural. Lin Xiaoting is now reaping what he has sown, and now he will taste the fruits of his actions. Lin Xiaoting's blue face was covered with tears dripping from his eyes. Lin Xiaoting remembered how he had bragged to his grandfather about having the martial soul of a sacred beast. Then he would tell his grandfather to take her away from a lowly redneck of no lineage or influence. Xiaoting said that he didn't destroy that guy, but watched him yell and suffer in pain. He then destroyed his companion beast, thus making him a complete nothing, so that he would slowly experience the fullness of the life of a scum. Xiaoting added to his grandfather that he had mixed his name with mud and framed things in such a way that he was the culprit. The boy asked his grandfather if he had done the right thing. The grandfather replied that he should have destroyed that rival at once, then destroyed his entire clan. That was the only way to guarantee absolute safety. Now the grandfather was screaming for the gentleman wardens to get his grandson out and rescue him. Li Qianming continued to beat up his opponent, putting all the hatred he had for him into his punches. Onlookers turned away and covered their ears to avoid hearing the screams of despair. Lin Xiaoting's continuous screams echoed for almost 2 hours. They were the piteous cries of extreme despair. It is possible that future generations of witnesses will know about today's events. Their parents will tell them about it. On that day, Lin Xiaoting suffered the ultimate punishment. His punishment was a painful death. Song Yixue said that they had made many blunders this time. They should not have tried to elevate the Yuling clan in the eyes of the crowd, nor should they have let the people watch the competition. His colleague disagreed. The main mistake was that after noticing House Lei and its not bad strength, they had chosen this country. It was worth capturing the Heavenly Palace in Sankai after all. Li Qianming regained the martial soul of a sacred beast. The warden realized that the warrior soul of the sacred beast originally belonged to this guy. Our hero inquired if Mr. Warden had any orders for him. The overseer said that Lin Xiaoting had died, and the martial soul of the sacred beast that belonged to him by right was in his hands. Does he not want to go with them to the sacred sky palace? Anything Lin Xiaoting could get in the future would go to him. His success made them abandon Lin Xiaoting and opt for Li Qianming. If the guy stays in this country, he will bury his talents. Therefore, his best choice would be the Palace of the Sacred Sky, the first ruler controlling the entire Dunhuang kingdom. If Li Qianming stayed in such a resource-starved place, then despite his talents, he might not be able to reach the Heavenly Will stage even after 10 years. After all, there are virtually no divine origins, spiritual minerals, or anything else. The local nation building is too shallow. If Li Qianming went to the Sacred Sky Palace, he would enter the place where all the resources of the Dunhuang realm are concentrated. Countless top-level divine origins, countless geniuses from all corners of Dunhuang are fighting there for their supremacy. The warden said he was saying this solely because they respect and value geniuses. Song Yixue added that it would be better if the guy there used the name Lin Xiaoting so as not to cause confusion and hassle because that name was already registered. Li Qianming thought that he didn't like their tone and demeanor. However, thinking about the Sacred Sky Palace did make his heart beat more frequently. Wei Jing told her son that no mother would take lightly the fact that her son was going on a dangerous and unpredictable journey to a distant land. The woman told her son to obey his heart and follow his dream. The spectators shouted for Li Qianming to accept this challenge. He couldn't find a better place for himself. Li Qianming told the wardens that he was going with them, but on the condition that he would use his own name. The wardens agreed, and the guy has 3 days to make preparations. After 3 days, they will appear for Li Qianming. When that happens, a life in the palace of the sacred sky awaits him. The warders told Yuelinji to wake up and keep up. After the departure of the 2 overseers and the Yuling family, the grand competition came to an end. While Li Qianming became a disciple of the sacred sky palace, the house of Lei became an object of ridicule. Lord Lei was destroyed, and Liu Qing went missing, and no one knew where she had gone. The winners raised their glasses to celebrate the victory, and Li Qianming becoming a disciple of the sacred sky palace. Wei Tiankang said that the heavens did not fail him. He did not think that with his obnoxious temperament, he would smile at such good fortune. Today, his grandson made him truly delighted. Li Qianming said that it was all thanks to Uncle Yan's splendid instructions. Mu Yang said that his instructions are great and Li Qianming's talents are extraordinary. Mr. Wei said that today, the guy saved the entire Wei family once he rebuked him, for which he apologizes. The brothers also apologized to Wei Jing for being unfair. Wei Jing said that everything is over and there's no need to go back to it. From now on, the 3 of them will support their father. Li Qianming said that he appreciated his uncle's words and was always happy to help the Wei family. Mr. Wei shouted for the youth to apologize to his brother. Li Qianming said that they are all his brothers and sisters. They are young, and they have a hot temper, so he is not offended by them. They should curb their temper, get rid of their arrogance, and become a little calmer. The young men bowed and said they understood the older cousin's instructions. It was announced that His Majesty King Zhu Qiwei and his daughters had arrived. He said that he had arrived to apologize to the head of Mu Yang Palace. The wardens of the Sacred Sky Palace forbade any assistance. The king added that there was no way he could help with the trials that the Wei family had endured. In addition, the Wei family helped him destroy the House of Lei, which wanted to usurp power. Head Wei said that the wardens of the Sacred Sky Palace were not the kind of people whose decisions they could challenge. All the difficulties were behind us, and we could now look forward to the future. The prosperity of the country and Yanhuang Academy would only increase from now on. The old man asked if His Majesty would be able to grant his grandson's tiny request. The king said Li Qianming is an amazing person. The guy made him take a wider view of the world. He is an unquestionable role model for the younger generation. Li Qianming smiled at the king's words and said that about the role model, he agreed, if not him, then who else? The king declared that he liked the bold enthusiasm of this fellow. What does he desire? The king added that he was ready to fulfill any wish of the young man. Li Qianming made a serious face and said that he wished for the king's daughter, Zhang Feilin. The king took his daughter's hand and turned around and said it was time for them to leave. The lad asked, His Majesty did not refuse so decisively. Didn't he say he would fulfill anything? Linner asked her father to agree. She wants to go to the Sacred Sky Palace with her brother. Otherwise, she'll just run away because she can do it. The king said with tears in his eyes that he couldn't bear to see his daughter go to such a faraway place. Li Qianming recognized that the road ahead was full of dangers and knew that he had no patrons in the Sacred Sky Palace. But if Ling Er went with him, then in the future, if anyone dared to lay a finger on her or offend her, he wouldn't even leave that offender a wet spot. Qing Er told the young man that his word would not be enough to convince his father to separate from his daughter, with whom he had so many good things in common. Ling Er told her father that it was hard for her to part with him too. Li Qianming said that he would come to the kingdom in 3 days and hoped that by then, the king would not be so adamant. Although seeing how strong the king's feelings for his daughter are, the hope of taking her with him seems very faint. Li Qianming went to the cemetery and approached the grave that had Jingyu written on the slab. Now it was time to make an offering. There were the feathers of Xiaoting's destroyed companion beast. Li Qianming said that in the past, he had vowed to avenge Jingyu. Now that retribution has been accomplished, he can finally find peace. Our hero said that he would soon go to the palace of the sacred sky, and it was not known when he could return. These 2 days, they would spend together. 2 days passed. The relatives inquired where the guy had been all this time. Elder Wei said for Li Qianming to follow him. There are people he must meet. After that, he would decide whether to go to the Sacred Sky Palace or not. A gray-haired old woman and a young lady warrior appeared before our hero's eyes. The boy asked who they were. Wei Tiantang said for Li Qianming to greet Miss Li Jingyu, who had arrived from Dunhuang School. The elder said there was no need to be ceremonious since everyone here is a member of the family. The young man can just call her Mother Li. Li Qianming bowed and greeted Mother Li. He wondered what kind of place was the Dunhuang School. He had only heard of the Dunhuang Kingdom, a part of the mainland, but not the school. The lord of the Dunhuang Kingdom is said to be the Sacred Sky Palace. Wei Tiankang said that this girl's name is Li Qingyu. She is Madame Li's granddaughter and is 5 years younger than the young man. Nevertheless, her strength is beyond imagination. Our hero said hello to the girl. Li Qianming thought that at only 15 years old, she had already reached the fusion stage. He doesn't know what stage she is at now, but regardless, she is a peerless genius who hasn't been seen here for thousands of years. Apparently, the Dunhuang realm is truly great. Mother Li told Brother Wei that Li Qianming still didn't know them well. Could he tell his grandson everything he had learned about them? The old man said that the matter he wants to narrate is the curse of short life, because the grandson doesn't know how the Wei family got it. Li Qianming replied that Mother told him, the one who passed this curse to the Wei family is their ancestor with the surname Li. The old man said that everything was correct, but did the guy know that that woman belonged to the sacred Li clan of the Dunhuang School? The short life curse was the basis by which the Li sacred clan had once controlled the Dunhuang kingdom for a great number of years. Li Qianming said that he didn't know any of this. The grandfather replied that he would enlighten his grandson now. Li Qianming asked, is the Dunhuang school now as big as the Sacred Sky Palace? Mother Li replied that in the past 1,000 years, their power and influence had become comparatively greater. For now, the Dunhuang kingdom is ruled by them, but the Dunhuang school is not inferior to it in the number of talents. The territories of the Dunhuang kingdom are vast, and their sacred Li bloodline has been one of the first families for over 10,000 years. As for the Dunhuang school, it is a place where power is inherited through the lineage of the Li clan. That is to say, every head of the school throughout its history has been an elder of the Li sacred lineage. Li Qianming thought that this was unbelievable. He already can't wait to go on a trip. But what did this whole story have to do with him? Mother Li inquired, how much does the guy know about the curse of short life? Li Qianming replied that it was a kind of calamity leading to rapid aging. The elder said that the boy was wrong. The curse of a short life was the source upon which the splendor of the Li sacred lineage rested, the source that gives the clan talents in the path of perfection. Although it causes the bodily shell to age and takes away longevity, the innate talents increase several times over. Their predecessors have been subjected to the hardships of the curse of short life for many years, and have long ago developed a perfect method of overcoming it. The negative influence removed becomes a gift sent down from heaven. The more rings of calamity appear, the more terrifying the abilities of their owner become. Mother Li said that her granddaughter had 3 rings. This was more than enough for her to one day be able to comprehend the sacred limit. There are no more than a dozen talents with 3 rings in the entire family. The mandatory prerequisite for this is merely the rank of the companion beast. Perhaps the guy knows that every holder of the 4 tribulation rings in the entire history of the Li sacred family became a supreme order being in the Dunhuang realm. Each one of them ensured the Li sacred family's highest prosperity for a minimum of 500 years. Li Qianming said loudly that he didn't know that and thought just to drool. Mother Li said that in view of the above, she would like to look at our hero's right hand. The elder recalled the conversation with Wei Jing when the woman had told her that in the case of her son, it would not be a matter of 3 rings. Li Qianming bare his arm and showed the old woman his wrist. Mother Li asked her granddaughter to help. Is her eyes really blurry? The 4 rings had suddenly split into 5 rings. The granddaughter replied that she was not imagining it. There were really 5 rings. The old woman, with delight not letting go of our hero's hand, pumped loudly that it was as many as 5 rings. After 2 hours, when Grandma had calmed down, she still couldn't believe it wasn't a dream. Li Qianming thought that Mother Li was a very impressionable truth. They wouldn't be able to take responsibility if a disaster happened to the old woman. Li Qianming also mentally replied that he understood everything and the relatives shouldn't be nervous. Mother Li knelt down and thanked the heavens for the 5 rings of calamity. This was the essence of the very first generation of their clan. Mother Li turned to our hero and said she had something to tell him. The old woman took the young man by the face and said that he must surely go with her. The woman added that this guy is the most priceless endowment of the sacred Li clan and the entire Dunhuang school. He must return with her to the sacred Li clan, to his native land. It would be 1,000 times better for him than entering the sacred sky palace, which is worthless. When they arrive at the Dunhuang school, the whole family will be at his disposal. He will get whatever he wants. If he agrees, she will immediately escort those two runners out of the sacred sky palace. Our hero scratched the back of his head and said he was totally confused. Mother Li told our hero that her son Li Wudi is now the head of Dunhuang school. He has the final say in the school. Li Qianming could be her own grandson. Thus, he would immediately take over as the heir of the school. Li Qianming thought that somehow his good fortune had come too suddenly. All of this was somehow not easy. Mother Li asked what her grandson Li Qianming thought about it. Would he decide to go to the Dunhuang school and become its head? This was her sincere thoughts and the purpose for which she had come here. The boy thought, when did he have time to become her grandson? After all, he hadn't even agreed yet. The old woman did not calm down. If Li Qianming entered the sacred sky palace, no one there would take him seriously. And if his short life curse was revealed, there was a high probability that the people of the palace would bully him and cause difficulties. Li Qianming asked his mother, would she go there too? After all, she also has 3 rings. Wei Jing replied that she would stay here to look after his grandfather. Mu Yang told the guy to go with a light heart. He will be here to keep an eye on things. Everyone hopes that Li Qianming will accept the offer because they have blood ties. The protagonist said that he had made up his mind to go to the Dunhuang school. The old woman rejoiced and remarked that there would finally be hope for their sacred lineage. Li Qianming thought, without him, is there really no hope for them? It seemed that he was not called to be the heir, but to save their family. Mother Li said that on the occasion of their acquaintance, she wanted to give the young man a gift before they left. She had a ring in her hand. It is a Sumeru ring with a spherical space of 2 meters in diameter inside. One can store valuables, weapons, spiritual materials, spiritual quintessence, and travel lightly on any journey. Its value is commensurate with an entire city. In the entire country, only the king and his grandfather possessed such a thing. Li Qianming got excited and said it was a great thing and thanked Mother Li. The woman said that now the boy could call her grandmother. Li Qianming put the ring on his finger and thanked his grandmother. The woman stroked her grandson's head and said he was a good boy. Mu Yang handed our hero a box and said that he had a gift too, but wished he could open it when he was in Miss Li's homeland. The boy thanked and said he thought it would be the chains again. Li's grandmother told the boy that it was now time for him to hit the road. Li Qianming warned that he had to visit the royal palace first. Grandmother Li said that Wei Jing had told him that means they need to accept her granddaughter-in-law first. Grandma Li commanded that they were going to the royal palace. Li Qianming pondered, would the king allow Liner to take Liner with him? During the last conversation, he had intended to go to the sacred sky palace, and the king had hesitated. But now that he has opted for the Dunhuang school, and he will have the sacred Li clan on his side, the king must agree. Grandmother Li and her granddaughter admired our hero incessantly. The girl waved to him in a friendly manner. Li Qianming thought that this girl's gentleness and good-naturedness disposes her. The guy asked what stage little sister Qingyu was at. Grandmother said that Qingyu was mediocre and had only reached the 4th stage of fusion. Li Qianming was surprised. Is it really mediocre? Lin Xiaoting, the country's first genius, had only reached the fusion stage. The girl said that Li Qianming possessed 5 rings. He would only need a few years to overtake her. Grandma Li agreed. The guy was born in this country, so he awakened relatively late. No need to dwell on his current achievements. His goal is the sacred stage. If he achieves it, he can look forward to the future and live for more than 200 years. If he can achieve this before the age of 70, he will become one of those who will be reckoned with by the entire Dunhuang kingdom. Once he becomes a saint, he can borrow another 100 years from heaven. By obtaining this supply of time with his 5 rings, he can continue to improve and henceforth be forever young and unfading. Li Qianming wondered, what happened in the royal palace? Why didn't they encounter a single guard? Elder Li had a premonition. Lin Yichen. There were guards lying on the ground everywhere. Overseer Song Yixue said that the change of power in the heavenly palace of the Qianhai country had gone well. Yuelin Ji was leading the bound Princess Linair behind her. The overseer said that Mujun Qianhai had been destroyed. His clan was waiting for extinction, and Yuelin's clan was now resting on its laurels. The elder said that they would talk about the details after they returned. Elder Li saw these people and said that the person in front of her was indeed Lin Yichen. She asked loudly, what are the wardens of their palace doing here? Li Qianming shouted the princess's name loudly. Liner! The princess saw our hero and called him by name. The old man, who was accompanied by the wardens, asked, "What did Li Jingyu and the people from Li Sacred City forget here?" The old woman replied that he was her Li Wudi's illegitimate son. She searched Dunhuang up and down. She finally managed to find him. Now, of course, she's going to take him to Dunhuang School. Li Qianming was surprised. After all, it was about an adopted son when he was listed as an illegitimate son. However, our hero's first priority was to save Liner. Ling Yichen wondered, is this really Li Wudi's son? Was she not mistaken? After all, it had been a disciple of the Sacred Sky Palace for 3 whole days. They were just about to meet him and go to the Sacred Sky Palace. The old woman said that her interlocutor could forget about it. This fellow was from the Li sacred family, and also a holder of the 3 rings of calamity, and once they accepted him, they would immediately kick him out. Lin Yichen said that in that case, they don't need him and they leave. Elder Li said not so fast. They could go, but her granddaughter-in-law must be left behind. Lin Yichen said that the old woman may not even think about it. This girl is now their Shuang Tianzi's servant. At the same moment, our hero was covered in rage. A servant was out of the question. He thought, which one is Shuang Tianzi? The guy saw a small girl and thought it must be that short girl. Her body from head to toe emitted an aura that caused his instincts to sound the alarm. This kind of fear could inspire a Dunhuang realm monster whose talents went against the will of the sky. Grandmother Li asked Shuang Tianzi to let her grandson's wife go. She can't allow the girl to be taken to the Sacred Sky Palace. Shorty asked what would happen if she didn't let go. Elder Li squinted her eyes and said that if the princess wasn't released, none of them would leave this country. Ling Yichen asked, is Li Jinyu sure she wants to put the matter like this? If it really came to a battle, the opponents wouldn't stand a chance. The warden said, this is just dust in the eyes. Elder Li said that she was greatly underestimated. If they forced her to take the matter seriously, she would definitely take one of them with her. There was no doubt about it, and that person would be Shuang Tianzi. Lin Yichen said that the opponent's talent was still developing. Shuang Tianzi's death would pay off for them, even if the price was 3 of their lives. He thought that the old woman had calculated everything. They couldn't afford to put Shuang in even the slightest danger. The old man turned to Shuang and said that with their strength, victory was certain, except that the old woman was insane, and there was no point in taking risks because of some servant girl. Shuang Tianzi said that in that case, the princess could be released. Li Qianming and Lin Er rushed into each other's arms. Shuang Tianzi said that Li Jinyu threatened her today, and she would never forget it. 10 years from now, she will appear at the Dunhuang School and cut the entire Li sacred lineage under the roots. She will make their bloodline completely cut off. Li Qianming couldn't stand it and told this girl not to show off. They had already realized that she was the absolute sovereign of the world, the one and only. Liner complained to our hero and said that this girl took away her 5 sealed abilities. Using an unknown technique, she took and transported them to some sphere. She made her omnitize into herself. The effectiveness of the omnitization reached 70%, so she decided to make her handmaiden. Shuang Tianzi told Li Wudi's illegitimate son that the princess has a good value, and the guy doesn't deserve her at all. He should look after the girl for a few years. Shuang added that the day she orders the Li clan to be cut out, she will take the princess back. Shuang added that if the guy manages to protect her until that day, then she promises to save his miserable life. Li Qianming mentally asked Granny Li if she could help him take away the 5 princess seals. Elder Li replied that if they tried to do so, their doom would be imminent. The safety of her granddaughter-in-law is the most important thing about the seals right now. In 10 years, he'll have the opportunity to get them back. When his true talents are revealed, he won't be inferior to Shuang. It's just that she's already taken the first step and the guy hasn't even started yet. Liner said to her brother not to do anything stupid. Somehow she still had 5 abilities left. Li Qianming told Shuang Tianzi that he would not wait 10 years for the next meeting. The guy added that he would come to the Sacred Sky Palace himself and destroy her before. She would just have to wait. He would behead her in front of all the people from the Sacred Sky Palace, and at the same time return the seals to Liner. Shuang Tianzi said that it was the best joke she had ever heard. Ling Er said that they should rush to her father now. His condition was unstable. Li Qianming replied that they would do so now. At the palace, the king was glad that his daughter was all right. He had just woken up. Liner told the king that Li Qianming had saved her. Li Qianming asked how His Majesty was feeling. The king said that he didn't understand how such a thing was possible. After all, it was the wardens and Shuang Tianzi. But who are these people next to Li Qianming? The guy replied that they were members of the Sacred Li family from the Dunhuang school and added that he would explain everything to the king now. After the story, he entrusted his daughter into the hands of Li Tianming. The young men followed Li Jinyu into the Dunhuang kingdom. Li Jinyu explained to her grandson that her companion animal was a hybrid of pengbird and kunfish, possessing two forms. It could soar into the skies and fly thousands of miles, as well as swim underwater. In addition, it possesses two attributes. Their sacred Li clan is also called the Peng and Kun clan. Ahead of the young man was the Dunhuang school. It turned out to be much bigger than he had imagined. The school was located high up in the mountains. Elder Li said that it was necessary to hurry up and make the boy a young heir. There were many people standing in front of the dilapidated buildings, telling Li Wudi to come out immediately. If he didn't come out, they would pull him out themselves, even if they had to tear down the entire temple to do so. He must not think that by hiding he will be able to achieve anything. By his efforts, their Wen line may lose their inheritance, and he still dares to hide. People pounded on the temple door and shouted for Li Wudi to show himself. A flying companion beast appeared in the sky. Li Jinyu said that she saw a bunch of scoundrels who had lost their shame. When she was away for a while, they were already rioting. Elder Li safely descended to the ground and told them all to get out of here. Li Tianming didn't understand what was going on here. These people are shamelessly calling the head of the school by name. Is this really a riot? Our hero assessed the legendary temple with a glance and thought that it looked very deplorable. Two people came out of the crowd and said that they had waited too long for their great-aunt to return. Li Jinyu asked what they had been waiting for. One of them said that this auntie's son is the greatest brat in the history of Dunhuang School. Even the ordinary students of the school can call him directly by his name. No dignity. The old woman screamed, "Why are they talking to her? What do they want?" The man told his aunt that there was no way they could leave today. There was an important matter that required Li Wudi's presence. If he doesn't come out, then the elder will be able to make a judgment, but now they are asking for the door to be opened. Li Jinyu was curious as to what kind of nonsense was occupying them so much, and she told them to come in. Everyone present entered the temple, and after searching the temple, they realized that Li Wudi was not here. Li Tianming was surprised. The inside of the temple was also dirty and reeked of alcohol. Apparently, the place had never been cleaned while Grandma was away. It seems that this head of school is not as outstanding as Li Tianming had imagined him to be. The man told Auntie that they had come here to consult on an important matter concerning the Wen bloodline of the Li family. Their entire bloodline could be seriously affected. Elder Li told them not to thicken their colors and put it out as it is. The man said that they had received news from the agents who had been infiltrated by the Gold, Thunder, and Fire bloodlines. In 5 days, these three bloodlines would force Li Wudi to abdicate his position and force him to choose a young heir among the talented disciples of these bloodlines. Their Wen lineage controls the sacred Li clan and has been supreme for over 10,000 years, and in that time, their succession has never been broken. Now, the brilliant Li clan has fallen into decline and has reached its current position. The descendants of the Li bloodline have fewer and fewer disaster rings and fewer young talents. As for Li Wudi, after that misfortune, he has turned into a wreck and is no longer capable of giving life to a capable man. His place as the young heir will be taken by a representative of one of the three lines. It will be up to them to decide whether to pass on the position of head of the school. If this happens, what awaits the Wen line? Li Jinyu wondered, and what are they going to do? The old woman thought that despite all these speeches, they don't care about the decline of the sacred Li family. They are only concerned with their own interests. In front of them now is the founding lands of the Li family, the eternal symbol of their city. Only the heir and head of the Dunhuang school have the right to enter there. It is the resting place of their ancestors who ruled over the Dunhuang kingdom for over 10,000 years. The man said, in order to maintain their position as the young heir, they, the 7 heads of the Wen lineage, have decided to do their part. They want Li Wudi to adopt the most outstanding son of their 7. Only if Li Wudi appointed a young heir would they be able to disrupt the plans of the other 3 lines and prevent them from depriving them of the position of young heir. Li Tianming looked at these men and thought that they were the truest hypocrites. Li Tianming said that it was very touching. He even let a tear involuntarily. Guy said ironically that it was touching, each of them trying their best to put the heavy burden of being the school's heir on their children. The men were indignant. They inquired of Auntie, who was this young man who dared to mock them within the walls of the Peng and Kun temple? Li Jinyu said that she didn't want such happiness. They wanted one of their sons to be her grandson, but she wouldn't approve of any of them. Elder Lee said they are just 7 worthless losers who don't even have one child that can compare to her granddaughter. Lee Jinyu took the guy's hand and said that his name was Lee Tianming. He is the illegitimate son of her Li Wudi and consequently the young heir of this school. Our hero thought he should play along with Lee's grandmother in this play. The men shouted back that it was impossible. Did the elder think that she would bring someone here and they would immediately believe her? Li Jingyu told the audience about her son's relationship with Wei Jingyi and added that this guy was 1 year older than Qingyu. He was only 16. He was the flesh and blood of her son Li Wudi. Li Tianming thought that this grandmother's storytelling skills could not be denied. He was actually 20 years old. They wondered what Auntie was thinking, bringing a scum at the spiritual origin stage. Did she really hope to fool them? Auntie said she was now talking to narrow-minded fools. Her grandson is only 16 years old. He had no mentor, and he had to improve himself in a small country. Of course, his level is not high, but his talents are greater than all their offspring combined. Li Jinyu had to endure years of anger and resentment. She had seen her own son fall from heaven to earth and never recovered from that moment. She had stopped the target of pressure and intrigue from all sorts of pressure groups. Now, finally, a peerless talent has emerged in the person of her grandson. Our hero called his opponents a bunch of narrow-minded dogs who have seen nothing on this earth. The guy bare his right hand and told them to unclench their eyes and take a good look. The man wanted to say something back to the guy, but before he did, he took a close look at his hand. There were 5 rings of distress on it. Li Jinyu said that only the first generation of ancestors possessed such an essence. The woman wondered why they weren't still on their knees and bowing to the guy. Li Tianming thought that they would not believe so easily, however. He knew how to shut their mouths. The most important thing now was that the focus of their attention had shifted, and they no longer harbored suspicions about whether he was really Li Wudi's son. The old woman said that these people were giving her a headache. They had been shown everything, but they still didn't believe it. The granddaughter noticed that these people could not see further than their noses. Li Tianming told Grandma not to make a fuss. He would deal with these people himself. Our hero told his opponents that he didn't get his first hardening technique until he was 15 years old, and only then began to improve. So everything he achieved was accomplished in 5 months. He reached the 8th step of the spiritual source from scratch. A young man appeared in the room and said that he also had something to say. He had only started refining yesterday and had reached the 2nd stage of fusion. Does this mean that he is the possessor of the 6 rings? It was Li Kunshu, 15 years old, influence stage, 2nd stage. He said that he didn't believe a single word Li Tianming said. Li Tianming replied that this is easily remedied. He challenges everyone present. The honor of age is no greater than his own. If he defeats everyone, will they believe that he is Li Wudi's son? The interlocutor said that if Li Tianming won, they would recognize him, because only a 5 rings of Calamity Essence holder could handle such a challenge. But if he can't, it will be proof that he's a charlatan, and then they'll do as they discussed. Hand over Li Wudi's sons for adoption. Li Tianming smugly added that whoever defeated him would become the young heir of the school. Li Jinyu asked if the grandson was confident in his abilities. The boy replied that his grandmother could now admire his performance. Li Jinyu said that in that case, they would fight outside. The opponent said that Kunshu should never hit at full force. He must not be allowed to cripple the son of the head of the Dunhuang school. If there are 2 cripples in this current, the sacred Li clan will once again become an object of ridicule. Kunshu told his father that there was no way he would cripple the genius of the 5 rings of calamity. Li Tianming thought that against a 1-year-old, he wouldn't be so confident of victory, but dealing with the young lad would definitely not be difficult. Kunshu said that if his opponent had such a boisterous manner of speech, he would have to knock his teeth out. If he lost a couple of teeth, he wouldn't be able to brag like that anymore. Kunshu brought his companion beast into the arena. It was Hurricane Kunpeng. Linner, who had become possessed by our hero, asked if he needed help. Li Tianming replied that she should rest. He and Inho would sort it out on their own. Kunshu said that he was a member of the Kun and Peng clan. The rank of Kunpeng can prove that the opponent belongs to their clan. Li Tianming was surprised. Had his opponent gone blind? There it was on his shoulder, the Kunpeng of the Great Void. Yingho, who was pointed at by our hero, said that he was not empty. Kunshu called his opponent a scoundrel. How dare he insult the sacred beast of their clan? He would not forgive this. Kunshu accelerated and rushed to attack, while saying that he would send his opponent's Kunpeng into the pot today. Kunshu took out a whip and said that it was a dissected wind whip. The opponent told our hero that he would knock his teeth out to watch his words and wipe his smirk off his face. Li Qianming easily caught the end of his opponent's whip with his left hand and said that he was too persistent in showing interest in other people's teeth. Li Qianming pulled the whip, and the opponent lost his balance and fell to the ground. Our hero was surprised. Was this really the power of the second stage of fusion? He hadn't done anything yet, and the guy had already fallen face down. Enro began to spew fire and applied the flames of eternal purgatory. However, the opponent dispelled that fire. Our hero thought this was relatively good. Kunshu said to his opponent not to be complacent. After all, he hadn't used his full strength yet. Li Qianming remarked that Kunshu might not get such an opportunity. The protagonist used the sword of human slaughter. Enro used the ghost dance. Those watching were surprised. In this tandem, even a chicken had swordsmanship skills. After our hero's attack, he said that he accidentally pulled out his opponent's front teeth. Are there any others willing to compete with him? Bleeding and missing his teeth, Kunshu screamed in pain and resentment. The man said that he still didn't believe and asked if anyone was willing to send their sons to take up the challenge. If not, he will send his Linya, because he believes that among these youths, Linya is the strongest. Lin said that he was willing to accept the challenge. The guy thought that the techniques Li Qianming had just demonstrated did not scare him at all. Besides, he was willing to claim the position of the young heir. The man told his son that the moment to change his own destiny had arrived. He knew what he had to do, didn't he? Linga said he would tear that cheater to pieces. Lingi entered the arena and said that Li Qianming's sword in his presence was nothing. Li Qianming looked at his opponent and assessed him. Fusion stage, third stage. Such an opponent would not be easy to defeat. Linga decided to have the battle at a different location. He asked if Li Qianming would agree to have a water fight with him. Our hero replied that he would not mind. Li Qianming told Linner that he would need her help this time. The princess agreed. Linner thought that Li Qianming would definitely lose this time. In a water battle, he didn't stand a chance. Linner said for his opponent to follow him. Already on the shore of the reservoir, Ling said for his kun, the terror of the storm, to come out. A huge dragon appeared. Li Qianming wondered, what kind of beast was this? Yingheo explained that it was an 8th-ranked medium-sized companion beast. It's the same rank as Uncle Yan's dark Qilin. It turns out that in this place, even a child is capable of possessing a beast of this level. Linghe, perched on his companion beast, said that now his opponent had surely realized his mistake, but it was too late. Linya said that the one who takes up the sword must have a straight and fair temper, while his opponent is a cunning and deceitful man who dyed his hair and drew rings. Linga swung and activated the water sword. He told his opponent to get out of his sight. Li Qianming used the sword of Earth Slaughter, Ripple. The spectators were surprised. The opponent's attacks mutually neutralized each other. Li Qianming used a non-water element attack and still did not concede. Yinghe shouted that the opponent was attacking from above. Li Qianming raised his head and saw Lingyi approaching him. Li Qianming immediately activated the air wall with Linner's help. Linga's attack failed to reach its target, he thought. How is this possible? How did this guy manage to fly up, and where did he get his wings from? Li Qianming said, after all, they had agreed that the fight would be on the water. Why did the opponent go up? Did he think that his opponent couldn't do that? Li Qianming once again used the Earth Slaughter Sword, Concussion. A charge of energy emanating from our hero's sword rushed toward the opponent. Linga directed his energy towards Li Qianming and activated the Unbridled River Sword. The two energy streams met between the rivals, and a powerful energy release was formed. Those watching screamed with horror. The protagonist told them not to worry. His rival would live. He had restrained his powers. Bewildered, Linga lay on the ground with burnt hair and tears of frustration on his face. Li Qianming said that Linne had lost. Who else wants to challenge him? Li Jinyu, smiling, asked, "Does anyone still have any doubts that this is her grandson?" The elder said that this fellow really has no Kunpeng, but his companion beast also has the essence of the 5 rings of calamity. When he marries and has children, hardly his sons and daughters will not have the Kunpeng of the Great Void. One of the people present angrily asked, "How do they know that this chicken really possesses the essence of 5 years of tribulation?" Inho raised his left wing and said a non-believer could come closer and look at his spots. Li Qianming grabbed the bird by the wings and told him to stop. Can't he tell left from right? They already had a hard enough time convincing their opponents that the 5 rings were real. What will happen if 10 rings are discovered? Li Qianming thought that he would have to touch up the spots on the bird's left wing with a yellow color. Elder Li said that everyone present could now get out of here. The man said that Li Jinyu had convinced them, but there was no point in them recognizing this guy as the young heir. Whether he becomes one or not depends on the agreement of the other three branches. We'll have to see if Li Qianming has the ability to challenge the youths of the three branches. The other lines have overtaken them to an extent that is unimaginable. Li Jinyu countered that it wasn't the other lines that had overtaken them, but the rate of decline of this branch had greatly surpassed all the others. Still, they would survive the decline. The only question was who would be able to last the longest. The man said that in 5 days, Li Xuanyi, the head of the Golden Branch, would surely strike up a conversation with Elder Li about the wedding between his son Li Jinzang and Qing Yu. After Qing Yu's 16th birthday, according to the terms of the agreement, she would have to marry his son. Li Wudi's head was clearly not right if he didn't have the sense to make this pact. He ran to the Council of Elders to witness it and ended up losing in a landslide. Li Xuanyi uses the Council of Elders as leverage. Now Li Xuanyi will be able to marry his stupid, fat, and ugly son to a smart and beautiful woman like Qing Yu. The girl was angry upon hearing such talk. Elder Li told her granddaughter not to worry. She would rather die than let them take her away. Qing Yu replied to her grandmother that she was fine. Li Qianming thought that the Council of Elders was the highest authority in the Dunhua school at the moment. The strongest members of the council hold control of the Dunhua school. In 5 days, the other three branches will definitely be there. Whether he succeeds in becoming the young heir depends on the situation of the other three branches. Grandmother Li said that she has never encountered the abilities that Liner possesses. She is an absolute treasure. The grandmother added that she was very pleased to have such a granddaughter-in-law. Liner noticed that her brother was taking pretty good care of her. A swaying man appeared in the old temple and called Li Qianming his son. He held a flask of liquor in his hand and sipped from it. The man said he wanted to take a look at his son, who happens to be turning 16. A drunken man told our hero to forgive his father. Li Qianming was surprised. Is this really Li Wudi? And this person is calling him his father. Is this really the head of the Dunhuang school? It seemed to our hero that some black scars with black qi could be seen on this man's skin. It felt as if this black qi was left behind after the worms sucked the life out of him. The man looked at Qing Yu and said that his daughter was looking pretty again. The girl lowered her eyes and told her grandmother she was leaving. Li Qianming told Liner that he needed her help. Could she question Qing Yu regarding the marriage? The princess said yes. Liner ran after Qing Yu and said that they would go together. Li Wudi took the young man by the shoulders and said that he finally had the chance to meet his father. How does he feel? Shocked? Excited? Li Qianming thought that this man stinks very badly. Li's grandmother shouted angrily at her son for not washing at all after she left. Li Wudi asked, "Why wash? It's a waste of youth. It is better to drink wine in the company of the ancestors." Li Qianming thought that this person had slipped from the first genius of the Dunhuang school to a head that everyone despised. What did this man have to endure? Li Wudi said he wanted to look at his son's 5 rings. Li Wudi took a look at his son's hand and said that it was really encouraging, also much cooler than his 4 rings. Li Qianming thought, did he really need to recognize this drunken man as his adoptive father? Foster father, our hero found it difficult to pronounce those 2 words. Li's grandmother said that the guy can just call him by his first name anyway. All the people of Dunhuang school address him that way. Li Qianming said that this is not appropriate. You should show respect when talking to elders. Li Wudi scratched his body under his clothes and said that he was very satisfied with his son Li Qianming. Li Wudi took out the sacred seal of Kun and Peng and said he would bestow it on his son. The man tossed the seal to the young man and said that his father would look after him from now on. Dunhuang school is his father's territory. From now on, he can do whatever he wants here. If he wants to beat someone up, he doesn't have to hold back. If he spots a juicy beauty, he can take her right away. His father will help him create an imperial harem and provide him with all kinds of wealth and privileges. Li Qianming was upset looking at this man and said that he liked to improve himself. Li Wudi stated that in such a case, the guy could refer to his mother. Divine origins, spiritual minerals, spiritual quintessence, animal weapons, everything would belong to him. After finishing the wine from the flask, Li Wudi sprawled out here on the floor. Grandmother Li leaned over her son and said that he was laying down again. His health was already bad, and he was not watching him. Li Qianming said that he would help. The boy thought that there was not an ounce of censure or contempt in his grandmother's gaze, only pain and regret. It seemed strange to him. Under ordinary circumstances, could he expect such an attitude even from his mother, considering what he had come to? After putting the drunken man on the bed, the grandmother and grandson looked at him. The old woman said that he had given the sacred seal of Kun and Peng to his son. Li Qianming asked in surprise, what was this thing? This thing seemed strange to him. It looked like a gem, but at the same time it was metal, and when touched, it felt soft. The woman said that the sacred seal of Kun and Peng consisted of a fusion of the blood of all the ancestral rulers. This clot contains the blood of the leaders of the Li sacred lineage from the first generation to her husband's generation, from which Po's blood soul was formed. Guy thought that this blood heritage brings others indescribable delight. Only the greatest families could own such a shrine. Li Qianming asked if this seal had any use. Grandmother Li replied that it was the foundation of the authority of the head of Dunhuang School and the young heir. Li Jinyu added that there are only 2 such clots, which are passed down in their lineage from generation to generation and fused in the blood of the head and heir. No outsider is capable of fusing it. Only those in whose veins the blood of the sacred Li clan flows can do so. Li Qianming asked, "What happens after the merger? Is there an increase in fighting ability?" The woman replied that no, but only seal holders have access to the sacred lands of the Li family's founders. Li Qianming logically asked, "Does such an opportunity bestow any good?" The woman replied that contrary to expectations, no. The other people of the Li bloodline thought otherwise. As for everyone else, without possessing the blood of the sacred Li bloodline, it is impossible to enter, even with the Kun and Peng sacred seal. If going there would provide some benefit, their clan wouldn't be in decline. Li Qianming regretfully remarked that such a thing was only used to recognize status. Li's grandmother acknowledged this and added that it was ironic. Li Qianming thought that his bloodline was actually too far from the Li sacred bloodline. Would he be able to merge the Kun and Peng sacred seal? If he were to merge now, wouldn't he become the young heir and ruin the intentions of the other 3 branches? Li's grandmother said that before others recognize him, she would not advise him to do so. Li Qianming wondered, why? Because a new sacred seal only appears after the previous owner is dead. The new clot will differ only in that it will contain a drop of his blood. If the boy couldn't convince the other branches, there was a possibility that they would want to destroy him in order to obtain the sacred seal. If the 3 branches stand firm, the young man's position will become quite difficult. But she won't let anyone destroy him. Li Qianming asked what he needed to do to drain the seal. His grandmother replied that he should cut the area of skin where his rings were located, and when the seal came into contact with his blood, it would immediately fuse with it. The boy immediately bit the skin on his hand near the rings. The grandmother was frightened. "What are you doing?" Li Qianming replied that since he had decided to come here and win the young heir's place, he would not backtrack. He is not afraid that he will have no way to retreat. He can't leave them the slightest opportunity and won't make her regret her decision. The young man placed a seal on the bloody wound and said that he recognized his grandmother and liked her character. Li Qianming said that he called the woman his grandmother, and to him, it was tantamount to being part of the Li sacred lineage now. She saved Liner. For that he will be forever grateful to her, and by coming here, he wants to share his power. The young man and the grandmother noticed that a fusion process had occurred. Po's bloody soul melted away. Li Qianming wondered, did the entire clot enter his body? Guy felt as if each founder's consciousness was circulating with his blood, feeling as if they were still alive. Li Qianming truly felt like he was part of the sacred Li bloodline. For this reason, the blood in his body was boiling, quite possibly the soul of the founders. A new seal of Kun and Pen appeared in our hero's hand. The fusion was complete. He felt as if he had been reborn. Elder Li said that it was wonderful. She didn't expect anything less from her incomparable grandson. Li Qianming solemnly declared that he would be her own grandson from now on. Our hero has noticed that Li Wudi is saying Mu Hei's name in his sleep, but who is it? Li's grandmother said it was his wife, Qing Yu's mother. Although Li Wudi looked like a ladies' man in his younger years, in fact, there was always room in his heart for only one person. Li Qianming asked his grandmother, how did this person get to this point? Wasn't he the first talent? Could anyone have harmed him? The woman agreed that he was indeed the strongest young heir in his years. If it was about enemies, no one from the Dunhuang school would be able to harm him. But the one who did was not an enemy, but his closest friend. Back then, he had outstanding talents. He was strong and blazing with enthusiasm. He made friends and new acquaintances everywhere. His best friend was Yuan Taiji. Their friendship looked like it would last a lifetime. At first glance, his friend looked amiable, with refined manners, and was not calculating. In his youth, he used to frolic with Li Wudi all the time. It had been too long since geniuses had appeared in the Li sacred lineage, and in those days, she would never have thought they should beware. The young people had been perfecting themselves together for 4 or 5 years. There was an unusual understanding between them. She now realized that the members of the Yuan clan were excellent actors and also had outstanding patience. Even though Yuan Taiji's talents paled in front of her son's, the guy managed to get him comfortable enough to be willing to give his life for him. And then one day, when her son had just recently married, the Council of Elders organized a Dark Abyss competition in which outstanding talents were to cross arms. During the battle, Yuan Taiji took advantage of her son's trust and plunged his poisonous weapon, a dragon spike, into his heart. Once this weapon is thrust in, it cannot be pulled out. Attempts to extract it will result in death. The Council of Elders wanted to intervene, but were powerless. With no evidence and relying only on the word of one man, they were trapped. This kind of betrayal hurts the soul far more than the body. Yuan Taiji did not destroy her son immediately, but decided to torture him because he secretly harbored feelings for Mu He. His hatred for her son was boundless, so he decided to torture him. The fall of her son gave the former friend great joy. Mu He never wished to be together with Yuan Taiji. He repeatedly visited her orphanage under the pretext of friendly visits, when in fact he wished to take Mu He away. She and Mu He persevered, but in the end Mu He couldn't stand it, and abandoning her 3-year-old child took her own life. Grandmother Li said that she wished revenge on them all, but as of today, Yuan Taiji was the strongest person in the Dunhuang school. Grandma Li said that she was not telling all this to her grandson in hopes of revenge, but only wished that he would be able to properly realize his talent and the essence of the 5 rings of calamity. Li Qianming had to be careful. It was easy to dodge an open strike, but it was difficult to dodge an attack from around the corner, and Li Wudi's mistakes must not be repeated. Yuan Taiji is trying to gain supremacy in the Council of Elders. The current Council of Elders is not what it used to be. It is decaying and splintering day by day. However, there were still those who remembered the kindness of the Li family and would take the boy under their protection. Our hero would never have thought that Li Wudi had to go through something so bad. The 3 of them have had a hard time, and Grandma has been through a lot at her age. Li Qianming vowed that in the future he would definitely contribute to the well-being of this family and make the Yuan clan pay for everything. Li Wudi got out of bed and said that he had already gotten some sleep and woke up and they were still talking. He wondered if the guy had put that thing in his body. Li Qianming replied that he had already leaked the sacred seal. Li Wudi said that it is beautifully done. Now the guy can go with him to the ancestral land of the Li family. Li Wudi told Li Qianming to prepare properly. When they were there, they would sing and dance on the mounds. Qingyu said that Ling'er is truly beautiful. In the whole Dunhuang school, she had never met a girl like her. Ling'er said that Qingyu was also beautiful. Entering the room given to her, Ling'er asked why there was only one room. Qingyu was surprised. Don't Ling'er and Li Qianming live together? Ling'er said they hadn't known each other that long yet. Ling'er asked where Qingyu lived. Maybe they should become neighbors. Qingyu replied that you could and added that she was only in favor. Ling'er suggested that Qingyu take a walk to the river. Qingyu said that she was very jealous of her companion and her brother Li Qianming. There is a very strong bond between them. Ling'er asked if it was true that Qingyu's father was going to marry her off to a man she didn't like at all. Qingyu nodded affirmatively. This is due to the fact that they mentioned her mother. The father got angry and decided to make a dispute with them to punish them, but he lost. That time he was so insistent that he went to the Council of Elders to have them testify. In fact, these were the events of 10 years ago. At that time, her mother had just passed away, and her father was just burning with rage. Ling'er asked if that was the reason she hated her father. Qingyu replied that she understood him. Grandmother said that life is like this sometimes. Most things happen against your wishes. Qingyu added that one should never give up and should not take out their anger on the people around them. One should bravely fight to the last breath, making every effort with no regrets. Ling'er asked what she would do if the groom's side actually organized the engagement and went to the Council of Elders to press them. Qingyu replied that in that case, she would disfigure her face and burn all the skin on it. Ling'er told Qingyu not to dare to do such a thing. Qingyu replied that the day would come when she would make them pay an exorbitant price for their crime. Qingyu added that as long as she is alive, she will never forget the way her mom and dad left her life. Ling'er hugged her friend and told her that she wasn't alone. She and her brother would help her and she shouldn't have to carry this burden alone. Qingyu laid her head on Ling'er's shoulder, cried and thanked her. Ling'er told how Li Qianming had fallen to the bottom, but fate had not ruined him at all. Li Wudi walked in front. Li Qianming followed a little behind him. The father looked at the animals and asked, "Are these his son's companion animals?" Li Qianming answered the question with a question. What was wrong with his companion beasts? Li Wuti laughed and said that if you put them together, you can form a great dish, fried chicken with tender cat meat. Shadow said that all the birds and beasts in this place looked very funny. Enro called Shadow to go have some fun. He spotted fish in the lake and they would go fishing. Li Qianming told the departing animals not to trash everything in the neighborhood. The travelers approached the glowing wall. Li Wuti said that inside this blood-red barrier were the ancestral lands of the Li family. In the Dunhuang Kingdom, the power of this barrier is incomparable. Near the barrier, the travelers stopped in front of a large number of vessels of wine. Li Wuti told the young man to help him with this fine beverage. Li Qianming inquired, "Why so much wine?" Li Wuti said that he wouldn't be the one to drink it. It's hard. Li Wuti told the young man not to stand still, but to come over and take the jugs of wine. Li Qianming thought, would Ling be able to overcome this blood-red barrier if he were to instill himself into him? Li Wuti told the young man to follow him and he would see this bunch of ancestral brigands constantly thirsty for a heady drink. Li Wuti said their first stop is Shenxiao Mountain, where the burial site of Li Shenxiao, the first ancestor of the sacred Li family, is located. Li Qianming said that it was amazing. It turns out that ancestors' graves are located on such majestic peaks. Li Wuti said that this ancestor was the one who first got the curse of short life. At that time, there was no way to overcome it. The ancestor had terrifying willpower. Despite the curse, he stood firm and continued to improve. He persevered for 50 years and refused to die. He figured out a way to overcome the curse and regained 50 years of his life, rose to eminence and became one of the most outstanding personalities that had ever existed in the celestial realm. Subsequently, at a time when the Dunhuang Kingdom was a no-man's land reigning in chaos, he founded the Dunhuang School, subdued the local kingpins, and became the sole ruler of the kingdom. He was the strongest warrior in the history of the Dunhuang School, reaching the sacred stage of antiquity. Li Qianming thought that the founding ancestor Li Shenxiao was the ideal of the entire Li sacred lineage. Li Wuti said that they will now go to this ancestor's grave and serve him drinks. He is extremely greedy for good wine. Most of the supplies brought are just for him. Our hero didn't realize that under this mountain peak would be such a large cave. A creature of enormous size was in this cave. Li Qianming and this beast looked into each other's eyes. Such huge and graceful animals our hero has never met before. This creature's entire body was entangled with black qi. Without a doubt, it was Li Wuti's companion beast. Li Wuti said that it was the unique companion beast of their branch, the Green Void Kunpeng. Li Qianming inquired, "Isn't it the Kunpeng of the Great Void?" Li Wuti said that it was the same thing, only it was more green than empty. Li Qianming thought that this beast was very weakened, it seems like, just like Li Wuti. Under the weight of the poison dragon's thorn, it has to fight hard to maintain its existence. Li Qianming asked his father, "Does this cave really lead to the summit?" Li Wuti nodded affirmatively. On every high mountain in these lands are buried the remains of their ancestors. On a neighboring peak rests the second ancestor of the Li family, Li Xinhe. He was the son of Li Shenxiao, possessing the essence of the 4 rings of calamity, but his rings were blood red in color. Next, behind his mountain in order are the peaks that became the burial places of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th ancestors. Near the obelisk, Li Wuti told his son to leave the wine and kneel down. On the large gravestone was an inscription, Li Shenxiao. Li Qianming knelt down and told the honorable founding ancestor that his distant descendant Li Qianming had come to visit and worship him. Li Wuti told our hero that he honestly has no sons, but this guy immediately caught his eye. Today he saw the young man defeat Li Linghe. During the fight, it could be discerned that the lad had a great understanding of bragging. This was a talent they shared. Li Wuti added that this guy has an extraordinary innate potential. He has a protruding back of the head and vertebrae, which are signs of exceptional talent in mastering martial arts. Our hero thought that his interlocutor was talking nonsense. Li Wuti said, "If predestination has bound them in a father-son relationship, then he will bestow a boon. From today, the boy can perfect himself in the ancestral lands. He in turn will reveal to the young man the unseen lands of the ancestors of the sacred race." Li Qianming thought if these lands hide unseen secrets, then he was willing to improve here. Li Wuti said to now Li Qianming to urinate on the tombstone. This ancestor is the most insatiable. He likes the boy's urine the most. Li Qianming shouted for his interlocutor to take this extremely seriously. Li Wudi smiled and told the guy not to get angry. Li Wudi told Li Qianming to watch carefully and poured the contents of the jug directly onto the grave. Li Wudi called the ancestor names and said that he wasn't being serious today. He had brought his son, and the ancestor didn't consider him. He poured another jug on the grave and said that he would get the old man drunk. Li Wudi, pouring the second jug of wine into the ground, told his ancestor not to pour too much. He didn't have much left. Suddenly, the obelisk above the grave began to glow brightly. Li Qianming couldn't believe it. Did the tombstone really glow? And it wasn't just a glow. The tombstone had now begun to contain natural spiritualized qi. The amount of spiritualized qi he felt here was 10,000 times more than what was contained in the Yanhuang obelisk. If he were to refine in this place, it would be amazing. Li Wudi said that this tombstone has heavenly runes of white color, the runes of the sacred sky. Does the young man know the significance of the 81 heavenly runes? Li Tianming admitted that he did not know. Infusing the ground at the tomb of a founding ancestor with wine can produce similar changes. How did Li Wudi discover this? And does anyone else know about it? The man replied that there was nothing complicated about it. He has been drinking here for 50 years and no one knows about it. The founding father built this tombstone by himself. The spiritual minerals of the 81 heavenly runes were used to create it. A work like this has never been seen in the history of the Dunhuang kingdom. This doesn't only apply to the grave of the founding ancestor. Li Qianming could get other ancestors drunk to reveal their secrets. After their deaths, these ancestors turned into demons that demanded a drink. Li Qianming was surprised. Such a big secret capable of stirring up the entire world, Li Wudi was telling him so easily. After all, they had only recently met. Li Wudi said that this world is huge, and the guy came here to become a young heir. Their meeting was predestined by fate. Predestination is the first law of the under heaven. Humans are amazing creatures. Sometimes just a glance is enough to see what's what. Li Qianming may think that he is not worthy to be called a foster father, but from his first glance at the young man, he knew that he liked him. Li Qianming replied that he didn't think so at all. He just couldn't immediately recognize Li Wudi as his father. It depends on how the man performs in the future. Li Wudi said for the young man to knock and get the old ancestor to grant him patronage. He wondered if they were bound by predestination. Li Qianming and his pet beast sat down in front of the obelisk and decided to activate the eternal purgatory treatise using the spiritualized qi hovering around. They wanted to evolve properly today. Li Qianming thought that he was doing well, and that was just fine. Li Wudi was pressing the wine at this time. He told the young man to try his best, as it seems that old man also liked him. Li Wudi thought that with such a son, the future didn't look so dim. He too should continue his tempering. The man threw off the top of his clothes. A sharp, poisonous spike protruded from his chest. Li Wudi's body began to glow with red light. A sharp, poisonous spike pierced through his chest. It continued to poison his body. The man said it's been 40 years. Death, cultivation, perfection, before the gates of hell. Countless times he had hesitated on the brink of life and death. It was time to cross the afterlife and pass the bridge between the world of the living and the dead. He had looked into the face of demons, but he had also met the spirits of the sky. Li Wudi thought that when he plucked the poison dragon's spike, the entire Yuan Taiji clan would turn into powder. With this thorn, he has condemned him to a life worse than death. But he does not know that he is not at all afraid of destruction, and even less does he know that he will draw the thorn of the poisonous dragon through his vessels and begin to improve himself. The curse of the sacred Li family does not believe in the heavens, does not rely on gods, and does not fear demons. They only believe that with their will and determination, they can change their destiny against the will of heaven. Enro asked in the process of improving, "Where is the noise coming from?" Li Qianming said to the chick not to be distracted. 4 hours of the process of perfection have passed. The 9th step of the spiritual source has been reached. Li Qianming thought that tomorrow the other 3 branches of the Li sacred lineage would arrive. It was time to go back and make some preparations. The girls, upon meeting our hero, inquired whether Li Qianming's brother Li Qianming had managed to make a breakthrough. Li Qianming nodded affirmatively in response. He thought that sister Qingyu was exceptionally friendly today. Ling Er seemed to get along well with her. Qingyu said that that time at Ling Er's omnibus, Li Qianming's brother Li Qianming defeated Li Linghe, and now she thinks that even she is not a rival. Li Qianming replied that the girl shouldn't belittle herself. She's only 15 years old and has a whole sea of prospects ahead of her. Qingyu agreed. Brother Li Qianming possessed the essence of the 5 rings of tribulation. Right now, he was only at a low stage because he had little time at his disposal. Li Qianming asked the interviewer to continue to call him brother. He has no real younger sister, but he hopes that the girl will become his sister in the future. Linner and Qingyu looked at each other and smiled at each other. Qingyu wondered if it was possible to hug Shadow in such a case, since this kitten was so soft and fluffy. Li Qianming thought that Qingyu decided to get close just to be able to hug a kitten. Apparently, he was imagining too much. Yingho said that he was also willing to let himself be hugged for free. The girls took turns stroking Shadow. Inho was flapping his little wings out of loneliness and crying. Li Qianming noticed that both girls were ignoring him at the moment. Our hero took out the box, Muyan's gift. I wonder what Uncle Yang gave him after all. It was time to find out. Whatever it was called Evil Obsession. Li Qianming opened the box and saw the black chains inside. The surface of these chains were covered with spikes. If one were to entangle a person with these chains, a single tug could tear the meat to the bone. No wonder these chains have such a name. They are much more terrifying than the fire dragon chains. Li Qianming swung and struck the huge tree with his chain. The tree immediately cracked and broke in two. The power of the chains was also extremely powerful. The guy thought these chains had a special effect, but in a moment he noticed the illusion effect. When used, these chains can affect the opponent's psyche. Thus, they are just perfect for his Eye of Lost Spirit. If you add to that the mental attacks from the evil spirit faded soul chain technique, it's a complete nightmare. Grandmother told her grandson and granddaughter that the people from the 3 branches would arrive soon, but there was no need to worry too much. The day before, she visited the school and met with Elder Ye Qing. She told the elder about the essence of the 5 rings of the young man's calamity. The elder told him that he would come today to see everything for himself. The boy was bold enough to leak the seal to Kun and Peng right away. By doing so, he had them cornered. Li Qianming realized that if he could prove to Elder Ye Qing that he was the owner of the 5 rings, he would be safe. Grandmother Li said that at this moment, the Li sacred family didn't have people capable of joining the Council of Elders. As for Elder Ye Qing, the other 3 branches will have to listen to him. Li Qianming thought that it was good news if there were any elders left who wanted to support the Li sacred clan. The woman said the guy was required to do the same thing as last time. Showcase his talents, then he would retain his position as heir to the school. The youths of the other 3 branches are quite tough. Nevertheless, a guy should refrain from fighting until the victorious end. If any of them were to get seriously injured, it would put Li Qianming at a disadvantage. Li Qianming told his grandmother that he was interested in the details of the school's branch situation. Among the 4 branches of the Li sacred lineage, there are 4 patriarchs and 28 branch heads in total. 10,000 years ago, all the people who held these titles were extraordinary individuals. Now, 10,000 years later, none of the group of people with the same ranks are in the Council of Elders. Among the 4 branches, the Golden Branch was the best preserved. After her son Li Wudi lost interest in running the family, the second patriarch Li Xuanyi is in charge of all the affairs of the sacred Li family, from the biggest to the smallest. He is the strongest warrior of the Li sacred lineage who has reached the sacred stage. Grandma Li said that the other patriarchs are actually going along with him. This time, Li Xuanyi will come along with the other patriarchs. Li Qianming clarified. In other words, Li Xuanyi is the person who is the strongest and wants to obtain the sacred seal and enter the sacred lands of Li's ancestors? At this time, the door to the room opened and people entered, one of whom said that the abbess had a lot of nerve. These were just the expected representatives of the 3 branches. The 3 branches had scheduled a challenge today to determine who would become the young heir. He would never have thought that Li Jingyu would be mad enough to do such a stupid thing. Li Qianming thought, judging from the way he calls himself, it is undoubtedly Li Xuanyi. Li Jingyu asked what foolishness he thought she had done. Xuanyi replied that the woman had unceremoniously brought in a stranger, christened him Li Wudi's son, and announced that he would become the young head of the school by right of inheritance. Li Wudi has no sons, and he himself is about to die. At the moment, the appointment of a young leader is the most urgent matter for the Li family. They are in the process of selecting a candidate who will ensure the prosperity of the Li family. Li Xuanyi told the abbess to give them the sacred seal of Kun and Peng. They will hold a convention of the sacred Li clan and a competition among their youth. The winner would become the new heir. Grandma Li said that his son Li Xuanchen had invited Yuan Taiji to mentor him and was now the strongest among their youth. It wasn't obvious that everything was being done for his son, so how did everyone else agree with this? The other people present said that they agreed with Li Xuanyi. After all, their children wouldn't be able to deal with Li Xuancheng, but maybe future generations would have a chance. The abbess should hurry up and return the seal. And they shouldn't be fooled by a stranger supposedly possessing the 5 rings of calamity. Li Qianming angrily asked who told them that his 5 rings were lies. Didn't the 7 heads of the wind branch tell them about how he had defeated Li Linghe? Li Xuanyi replied to our hero that they were not as easy to fool as those fools from the branch of the wind. Xuanyi told this guy not to hold his head high after one good fortune. Otherwise, he might be in great danger. Those who go against them will face a terrible doom. Xuanyi thought that one glance from him, saturated with destructive intent, would be enough to make this guy run away in fear with his tail tucked. Li Qianming, yawning defiantly, asked, didn't they want to send their sons to fight him? It was time to start, or he would be sleepy. The men said this guy is insolent. Hasn't he been taught manners? He's a real madman. Xuanyi thought that his gaze was not harsh enough this time. A girl came on stage and told her father and the other gentlemen to temper their anger. The girl said that Liner was here to let him know what happens to those who pretend to be members of the dominant branch. Li Qianming smiled and said that this girl was being very petty, and he asked why she took an umbrella for a walk. The girl said that this guy is a petty loser and will soon be no laughing matter. Li Qingyu has such a lowly older brother just like her, just like a pair of boots. Liner said that this person constantly hurts Qingyu. When she got all over his sister, she found out who is the most hated person there. That girl is Li Qiling. Brother should teach her a lesson. Li Qianming told his interlocutor that her song was now over. Liner had said her word, so now the matter had taken a serious turn. The kid added, since his grandmother is counting on him, he'll put his best foot forward. Li Qilin called our hero names and told him to go back to where he came from. Qilin added that this guy defiled the blood of their ancestors, so his demise is the only finality. The girl took out and activated her weapon. It was a blade of red flame and a water shield of the 9 circles of the sky. Li Qianming thought that the fire element's big sword and water element's shield, this girl compared to the past opponents would be stronger. The girl's companion beast was a kunpeng of red flames and boundless ocean. Li Qianming spread his wings. Enro was beside him. Our hero said that they wouldn't summon Shadow, they would let him sleep. Li Qiling put her shield forward and moved to attack, chanting that Li Qianming was about to accept his doom. Li Qiling's companion beast opened its beak, and a stream of scarlet flames appeared from there. Enro wondered, who dared to play with fire in his presence? Li Qianming activated the Purgatory Shield. After that, a powerful explosion erupted. When the flames dissipated, our hero stood alive and unharmed. Li Qiling wondered, why didn't her opponent even have a scratch? How could this be possible? The girl thought that her opponent was skilled at a few things, but her strongest suit was melee combat. She activated an aura of scarlet flame. The rivals were about to meet, bird against bird, man against man. Although Li Qilin was a melee champion, but she couldn't resist against our hero. After another attack, the girl lost her balance and tumbled chaotically downwards. The stream of scarlet kunpeng flames posed no threat to Enro. Li Qianming, without slowing down his speed, came close to his opponent and their gazes met. The guy put his left hand forward and showed the girl his palm. Qilin saw an eye in the palm of her hand and fell into the illusion. What our hero saw seemed to him quite obscene. Li Qianming said that the girl would make a great guinea pig to test the chain technique he had been practicing all night. The guy hit Li Qiling with chains and told her to taste the whip of justice. Everyone present recognized that this was Li Qiling's defeat. After such an embarrassing loss, how could one look people in the eye? This guy's chains have an illusory effect. Those present, looking at the girl, stated that she had already lost her ability to fight. Li Qianming said that these people could forget about their plans to take away the sacred seal. He had already merged the Kunanpeng sacred seal with his body, also visited the ancestral lands, and worshipped the founders. Li Qianming added, if there were any dissenters left, they could enter the arena and fight him. A young man came forward and said that he didn't agree. If Li Qianming had already leaked the sacred seal, then he would soon be a dead man. The one who would end him would be him, Li Qianlei. Li Qianming said with a smile, this new opponent could prepare to part with his teeth. Li Qianming told the chick to come back. He wants to test Shadow's new special ability today. Enho replied that in that case, he would guard the beautiful ladies. Enho sat on Qingyu's shoulder and asked if she thought it was gorgeous. The girl replied that this chicken was the most magnificent. Qingyu added that her big brother was the most magnificent. Enho took offense. How could his majestic appearance and deep inner feelings be ignored? Li Qianlei wondered, is the opponent really going to fight without a beast? Li Qianming replied that he was making a substitution and would play with another companion beast. The people present wondered, is this guy really the mentor of the two beasts? He is separating them between battles. What is the point of this? Chenlei was angry. How dare Li Qianming neglect them like this? Chenlei said to his celestial thunder Kunpeng to go outside. Li Qianming told Shadow to wake up. There would be a battle now. Shadow replied that he was tired and wanted to sleep. Guy got angry and said that in that case, the Shadow might not take offense. The cat got a flick under his tail and his eyes really rounded up from the pain. The cat began to exude a tremendous amount of internal energy, and transformations began to happen to him. The little kitten had turned into the demonic emperor of the primordial chaos. Chenlei was frightened. What kind of beast was his opponent? Li Qianming told Shadow that if he won, he would be able to sleep for 3 whole days in the future. Li Qianming jumped up on his beast and said that he finally had a riding companion. The opponents were once again approaching to fight each other, Inho said as he prepared a warm welcome for his opponent. Li Qianming asked Liner to discreetly activate his wings. However, when the opponent rushed at our hero, he decided to retreat back, calling it a tactical retreat. Inho wondered if his companion had faltered at the decisive moment. The unexpectedly appearing elder told both of them to stop immediately. The opponents glanced over and looked at this old man. Elder Yeqing appeared in front of the young men. Li Xuanyi bowed to the elder and said that the younger generation, on behalf of the Li sacred clan, greeted Elder Yeqing. Everyone present bowed and greeted Elder Yeqing. The old man said for the young men to stop fighting. There was no reason for them to continue this battle any longer. Yeqing said that everyone here was of the same current. There was no need to ruin the harmony between them. As for the 2 recent battles, he had seen everything he needed to see. The young man, our hero's rival, told the elder that he still wanted to determine the winner of this battle. He did not want to lose to this upstart. Yeqing asked, what would this guy prove if he defeated his opponent at the spiritual origin stage, being at the 6th stage of fusion? The fact that Li Qianming was able to withstand his punch and not get killed was already something incredible. Li Xuanyi said for Xuanchen to go back and do as the elder says. Inho told his companion not to tell him that he knew in advance that the fight would be stopped, and that was why he felt so at ease. Yeqing looked at our hero's right hand and said that these 5 rings were extremely unusual. Li Qianming thanked the elder for his recognition. Yeqing asked if the guy had really visited the ancestral lands and worshipped the founders. Li Qianming nodded affirmatively. The elder inquired what was the impression after this visit. Li Qianming replied that the Li sacred lineage has a brilliant past of 10,000 years under its belt. It is neither faded nor perished, so all of its fallen heroes are admirable. The elder said that this boy is quite understanding, can think seriously, and behaves in a dignified manner without being arrogant or ingratiating. He doesn't look like he's 16 years old. Yeqing said that he should not interfere in the internal affairs of the Li sacred family. But this young man's talents are suitable for becoming a young heir and maintaining the continuity of the sacred family's traditions. Given the essence of the 5 rings of calamity, it doesn't matter if he is really Li Wudi's son, since he had already leaked the sacred seal of Kun and Peng. If someone, for the sake of their own ambitions, decided to destroy this young man, from his point of view, such an act was nothing short of a crime. Yeqing asked if Li Xuanyi wanted to become a criminal. Xuanyi asked the elder, is it too early to categorically declare that this guy possesses the essence of the 5 rings of calamity? I mean, they know what the concept of this essence is. In that case, I wonder what talents are needed to be able to defeat an opponent on the 4th stage of fusion while at the spiritual origin stage. However, Li Xuanyi elder's worry is incomprehensible. The number of rings is mainly reflected in the pace of tempering. Li Qianming had reached the 8th stage of spiritual origin after half a year of practice, but no one present had seen it with their own eyes. Yeqing suggested that this guy should be given another 6 months, and they would see if he managed to reach the 3rd stage of fusion in that time. This would completely prove that he possessed the essence of the 5 rings of calamity. Xuanyi clarified, what elder means to say is that if a guy doesn't reach the 3rd stage of fusion in this half a year, then he's out of competition. Yeqing said, in that case, Xuanyi will replace the young heir and no one will interfere. Li Qianming said that he would do his best to fulfill the hopes of the elder and everyone present during these half a year. Chenlei told our hero that after 6 months, he would personally check if the guy had managed to reach the 3rd stage of fusion. Li Qianming said that he understands everything. When the time comes, everyone will make sure of it. Yeqing held out a token to Li Qianming and said that this certificate was a confirmation of his Qingshen Mountain Inner Circle disciple status. From now on, he would become one of them and be able to practice there. As long as Li Qianming is a Qingxuan disciple, he is personally responsible for his safety. The elder said that he wished to become this fellow's patron from now on. Li Qianming replied that he was immensely grateful to the elder. Li Qianming thought that by giving him the ID card in front of everyone, the elder had made his position clear, letting them know that they couldn't touch him. He would never have thought that this old man was so loyal to his friends. He is indeed a good person. Those present didn't understand why the elder had treated this fellow so well. Ye Qing told the guy to try his best and prove his worth. He is extremely curious to see what the lad will be able to accomplish. The first founding ancestor is a legend. He also possessed the same rings, so he wants to see what the young man will become in the future. Li Qianming told the elder that his victory would make him completely ecstatic. Ye Qing replied that he would look forward to this moment. Grandma Li thanked the elder for recognizing her grandson. Li Xuanyi said that he had one matter left for the elder. Xuanyi showed the elder his son Li Jingqian and said the lad turned 15 this year. In the past, he and Li Wudi signed a marriage contract, which was also signed by 8 elders. According to the contract, when Li Qingyu turns 16, she will have to marry his son. He wondered if this contract would necessarily take effect. Jinqian told his father that he was already hungry. Li Qingyu froze and was covered in cold sweat. This was the most painful question for her. Ye Qing said that he didn't sign anything and he didn't care about it. Xuanyi said that he was afraid that when it came time for the ceremony to welcome his wife and see her off to the wedding, the elder would consider it their attacks on the head branch, so he wanted to warn in advance. Ye Qing asked, was Xuanyi afraid that he would interfere with them? Xuanyi said that the elder misunderstood everything. Ye Qing asked, what would happen if he interfered? Xuanyi said that if that happened, he would have no choice but to turn to the 8 elders to restore justice. Ye Qing replied that if it was nothing, then there was no need to mess with him, or else he would really break this contract. Xuanyi turned to Grandma Li and said that on his future daughter-in-law's birthday, they would appear at the doorstep to escort the bride to her betrothal. The groom-to-be said that Qingyu will give birth to 4 or 5 babies for him and make daddy very happy. Inho, looking at this guy, said he was very nasty and unpleasant. Li Jinyu said that her granddaughter will only marry this guy over her dead body. Xuanyi said that Li Wudi agreed with this, so it's not worth the spectacle here. In any case, her granddaughter will become his son's wife. Yingho asked his companion if he should seize the opportunity and destroy this fatty. Li Qianming replied that the chick should take it easy and follow his instructions. Li Qianming told his sister not to worry. If this Li Jingqian even laid a finger on her, he would be destroyed. Qingyu thanked her little brother for his help and complicity. Ye Qing said that it was time for him to go and admonished Li Qianming and Li Qingyu. Young people should improve themselves properly. No matter what happens in the future, if they become stronger, they will have a chance to turn the situation around. Jinming Peak. Chenlei was beating the tree and practicing his strikes. He was determined to destroy the protagonist by all means. A guy standing off to the side said, "Who would have thought that the newly crowned young heir would manage to confuse everyone's plans? If it were him, there was no way he would have tolerated such an insult." It was Yuan Shengcheng. He said that he was going to congratulate Chenlei on becoming the school's heir. It was a pity that he let Li Qianming confuse all the cards. Chenlei said that he would wait another 6 months. For longer than half a year, this Li Qianming won't be able to bother his eyes. Chengcheng asked if the mentor brother believed the story of that guy with the 5 rings of calamity essence. Chenlei replied that he didn't believe it, because the first founding ancestor had suffered for 50 years before he was able to awaken that essence. If it were that simple, would the Li sacred bloodline have gotten to where it is today? It's unclear what special technique that guy is perfecting. It was likely that he was already at the fusion stage, but for some reason he didn't have the corresponding aura. It will not be 6 months before his deception is revealed, and that hour will be the moment of his death. Shengcheng asked, "Junior will soon marry Qingyu. They say she is good like her mother, who his father liked in the past." Chenlei asked, "Is Shengcheng really interested in this girl?" Shengcheng nodded affirmatively. Who wouldn't want such a beauty? Chenlei asked if his interlocutor wanted everything organized for him. Chengcheng said that he wanted it very much, because he only has the granddaughters of the elders in his entourage, whom he dare not look at. Chenlei said that his stupid brother wouldn't understand anything at all when it was time for the first wedding night. He could be deactivated for a while. The young men were still discussing their plan of how to proceed with Qingyu for a while after leaving the place. Chenli promised the interlocutor that this girl would belong to him. Shangcheng thought it was funny. He would be able to get what his father had been unable to get in the past. Inho was in the process of training and threatened Shadow that if he dared touch his little sister, he would chop his head. Shadow tried to avoid this conflict and ran away. Liner rested her head on Li Qianming's shoulder and quietly watched the moon and stars. Her companion was doing the same. Liner asked his brother if his heart belonged to this place. Li Qianming replied that this place had become a second home for him. Liner lay down and put her head on Li Qianming's lap. She asked, "Has he settled in yet?" The boy replied that any place would be home to him as long as Liner was around. Liner wondered what it was that was so solid under her head. Li Qianming blushed in embarrassment and said that it was his flaming thunder sword. Liner asked why he had to carry it around with him all the time, because it was inconvenient. Li Qianming asked the girl how she felt about doing stuff before marriage. Liner asked, "What kind of things are we talking about?" Li Qianming, covered in a blush, said that after all it was about very obscene things. Liner pounced on the guy and said that the rascal was dreaming big time. She added that he was annoying her. Li Qianming began to shout that her husband was being destroyed. Liner also blushed and stared intently into Li Qianming's eyes. Li Qianming fell silent. This girl's gaze immediately made him feel hot. Li Qingyu appeared nearby and told her brother that she had something to talk to him about. The embarrassed young men immediately moved away from each other. Li Qianming asked, "Can't this matter wait until tomorrow?" Qingyu replied that it couldn't. She felt that the atmosphere among the young people was somehow strange. Qingyu said that her little brother has become a disciple of Elder Ye Qing's school. She is also a disciple of the inner circle of Qingsheng Mountain. Tomorrow, a supreme mentor named Ye Shao King will talk about the methods and secrets of moving from the spiritual source stage to the fusion stage. Li Qianming is just at the peak of his spiritual source right now. Does he want her to take him with her tomorrow? His lectures are in very high demand. Li Qianming rejoiced and said that of course he wanted to. Such an opportunity could not be refused. Breaking through to the big stage is the most difficult. Li Qianming asked that Qingyu guide him in the future to all the places in Dunhuang School worth seeing. Liner declared that she wanted to go as well. Li Qianming told his sister that this was the white bird, the most beautiful companion beast he had ever seen. Qingyu said that this is the Kunpeng of Venus, and her name is Shuyue. She is a companion beast of the lunar element. Li Qianming thought that this companion beast with such a rare element was simply wonderful. Inho said, "Belonging to the lunar element means that the bird favored by the moonlight. Doesn't that mean they're a perfect match?" Inho flew closer to Shuyue and said that he had fallen in love with her. She had captured his whole heart. The white bird called the chick rudely. Qingyu said that this bird isn't even half a year old yet. It's still a chick. What on earth was Inho thinking? Inho replied that he is also a chick, but he can wait. A short time later, the brother and sister arrived at their destination. The boy asked Qingyu, "What about the other elders besides the elders? What status do they have?" Qingyu explained that the status of an elder is the highest. Each of them is in charge of one divine peak. There are 10 temple dignitaries at each divine peak. Most often, they are in charge of administrative affairs. Most of the temple dignitaries and supreme preceptors are at the sacred stage and are the core strength of the Dunhuang school. Ye Shao King is one of the temple dignitaries and also serves as a supreme mentor. He should soon rise to the status of elder and become one of the youngest elders in the school. There is also the 9th elder Yuan Taiji and the 3rd elder Yuan Fengqian. The Yuan clan is the largest clan in the Dunhuang school. Li Qianming inquired, "What is the hierarchy of disciples here?" Starting with the outer circle disciples, the order is as follows. Outer circle disciples, inner school disciples such as Qingsheng Mountain, personal disciples, and Taiyi disciples. Li Qianming asked, "Is it possible that the title of Taiyi disciple is equivalent to the title of Tianzi disciple enjoyed by the sacred sky palace?" Qingyu confirmed it. In this case, we are talking about the most extraordinary geniuses. If one successfully molded their growth, they would definitely reach the rank of elders in the future. In each generation, the number of Taiyi disciples reaches a maximum of 2. There are even times when there are none. Qingyu said that the current generation of disciples under 20 had made a real leap and had a total of 4 Taiyi disciples. Li Qianming asked what stage they were at. The girl replied that they were at the peak of fusion. There was even one who had reached the heavenly will stage. Li Qianming wondered, what did they eat to grow so intensely? He had thought that Dong Huang's talents were the top talents of the school, but it turned out that he wasn't even close to Taiyi's students. The boy asked if there were any people from the Yuan clan among the Taiyi disciples. Qingyu replied that Yuan Shendu, the eldest son of Yuan Taiji, was the strongest disciple. Li Qianming thought that his journey to retribution would not be a quick one. The girl replied that she had long been willing to devote her entire life to retribution. To listen to the upcoming lecture came really a lot of people who wanted to listen to the lecture. Our hero wondered why so many people wanted to hear about how to reach the fusion stage. Qingyu said that even though this lecture was about the fusion stage, others could still learn something from it. Qingyu asked her brother, he was already 20 years old, wouldn't it be awkward for him to listen to a lecture in the company of 13-year-old boys? Li Qianming objected and said that he was 16 years old. Everyone noticed that the above mentor had arrived. He greeted all the disciples and introduced himself. His name was Ye Shaoqing. Ye Shaoqing said that the matter of their lecture today involved aura condensation and fusion. He asked everyone to stop whispering and not make a sound until he gave permission. Those present obediently fell silent. Ye Shaoqing saw the newcomer and thought that this white-haired guy must be the new heir of the school that his father had mentioned. He had a calm and determined look in his eyes, and it seemed curious. Fusion means to unite into a whole, to bring two into one or even three into one. The ideal fusion is not limited to mere fighting, but is a fusion of thoughts, desires, aspirations, and other factors into one. The most perfect manifestation of such a state of being can be described as, I am for the beast's sake, and the beast for man's sake. Those who wish to attain fusion need not give up thinking about what is spiritual, what is the interrelationship of power. Li Qianming said it is a great lecture. Ye Shaoqing explains all the basic concepts and concepts well. After 4 hours, the lecturer said he was done for the day. Linger sighed in relief. She said that she was falling over from fatigue and wanted to rest. The girl wondered why Li Qianming was writing everything down. Couldn't he memorize it? The guy replied that he would need to think about something else. When Li Qianming and Qingyu were returning home, a young man approached them. The young man said that the heir to their school had decided to honor the class himself. Li Qianming inquired who was in front of him. The interlocutor shouted that he was Li Linge. It had only been a few days since they had met. Our hero said that he didn't memorize defeated opponents. Li Linge said that in front of Li Qianming right now is elder Ye Qing's granddaughter, so one should show her respect. The girl has a conversation with Li Qianming. Qingyu told her brother that this girl's name is Ye Zi. She is the daughter of the elder brother of the supreme mentor Ye. Ye Zi asked, so he was the one who beat Li Linge and became the young heir? Does he know that Li Linge is her friend? Li Qianming thought that the person in front of him was just another spoiled girl who thought she was right about everything. She seems to be here looking for trouble. He asked the girl, is Li Linge her friend or a dog on a leash? Li Linge got even more angry and told his opponent to watch his expressions, or else he would beat him up. Li Qianming said that he was right. After he beat up that little dog, his mistress showed up. Ye Zi said that this guy is very arrogant. It's a pity he wasn't here when she bullied Qingyu. Li Qianming interjected, did Ye Zi really hurt his little sister? The girl confirmed and said that it had happened many times, and now she was planning to take on the young heir. Li Qianming realized what this was all about. She wanted to take on him to feel important, unless he gagged her before doing so. Qingyu told her brother to ignore this girl. Li Qianming thought that elder Ye Qing had treated him well, so beating this girl would not be a good tone. I wonder if the Supreme Mentor had noticed this altercation. The Supreme Mentor walked over and told Z to get out, and dare not show up in his classes again. The girl turned around and looked resentfully at her second uncle. Ye Shaoqing repeated even louder for his niece to get out of here. Ye Zi tearfully said that she was leaving. It was incomprehensible to her why second uncle wouldn't put her in anything at all. Was it really because of this Li Qianming? The offended young men went their way, and Li Linge said that he would get even with the young heir yet. Ye Shaoqing said for Li Qianming to come over to him. He wants to take a look at his rings. The mentor took a look at the rings and said that it didn't look bad. Even he was curious if the guy would be able to reach the third stage of fusion in 6 months. Li Qianming replied that he was hesitant at first, but after listening to Ye Shaoqing's instruction, it was as if a veil had fallen from his eyes, and he became more confident. The mentor said that this was great, meaning that he had not explained everything for over 4 hours in vain. It was obvious that Li Qianming was the most attentive listener. Li Qianming said that his mentor's detailed explanation had helped him a lot. Ye Shaoqing suggested that he go straight to the gate of the 9 heavens and see if he could break through to the fusion stage. Li Qianming was at a complete loss for such a suggestion. Qingyu said that she was just about to walk her companion to the Dunhuang Sacred Mountain after the lecture. and gradually tell him everything. Ye King said that he would explain everything to the young man himself in a nutshell. The Nine Heavens Gate is also popularly known as the place to achieve fusion as soon as possible. Through coercion, pressure, and compression, it can suppress the companion space, and then allow under great pressure to form a strong resonance with the souls of the companion beasts. This is a very useful practice for reaching the merging stage. Right now, Li Qianming was at the spiritual origin stage. Once he reached fusion, the next steps would become much easier. The boy thanked his mentor and said that he was leaving immediately. Ye King rushed off on his own and told the young man to try his best and give his regards to Li Wudi from him. An excited Li Tianming told his companion that they were immediately going to the Gate of the Nine Heavens, the sacred mountain of Dunhuang. There are many significant places on the sacred mountain of Dunhuang. The Gate of the Nine Heavens is one of them. Qingyu explained that top-ranked spiritual minerals were used to build these 9 gates. They contain the sacred heaven runes, which are the key to refinement. The first gate has 1 painting of heavenly runes, the second gate has 2, and so on. In total, the 9 gates have 45 paintings. Li Qianming thought, isn't this a simplified version of the tomb of the founding ancestor Li Shengxiao? Except that his tombstone contains 81 paintings of heavenly runes, which he couldn't handle right now, so there was little use for it. However, this spot, given his current state, will be right up his alley. Looks like he has a chance to make a breakthrough today. Qingyu said that his brother should definitely choose the right gate for him. If he made a mistake and spent too much effort, it could lead to the collapse of his companion space. Li Tianming inquired about which gate his sister would go to. The girl replied that she would go to the 5th gate. She dared not go any farther. Li Tianming asked if anyone had entered the 9th gate. The sister replied that few people had done so in the past 1,000 years. In his younger years, her father was such a person. Qingyu said that brothers beasts were at rank 7, so it would be best to go to the 1st gate. The Nine Heavens Gate works in such a way that as long as he doesn't refine, they don't exert pressure. But when he starts, they immediately suppress his companion space. Li Qianming realized that the pressure was only on the companion space. Sister suggested that they go to the 5th gate first so she could give a demonstration, and then he would return to the 1st gate. Li Qianming agreed and followed Qingyu. In a gazebo by the lake, 2 men were drinking tea and talking. The man turned to Yuxi and said that his family was having a banquet tonight to celebrate Shengcheng's traditional birthday. Would she like to keep her company? Ye Yuixi is an elder taking watch duty at the sacred mountain located at the sacred stage. The girl said that she wouldn't go. Her interlocutor was Elder Yu and Kaitai, who was surprised by this refusal. She wondered if he was still getting used to it. She had said she didn't like him, so why make such a futile effort? Besides, he has no shortcomings in women. Kaitai thought that sooner or later, Yuishi would belong to him. Kaitai said that her second elder brother, Ye King, is going to become the school elder. He heard his father and elder brother talking in the morning. There are 5 people running for this seat. Her second elder brother now has 18 votes. 2 of them belong to members of their clan. He had to use all his eloquence for the girl's sake. Yoshi wondered, without those 2 votes, would her brother not be able to become an elder? If any of the other 4 worthless candidates were to become an elder, then the job would be too easy. Kaitai remarked that she shouldn't say that. She herself knew how much influence his father and older brother had in the Council of Elders. Kaitai added that the Yi clan would now have 2 more elders. The girl said that 1,000 years ago, the Lai sacred bloodline surpassed them by 100 times, and the Yi bloodline was the first after them. Yoshi asked if the interlocutors really believed that Dunhuang School had become the property of the Yuan clan. Someone shouted for everyone to part and give him way. The girls asked Shengcheng to wait for them and practice with them. Kaitai rose from his seat and said that it was his dear nephew, Shengcheng. Kaitai said that this guy is only 13 years old, and the girls are running after him. Plus, many of them are daughters of respectable families. This is a case where the son has surpassed his father. Yushi told her interlocutor to keep an eye on her nephew because he is doing whatever he wants here. Shengcheng scolded some young man and told him to get lost and stay out of his sight. Li Qianming saw this guy and asked who was so bold. Qingyu replied that it was Yuan Shengcheng, the younger brother of Taiyi's disciple Yuan Shengdu. Qingyu added that this guy has good talents. What can't be said about his character? In this, all the Yuan family members are like him. Li Qianming asked if Qingyu wanted to make the leap to the 5th stage of fusion. Liner would help her. Qingyu rejoiced. Li Qianming said that Liner had suggested it herself. Li Qianming took Qingyu's hand and Ling air flowed into the girl's body. Qingyu experienced a new sensation and said that it was incredible. Li Qianming was happy that the girls had succeeded. Linger told Qingyu to try her best. She sincerely wants to help her become stronger. Qingyu thanked and replied that she would try hard. Li Qianming said that in that case, they would go straight to the fifth gate. Sheng Cheng saw the young men and identified them. Sheng Cheng called out to our hero and told him to stop. The girl standing next to this guy said that the daughter of the head of Dunhuang School had once again come to perfect herself at the gate of the 9 heavens. She still hadn't reached the 5th stage of fusion. With such talents, she still calls herself a representative of the supreme branch of the Li sacred lineage. Li Qianming said that this environment was familiar to him. It seemed that his sister was also destined to be the object of ridicule since childhood. Qingyu replied that she was already used to it. Li Qianming told his sister not to waste words on these people and prove her own worth by using force. Those present asked, "Who is this white-headed fellow? Is he only at the spiritual origin stage?" Qingyu hadn't run errands for the Serenity Union for a long time now, and if the head of the union expelled her, she would have to go to the future Dark Abyss competition alone. Li Qianming asked which Tranquility Union we were talking about. Qingyu replied that all students of the school have the right to form their own associations independently. The heads of these associations and the leadership are elected by the members themselves. Considering how serious dangers lurk in Dark Void competitions, if people are truly in teams, they can always look out for each other. The Serenity Alliance is an alliance that only includes female apprentices. Li Qianming suggested that the people of this union are clearly shunning Qingyu. They all say that she will fail. Qingyu said that she had to prove her worth. Li Qianming said that his sister really had to prove to everyone, and now she had the opportunity to do so. The girl stood in front of the 5th gate. Li Qianming said that she could handle it, and he would wait for her here. The female disciples present said that Qingyu only knew how to shake the air. If she wanted to make a breakthrough, she would have done it long ago. Li Qianming told his sister that they, the sacred Li clan, who are not afraid of hardship and adversity, do not believe in predestination and never give up. This is the spirit of their clan. He's convinced that whatever clan may be, it may befall decline, but the sacred Li clan has a will and a lively spirit. Li Qianming said that they were supported by the ancestral blood that flowed in their veins, and so the will of the ancestors was something they should inherit and fight until their last breath. Qingyu repeated that they must not perish and fight until their last breath. With Linner's help, our hero's sister accomplished the impossible, a breakthrough. Our hero's premonition told him that his sister must succeed, only he did not think it would go so favorably. Qingyu threw herself on her brother's neck and told him that she had succeeded. She thanked him and told him that he was the most important person in her life from now on. Linner said that Qingyu made a difficult breakthrough this time. It is necessary to take a quicker look at her wrist. Li Qianming saw on his sister's hand that the 3 rings had transformed into 5 rings, and they also turned silver in color. Qingyu said that it was called the 5 high moons. It was an extremely rare transformation of the color of the calamity rings. Li Qianming told his sister to cover it up and not let outsiders see. If anyone saw, they would be watched all the time. Li Qianming thought that among the founders, only the 2nd ancestor was affected by such a phenomenon. His rings were blood red in color, but he only had 4, while Qingyu had as many as 5. The guy had this feeling that this wasn't just a fluke or coincidence. All people of the Li sacred lineage believe that the number of rings is determined for life on the very day one overcomes the curse of a short life. Li Qianming asked his sister how she was feeling. Did she feel any changes? Qingyu replied that her mind had cleared up quite a bit. Problems that used to stump her before had now become crystal clear to her. Qingyu added that she could now clearly see the path to the 6th and 7th stage of fusion. And she also understood how to correct the trailing aspects in the fusion martial techniques she practiced. In addition, 5 years of high moons had now appeared on Shouyue's wing. Li Qianming remarked that it was amazing. This time, the sister actually received an epic reinforcement. Qingyu said that she had accomplished her task. Now it was her brother's turn to try to reach the fusion stage. Those watching noted that this girl was able to make a breakthrough. In addition, it was too easy for her. It turns out that she is now at about the same level as them. Some envious woman shouted that Li Qingyu will soon marry Li Jinqian. An outstanding and talented handsome man awaits her. So why is she being so frivolous with another guy? Li Qianming and Qingyu didn't pay any attention to them. The boy asked if it made his sister angry. The girl said that she might have been angry before, but now she wants to change. The brother correctly said that proving what a person is worth is only possible through strength. No one will listen to the speeches of a weak person. Li Qianming smiled and praised his sister. She was starting to move in the right direction. The envious women in the traces shouted that Qingyu was a disgusting girl, no sooner married and already walking around with another guy. Sheng Cheng told the girls to stop. This guy is her older brother. He is Li Wudi's illegitimate son. He has just recently entered the Dunhuang school and is now the young heir of the school. Sheng Cheng thought that he would be the one to spend a lot of time with this girl in the future. Sheng Cheng's companions couldn't believe that this was the young heir after all. He wasn't even at the fusion stage. He also dyed his hair white. Sheng Cheng said that his companions misunderstood everything. This young man is an exceptional genius. He possesses the essence of the 5 rings of tribulation. According to him, he had reached the peak of spiritual origin in just half a year of training. The girl said, at a glance, you could see that this was some kind of underdog who was going for his own destruction. The people from the other branches of the Li sacred lineage will destroy him themselves. Sheng Cheng thought that the girls were right to laugh. Li Qianming would become everyone's laughing stock. Sheng Cheng thought to himself, on the other hand, all these girls are annoying him. It's a pity that they are all members of the elders' families. Sheng Cheng realized that he couldn't joke with these girls. If he touched any of them, he would have to marry her immediately. He couldn't give up his freedom of choice. He would have to endure it. Passers-by, one after another, came to look at our hero. This white-headed young heir obviously wouldn't live long. He didn't even have the power of fusion. The passers-by said that he would only last 1 month at most, and then he would die of shame and humiliation. The place of the young heir of the school cannot be taken by just anyone, Linner said, as she couldn't contain herself from being furious. Why on earth would these people say such nasty things about Li Qianming without even knowing him? Even the ordinary disciples who had nothing to do with this had come to laugh. Li Qianming calmly said that all people are the same. They all have 7 senses and 6 passions. Which of them can hold on and not get attached to the glitter of social tinsel? Li Qianming said that by teasing him they could gain a sense of superiority and improve their mood, but he would make them gain a sense of frustration. Enro said it was time to start, or else the shadow would go back to sleep. Li Qianming said that he would start right away, and, not in the lotus posture, he began the process before breaking through. Enro was surprised after all. They said there should be pressure on companion space. Where was it? Our hero was surprised. He didn't feel any pressure either. Even if there was little pressure, they should have felt at least something. Qingyu wondered why her brother was already out. Li Qianming replied that it didn't work. There was no pressure. Does this mean that the gate has fallen into disrepair? Qingyu thought that the gate of the 9 heavens definitely can't fall into disrepair. Could it be that his companion beasts are not at the 7th rank? The people present were surprised that Li Qianming had gone to the 2nd gate. Did he really think he could do it? Sheng Cheng told his companions that he had once achieved fusion at the 5th gate at the age of 10. Our hero noted to himself that there was also no effect from the 2nd gate. Enro said they were moving on to the next gate. Those watching wondered why this guy went to the 3rd gate. Why would he be so arrogant? Li Qianming told his sister that nothing was happening. Nothing was felt at all. He decided to go straight to the 5th gate. Li Qianming was frustrated. No effect from the 5th gate again. He was already ready to give up. Enro was frustrated too. Why was the rarest challenge thrown at him so worthless? Did this gate even work? Shadow was frustrated that he was constantly being kept awake. Li Qianming said so that the watchers would not laugh. He is going to the 7th level. Sheng Cheng wondered, had the young heir come here to show tricks? Li Qianming agreed and said that he had just chosen Sheng Cheng for the role of the dumb monkey. Sheng Cheng became very angry. After all, no one dares to talk to him in such a manner. This guy's companion said that Li Qianming is insolent. Does he even know what position Sheng Cheng has in the Dunhuang school? Li Qianming inquired about the position in question. Is he really above the heir of the school? The girls laughed. Did this guy really think that the position of the young heir of the school meant anything? He really doesn't understand how things work at all. Sheng Cheng wondered, is Li Qianming really trying to provoke him? The interlocutor said that there was no point. Why provoke a child with no intelligence? It was better to let him not interfere with his training. Sheng Cheng stated that this was not a training session, but a comedy performance. He said that the person in front of him was not a representative of the main branch, but just a coward. Ye Yuxi looked at the blonde-haired boy and wondered, is this Li Wudi's son? Kai Tai replied that he too had just recently heard of him. He is said to possess the terrifying essence of the 5 rings of calamity. Yuxi asked her interlocutor if he believed it. Kai Tai replied that he believed it. He was an extremely outstanding young man. In 30 years, he will definitely reach the 3rd stage of fusion. Yuxi thought that he was really abnormal. But what is this Li Qianming doing? Why is he hanging around doing nothing instead of working hard to improve himself? Beyond the seventh gate, our hero felt some pressure begin to be felt. Enro asked what was the point of such pressure. Even his back couldn't be rubbed. Shadow said not to waste time and go straight to the ninth gate. Li Qianming said that he had already understood everything and was heading to the ninth gate. Qingyu saw her brother and asked what was wrong. Li Qianming said that he really didn't want to stand out today, but if he didn't, this Shengcheng wouldn't leave him alone. Shengcheng, seeing our hero's travel route, wondered, what was he up to? Those watching wondered, what does this guy do? He doesn't even let his animal companions out. All he does is try to attract attention. Li Qianming thought that, quite possibly, from the moment he arrived at the Dunhuang school, his true opponent would turn out to be himself. Li Qianming walked towards the ninth gate with a decisive step. The surrounding people watched with bated breath. Everyone present put aside their business and watched this guy. He had really started. He's going to sacrifice his companion beast for attention. He's completely crazy. Enro said he felt really good. That pressure stretched all his muscles. Shadow stated that he was panting. The chicken brother was just obsessed with perfection. Li Qianming told his companion beasts not to think only of themselves. They should protect their unhatched brothers. Enro cradled the eggs with his wings and said that the boss might not worry about them at all. Li Qianming said that right now he was feeling a shaking sensation before breaking through to fusion. Thanks to the ninth gate and Supreme Preceptor Ye's guidance, he feels that he will enter it soon. The most important thing in the merging stage is to achieve soul unity with companions. Liner asked, did Qianming and his companion beasts even understand what they were aiming for? Li Qianming and Yingheo asked Liner, were they doing something wrong? The people watching outside wondered, why had Li Qianming still not come out? A lot of time had passed. Is he really a fourth-rank sacred beast possessor? Shengcheng said that he could never possess fourth-rank sacred beasts. It was only available to elders. All the observers noticed that a bright flash had formed around the young man. Did he really do it? Li Qianming had made a breakthrough. He had ascended to the ninth gate fusion stage. In the past 1,000 years, no one had ever managed to do such a thing. There was no doubt that his companion beasts were at the fourth holy rank. So this guy really does possess the essence of the 5 rings of tribulation. Shengcheng thought that it was impossible. Surely the gate had just broken. When did this guy have time to acquire fourth-rank sacred beasts? It turns out that this young heir is even tougher than big brother Shengcheng. Li Qianming walked out of the ninth gate, stretching. Qingyu congratulated her brother on successfully achieving fusion. The guy replied that there was nothing special about it, just an ordinary walk. Shengcheng was upset. He approached our hero and said that he had definitely found some kind of loophole. Fourth-rank beasts. Li Qianming was surprised. Why is Shengcheng reacting to his success like this? It's not envy, is it? The people present laughed and Shengcheng shouted with anger for everyone to shut up immediately. Shengcheng told our hero that his behavior was offensive and he was ready to destroy his opponent. Li Qianming thought that this guy had the nerve to start a fight here. Did he really think he was in his own home? Li Qianming told his opponent that he had ignored his past provocation, considering that Shengcheng was younger. Li Qianming added that his opponent had asked for it and opened the palm of his left hand and pointed it directly at Shengcheng. Shengcheng found himself in an illusion and was surrounded by beauties. Li Qianming grabbed the confused opponent by the fist. Shengcheng came to his senses from the pain in his arm and shouted loudly. This was followed by a slap that finally brought Shengcheng to her senses. After receiving a significant acceleration, Shengcheng flew away from our hero far to the side. Losing inertia, Shengcheng's body landed and the guy hit his face on the ground. The disciples of the Li sacred family said that they didn't expect anything less from the heir of the school. The disciples from the other families of the school said that Shengcheng was just slacking off. Li Qianming suggested that not everyone present was against them. Some were even supportive. Qingyu said that the other students hated arrogant and immoral people like Yu and Shengcheng the most. They were eagerly waiting for someone to teach him a lesson. Shengcheng with a black eye told Li Qianming to face him in the second Dunhuang fighting arena if he is not a coward. He would soon find out what Yu and Shengcheng was capable of. Shengcheng added that he would chop Li Qianming into mincemeat the next time he fought. Li Qianming inquired, what was the second Dunhuang martial arena? Qingyu replied that it was located on the sacred mountain and was a place where people could exchange experiences privately. It only required the mutual consent of the parties and the presence of an elder. Li Qianming has agreed to keep his opponent company in the second fighting arena. Sheng Cheng said to Qingyu to remember to look for a place for her brother in the cemetery. Qingyu replied that now Sheng Cheng's words would not be taken seriously by anyone in the Dunhuang school. Such an answer made Sheng Cheng even more furious. Sheng Cheng said that Qingyu dare not take him seriously either. The two of them may not expect any mercy from him. Li Qianming thought that he hadn't met such stupid people in a long time. This was just a spoiled brat who hadn't been taught by bitter experience. This must be the level of Yuan Taiji's sons. Yuxi walked over to Sheng Cheng and slapped him. How dare he spread his hands at the gate of the 9 heavens? Is the elder of the sacred mountain just an empty seat for him? Keitai reminded Sheng Cheng to mind his decorum. The man added that the boy should cool down a bit and not make things worse. If his father found out, he wouldn't leave a mark on the boy. Sheng Cheng replied that he obeyed his third uncle. Li Qianming told his opponent that he was willing to continue, but only when the guy got older and wiser. Yuxi told Sheng Cheng that she let him save face and didn't punish him. He should get out of her sight immediately. Sheng Cheng turned around and immediately ran home. Qingyu said that Elder Ye Yuxi is Ye Shaoqing's own younger sister and is very frightening in anger. Li Qianming and Qingyu bowed and greeted the elder masters. Yuxi said that she could forget about the formalities for now. She wanted to take a look at the young man's companion beasts. Inho said that the beautiful elder in front of them, she reminded him of Guru Muyuan. Yuxi said that these weren't sacred beasts after all, but ordinary 7th-rank companion beasts. Could it be that the guy only managed to do this because of the essence of the 5 rings of calamity? Yuxi said so be it, and allowed these young men to go about their business. She decided that something had indeed happened to the 9th gate that they were unable to understand. And that was the only reason why the guy had succeeded. Already on the White Bird on her way back, Qingyu said that after reaching fusion, she felt an extraordinary blooming in her physical state. And it was a continuous effect. Linner told her brother that she senses strange anomalies in his body and she doesn't like it. Li Qianming's body was beyond any doubt now growing. In other words, he was aging moreover. The rate of this aging was 10 times faster than normal. Our hero was very surprised and upset when he heard the news. Given this speed, in a year, his body would age to 30 years old. His life expectancy is now less than 10 years. Qingyu suggested that perhaps this was the curse of her brother's short life. Li Qianming believed that the appearance of the rings meant that the curse had been overcome. Li Qianming thought that there was a silver lining. If his growth was now going 10 times faster than the others, it meant that his rate of improvement was also 10 times faster. Qingyu said that a person reaches the peak of his strength at 50 years old. Beyond that, his strength does not increase and may even decrease. Therefore, in reality, his time to make progress in hardening is about 2.5 years. Linner wondered how this could have happened. She doesn't want her little brother to die so early. Inho stated that he didn't want to die. Li Qianming should think of some way. Shadow said that he is also still a child. Li Qianming replied that there was nothing to make up here. Fate is predetermined by the sky. You can only change your destiny by overcoming this challenge. The guy thought that he still had a chance. If he reached the sacred stage after 3 years, he would still have time. It all came down to whether he could triumph over himself. The sacred temple of Kun and Peng, the young men told Grandma Li that they had good news and bad news. Which one should they start with? Li Jingyu replied that they should start with the bad one. Li Tianming said that he had early aging syndrome. Grandmother replied that this disease is not uncommon in the Li sacred lineage. She would help him overcome it. Li Qianming was immensely happy to know that his grandmother would be able to cure him. Grandma said it was her specialty. No one in the holy race compares to her in that aspect. It's been 10 hours. The grandmother said she had failed. His case was completely different from those she had encountered before. The elder said that there was nothing to worry about. He was just aging faster than the others. In order for remission to occur, he needs to keep improving hard, and he will have plenty of time. Li Qianming asked his sister to tell his grandmother the good news. Qingyu thought that she didn't want her grandmother to know how long he had left to live. Qingyu showed her grandmother her right-hand wrist and said that this was the good news. The old woman said her eyes were failing her. She thought she saw 5 white rings of distress. Qingyu said that it doesn't seem to grandmother. This is the 5 rings of calamity as well as the 5 high moons. The woman's eyes immediately became like 2 full moons. Could it be the 5 rings of calamity, the 5 high moons? Qingyu was shocked by her grandmother's behavior, who fainted from the news she received. Li Tianming thought that Li Qingyu was too impressionable. Grandma jumped to her feet and said that she was so happy that she was ready to start dancing. Li Qianming asked the grandmother to be discreet. They had something else to discuss. The old lady calmed down and said she was all ears. Li Qianming said that he wanted to go with Qingyu to the nearby Dark Abyss battlefields to gain experience. Li Jinyu said that if they had asked for it before, she would have definitely refused. But now her grandchildren are at the fusion stage, and both have awakened the 5 rings of tribulation. Their potential is limitless, so she doesn't mind. Li Qianming thanked and said that they would rest today and set off tomorrow morning. Yuan House. A young man stands on the cliff edge, huge glowing eyes in front of him. The man called out his name, Shendu. Keitai inquired as to Shendu's situation. Shendu replied to the third uncle that his grandfather and father are actively helping now. He believes that he will be able to do his part soon. There was a loud explosion and a bright flash appeared in front of Shendu. Shendu said he had succeeded. Keitai brought his congratulations. Shendu is the first Taiyi disciple in the past 1,000 years. Shendu said that he managed to obtain a 4th-rank sacred beast before the age of 20. He asked his uncle where Shengcheng was. He was so eager to see his sacred beast of the 4th rank, and for some reason he hadn't come. Keitai said that Shengcheng had been injured when he was at the gate of the 9 heavens, so bringing with him a company of young beauties, he went joyfully to the battlefields of the Dark Abyss. Keitai added that the battlefields of the Dark Abyss were a hidden place. Who knows what improper deeds he would engage in the company of those young ladies? Ground. Then she would allow him to leave. Li Qianming asked his sister, after all, didn't Ziyi hurt her more than once? Qingyu replied that she had never once been able to defeat her opponent. Li Qianming told his sister that they are not going anywhere. There is an opportunity to avenge the wrongs. Qingyu can now vent his anger that has accumulated over these 15 years. Qingyu was indecisive, but the offer looked tempting. The sister told her brother that elder Yeqing's granddaughter is in front of them. This somehow restrains her. Li Qianming said that it was fine after all. She had made her cry many times, just need to repay the same. There is no need to inflict serious wounds. A person sooner or later faces heavy memories. Only by overcoming them can he or she move on. Linger said for Qingyu to teach her rival a lesson so that in the future, when she saw her, she would avoid her. Yezi told Li Qingyu not to stand in her way. Today she would teach her brother respect, so that when he was on Mount Qingsheng, he would bow respectfully to her. Qingyu pulled out her sword and activated the bright moon blade. The girl held the sword with both hands and adopted a fighting stance. It was clear from the expression on her face that she was determined and had no intention of retreating. Li Qianming saw his sister's weapon for the first time. Qingyu threw sickle-shaped blades at her opponent. Yizi did not expect such a daring act from Qingyu, and she had to run aside to avoid this attack. One of the blades hit Z and left a small scratch on her cheek. Z shouted that today she would tear all the clothes off her rival so that she could not show her face in public in the future. A companion beast, a purple nuthatch, had to be summoned to help. Z told her rival that she had taken too much on herself after gaining a brother. Even she dared to provoke her. A lesson will have to be taught so that Qingyu will realize who is the mistress of Qingsheng Mountain. Qingyu also summoned her companion beast Shu Yue, the moon mirror. The white bird underwent a change and transformed into a different creature. Li Qianming noticed that Shui Wei had turned into a huge kun, and water vapor was coming from her mouth. The transformation didn't stop there. The vapor turned into moonlight. In the background of this huge moon, Qingyu's silhouette was clearly visible. Qingyu put her sword forward and activated the bright moon extermination. Qingyu also used the Moon Night Breeze technique. She often used this technique in battle. Yizi smirked. Had her opponent forgotten who lost the last time she used this technique? Ziyi activated the Ice Dragon Breath. The girls with their weapons were in close proximity to each other. Li Qianming, looking at this fight, thought that today was completely different, even though it was the same technique. With Linner's support and the blessing from the 5 tribulation rings, his sister's strength had increased by several times. The increase in her rival's strength was also noticed by Ziyi. She couldn't believe it. After another attack, Qingyu Zi fell to her knees and started coughing up blood. Qingyu said, "What you sow is what you reap." I'm grateful to the older generation of the rival family for taking care of the Li's sacred lineage, but that's no reason to mock her and taunt her for so many years. Zi is not a rival to me now and will never be again. Qingyu and Li Qianming turned around and headed in the opposite direction. Zi couldn't accept this loss. She shouted that this victory meant nothing. Qingyu would soon marry Jin Qian, so she could accept congratulations on this occasion. Li Qianming asked his sister, "Isn't her birthday just around the corner?" Qingyu replied, Does brother really want to talk about marriage? Qingyu told her brother that he had helped her, and lately her state of mind had changed, for which she was truly grateful to him. He taught her not to be afraid, not to admit defeat, and not to be afraid of heaven or earth. So this prenup doesn't scare her either. In the worst case, either the fish will die or the net will break. Li Qianming said that he was glad that his sister could think like this. In this world, the best way to solve any problem was to become stronger. Li Qianming said that he was now counting on Liner. They need to find the divine origins. Ling'er replied that it was not difficult for her. One day passed. In the night time, against the background of the full moon, our heroes were in close proximity to wild beasts. Li Qianming noted that they didn't find any divine springs, but they came across a pack of wild beasts, and it was good that they were able to fight them off. Enro said it wasn't that bad. During the battle, he awakened a new ability and became even stronger. The chick, exuding light, told Li Qianming to watch and admire it. Using this technique, he transforms the plumage on his body into pointed spikes and shoots them out with unstoppable force. The spikes carried the flames of eternal purgatory. Li Qianming was injured by those spikes and said that this chick was abnormal. Who asked him to give a demonstration? It should have been done at a farther distance. Ling'er informed her brother that she could sense the divine source, only it was of yellow rank and wouldn't be suitable for the guy. Li Qianming remarked that if the source wasn't suitable, it could be sold. As they approached the underwater cave, Liner said that the divine source was beyond this gate. Once inside, our heroes really saw the divine source. Li Qianming said that Ling'er was simply incredible. She was able to sense the divine source in such a hidden place. Sis has many incredible qualities. Liner noted that there were 2 more yellow-ranked springs here, and she was ready to lead to them. The young people, following the path indicated, moved in search of new sources. Li Qianming was satisfied. He had harvested a rich crop that could fetch a lot of money. Liner reported that the source of the dark rank is on the nearest shore. Li Qianming couldn't believe such a find. Were they really so lucky today? Liner said that the feeling couldn't be wrong, but it seemed like someone was approaching him. Li Qianming resolutely declared that this source would belong to them and told them to immediately head forward. Emerging from the water on a white bird, our heroes rushed to the nearest shore. Li Qianming asked his sister if they would be able to get ahead of those people. Liner said that those people are many, but they are moving slowly. Li Qianming said that they should hurry up and take this source before the opponents showed up. A white bird flew over the mist between the mountain peaks. Liner said that their goal was ahead. Li Qianming noticed that there was a 5-colored mist beneath them. Only a dark-ranked divine origin could create something like this. Qingyu told her brother that this was an extremely rare 5 elements ascension. Liner added that among these ascensions are auras of fire, thunder, hurricanes, earth, and ice. Perhaps these are the 5 separate divine sources. Qingyu said that relatively few people come to this area, for the frontier of Taihei district lies ahead. Li Qianming rejoiced when he learned about the 5 separate origins. After all, it was about dark rank origins. Liner told her brother that they would be here soon, so it couldn't wait. We need to find them and put them in our ring as soon as possible. Li Qianming increased his speed and said that Sis was right. This was the first priority right now. Our hero found these origins. There were indeed 5 of them, and it was as if they were waiting for him. Li Qianming said that he would not be ceremonious and placed all the origins into his ring. Ying Ho, drooling, said that he would rather like to see them and experience them. Li Qianming replied that they would talk about it when they returned. Qingyu told her brother that those people had already arrived. Indeed, 5 girls arrived at the venue, who unfortunately stated that someone had beaten them to the spot. Qingyu said it was an alliance of tranquility. She told me about it recently. Qingyu is also a member, but she is an outcast to these girls. One of the girls was glad, for the catcher is the catcher of the beast. She did not even look for them, but they ran into her arms. Enro and Li Qianming were astonished when they saw this effeminate guy. Now that he had changed his clothes and was in a crowd of girls, they couldn't recognize him as a man at all. The leader of this group was weighed down. How dare his opponents say such a thing about him? A colleague told Nancheng not to waste time, for these two had taken away the divine source that Shengcheng had first discovered. Shengcheng licked his lips and said that given their numbers, the opponents wouldn't be able to sneak away quietly. Shengcheng, angrily flashing his eyes, told the sisters to watch carefully as he was about to bring the young heir of their school to his knees and make him answer his bow. Li Qianming observed that if the opponent's hands were itchy, then he could safely approach. Shengcheng's companions said that this guy clearly has a problem with his head, since he had only recently reached fusion. How can he compete with Shang Chung? Shang Chung said that the opponent could choose to give the divine origin first, and then get hit on the head, or vice versa. Li Qianming told his sister that she could find a comfortable seat and enjoy the spectacle. He would deal with the opponent himself. Shang Chung said that Li Qianming is very reckless. He has only just reached fusion and already dares to compete. Does he really think he is a peerless talent? Shang Chung summoned his companion beast, the four-armed Taote. Li Qianming and Enho were surprised to see such an abomination. Qingyu, looking out from behind the tree, told her brother that the Yuan clan is also called the Taote clan. Each of them possesses a Taote of amazing form. The monster Taote belongs to the element of darkness, which is also relatively rare. Shang Chung, laughing, said that if the opponent was scared, it was already too late anyway. Li Qianming asked, where did Shang Chung see the fear? He added for Shadow to wake up immediately. Shadow woke up and said he was ready for decisive action. Just don't threaten him. Li Qianming said that his companion beasts were Taote. Shadow remarked that he would not forgive anyone who dared to wake him up. Shang Chung put his sword forward and said that these small beasts were a match for Li Qianming. Li Qianming said that he was tired of being redundant and suggested that his opponent attack him. Our hero noticed that no one would disturb them this time, and there was no fear that someone would stop Shang Chung from giving his best. I wonder what he can do. Shang Chung angrily said that he didn't need to ask his opponent's permission and remarked that Li Qianming was about to be destroyed. Li Qianming and his companion beasts rushed into the attack together. Their blades clashed with a loud clang. Each of the attackers was determined. Our hero's companion beasts were also determined to attack Taote. Shang Chung's companions were surprised after all. Isn't the guy going to destroy the school's heir? After all, he is the representative of the sacred Li family. However, this is the battlefield of the Dark Abyss. If someone dies here, no one will say a word. Shang Chung was surprised, for he exerted all his strength, but he never defeated his opponent, and even vice versa. Shang Chung applied the Demon Blade technique. He realized that the only thing left was to use an absolute technique. Our hero, as is customary in such cases, applied the Sword of Human Slaughter. Li Qianming used a ghost dance as he approached his opponent. Shang Chung didn't expect such a move. Li Qianming said to the opponent, now well prepared to receive the hurricane of his attacks. Qingyu thought that her brother was very strong. She, even after her recent awakening, was in no way fit to be her brother's rival right now. Enho said for Shadow to practice hand-to-hand combat with Taote, while he tried out his new move and put holes in his opponent. Enho applied the plumage of the fiery heavens. Taote felt this fierce attack and roared loudly in pain. After a short time, the beaten Shang Chung begged his opponent for mercy. Our hero asked, is Yuan Shang Chung really giving up? Li Qianming stood over his lying opponent, who was only crying and begging for mercy. Shang Chung's companions decided to help him and attack Li Qianming all together. The girls bared their swords and declared for Li Qianming to immediately hand over the divine source. Our hero thought that the number of these girls could really give him a headache. However, they were all just spoiled elder disciples. Li Qianming decided that he shouldn't have any problems with these opponents. Qingyu bare her sword and shouted to her brother that she would help him. Li Qianming activated the heavenly wings and told his sister not to worry. The performance was just beginning. The attackers shouted for Li Qianming to humble himself and accept his doom. Li Qianming stretched his left hand forward and activated the Lost Spirit Eye while showing an eye on his palm. Taking advantage of the temporary disorientation, Qingyu rushed past her opponents and took them out. The girls said that they shouldn't underestimate these two. Companion beasts should be released. Wanting to take away the divine source, they were too hasty. Enho noticed that their beasts would have to go through him and Shadow first. Shadow asked angrily, when would they let him sleep, after all? The companion beasts of those girls were preparing to attack Enho and the Shadow. Shadow applied the transformation mode and turned into a huge predator. Enho activated a well-proven new technique, the plumage of fiery skies. All four opponents were attacked simultaneously, and each received a well-deserved punch to the jaw. Li Qianming remarked that he was a rather fair person and tried to treat everyone equally kindly, so there would be one slap for every insolent mouth. Qingyu remarked to her brother that it was not proper for a noble man to hit girls, much less beat them too fiercely. Li Qianming was surprised. Did his sister sympathize with them? Qingyu replied that she didn't sympathize. She meant that he should have left such a fun thing for her. Linger noticed that Qingyu had finally deteriorated after interacting with the guy. Shang Chung raised his head and said that Li Qianming had gone too far. He shouted that his opponent was about to be destroyed. Li Qianming, not paying much attention to this attack, told his sister that it was time for them to go back. The sister agreed. Li Qianming asked her where they could sell their spoils of war. The Hall of Imperial Grandeur is the most important trading place of the Dunhuang school. Li Qianming wondered to his sister how much they could get by selling 3 high-grade dark-rank divine origins that were useless to them. Sister replied that it was a lot. Qingyu advised her brother not to sell 3 at once. Selling one would give him a large amount of money that he wouldn't soon be able to spend. Li Qianming replied that it was fair and suggested that his sister go shopping. Passers-by noticed that the well-known beauty Li Qingyu Li had appeared. But who is accompanying her? Some people said that it was her naughty older brother, who had made a lot of noise recently. The young men walked into a chic boutique. Our hero immediately turned his attention to the gorgeous necklace. This necklace was called Heavenly Spirit Love. He thought that in a way, the name carried the meaning of the love of Li Qianming and Zhang Feiling. Qingyu pointed out to her brother that this item was only suitable as a piece of jewelry, and it was too expensive. It has been here for over 100 years, and no one has bought it. Li Qianming pointed out that without a doubt this thing is beautiful, but even so, it can't cost too much. Qingyu noticed that a purple heavenly spirit stone containing heavenly runes was used to create this necklace. The author of this piece is Zhang Feishun. It contains the corresponding purple qi inside, which disperses and creates a purple heavenly spirit shield that can protect the wearer from a mentor animal attack. The purple heavenly spirit shield only activates once, and after that, it becomes unusable. Qingyu remarked that this necklace was worth 520 purple heavenly runes gemstones. Li Qianming remarked that it was indeed very expensive. Li Qianming remarked that the price of the necklace is justified by its beauty and the fact that it is the work of a master craftsman. Qingyu assumed that a true rich man didn't care about the necklace's potential uses. If someone were to purchase it, it would be purely for aesthetic pleasure. Li Qianming said that Liner would definitely like this necklace. Linger agreed, but said that it was too expensive, and obviously they couldn't afford it. Li Qianming said that if Sis liked it, he would buy it. Our hero pointed his finger at the necklace and told the manager that he wanted to purchase it. Both girls were surprised by this impulsive act of Li Qianming. Qingyu said that her brother is just a money bag. He cares so much for Liner that it makes her admire him. Liner was very embarrassed. She really liked the necklace, but she didn't say that she necessarily had to buy it. Li Qianming said that it was like an investment, thus he would get a lot of favor from Liner. The manager said he understood the young man's desire to shine in front of the girl, but had he seen the cost of that necklace? Li Qianming took out a dark rank divine origin from his pocket, and the manager's eyes popped out of his orbits. The people watching thought that this guy had decided to exchange the divine origin for such a necklace. Has he really lost his mind? This young heir is really living large. Our hero tried the necklace on Liner's chest and said that from now on, she would be called Qianming's love. Qingyu sincerely said that this necklace fit Liner's chest very well. Qingyu added that even she, being a girl, found Liner very attractive. Li Qianming said that his girlfriend was undoubtedly the most beautiful. Our hero suggested that we go to another store and buy some liquor and then we could go home. The people around them noticed that another beauty had appeared in Li Qianming's company. What family is she from? How does Li Qianming know her? One day passed in Li's ancestral homeland. Looking at his adopted father, our hero thought, who would say now that this man is suffering from the torment caused by the thorn of a poisonous dragon? He looks content, as if he is living in paradise every day. Li Qianming, the patriarch, clutched Li Wudi's chest and said that because of the mess he got into, his daughter would have to marry a fat man, and he was partying in this place day after day. Isn't he embarrassed by this at all? Li Wudi woke up and jumped to his feet. He said, the foster son's devotion to his parent is astounding. How did he realize that his father had been suffering from hunger for days and brought pork here? Li Qianming thought that this person shouldn't be counted on when Li Jingqian came to their house. Li Qianming said that he didn't come here with pork, but with alcohol. Li Qianming took out a container of alcohol from his ring. Li Wudi was immensely pleased. He said that there was now a lot of first-class booze. Li Wudi smilingly said that for this kind of respect for his father, from now on, the boy can ask him for anything. For the sake of this, the father is willing to tear even the sun from the sky. Li Qianming, that this liquor is for the ancestors. Li Wudi can only count on 1/10 of it. Li Wudi said that it's okay. Being his father, he is also an ancestor. The other ancestors will also enjoy this wine properly. The required amount of alcohol was poured on a nearby obelisk. Li Wudi was surprised that his son had achieved fusion. That's an impressive speed in just a couple days. He didn't expect anything less from his son. So he was a good mentor, and he was doing a good job as the head of the school. Li Qianming thought that improving in this place was indeed a wise decision. Its effect was undeniable. With the support of the founding ancestor behind him, one day he will be able to overcome the curse. When that day arrives, one can only wonder how amazing a boon the 10 rings of calamity will bring. Li Qianming told his father that he had good news. When Qingyu was at the gate of the 9 heavens, she managed to awaken the 5 high moons. Her rings turned into a row of 5 full moons. Li Qianming noticed that Li Wudi was no longer listening to him. He was sleeping peacefully. Li Qianming in his mind thought, why did the interlocutor become quiet? Did he faint from excitement? The guy realized that Li Wudi had fallen asleep again. When night fell, Li Wudi opened his eyes and asked, what kind of weapon does Li Qianming use? He wants to take a look. Li Qianming replied that he uses a sword and chains that he uses as a whip. Why does Li Wudi ask about this? Li Wudi replied that he has seen his sword technique and it is quite good. Their ancestor, who is the head of the school in the 18th generation, was a master using the whip technique. Shouldn't he be able to recommend Li Qianming in front of him? Li Wudi told the son to follow his father. Today, he would bring the young man to bow to the ancestors. Li Qianming wondered, would they really go to other peaks? Li Wudi told his son that Li Ling's second ancestor was before him. He should make the first bow to heaven and earth, the second bow to his parents, and now let the newlyweds exchange bows. Li Wudi said that this side is the ancestor of Li Shengdao's 3 earthy freshnesses. They consist of eggplants, potatoes, and green peppers. Li Wudi corrected himself. It was the 3rd founding ancestor, not the ancestor of the 3 earth freshnesses. He had mixed it up. It must be all the fault of hunger. Li Qianming thought that this foster father was very strange. After some time had passed, Li Wudi said that it was time to finally bow to Li Wusheng's 18th ancestor. Li Wusheng was nicknamed Demon of Destruction. In his time, it could be said that he inspired terror in one and all. He was the god of destruction of his generation, and his weapons were chains. Li Wudi said for Li Qianming to go over and court his ancestor. He should let him drink wine and present him with his young immaculate body. The obelisk on this ancestor's grave was covered in a black haze. Li Qianming assumed that it was indeed a demon, and it seemed like even he smirked. Enro hugged Shadow and said he was hearing sounds that were too scary. It seemed like it was time to run. Shadow said he would protect the chicken. Li Qianming, in order not to anger the demon, poured the wine from the vessel onto the obelisk. The obelisk immediately lit up with a strange glow. The young man saw the battle whip technique in front of him, as if an ancestor had broadcast these movements to him. It was a life and destruction whip technique. The first form was enchantment. The second form is requital of life, and the third form is deliverance. After a while, Li Wudi said that it seemed like the ancestor had already passed down the whip technique to the young man. Li Qianming said that considering how many ancestors are here, he doesn't even know how many boons can be found here. The lad added that the ancestors are diligently mentoring him and bestowing their blessing on him. Their once brilliant lineage is in decline today. They are extremely disgruntled and cannot accept it. Li Qianming said that since he had the blood of the sacred Li family in him, he would take on this responsibility. It is his duty to restore the family to its former greatness. Jinming Peak. The young man tells his father that today he sent wedding gifts to Destiny Peak. The boy added that the main gate was shut tight and he was not allowed in. He had to fold them in front of the entrance to the sacred temple of Kun and Peng. The man laughed and said it was a futile effort before the inevitable. They were only embarrassing themselves for nothing. As long as the marriage contract was in his hands, they could object all they wanted, but it wouldn't help. The young man noticed that his father had shown great resourcefulness and determination in the past. The man added that his son Jingtian had a hard life, lacking talents, and not much intelligence. The only thing that could be done for him was to get him such a wife. The young man asked if his father was afraid that his younger brother wouldn't be able to keep Li Qingyu in check. The father replied that once the girl was at Jinming Peak, she would just be a petty girl with no one to turn to for help. The guy said he had another plan regarding Qingyu. His mentor brother Yuan Shengcheng had spotted this girl. He likes her a lot. So they made a pact. The young man told his father about his pact with Shengcheng. The father shouted at his son, what was he thinking? After all, this is his younger brother's future wife. As long as they have a marriage contract, no one will question the legality of this marriage. The boy said he was curious to know what his father was thinking. Perhaps he too is dreaming of the revival of a sacred family. The young man added that the Dunhuang school was now entirely under the authority of the Council of Elders, and his teacher had at least half of all the council members on his side. The power over the future Dunhuang school would undoubtedly be gradually taken over by the Yuan clan. The boy added that he wants to win Iwan Shengcheng's favor because he cares about his family's future. Father, on the other hand, only thinks of Jingchen's welfare. He is too narrow-minded. The boy added, perhaps his father had heard about Li Tianming beating Yuan Shengqing on the battlefields of the Dark Abysses. This indeed proves that he is the possessor of the 5 rings of calamity, and it is unlikely that anyone can take away the sacred seal of Kun and Peng from him. All they need is the start of a feud between Li Tianming and the Yuan clan. If that happened, Li Tianming would be killed, and then the Kun and Peng sacred seal would belong to him. Based on these considerations, he decided to give Li Qingyu to Yuan Shengqing. The father told his son that Jingtian is already a cause for pity without it. The young man said that everything he does is only for the welfare of their family. The guy thought, as for his little brother, he doesn't want to recognize him as his little brother. The father told his eldest son to go the next day to visit his bride. A girl against the backdrop of the full moon with a sword in her hand was demonstrating the art of hand-to-hand combat. Liner said that Qingyu looked simply enchanting when practicing fencing. Qingyu noted that she was able to verify the effectiveness of the 5 high moons. Qingyu added that every night when the moon shines, she can choose its light with the help of the 5 rings of distress of the high moons. The power of moonlight can penetrate the natural energy, gather around her, and flow into her body. During battle, this would allow her to use the animal substance containing the power of moonlight, that is, to gain a certain enhancement. Today is a full moon, and she feels that this enhancement is about half a stage and roughly equivalent to a 60% Liner's omnipresence. Liner replied that it was wonderful. All Qingyu only needed was moonlight to strengthen Qingyu, and the girl would become a moon goddess. Qingyu asked if her brother was still in the ancestral lands. Liner replied that he should return the next day. Qingyu said she was very lucky that her brother and Liner were here. Otherwise, she doesn't know how she would have survived this night. Qingyu said that she had never taken a human life and didn't know if she could do it tomorrow. Liner remarked that as long as her brother was here, the girl wouldn't have to take up arms. In the future, just she should follow him, and everything will work out somehow. Qingyu said that having an older brother is really wonderful. Our hero continued the process of perfection near the obelisk of an ancestor. There was not enough to break through to the second stage of fusion. It seems that the fusion stage is not as easy as it seems. We will have to advance step by step, step by step. Li Qianming decided that it was time for him to move out. Li Jingqian should have already come to meet his bride. A battle could not be avoided today. Li Qianming thought that even though he had failed to make a breakthrough, the time had not passed in vain. Enho and Shadow fused divine origins, thus greatly increasing their power. Li Qianming told the foster father that Li Xuanyu would bring his son today and try to take Qingyu away, citing the marriage contract. Will Li Wudi go along with him? Li Wudi answered nothing, for he was asleep. Our hero went off alone. On this day in the morning, everything happened exactly as planned. The groom and his entourage arrived to pick up the bride. Li Xuanyu said that they had come to meet the bride. The sacred temple of Kun and Peng would open its gates and allow Qingyu to ascend to the wedding palanquin. Li Qianming appeared in front of the groom's procession just in time. He said that these people would have to go through him first. The brother was determined and was not going to give his sister away to anyone. Jingqian laughed and thought it was such a wedding game. Li Xuanyi said that they are going to welcome the bride according to the old customs. Jingtian takes the people and opens the gate to the sacred temple of Kun and Peng. Let everything be solemn and in the spirit of the festive atmosphere. The groom told his friends to take the red envelopes and explore after him. Li Qianming shouted for everyone to get out immediately and began to disperse the guests. Jingtian asked in surprise, "Has the brother-in-law gone crazy?" Li Xuanyi shouted, "Did Li Qianming forget that they had a prenuptial agreement?" Li Qianming angrily replied that this marriage contract was of no use to anyone. He wouldn't let anyone in here. Li Xuanyi drew his sword and said that this boy was quite brave. He added for Xuanchen to get this kid out of the way and let his little brother pass. Xuanchen said that if the opponent today tries to stop the wedding, he will just die in vain. This marriage is recognized by Li Wudi. Li's grandmother showed up on the doorstep and said she didn't care what kind of prenup there was. If he wanted to kidnap her granddaughter, he'd have to deal with her grandmother first. If he fails, she will deprive their golden branch of offspring and crush his 2 sons. Li Xuanyi and his children stopped in indecision. Li Xuanyi said that the old woman was already of age, so she shouldn't try to brag about her superiority. If it really came to a fight, she wouldn't stand a chance. Jingtian said for Grandma not to worry. he would definitely take good care of Qingyu. Li Jinyu said, even if she doesn't win, so what? At the very least, she will die. She has long been bored with life. And if Li Xuanyi destroys her, how will he be able to hold the authority among the people of the Li sacred family? Li Xuanyi said that he couldn't let the woman die, but that wouldn't stop him from taking Qingyu. Li Qianming said that he would give Li Xuanchen a chance to take the Kun and Peng sacred seal from him today, a chance to become the school's heir. The father told his son not to listen to this guy, take the men and get the bride. Li Qianming added that he will give this chance to his opponent in the fight, but unlike last time, it will not be a simple exchange of experience. Our hero added that if he loses, Xuanchen will take his life. Thus, he will be able to extract the seal of Kun and Peng from his body. But if he loses, the marriage contract is annulled, and they go away. Li Xuanchen was interested in this suggestion and asked where were the guarantees of these words. Our hero said that as a guarantee, he drew up a life and death certificate. All this is his personal decision. He is the master of his own life. Li Tianming added, if the opponent defeats and destroys him, the Kun and Peng sacred seal will immediately belong to him. No one else would be concerned, and in the event of his death, no one Xuanchen would punish Xuanchen for it. Li Xuanchen rejoiced and said that he was calling everyone to be witnesses. The boy asked his father if he would agree to such a deal. Li Xuanyi thought that with today's wedding and further manipulations, this is all for the sake of the sacred seal. This offer is indeed very favorable. The father told his son that if the young heir gave his consent, he should take the chance. You should not disappoint the young heir. Jing Tian, upset, asked what would happen if his older brother lost. Xuanchen slapped his younger brother and told him to shut up immediately. Li Xuanyi turned a blind eye to this and pretended that nothing had happened. Li Qianming apologized to grandmother Li for putting the Kun and Peng sacred seal on the line. If he loses, he will apologize to the sacred Li clan. But in this battle, he would achieve his goal. His conscience would be clear. The grandmother said with tears in her eyes that her grandson was wrong. She didn't care about the seal, but about her grandchildren being happy. Li Qianming said that in that case, everyone should sit back and watch him chase those rascals away. Qingyu declared that if anyone harmed her brother, she would do anything to destroy that person. The girl promised her brother to give 100 times more effort in perfecting herself. She herself would protect her dignity and all the people important to her. Guy told the girl to keep calm. He needs Liner right now. Li Xuanchen ordered for everyone to disperse and give his opponents room to fight. Xuanchen said that his opponent had made his own choice and laughed. Li Xuanchen took out his battle weapons and armor and prepared for battle. Our hero thought that the opponent had a rank 6 defense weapon, so it's going to take a lot of sweat to win. Xuanchen called his companion beast, the golden-winged Kun Peng, for help. Yingho immediately determined that his opponent had a 6th stage fusion. Li Qianming was surprised. Was the chick afraid? Inho replied that it would only be more interesting that way, and told Shadow to stay awake and participate. Xuanchen and his beast companion went on the attack, and the guy used the diamond shield. Xuanchen applied the eternal Vajra spear. Inho immediately turned around and said that the opponents were very strong. Shadow stated not to be intimidated by the fledgling and looked at him. Kun and Peng's golden-winged bird was ready to meet a huge wild tiger in battle. Tin sank his fangs into his opponent, but unfortunately the bird was beyond his teeth. Li Qianming wondered, did Shadow chip his teeth even after transforming? Our hero realized that his opponent is really strong. It had to please him. Watching Xuanchen fight Yingho, our hero thought that the opponent was really strong. His level was too high. Even under the pressure of the time field, its speed is still high and the explosions continue to be fierce. From a bird's eye view, the bird and the tiger could be seen rapidly approaching each other. Inho was beyond furious. This wretched bird had dared to injure his brother Shadow. Inho attacked Xuanchen and used the illusion collapse sword. The guy was amazed. How did this chick manage to damage his armor? In this fight, the techniques Golden Tide and Power of Enchantment were used. It worked. The golden-winged bird was captured by the chain. Li Qianming pulled the lead and said that he was already starting to worry that he wouldn't get such an opportunity. The interaction between the opponent and the companion is at a very solid level. Xuanchen retreated and said that Li Qianming had turned out to be a rascal. He hadn't counted on his opponent being so strong. Inho applied the Fire Heaven plumage and said that the opponent wouldn't run away from him anywhere. The attacks on Xuanchen came one after another. The guy didn't have time to repel them all and suffered damage. Throwing himself at Inho, the rival said that it was the chick who had signed his own verdict. Inho, flying away to a safe distance, said that no one could catch up with him anyway. Li Xuanyi, watching the battle, thought that his son was much higher in stage than Li Tianming, But due to the difference in battle experience, the opponent kept forcing his son to play into his hands. Li Tianming said to let Inho and Shadow deal with Kunbert and Peng, and he would take care of Xuanchen. Catching the moment, Xuanchen tried to strike his opponent and said that he would chop him into pieces. Our hero was able to block this punch, but it was so strong that Li Tianming flew far back. Li Tianming spat blood and thought that going head-on with his opponent was a rash decision. The difference in level was too great. Our hero said that Li Xuanchen was stronger than anticipated before the fight. Li Tianming declared that he wasn't going to lose today, and no one would take Qing Yu. Anyone who plotted to encroach on his family would be waiting to perish. Xuanchen said that only the power of perfection can decide the outcome between life and death. The opponent is weak, hence he will perish. Our hero activated the air wall. However, Li Tianming made sure that the air wall would clearly not deter this opponent. But thanks to the wall, it was possible to slow him down a bit and find the necessary opportunities. Xuanchen increased the intensity of his attacks. Li Tianming thought that his opponent had decided to go all in. Xuanchen gave a staggering blow to his opponent and said that Li Tianming had lost. Our hero's blood rushed out of his chest. Li Tianming, bleeding, said that to divert his opponent's attention, he had to really try his best. But the one who would lose would be Xuanchen. Xuanchen realized that by getting carried away with the attack, he had missed the opponent's companion beasts. A huge barrier in the form of a sphere filled with lightning was approaching Xuanchen. Yingho shouted for his opponent to catch the thunder sphere. They charged it for a long time. Xuanchen received a powerful electrical charge and was deactivated. He, disarmed, fell to his knees. Li Tianming thanked his opponent for helping him get stronger into the fusion stage. It was a dangerous battle that the opponent was fighting shoulder to shoulder with his brothers. Li Tianming said that thanks to his opponent, he had successfully reached the second stage of fusion. Jing Tian cried and said that his wife was lost and his father should compensate him. Qing Yu told her grandmother that they had won. Li Qingyu happily remarked that her grandchild had truly added to their importance. Li Tianming said for the second patriarch to fulfill his promise and break the marriage contract. And from now on, he would not mention the matter again. Xuani said that it was Xuanchen who made the bet with him. He did not agree to anything. This contract has the signatures of the elders of the school. It cannot be broken. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the elders. Li Tianming thought that Xuanyi had decided to intimidate him. Doesn't he really need a son? Xuanchen, who was wrapped in a chain, told his father to stop joking around and save him. Li Tianming said that if he released Xuanyi, he would hurry up. If he got angry, he would destroy his son's spiritual origins, and then it would be too late to weep. Xuanyi came to his senses and told Li Tianming not to do anything to his son. He would give him this contract. Li Tianming told Li's grandmother to check the authenticity of this contract. The old woman checked and said that the contract was genuine. Grandma Li tore up the prenup and said she was done with the case from now on. Li Xuanyi shouted for Li Tianming to immediately let his son go. Li Tianming replied, "Not so fast. To prevent further scandals from their side, Xuanyi should wait for a while." Li Tianming asked his grandmother to help track down Elder Ye Qing, have them confirm that they terminated the contract on their own initiative. Grandma Li noticed that her grandson was smart and cautious. Elder Ye Qing said that there was no need to look for anyone. They were already here. Our hero greeted the elder of the school and the higher mentors. The boy thought that now insurance was provided for them. Ye Qing told Li Tianming to let Xuanchen go first. Li Tianming bowed and said that he would fulfill everything. Xuanchen jumped to his feet and rushed to his father. Elder Ye Qing said that Li Xuanyi was very disappointing to him. For the sake of his personal ambition, he imposes such pressure to the point of plotting destruction to pave the way for his son. Li Tianming and Li Qingyu are both disciples of Mount Qingsheng. If he dares to harass them once more, he should be prepared to face the consequences. Ye Qing said that if Li Xuanyi understood everything, there was nothing more to talk about and he and his family could leave. Li Xuanyi bowed and told the elder that he had made a mistake and they would leave here immediately. Xuanyi told the servants to carry the young master away. The school, the light had allocated Qinglun Peak to his management, and it turned out that he didn't have any personal disciples at the moment. The mentor added that he was willing to accept Qianming and Qingyu as personal disciples, and it would be a good start for everyone. Xuanyi thought that in the entire Li sacred family, only his son was the only one with the status of personal disciple. Now these two more would appear. Everyone knows that personal disciples are like the native sons and daughters of their master. No one would dare to go against them. It seems that the Ye family has firmly decided to take them under their protection. Li Jinyu couldn't believe such happiness. Would her grandchildren really be her personal disciples? Li Qianming and Qing Yu bowed and greeted their master. The mentor told the youths to take their time. Tonight, he would put things in order, and tomorrow at Qingmoon Peak, they would make things official. The grandmother expressed her sincere gratitude to the elder on behalf of the Li sacred family. The mentor said that she had nothing to thank him for. Fate brings a student and a teacher together. Ye Qing said that they had observed the recent performances of the young people with their own eyes. They should continue in the same vein. Li Wudi, carrying a jug of wine, wondered what was the hurry. He called out to the beautiful woman. Li Wudi told the girl to wash herself properly and come to his room. The girl menacingly told the man to get away from her. Li Wudi smiled and said that he liked such tough girls. The elder told brother Li that he had important business to attend to, but he hoped to sit down with him over a cup of wine some other day. But for now, he bade him farewell. After the elders left to go about their business, Qing Yu ran up to her father and said that she had become the personal disciple of an elder. She is very happy. Li Wudi immediately turned around and ran away from his daughter with the words that she smelled strongly and she shouldn't taint his fragrant body odor. Qing Yu was upset and said that her father himself smelled of alcohol and other bad odors. He hadn't washed for several hundred years. Li Qianming smiled. He said that his foster father was showing his embarrassment this way. Li Xuanyi slammed his fist on the table at his residence and said that they had completely lost their reputation today. Where did the Yi family get such boldness from? Aren't their actions aimed at challenging the Yuan clan's superiority? The eldest son wondered, wasn't the Ye clan the one who managed to stand on their own feet thanks to the support of the ancestors of the Li sacred lineage? Xuanchen added that Ye Shaoqing was once a good friend of Li Wudi. Ye Yuxi once tried to get Li Wudi's attention, but Li Wudi preferred Mu He, which led to a period where the two families stopped communicating. His father added that the Yi clan is indulging in pipe dreams of becoming the second most powerful and influential clan again. Xuanchen said that a happy ending was obviously not in store for them. The matter with the personal disciples would definitely attract the attention of the Yuan clan, and then their song would be sung. Qingmoon Peak. All present bowed and welcomed the newly elected elder. The mentor told the audience that despite his recent arrival at Qinglun Peak, he was taking full responsibility from now on. Taking advantage of the moment, he also accepts the spirit of the young people as his personal disciples. Li Qianming and Qing Yu thanked the master again. The elder told everyone to rise from their knees. He asked the temple dignitary Yuan Huichen to give the young men special certificates to confirm their status as personal disciples. One of the young men told the elder that he disagreed. One of these two is at too low a stage, and the other disciple is unremarkable. Neither of them has qualities worthy of personal disciple status. The young man added that he wanted to challenge them. It was Gu Yu, a disciple of Yuan Huitian, 15 years old, 6th stage of fusion. Yuan Huichen, a temple dignitary, told Gu Yu to be quiet. Huitian bowed and asked the elder to forgive him for his disciple's bad manners. The elder said he didn't see anything wrong with that. The position of elder was originally to go to a temple dignitary, and he can understand his disciple's resentment. Huitian said that Elder Ye defeated him with only 3 sword strokes. His defeat was unconditional. He has been living on Qinglun Peak for as long as he can remember, so he knows it like the back of his hand. He is determined to help Elder Ye with his management. Li Qianming thought that surprisingly this Yuan Huishan turned out to be an honest person. Elder Ye asked, even if he let Gu Yu challenge them and the latter won, what would that change? Gu Yu said that his teacher would remain his master throughout his life. Elder Ye said that he admires Gu Yu's fortitude. He is a good disciple, temple dignitary Yuan can be proud of him. However, there is no point in this challenge. The opponents of his disciples are not Gu Yu. In 5 days, they would have to participate in the Taiyi Tower battles as representatives of Qinglun Peak. Yuan Huichen said that Elder Ye shouldn't do that. Given the current strength of these disciples, he would simply send them to their doom. The outcome of the Taiyi battles would have a direct impact on Qinglun Peak's honor. This should not be taken lightly. Elder Ye said that the participants of Taiyi battles must necessarily be personal disciples. Wouldn't refusing to participate shame them even more? Elder Ye asked Huichen, could it be that he wanted to give Gu Yu to him to raise and make him a disciple to go to the Taiyi Tower battle? Gu Yu once again said that he already had a teacher. Huichen scratched the back of his head and said that if the elder decided so, so be it. Elder Ye said that everything will be fine, and now everyone is free to go. Li Qianming and Li Qing Yu have to stay for a while. The mentor said that Li Qianming and Li Qing Yu became his disciples today. If they wished to receive any gift on the occasion of their first acquaintance, they could speak boldly. Qingyu said that becoming a disciple of such a master was the best gift for her. The elders said that it wouldn't work like that. If word got out, Ye King would be called greedy. Therefore, he grants them both one sacred beast martial soul each. The young men rejoiced and thanked the master. Li Tianming said that he was already starting to feel the pressure. Ye King said that if his gift puts such pressure on the young man, then he won't give anything. Li Tianming countered that if the master is a man of his word, then he can't refuse them. The mentor said that these souls had no masters yet. They had been in absolute tranquility for over 1,000 years. 5 days to fuse them would be enough time. The enhancements they grant will help the young men in the battles of Taiyi Tower. Li Tianming told the master that he had never heard of these battles before. Ye King replied that he would elaborate on everything right now. Taiyi Tower is located on the sacred grounds of Dunhuang School. Even the tower itself is a shrine. In normal times, it is always closed, and only members of the Council of Elders and Taiyi disciples have access to it and can perfect themselves there. However, once every 3 years, the Taiyi Tower opens its gates to others. On this occasion, each council member can nominate up to 2 of his or her personal disciples to enter the tower and try to overcome its challenges. The tower consists of 3 floors. If a member manages to pass through the 3 trials, he can become a disciple of Taiyi. Master asked if Li Tianming knew what Taiyi's disciple status was. The boy said that yes, he did. It's the highest position a disciple can hold. And also their status is equal to the Tianzi disciples of the sacred sky. Master said that's right. Only the elders of the school can influence Taiyi students. In addition, Taiyi students are provided with the best that Dunhuang School has to offer. Li Tianming thought that to him, the ancestral lands of the Li sacred family's ancestors looked more attractive. Li Tianming asked how difficult are the battles in Taiyi Tower. Out of 36 participants, how many usually succeed? Elder E replied that passing all the tests, even by one person, is already considered serious luck. More often than not, no one passes. The trials on the first 2 floors are designed by the elders of the school, but it is the 3rd floor that is the true sacred grounds. Even the elders don't know exactly what the students will face there. It's an inscrutable section that the ancestors of the Li sacred lineage set up using the heavenly runes barrier. Danger lurks there on all sides, but the amount of benefits this place can bestow is equally limitless. Li Tianming asked, so does that mean he has no chance? Considering all these conditions, becoming Taiyi's disciple would be even more difficult than climbing to the heavens. Ye King said that reaching the 3rd floor is not necessary, much less fighting for the sake of becoming a disciple of Taiyi. The competition is for the treasures of the first 2 floors. The reward of the 1st floor is a divine stoke of the highest category Earth rank, which will have a tremendous effect on the companion beast and allow it to evolve into a sacred beast of the 3rd rank. An animal mentor who possesses a 3rd rank sacred beast is able to successfully reach the peak sacred stage. Ye King added that the 2nd floor award is determined by the top 10 elders of the council. Its value is 3 times higher than the 1st floor award. Passing the 3rd floor test and becoming Taiyi's disciple would be very difficult. The treasures of the first 2 floors look much more tempting. Qingyu asked, after 5 days, are they going straight to Taiyi Tower? 3 years ago, they still needed to participate in 2 battles in the first Dunhuang battle arena before that. Master said that according to the rules of the past years, the participants are first eliminated by 2 separate battles in the first battle arena. Before sectionals begin, the youngsters have 2 weeks to practice and prepare. Li Tianming realized that the competition would actually begin in 15 days. Given his growth rate, he still had a chance of winning the main battle. If everything worked out, the next time he encountered Shuang Tianzi, he would also become Taiyi's disciple. Fengtian Mountain. Yuan Shengdu wastes no time in meditating and perfecting himself in the lotus posture. A young boy ran into the room. Shengdu asked Shengcheng if he had succeeded. Shengcheng replied that he had succeeded. His companion beast had successfully evolved into a rank 2 sacred beast. During the meridian refinement, he had made a breakthrough to the 6th stage of fusion in one fell swoop. Shengdu said it's not bad. Finally, the kid has reached his 13-year-old level. Shengcheng told his brother that nevertheless this breakthrough would benefit him a lot. After such a huge progress, Li Tianming was not even a match for him. Shengcheng asked his brother if his father knew of his existence. Shengdu replied that his father knew it, but he had not said anything about it. Shengcheng wondered why. At present, Li Tianming had already become just a personal disciple. He was a weed that needed to be pulled out by the root. Shengdu told his brother that things are not the same now as they were 10 years ago. The position their father holds has changed a lot. He has much more important things to do now. Sheng Chung said that there was no one in Donghuang School who could compete with him. Besides, he still needs to prepare for the battle in Taiyi Tower. Big Brother had heard that Li Tianming was a good opponent, and he would get Sheng Chung. Sheng Du told his brother that defeating a strong opponent would play an important role for him. It would strengthen his mind and encourage future improvements. Sheng Chung let a tear fall and said that his brother carried the responsibility for the whole family on his shoulders. Sheng Du noticed that their father wants Sheng Chung to take part in the Taiyi Tower battles, hone his skills, and officially become Taiyi's disciple. Therefore, he intends to make Li Tianming become his son's opponent tomorrow. Sheng Chung got excited and said that he would get a chance at revenge so quickly. Blazing with rage, the younger brother said that the rival had knocked out his teeth and thus humiliated him to the extreme. Now he would repay him 1,000-fold. Li Tianming must be trembling with fear. Sheng Chung raised his hands to the sky and shouted that he had become strong and would be able to destroy Li Tianming tomorrow. Sheng Du said that his brother could forget about it. Tomorrow their father would be watching the competition. Sheng Chung asked, why is his father so strict on him? Why, when it came to perfection, would he not accept a single misstep? His brother said that from the age of 3 until now, he has practiced to the point of losing his pulse, all for the coming of that very day. The day when he would open up the Yuan clan to an unprecedented prospect by conquering something of great importance. It was the most important step of his life, a step he had been preparing for since he was 3 years old and was still preparing for today. Sheng Chung asked his brother, something of the greatest importance is called the Dunhuang sword? Sheng Du confirmed that even if he had to spill all his blood and wipe his bones into powder, he would still get his hands on this sword and hand it over to the Yuan clan. First Dunhuang Battle Arena. Huangfu Fengyun, the first elder of the Dunhuang School, sacred stage. Elder Fengyun is in the process of meditation and does not stop improving. The elder was approached by the guests and told that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. It was Shangguan Jingshu, a fourth elder, sacred stage. Huangfu was surprised and said he didn't expect to see her here. He invited his colleague to admire the young generation's performance with him. Huangfu said he recently heard something interesting. It concerns Li Wudi's illegitimate son. He is worried about the situation of the 5 disaster rings. Jingshu said that she had heard about it. Ye Shaoqing accepted the kid as his disciple. This little guy was able to climb 2 steps in 2 weeks and defeat a superior opponent. Jingshu said with certainty that this guy really possessed the essence of the 5 rings of calamity. The ancestors of the Li sacred lineage had revealed their presence. Huangfu remarked that Ye Shaoqing's decision to accept this guy as a disciple was against the interests of the Yuan clan. Very soon, the Ye clan and Li Tianming would face serious consequences. The head of the Yuan clan and his eldest son are dissatisfied with the current situation, and they are determined to get their hands on the Dunhuang sword. If they succeed, the balance in the Council of Elders will be broken. Jingshu said that she hoped that the Sacred Heaven Palace would be able to defend the Dunhuang sword. If it fell into Yuan Taiji's hands, no one would be able to stop it, and even the Council of Elders would then be consigned to the dustbin of history. Jingshu added that she wasn't even sure if the 2 of them could survive. The hostess said that the Taiyi Tower battle has officially begun. The first battle, Yuan Shengcheng versus Li Tianming. The mentor told Li Tianming to never take his opponent lightly. This guy had reached the 6th stage of fusion, and his companion beast had evolved into a 2nd-rank sacred beast. His father told Sheng Chung that he was giving him a chance to destroy his rival. The young man promised to fulfill his father's will without fail. Sheng Chung rejoiced. His elder brother thought that his father would be against this destruction, but it turned out to be the opposite. It seemed that his father had gained so much power in the Council of Elders that he was now completely unafraid of anyone. The spectators said that this fight was a chance for Sheng Chung to get revenge. This time his strength really rose to a new level. Our hero said that Qinglun Peak, Li Tianming's personal disciple, was ready for battle. The opponent said that the Peak Supreme Origin Peak, Yuan Shengcheng, was ready for battle. Sheng Chung told his opponent that if the latter had enough spirit, he proposes to settle the battle to a victorious end. The fight will not end until one of them is killed. Li Tianming replied that he didn't agree because if he destroyed Sheng Chung, he wouldn't be able to get away with it. Sheng Chung stated that his opponent is a coward. He is looking for excuses. If he values the prestige of his supreme branch, he won't admit defeat and crawl out of the arena. Sheng Chung rushed to the attack and summoned the 8-armed Taiot to his aid. A terrifying 8-armed beast immediately appeared in the arena. The spectators were aghast. Yuwen Shengcheng appeared to be able to control the power of a rank 7 animal weapon. The white bone blade was most suitable for letting blood flow. The companion beast had evolved as well. Our hero summoned Inho and Shadow to his aid, for the opponent's companion beast had indeed become much stronger. Inho immediately appeared and said he was on the spot. He was enraged and called for Shadow to claw his opponent's eyes out. Shadow turned into a huge wild predator in the process. While fighting his opponent, Shengcheng was surprised by the fact that he couldn't suppress him. Had Li Qianming also become stronger? Li Qianming told Shengcheng not to get distracted because the fun was just beginning. Our hero used the sword of earthly slaughter, Ripple. After that, he used the human slaughter sword, Ghost Dance, and the heavenly slaughter sword, Divine Fury. The spectators did not understand how this could happen because it was just a one-gate game. Yu and Shengcheng suffered a complete defeat. Inho said that their opponent's entire body was covered in strong armor. However, he didn't believe that he was also armored underneath. It was necessary to hit the vulnerable spots. Shengcheng kept repeating that he couldn't lose and shouted for Haichi to help him faster. However, when he saw that his 8-armed beast companion was getting even worse, he was very scared. At one point, Yu and Shengcheng missed a right hook right on the jaw and fell to the arena knocked down. Our hero, without ceremony, stepped his foot on his opponent's face. Shengcheng couldn't understand why he had lost. However, he said that he would repay Li Qianming 1,000-fold for today's suffering. Li Qianming told his opponent to calm down. With abilities like his, it was better to go home to mom. The announcer said that the winner has been decided and the fight should be stopped. In this battle, the winner is Li Qianming from Qinglun Peak. Gu Yu watched this fight and realized how strong Li Qianming was. The master asked if his disciple was giving up. Gu Yu replied that he was surrendering. After this, no one would have any doubts that this guy possessed the essence of the 5 rings of calamity. Huidian realized after recent reflection that he also worshipped Ye Shaoqing. After all, he truly possessed the ability to improve the position of Qinglun Peak. This young heir would also help lift Qinglun Peak's disciples from their knees. On High Peak, the father told his son to sit to the side and not to come any closer. Shengcheng obediently sat down. Shendu told his father that his younger brother had never experienced anything so horrible and humiliating. He wishes to personally repay his brother. This son of Li Wudi turned out to be quite interesting. Father said for Shengdu to not even think of getting involved. This matter will be decided by Zhenxing. Father added that Shengdu had correctly pointed out, this young man is really quite interesting, except that he is not Li Wudi's son at all. Father added that in the past, no one knew Li Wudi better than he did. Even though this guy may be the owner of 10 disaster rings, he is nothing more than an annoying gnat. Right now, all we need to do is to put Ye Shaoqing in his place and make him realize that he could be destroyed at any moment. The father added, sons, if he obtains the Dunhuang sword, he will be able to send even Ye Shaoqing to his doom and make the Dunhuang school wallow at his feet. Shengdu said that he understood his father. With the Dunhuang sword, even the thousands of geniuses of the 5 rings of disaster would be nothing. Yuan said he was glad his son understood him. Father said that Shengcheng would get all the things and resources prepared for him in the next 3 years, as well as Zhenxing's help. After 3 years, he should become a Tai Yi disciple and follow in his older brother's footsteps. However, he must remember that losers are not worthy of carrying the Yuan surname. Shengcheng thought that his plight was entirely the merit of Li Qianming. The tournament host announced that it was the turn of the second bout, Li Qingyu versus Su Yizhan. Su Yizhan, 7th stage fusion. She told Qingyu to get close. It wouldn't hurt. Ye Shaoqing told the disciple that Su Yizhan was at the 7th stage of fusion, so there was no need to reveal her cards right away. It was okay to give up. It wouldn't take a year for Qingyu to surpass her. Qingyu entered the arena and declared that she conceded defeat. The host said that Li Qingyu had exercised her right to refrain from fighting. Su Yizhan was declared the winner. Su Yizhan said that it is boring here. It is a pity not to get a little payback for Shengcheng. Yizhan realized that her opponent's surrender ensured her entry into the next stage, so everything was fine. The host said the next bout cycle will take place in 2 weeks. At the peak of Qinglun, Li Qianming asked the master. Ye Shaoqing replied that he was thinking whether his disciple should continue to play in the tournament after 2 weeks. He fears that Li Qianming's trek to the Taiyi Tower will involve serious risks. The disciple wondered, did the master really think that Yuan Taiji was willing to take him out? Master replied that Taiji was even too lazy to look in Li Qianming's direction. However, the disciples involved in the battles might go for it. If Li Qianming got to the third floor of the tower, the teacher would be unable to come to the rescue. Li Qianming confidently said that if it was about the disciples, one could be completely calm. If he couldn't defeat the competition and chose to flee, there would be someone to destroy him in the future. Ye Shaoqing said that his disciples' courage was not lacking. Li Qianming's father was also a daredevil in the past, but he had an anxious temperament and it had gotten him into trouble. He didn't know how to calculate his every move. One miscalculation and his life would be ruined. Ye Shaoqing noticed someone approaching them. It was Yuan Taiji. Taiji told Shaoqing that this guy wasn't Li Wudi's son. Where did he come from? Ye Shaoqing asked on what grounds the opponent takes to assert this. Taiji said to spare him from this nonsense. He cannot be fooled. Ye Shaoqing replied that Li Qianming was his disciple, and the affairs of his disciple Yuan Taiji did not concern him. Taiji asked what Ye Shaoqing was trying to accomplish. Did becoming a school elder turn his head? Is that what this is all about? Yuan Taiji told the interlocutor that his determination was known to everyone. If anyone tries to stop him from obtaining the Dunhuang sword in the next 2 months or poses the slightest threat to his plan, he won't hesitate to finish that person off. Ye Shaoqing noticed that Taiji was very cool. Taiji said that it had only been a few years since he had put Shaoqing in his place, and he had already begun to forget what happens to those who provoke. He suggested Ye Shaoqing take a walk to the battlefields of the Dark Abyss. Ye Shaoqing said that he would love to see what Taiji had become capable of after 4 years. I wonder if his abilities match his wolf-like behavior. Taiji, leaving the peak, said that his interlocutor was mistaken. It is called having great aspirations and an indomitable will to realize them. Ye Shaoqing told Li Qianming to practice and not to slack off. He would be back soon. Li Qianming thought that there was a high probability that this battle could end badly for the master. He was only doing this to protect him. A girl came up to Li Qianming and asked, "Was it really Yuan Taiji?" Li Qianming said that the master went to the dark abysses of the fields to fight Taiji. The one-room man is seriously worried about the master. Qing Yu reminded that Ye Shaoqing was the newly elected elder of the school, and Taiji wouldn't dare any reckless actions. Nothing to worry about. Linger noticed that the master was very strong. Li Qianming said that he understood that nothing serious would happen, but the master would clearly be threatened. There is a danger that Taiji will resort to some tricks. After a while, the foreman came back and asked, "Is he already expected?" "You don't have to worry, he's perfectly fine." Li Qianming asked the master how the battle had ended. Ye Shaoqing remarked that his opponent was really tough, but he was not weak either. Li Qianming noticed that the master's hand was bleeding. Ye Shaoqing raised his right hand and showed that he was missing one finger. The master noticed that 4 fingers could still hold a sword and added that his opponent didn't get off lightly either. Ye Shaoqing did not shame Qinglun Peak. Li Qianming thought that a severed pinky finger was not the kind of injury one received during a battle. It is a punishment to which the victor subjects the vanquished for edification. Our hero vowed that he would avenge Yuan Taiji on his master and would not rest until there was only one of them left in this world. Ye Shaoqing said for his disciples to go to training. While he would stay here for now, he needed to heal a bit. Left alone, Ye Shaoqing thought that he would take revenge on Yuan Taiji for this. Ye Shaoqing saw an old acquaintance in front of him who was beyond furious. The elder couldn't believe that this man had appeared here at this moment. He said that his opponent was crazy and should leave immediately. They only had 1 step left, and if the plan failed because of such a small thing, it would be unforgivable. The opponent, and it was Li Wudi, said that Shaoqing has been deprived of a finger. He cannot tolerate it. Ye Shaoqing asked, did he hold on for all these 40 years, and now he can't bear it? Li Wudi replied that he was too angry, and he sincerely thanked Shaoqing for what had happened. Shaoqing said that he should go to his doghouse and stay there as soon as possible, so as not to disrupt his work. Li Wudi said he needed a little more time. Soon they would settle all the grudges, old and new, at once. Shaoqing said that he can't believe to see what Li Wudi is capable of right now. Shaoqing added that at his current stage, it was still difficult for him to determine the limits of Taiji's capabilities. If he manages to reach the Dunhuang sword, his strength will undoubtedly increase. Li Wudi said that the Dunhuang sword belonged to the sacred Li family. In any case, he wouldn't leave a wet spot from it, and it didn't matter whether Taiji managed to get to the sword or not. Ye Shaoqing said that he was looking forward to it and added that Li Qianming had turned out to be really good. Having settled the matter of Qingyu's marriage, he let Li Wudi move on to the last part of the plan. Li Wudi said that this guy is a true miracle in the flesh. A great future awaits him. Li Wudi said to have Ye Shaoqing train this fellow in the aspirations of the rebel god sword. Then it will be seen how great his talents are. This guy is the kind of person who can change his fate against the will of the sky. I want to see how strong his will to go against the current is. PMC Yunzi, Palace of Tranquility. An elder is holding a meeting with female disciples. Su Wuyu, a disciple of Tai Yi, the head of the Tranquility Union, said that all the key figures of their union showed up at today's meeting. Sheng Cheng, who was present here, thought that Wuyu's elder sister was the first beauty of their generation. It was a pity that she liked his elder brother. Wuyu's sister saw Sheng Cheng and said hello to him. Wuyu said that his cousin Zhen Xing had told her about the case. The guy can't worry, she and his older brother will help him. His father has placed this challenge on his son, but he has nothing to worry about. Besides, he has arranged it so that the boy will have an opportunity for revenge. The one he wishes to settle accounts with will definitely die. Sheng Cheng regretfully said that he himself could not participate. Yu said that the man would die and who would destroy him was irrelevant. The elder suggested that the young man join in on the fun today. It would lift his spirits. Sheng Cheng asked, Li Qingyu is also a member of the Serenity Alliance, right? Yu replied that this girl hadn't appeared here for a long time. Perhaps she should be expelled. Sheng Cheng said that there was no need to do that. Yu wondered if he was interested in this girl. It could be arranged that they would be alone together. Sheng Cheng blushed with embarrassment and said that it would be good if the opportunity came up. A man approached Sheng Cheng, put his hand on his shoulder and asked who was occupying this young man's thoughts. It was Yuan Zhenxing, Yuan Taiji's nephew. Sheng Cheng said that he just wanted to discuss something with brother Zhenxing. Zhenxing showed interest. What was it that the young man wanted to talk to him about? Sheng Cheng said that when the time came, he would have to lose to Li Qianming on purpose, but in such a way that it looked convincingly, otherwise the guy wouldn't dare to enter the Tai Yi Tower. In order to destroy him, it's imperative that he enters the Tai Yi Tower. Zhenxing laughed and said that he was a former actor. After fighting him, Li Qianming would be blazing with self-confidence and enter the tower with a smug look. The peak of the highest beginning. Sheng Cheng met with Li Xuanchen. Sheng Cheng inquired if the interlocutor remembered the past conversation. Xuanchen said to Sheng Cheng not to worry about Li Qingyu. Everything is ready, only the smallest thing is missing. Xuanchen added that he had looked into it. There was only one person in the Serenity Alliance that Qingyu could call her comrade. Her name was Guo Xiaofu. She is a disciple of the outer district who managed to rise to the inner school disciples. Li Qingyu has not performed any tasks for the Union of Tranquility for a long time. You can ask Sister Wu Yu for help. She can get Guo Xiaofu to arrange a meeting with Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu trusts her. Once she is outside of the Dunhuang school, it will be time for Sheng Cheng to come out. Xuanchen said that he had prepared something for the interlocutor. It's an Ashoka fruit. It can temporarily erase a person's memory, but if overdosed, it can damage the mind and turn a person into an imbecile. Sheng Cheng rejoiced. In that case, when the deed was done, the girl could not be destroyed, just turned into a lunatic. He could keep her locked up somewhere and turn her into his personal delicacy. Xuanchen added that in any case, this case would not affect Sheng Cheng's reputation or cause him any trouble. Then they would destroy Guo Xiaofu, and for everyone, these girls would just go missing. Sheng Cheng said angrily that now that he had the Ashoka fruit, Li Qingyu would face a fate worse than death. Li Qianming asked his sister, where did she get this excellent blade? The girl replied that it was a gift from the master. It was the Moon Demon Blade, an animal weapon of the 7th rank. These 2 days, the master had been teaching her an extraordinary fusion-level combat technique called the Setting Moon Blade. Li Qianming wondered why such a biased attitude. Why did the master only give a gift to his sister? Qingyu noticed that the master had long been waiting for her brother in Qinglun's palace on the other side. Li Qianming found the master in the palace and said that he had appeared. Li Qianming wondered why the master was standing with his back to him and remaining silent. The interlocutor concentrated an energy charge on the fingers of his right hand. Ye Shaoqing abruptly turned around and walked at a fast pace towards the disciple, extending his arm forward and directing a charge towards the young man. Li Qianming didn't have time to do anything before that energy charge almost touched his face. Ye Shaoqing stopped and blew on his fingers as if he wanted to douse the flames. The master asked what the young man felt at that. Li Qianming replied that he felt as if the master had decided to destroy his disciple. Ye Shaoqing smiled and asked, did the disciple feel the greatness of the rebel god sword's sword aspirations that he had demonstrated? Li Qianming replied that he didn't seem to feel anything special. However, the guy thought that it was simply terrifying. This technique was much stronger than his 3 slaughter sword. He almost shit his pants. Ye King said that if this technique was not to the students' liking, then they would end it there. Li Qianming disagreed with this way of putting it. Ye King remarked that if Li Qianming mastered the first technique of the rebel god sword will, then he would become his disciple. The mentor said that in his time, he had met many ignorant people who thought the techniques above the heaven's will stage were uncomplicated. They all ended up shedding their ignorant tears afterward. Li Qianming remarked as he prepared to accept the elder in the schools as his disciple. The mentor said for them to go outside. He would show them what the true will of the heavenly god sword meant. Li Qianming asked, Master wouldn't purposely give superficial instructions for fear of losing to him, would he? Ye King bared his sword and told the guy to watch with both eyes. The rebellious god sword will surpasses the techniques of the heavenly will. That is, it is a sacred stage technique. If Li Qianming is able to master it, he will acquire a technique that is many times superior to fusion martial techniques. This is a profound swordsmanship technique. The disciple does not understand its complexity at all. Rebellion is the will that refuses to obey, that goes against, that breaks through laws and orders. The will to change destiny in defiance of heaven. The creator of the sword aspirations of the rebellious god is the ancestor founder of the Li sacred family. Ye King said that the first technique is called Sword of Mountains and Rivers. The second technique is Shooting Star Dissection. The third technique is called the Doom of Qian and Kun. Finally, the fourth technique, as well as the ultimate manifestation of the rebel god sword, will and the true martial technique of the sacred stage. This technique is called the Lord of All Swords. Guy had seen this move when they were in the palace. The teacher said that he would only demonstrate this technique once. Li Qianming should watch him carefully. The most difficult thing is the will of the sword. Even though it is only one technique, it carries only one will, namely the will of the rebellious god. The preceptor gave the student a book and told him to try to get into it properly. While reading, he should visualize in his mind this recent demonstration. Li Qianming thanked the master and said that he would start studying immediately. He was still waiting for the moment when Ye King would invite him to become his mentor. Ye King smiled. Even after the demonstration is over, the guy has the guts to brag. He is pleased by this enthusiasm. Ye King thought that this guy had a strong fighting spirit. If he managed to pass the second round, he would clearly want to test himself in the Tai Yi Tower. If he learns the will of the rebel god sword before doing so, and gets the tempering upgrade that necessarily comes with it, he might even be able to last a little while there. The master looked at his disciple and was pleasantly surprised. Li Qianming had already practiced the Sword of Mountains and Rivers. Ye King thought that he had spent half his life practicing martial arts. Li Qianming couldn't learn everything at a glance. He had definitely imagined it. However, what the guy was using was clearly not a rebel god sword. Li Qianming wondered, why is the master looking at him with those eyes? The master told the young man to repeat it again. Li Qianming replied that he could repeat a few more times. It was not difficult for him. Ye King called his disciple a super talent like no other in this world. Li Qianming said that it was all small things, and the mentor would soon get used to it. He asked if Ye King was already ready to take him on as his disciple. Master replied that he had no intention of inviting Li Qianming to be his disciple. Ye King was overjoyed at the fact that he had found such a brilliant disciple, and announced that Li Qianming continued to practice tirelessly. However, it was important not to become arrogant. Li Qianming remarked that he knew what his mission was, so he wasn't going to get cocky. Ye King held out a sword to the young man and said that he was giving him this exalted weapon of the 7th rank, the Dark Dragon Sword. It contains on its surface the blood of a 3rd-rank sacred beast, the blood of an evil dark dragon. If one can bring out the power of the dark dragon's blood, the sword will serve him well. Li Qianming took the weapon from the master's hands and thanked him for the gift. The master thought that the dark sword created a resonance with this boy. He's a real monster. So is the essence of the 5 rings of tribulation so terrifying? No wonder the founding ancestor of the Li sacred family was able to reach the primordial sacred stage. If this child survives, sooner or later, he will surpass everything imaginable and unimaginable. 2 weeks have passed, the ancestral lands of the Li family. Our hero is standing in front of Li Shenxiao's tomb. Li Qianming had drawn Enho and Shadow into the current process. Our hero, along with his pet beasts, reached the 3rd stage of fusion. The area around him was illuminated by a bright flash, and the sound of an explosion was heard. Li Wudi said to the guy to let him sleep. Is a breakthrough really such a great event? Li Wudi, changing his dislocation, said that this kid is just a maniac when it comes to perfection. Where should he look for a quiet place to sleep now? Li Qianming said that this time the breakthrough is crucial. During this half a month, he had also refined his whip and sword thrusting techniques and had become accustomed to the evil obsession and the dark dragon sword. Tomorrow's battle in the Dunhuang battle arena will go smoothly. Lina reminded her brother that there was also her, who was always ready to come to the rescue. Li Tianming said that Ling Er was his secret weapon, and there was no need for her to join the fight. Our hero added that now all that's left to do is wait for tomorrow's show. The host announced the second round of qualifying competitions. Today's round will reveal the final list of participants in the final competition, which will take place in a month. Qingyu asked her brother who his opponent was today. Li Qianming replied that it would be Su Yizhan, his sister's previous opponent. Qingyu noticed that Yizhan and Zhenxing are lovers. Her strength is at the 7th stage of fusion. Qingyu noted that Yuan Zhenxing was most eager for Li Qianming's demise. Su Yizhan definitely agreed with her on this point. The sister said the brother should pay attention to 2 other people. The first one's name is Chen Xiaoji. He is the eldest grandson of 7th Elder Chen Nantian. His strength is at the 8th stage of fusion. His companion beast is a 2nd Saint rank Azure Unicorn. Elder Chen Nantian is a staunch ally of Yuan Taiji. Chen Xiaoji and Yuan Shengdu are also in this evil friendship. If Li Qianming is able to enter Taiyi Tower, he also needs to beware of this Chen Xiaoji as well. The host announced that Chen Xiaoji was victorious and could enter Taiyi Tower in a month. Li Qianming and Chen Xiaoji met gazes, and our hero said that it seemed like that guy had already spotted him. Qingyu said that besides him, there is also Gongsun Qi. Her companion beast belongs to the Fire Empress element and is called the Imperial Locust of the Fiery Skies. In combat, she relies on the attacks of locust individuals she spawns herself. She is capable of giving birth to approximately 100,000 individuals. An invasion of locusts destroys and devours everything in its path. Accordingly, a companion animal of this type will not be easy to deal with. If you encounter it, it is imperative that you exercise caution. Our hero thought that all these people wanted to destroy him. Everyone is a serious opponent. But be that as it may, these people are not enough to frighten him. Li Qianming said that his goal was the treasures of Taiyi Tower, and no one would stop him. The sister noticed that greed had clouded her brother's head. The host announced the next battle, Su Yizhan of 9 Paths Peak versus Li Qianming of Qinglun Peak. Li Qianming was glad that his turn had reached him very quickly. The spectators assumed that Su Yizhan would try to get even with Yuan Shengcheng today. Yizhan thought that this was a headache for her. She needed to play a giveaway game with her opponent and lose without him noticing. This was the only way to force him to enter Taiyi Tower. Su Yizhan decided to first probe her opponent using 7/10 of her strength, then weaken the onslaught to the right level. The girl called upon her companion animal, the 100-eyed flying serpent, for help. Inno said he hates snakes the most, especially the kind that have grown wings. Yizhan told the young heir that he was the kind of person who acted on emotion, rash and impulsive. People like him usually don't live long. Li Qianming remarked that his opponent was right. He really didn't have long to live. The companion beast activated a corroding flame. Yizhan said that her opponent was a true optimist. After the flow of flames weakened, Yizhan thought, did her flames leave nothing behind from her opponent? Is his defense at such a low level? Suddenly our hero was on top. He was going to use the will of the rebel god's sword. Li Qianming's attack was so swift that the opponent was unable to dodge. Our hero used the sword of mountains and rivers. Su Yizhan, after experiencing her opponent's attack, angrily thought that this guy had decided to humiliate her. Li Qianming said that his opponent is very weak, her entire defense with gaps. Is she really at the 7th stage of fusion? Yizhan angrily said that her opponent could brag before the doom. Today's defeat was behind her, but next he would face imminent doom. Li Qianming said that from what she said, they wanted to take him to the Taiyi Tower to deal with him. He thanked her for the warning and said that he would not go to the tower now. Su Yizhan started to make excuses and added that she didn't mean it. The girl thought that this guy had exposed the conspiracy. Li Qianming thought that his rival was too stupid. Li Qianming attacked his opponent with his energy sword. It was a technique he had been taught by his master. After this attack, Su Yizhan lost the little finger on her right hand. Li Qianming, leaving the arena, told Su Yizhan to give the message to Yuan Zhenxing. In a month's time in the Tower of Taiyi, he will cut off his hand. Zhenxing shouted that he would definitely repay Li Qianming for what Yizhan had to endure. Yuan Zhenxing shouted for Li Qianming to prepare for the consequences. Li Qianming thought that this was exactly the result he wanted. The host announced that Li Qianming was the winner, and he would be able to participate in the final stage in a month's time. Li Qianming thought that in a month's time, they would all be doomed. The elder told his colleague that the young heir's talents were truly impressive. With his zeal and courage, he had won the admiration of all. It all depends on whether Li Qianming is able to overcome the hardships that will be placed in front of him, whether he will be able to survive the battles in Taiyi Tower, or even achieve certain successes. If he can become Taiyi's disciple, probably no one else will be able to stop him from rising up. The guy is well aware that Zheng Xing will try to overpower him in the tower, but he dares to go into it anyway. Cutting off his opponent's little finger, he showed his indignation at the injustice that had befallen his master. What would Yuan Taiji think of this? Taiji had long since become a prominent figure. He wouldn't be able to destroy the young heir without repercussions. But if he wanted to do so, no one could stop him. Young men, great-grandchildren of Shangguan Jiayi and Huangfu Feifei, approached the elders. The old woman said that the two of them were not lacking in strength, so they could fight for the treasure of the Taiyi Tower. When the time comes, they must act together and support each other. Jia Yi said to the elder not to worry, he would definitely protect Feifei. Elder Huangfu added that when they entered the Taiyi Tower, except for the treasure fight, they should not antagonize Li Qianming, much less help him. Their position would only be clear after the battles in the hinterlands. The young men said they were not going to help anyone, the peak of the highest beginning. The elders gaze at the glowing spots ahead. Yuan Fengtian, the third elder of the school, Yuan Taiji's father, said that success or failure depends only on this step. Two glowing spots came closer, and it became clear that they were the eyes of a horrible, huge monster. Fengtian said that he was completely imbued with the heavenly will. Before the battles of Shendu's inner territories eventually successfully made the final move, Shendu really didn't give him a single reason to be disappointed. He had been firm and flexible since childhood and possessed an indomitable will. He was worthy of being called his grandson. Grandfather added that considering the Heaven's Will stage and the artifacts he had prepared, no one would be able to fight back against him in the battles in the inner territories. Feng Tian asked, "Isn't his son happy too?" Taiji replied that until the Dunhuang sword fell into his hands, he could not afford to rejoice. The old man said that his son should not push him. In all these years, Shendu had never once let him down. Taiji remarked that there was a strict hierarchy in this world. If Shendu continued to climb to the top, he should redouble his efforts. Taiji told his father not to blame him for being too strict. The day Shendu becomes the lord of the Dunhuang kingdom, he would say thank you. For the Yuan clan, talent is crucial. Shendu told his grandfather that his father was right. He needed to keep trying. Taiji noticed that the battles in the hinterlands were less than 2 months away. This time was Shendu's chance to make a final push. Starting from today, they would be here all the time. He would mentor his son with all his might on Heaven's Will martial techniques, right up until the day they would go to the battle of the inner territories. Qingmoon Peak, Li Qianming trains and perfects himself from morning to night, practicing new techniques. Ye Shaoqing praises his disciple. He has successfully learned the shooting star dissection. The master said that there are only 4 techniques in this technique, and the student has already learned 2 of them in just 1 month. That is super talent. Ye Shaoqing thought that he had always thought Li Wudi was a peerless genius with his 4 rings of calamity essence, but he couldn't compare to Li Qianming. Only now could one truly feel the full meaning of the phrase unparalleled genius. Enro also improved and applied the will of the rebellious sword, shooting star dissection. Ye Shaoqing thought that there was no way there could be such a thing. Even a chicken could do it. Li Qianming wondered if the master was used to his pace. Li Qingyu told the master that she had successfully mastered the technique he told her to practice, and had also reached the 6th stage of fusion. Ye Shaoqing said that he understood everything. There was a family of monsters in front of him. The mentor said he was pleased with the enthusiasm of the students. Ye Shaoqing said that everyone here is trying their best, not counting the sleeping cat. Ye Shaoqing thought that as a master, his heart was filled with incomparable pride and arrogance. Even if he has to fight to the bitter end for them, these kids are worth it. After all, he really wants to see how awesome and promising their future will turn out to be. Yuxi told Yuan to get Kaitai out of the way. Kaitai replied to the girl that her haste spoke of confusion in her soul. Her heart was restless and filled with fear. Shendu realized the heavenly will and truly made a breakthrough to this stage. The probability of him acquiring the Dunhuang sword in the battles of the inner territories has become even higher. The Ye clan must be greatly worried about this. Yuxi replied that she was too lazy to debate with Kaitai on the topic. Kaitai believes that for the sake of the fate that brought them together, he should give Yuixi one last chance. Her second brother, Ye Shaoqing, has taken a pesky fly as his apprentice, an act that has upset the Yuan clan greatly. In the event that they obtain the Dunhuang sword, the first people they will take up for when they return will be the Yi family, more specifically her father and second eldest brother. Thus, they remove the obstacles, and Huang Fu and Shangguan will keep their nose to the wind and seek his brother's patronage. The time would come, and the Dunhuang school would be under a unified leadership. If Yuxi follows him now and becomes the wife of the Yuan clan, her actions will not be punished. Yuxi wondered to her interlocutor if they were being overconfident. Kaitai said it wasn't a matter of self-confidence. Her older brother Ye Tianlong had already submitted to them. Yuxi replied that this wimp was unworthy of carrying the Yi surname. She wants to say that the interlocutor is overly confident in Yuan Shengdu. There are several other factions that also cast greedy eyes on the Dunhuang sword. How will the Shengdu manage to break through the crowds of geniuses at the battles of the hinterlands and retrieve the Dunhuang sword? If Kaitai wants to subdue her so badly, they should wait for them to acquire the Dunhuang sword first. Kaitai noticed that Yuixi was saying that because he didn't know what Shengdu was capable of. But in any case, his brother will always be able to destroy the balance in the Council of Elders. Yuxi turned around and said that in that case, she couldn't wait to see it. Kaitai thought, so she has chosen to die. She's still alive, but she's basically just a pile of bones. Our hero spread out on the grass and thought that he was really tired, and this workout was still not enough. With 10 days to go, he still hadn't been able to climb to the 5th step of the merger. He doesn't know if he can overpower Yuan Chengxing and the others with the strength he has now. If he can make a breakthrough, he will be safe. If not, he will have to fight to the last man. The battles in Taiyi Tower will no doubt be fierce. He had embarked on a path where one false step would lead to death. Li Qianming decided that he would train without interrupting for even a second. In the morning, the girls asked Li Qianming if he had been practicing all night again. The guy admitted that he devoted all his time to training. But what are they doing here this early in the morning? Linner said that she specifically came to keep him company, and Qingyu needs to train as well. Li Qianming said that the battle in Taiyi Tower would start soon. There was no way the sisters should miss his performance. Qingyu noticed that there was no way she was going to miss her brother's golden hour. Now it happened that a friend from the Serenity Union had asked her for a small favor. Li Qianming told his sister to be careful. Qingyu noticed that she didn't attract trouble wherever she went. Li Qianming said he had a bad feeling. At such a crucial moment, a friend from the Tranquility Union suddenly appears and seeks her help. Linner said that brother shouldn't worry. The progress Qingyu had made in these few days was as fast as his progress. Li Qianming said that with her talents and 5 clear moon disaster rings, she was about to overtake him. She would reach the 7th fusion stage in the near future. Qingyu asked Xiao Fu if they would reach her hometown soon. Xiao Fu said that they would fly over that mountain and Fulin would already show up. Qingyu wondered why Xiao Fu was so droopy. Maybe she wasn't feeling well. Qingyu said that everything will be fine. Let her parents be kidnapped, because Xiao Fu herself said that as soon as they saw that she was a student of Dunhuang School, they would immediately release them. Xiao Fu repeated that her parents had incurred the wrath of the mountain brigands, but they found out that she was a student of Dunhuang School and didn't dare to touch them. Qingyu said that in that case, everything would be fine. No need to worry. She had recently made some progress, so she would be able to help deal with the bandits at the 4th stage of fusion. As they flew up to the huge mountain, Xiao Fu said that they were already in place and were descending. Qingyu was surprised and said that there was no one here. Didn't Xiao Fu say that the bandits from the mountains had taken over the town? Where is this town? Xiao Fu shouted for Qingyu to forgive her. She owed her. She would pay her back in the next life. Xiao Fu ran away from her friend in fear. A young man stood in front of them. Qingyu recognized him. It was Li Xuanchen. Xiao Fu fell on her knees in front of the guy and asked him to explain to the Serenity Union that she had completed the task. Let them release her parents. Qingyu said he lured her here. What is this lowlife up to? Li Xuanchen said that Qingyu would soon find out about it. A toothless guy came out from behind a tree and said that Qingyu should have asked this question to him. Yuan Shengcheng laughed and said that he had eventually managed to fool the girl. Qingyu suspected something wrong and asked what the two were up to. Shengcheng said that he wants revenge and will make her and Li Qianming repay his humiliation 1,000-fold. He wants her to spend the rest of her life in his shadow. He intends to turn her into a lunatic and make her his personal treat. From now on, No one can help her. She can call on heaven or earth. Sheng Cheng added that he would make her death seem sweeter than life. Qing Yu said that Sheng Cheng deserved everything he had to endure, and he only had himself to blame. His lack of strength and foolish recklessness were to blame for his disgrace. Sheng Cheng asked what right she had to look at him like that, a member of the Li family's head branch who was about to die. Qing Yu said that he might not try to intimidate her. She wasn't afraid of them. She had already come to where they wanted her to go. They don't need to make trouble for Xiao Fu anymore. We need them to let her parents go. Xiao Fu looked at Li Qingyu with tears in her eyes. Xuanchen hit Xiao Fu on the head with his spear and said that they didn't need her anymore. The girl, bleeding, fell to the grass. Xuanchen said that now it was Li Qingyu's turn. Qingyu said to let Xiao Fu's soul find peace. Li Qingyu exposed her sword and said that she would not forgive her opponents for this. The girl said the glow of the full moon would help her do justice. Xuanchen laughed. Would she really resist? Sheng Cheng said she should assess her strength more objectively. When they play with her, she'll know what desperation is. Qingyu was ready to engage in battle against the two men. 2 days have passed, the first Dunhuang battle arena. The day of the opening of Dunhuang Tower had arrived. The spectators were curious to see how far the young heir had managed to advance. A projection of celestial runes created by Elder Sujin appeared in the arena. This projection would allow them to clearly see all the events happening on the first and second floors of Taiyi Tower. The mentor asked his disciple why Qing Yu still hadn't come. Li Tianming replied that his grandmother had already gone to look for her. According to her, Qing Yu had gone to the small town of Fulin and should have returned yesterday. Ye Shaoqing remarked that given her character, there was no way she would miss such an event. Our hero thought that his sister was involved in some ticklish business, and something tells him that the Serenity Union is somehow involved. The mentor told the student not to fill his head with useless thoughts. Qing Yu is a cautious person. Grandmother will find her soon. Li Tianming should go with a light heart and focus entirely on the upcoming battle without getting killed. Li Tianming told the master that with his current strength, he would at least not die. Ye Shaoqing said that in order to win the treasures from the first and second floors, he should fight hard but not forget self-preservation. As for the third floor, if he passed its test, he could become Taiyi's disciple. Li Tianming told his mentor that in any case, he should tackle the first 2 floors first, and then it would be seen from there. The host warned that the entrance to Taiyi Tower would open soon. The 17 personal disciples who had passed to the final stage should gather in front of it. Ye Shaoqing once again told the disciple to never forget to be cautious. Before doing anything, he should think 3 times. Among others, the host announced the name of Yuwen Zhenxing from the Supreme Initiation Peak and Li Tianming from the Qingmoon Peak. All candidates should prepare to enter the tower. Each participant can choose an entrance of their choice. There are 17 entrances in all. Now it is clear why it was necessary to select 17 students, Zhenxing said before entering, telling the young heir to try his best to break through to the 3rd floor. Li Tianming replied that his decision was nobody's business. Zhenxing called our hero a petty brat who thought he was immortal. The colleague told Zhenxing to focus on grabbing the treasures from the first 2 floors. He and Gong Su Chi will apprehend anyone who tries to stop him. And then they'll deal with the insolent fly. It's not going anywhere. The order came for everyone to enter the Taiyi Tower, the peak of the highest beginning. The interlocutors told Taiji that the first 2 floors were designed by them. This should give a guarantee that Zhenxing would get the valuables. Yuan Taiji inquired, "Where is Sheng Cheng?" The young man asked Wu Yu, since his brother spent all his time at her place, why didn't he come? Taiji looked at the girl and said that she seemed to know where Sheng Cheng was. She should confess immediately. Wu Yu said that he and Li Xuanchen had gone after Li Qingyu and told him how things really were. Taiji became angry and told Kai Tai to catch him and put him under arrest for 3 years and not to take a step outside for 3 years. Kai Tai remarked to his older brother that their youth had a hot temper and could not bear to be offended. It was better to let him take out his anger a little. Sheng Cheng was just playing around a little. Taiji looked angrily at his brother, and Kai Tai immediately said he would send men after the boy. Taiji noticed that it was Kai Tai who had made this spoiled boy. Shengdu asked Wu Yu how could she condone him to do something like that. The girl replied that Sheng Cheng had been completely out of sorts for the past few days due to resentment, and she just wanted to give him a chance to vent. Wu Yu asked, wouldn't he wish that for his brother, so that he could then focus on improving in peace? Shengdu said that in the future, the girl should not build up a know-it-all attitude and start making efforts to understand what he really desires. Otherwise, the distance between them would only increase. Shengdu said that when he finished watching the competition, he would go to the competition of the inner territories. If he manages to reach the heavens with one step, and she wants to keep up after him, Donna do the same foul deeds that he will despise her for. All the tournament participants broke into the tower and went on a treasure hunt. Li Qianming thought that the goal of everyone here was quite clear: to go somewhere and collect treasures as they approached the finish line. At first he thought that someone would think of scheming and trying to delay others. This cave seemed to our hero to have a rather complex landscape. The walls were surprisingly translucent, and the structure itself strongly resembled an anthill, a solid maze. Li Qianming paid attention to one of the participants. He was pretty good at navigating the route. Did he really know the route beforehand? Looking at Zheng Xing, Li Qianming thought that given the coolness of the Yuan family, it was very likely that this type was cheating. Plus, there was this brother providing him cover. They're definitely cheating. Li Qianming thought that if that was the case, he needed to figure out the route first. Our hero opened his eye located on the palm of his left hand. Li Qianming found the only correct route. It was obvious that Yuan Zhenxing knew this route. It was a divine sphere, a receptacle containing the divine source. Linner told her brother that this is cheating beyond all bounds. There is obviously an internal conspiracy here. There is clearly no justice to speak of. Li Qianming replied that this is really disgusting. They are strong, but their honor is not on the dime. Li Qianming suggested that Linner use his wings to catch up with that type as soon as possible. Using his wings and the eye in the palm of his hand, our hero rushed towards his target. The other participants were surprised. Did it fly past them? Because of this speed, it is hard to see. The spectators near the arena in front of the screen saw Li Qianming and wondered, how did he have such speed? How could he know the exact route? Our hero caught up with the tournament participant covering Yuan Zhenxing. The guy on the horse said, did Li Qianming really decide to pursue Zhenxing? The opponent drew his sword and decided to use the multiple star shining dark star falling technique. The young man was confident in his strength and told Li Qianming to get out of here immediately. Li Qianming instructed his beast companions to detain this guy. Enho and Shadow replied to have their companion hurry to get the treasure. They would handle it themselves here. The tournament participant on horseback lingered, fighting off Enho and Shadow. He didn't think the two little brutes could hold him off. Li Qianming said that these two are just capable of holding him back. He will continue further because he has no time. The opponent finally said that he would soon catch up with this Li Qianming, so there was no need for him to get excited. Li Qianming thought that this fool was too easy to fool, but for now, he would take his life. Li Qianming used the will of the rebel god sword, the sword of mountains and rivers. The spectators on the screen saw that Chen Xiaoji was hit by Li Qianming's hidden attack. The power of this attack was truly immense. When the smoke cleared, the spectators saw that Chen Xiaoji's horse was lying on the ground unmoving. Xiaoji shouted out in anger that he would destroy this Li Qianming. However, Li Qianming wasn't far away. He suddenly appeared with a sword in his hand and said that he wasn't finished yet. Our hero said he was determined to destroy this rival. Li Qianming applied the will of the rebel god sword. Xiaoji managed to block this strike and wondered, is this guy really threatening the tiger? Li Qianming laughed. Once again, Xiaoji had fallen for his ploy. Xiaoji turned around, but it was already too late. Enho had also applied the rebellious god's will to him. The shadow roared that he was about to gnaw his opponent. Again, the audience saw a flash on the screen and everything was covered in smoke. They decided that this Xiaoji was not wise. Li Qianming really has ferocious companion beasts, plus he also has a swordsmanship technique. Li Qianming swung his fist and said that his opponent could now take a proper nap. Chen Xiaoji received a powerful crushing fist strike to the jaw and was seriously deactivated. Our hero said that now they must hurry, they must return to the treasure hunt immediately. Li Qianming told Linner that he urgently needed to activate his wings again and catch up with that bald opponent. The spectators on the screen saw that with a few attacks, Li Qianming had completely defeated Chen Xiaoji. The watcher said that he had assumed that the young heir would fight Chen Xiaoji. His disciple said that it was simply terrifying. Everyone already knew that Li Qianming was an outstanding disciple, but no one expected that he was even more incredible than they could have imagined. The elder, watching the tournament, said that except for the word amazing, he didn't know what to add. The master remarked that there were more great performances ahead of them. They should enjoy it. The elder said that after the contest is over, no matter how, they must protect him. The master replied that he would do everything. The girl approached the elder and said she wanted to talk about the first elder brother. The elder said he made his choice. Let's just let things run their course. The master told Yuxi that the choice they had made required them to set aside their fears and stand to the end. Yuxi replied that she knew everything and would not be anyone's errand dog. Oleg approached Chen Xiaoji in the tower and asked him why he looked so battered. Xiaoji replied reproachfully that it took Gong Suchi a long time to get here, so he was caught unawares. Gong Suchi smilingly asked, even if Li Qianming had caught him, how is it possible for him to get to such a pathetic state? Xiaoji told Gong Suchi to stop talking and hurry in pursuit. This guy can't be allowed to confuse their cards. Gong Suchi said that he would know what to do. Xiaoji can rest and lick his wounds for now. Gong Suchi, as he set off in pursuit, thought that Chen Xiaoji had turned out to be so worthless. How could he disgrace himself like this in front of so many people? Gong Suchi felt that he would never stoop to such a worthless rag. He would make Li Qianming's demise seem like a mercy. Li Qianming saw a bald man running in front of him. Our hero realized that he had caught up with Zhenxing. Zhenxing was surprised at how Li Qianming was so fast. Were these two really unable to stop him? However, Yu and Zhenxing saw that the treasure was already at arm's length. Zhenxing summoned his companion beast and told Xueyu to block the entrance. A terrifying monster immediately appeared in front of our hero. However, a chick was already rushing to Li Qianming's aid. He said that a good dog doesn't block the path and this monster should get off immediately. Enro slammed into the monster with all his might and lost his bearings and fell to the ground. He thought that this opponent was too strong. Enro reported to his companion that there was no way they were going to be able to eliminate this behemoth quickly. But even if they could, the bald man had already gotten his way. Baldy wished his opponents luck. The entrance to the second floor was already in front of him. Zhenxing told his beast companion that they should move forward. Everything is going according to plan for them. Baldy said, reaching this place, Li Qianming had already done a good job already. Zhenxing quickly ran up the stairs to the second floor and said, as he continued to move towards his intended goal. Enro was very angry. How come his treasure was stolen by this bald man? Li Qianming said to the chick not to get hot. They would give Zhenxing a reason to rejoice for now. When they catch up with him next time, they'll take everything they're owed. Li Qianming also went up to the second floor. Looking around, our hero saw a rather thick fog around him, through which nothing could be seen at all. Li Qianming once again used the eye on his left hand. Enho noticed that this eye was indispensable at every decisive moment. The guy said that he had found what he was looking for. This time, they found themselves in a spacious location with nothing except a bell standing in the distance. It is obvious that this bell is the treasure of the second floor, which the others will have to fight for. The fog began to clear gradually. Judging by the arrangement of the second floor, a serious scuffle would soon break out here. This fog was also delaying Yu and Zhenxing's advancement. Without this fog, the treasure of the second floor would also be in this guy's hands right now. Enho wondered what they were waiting for, needing to quickly follow the bald man. Out of the corner of his eye, our hero felt that someone was attacking him. At the last moment, he managed to bounce aside. Gong Suchi appeared in front of Li Qianming. The opponent was surprised that the guy managed to dodge. He had an impressive reaction. Gong Suchi said that unlike Xiaoji, he would not be taken by surprise. Li Qianming can now take his time. He will stay here and enjoy being beaten out of him. Yingho was angry. This fog dissipated, and that bald man will take all the treasures for himself again. Li Qianming said to the chick to calm down. It won't be so easy for him this time since the others have already gotten here. Not all the participants are on his side. Zhenxing appeared beside him and said that if these competitors dared to challenge his superiority, then they clearly didn't have the courage. The young men said that they had nothing against Yu and Zhenxing. It was just a fair competition. Alone, they can't handle him. But by joining forces, they won't leave him a chance to win. Baldy told his opponents to leave the chatter and he's ready to fight them. Li Qianming thought that as long as there was someone who could apprehend the bald man, then he still had a chance. Our hero approached Gun Su Chi and said he was willing to amuse himself with insect lovers. The guy was curious to see who would beat the hell out of who. The audience on the big screen saw Li Qianming's image. Gong Su Chi told him that he wanted to see what this guy could do. He summoned his warrior companion, the imperial locust of the fire heavens. Li Qianming saw a swarm of insects begin to surround above him. Li Qianming asked his beasts what they would do, since there were a huge number of insects on the enemy side. Enho wondered why the companion was asking the chicken what to do when there were insects in front of him. Shadow asked, "Didn't the chicken say he was tired of everyone thinking he was a little chick?" Enho replied that when it comes to eating insects, he's just a real chick. Now everyone will see which is faster, the speed of birth of insects or his speed of eating them. Enho took to the sky and used the flames of eternal purgatory against the locusts. The spectators could see on one side the increasing number of insects, on the other side the indomitable flames. They had no chance of escape. They were getting burned and falling to the ground. Enro said that the shadow could join him in his meal. The shadow shouted that he would gladly join in the event. The shadow transformed into a huge beast of prey and began to approach the insects drenched in blood. Gong Suchi looked down at his companion beast being annihilated with sorrow. Gong Suchi realized that these two appeared capable of containing his insects. He had underestimated his opponent. Li Qianming decided that he wouldn't even have to interfere. Xiaoji appeared nearby and said that he had already arrived and would help his colleague defeat his opponent. Gong Suchi pointed out that, given his condition, Xiaoji would only be messing around. Gong Suchi drew his weapon and decided to use the sickle of flaming fire technique. He told Li Qianming to come over. Now the two of them would see what they could do. Xiaoji said that his opponent had long since fled towards the treasure. Li Qianming had actually run away from these two. He had decided that he had nothing else to do but mess around with them. Li Qianming decided to use all available methods to get his hands on the treasure. Xiaoji and Gong Su called the opponent a cunning rascal. He ran to the treasure without saying a word. It was necessary to catch up with him. Li Qianming drew his sword and decided to use the will of the rebel god sword, sword of mountains and rivers. Gunsu wondered, was this really it? This guy is trying to enter a fight with such simple skills? This is just ridiculous. Our hero, looking at the determined Gunsu, thought he would have to take things a little more seriously. Li Qianming didn't think that he would have to resort to this technique so soon. The guy swung his blade and used the absolute will of his sword. Gunsu saw an enraged energy beast approaching him. Gong Suchi put his weapon forward and said that his opponent knew how to give himself importance. Li Qianming stated that the opponent would now behold his soul-slashing blade technique. Gunsu was surprised what was wrong with his strength. It didn't compare at all to his previous technique. Gongsu, lying on the ground, thought that his opponent was clearly not a simpleton. Li Qianming approached his opponent and asked if he now understood who was going to beat up who. A kick to the jaw followed, and Gongsu flew backwards. As he flew, he wondered why Li Qianming was so strong. Rolling on the ground again, Gunsu realized that the information about this guy was fundamentally wrong. Now it was necessary to focus on maintaining his strength. While running away, Gongsu told his opponent that he had things to do, so Li Qianming was just lucky today. Li Qianming was surprised. This trash had just eaten the ground, and now he was blustering. Our hero told his animal companions to stop fiddling with those locusts and go after the treasure. Enro apologized. He got carried away and forgot the most important thing. Li Qianming said to hurry up while the opponents were busy with each other. The protagonist looked at Taiji and thought that he was really strong, fighting against two opponents at once and absolutely not exhausted. However, there was no way he could defeat those two in a short time. Zhenxing saw Li Qianming, dropped this fight, and ran towards the main opponent. The girl said that this bald man had shown them his back. He was now fully exposed, and it was necessary to pursue him. The colleague said that the treasure was more important now. They should focus on capturing it first. The viewers on the screen saw all four of them heading towards the treasure. Li Qianming thought that now everyone was chasing after him. Our hero activated the heavenly wings. It was too late for him to think about the chase. Without a doubt, Li Qianming had the advantage and was the first to approach the bell. Now we had to figure out how this bell worked. Why didn't it react in any way? Should it be struck or smashed? Enro said the treasure was right underneath it. Li Qianming decided that in such a case, it was okay to not be ceremonious. The bald man approaching shouted for Li Qianming not to touch anything. Li Qianming was satisfied. He had retrieved the treasures. To waste no time, the guy placed the treasure in his spatial ring. The bald man approached and shouted furiously for Li Qianming to give him this treasure. Zhenxing landed a tear-crushing blow but missed. His opponent managed to use his wings to fly aside. The other opponents also took out their weapons and shouted for Li Qianming to give them the treasure. Our hero thought that he was now everyone's target. Li Qianming said that capturing the treasure is easy, but holding it is even harder. Li Qianming noticed that the entrance to the third floor had appeared in front of him. He said that he would meet those who wished to compete with him on the third floor. As he climbed up to the third floor, he noticed that the fog was much thicker here than on the second floor. There was nothing to see at all. Even his eye in the palm of his hand can't penetrate the fog. The young man knew the bald man was about to get in here, but he shouldn't engage just yet. Li Qianming decided to cover his tracks in this fog and act according to the situation. The spectators in front of the screen noticed that the gate to the third floor had closed. 5 people managed to get on it, including Li Qianming, Yuwen Zhenxing, Gong Suchi, Huang Hufeifei, and Shangguan Jiai. The spectators realized that most of the participants had not even made it to the second floor. But following the third floor was impossible. The same elder of the school is beyond their power. Keitai said he originally thought this fly could be swatted at any moment. But she turned out to be surprisingly dodgy, from Li Xuanchen to Su Yizhan, then through Chen Xiaojie and Gong Suqi. The speed of its development is simply frightening. Old man Yuan said that their Zhenxing was stronger than the young heir after all. Kaitai added that in the annihilation aspect, Zhenxing had reached perfection. Furthermore, Gong Suqi had also managed to get to the third floor. The old man said that it would be fine. Even if Zhenxing couldn't destroy the young heir today, this guy is still just a kid. The day they obtain the Dunhuang sword, they will be able to destroy him as they wish. Keitai asked Taiji why the older brother was silent. Taiji replied that there was nothing to talk about. Fengyun Sacred Mountain. Elder Huanghu said that this guy's speed of progress was a bit frightening. Elder Shangguan added that Ye Xiaoqing turned out to have a keen sense. All that remains to be seen now is whether this guy will come out of Taiyi Tower through its top, or whether his cold corpse will be carried out of there. The third floor is a place no one can control. In the event that he survived, he would have time for respite while the Yuan clan engaged in the battles of the interior. Given his talents, he will undoubtedly form a frantic rise, and they in turn will await the outcome of the battles of the interior. The elders wondered, what if this guy managed to become a Taiyi disciple today? Huanghu said that in that case, they would have even more reason to step forward and defend it before the battles of the inner territories were over. The elders decided to bet on the outcome of the battle on the third floor of the tower. Shangguan added that if the guy managed to become the new strongest head of the school in the future, the tens of thousands of Taiji and Shendu would be incomparable. Li Qianming decided that as long as he was temporarily safe, he should explore the looted treasures. Linner told my brother that this black ball has a mechanism to open it. We should try to figure it out. Inho offered his services to take care of the mechanism, as he was an expert in such matters. Li Qianming refused to help. Finally, this mechanism opened and the guy was able to place his hand inside. Our hero felt that a disgusting odor appeared. One could suffocate. Inho stated that he could smell poison in this sphere. It must be removed. The shadow smelled a very thick odor of blood. Our hero also had a nosebleed. Li Qianming said that it was clearly a divine source, but it was unclear which one. Linner told brother that it was the bloody claw of the poison demon, a heaven-ranked divine origin. Among the divine origins of the lowest category celestial rank, it is considered the best. If it is successfully mastered, the number of stars in the companion beast's eyes can dramatically increase to as many as 47, bringing it closer to successfully reaching the 5th sacred rank. Li Qianming thought that they didn't scrimp this time, a heaven-rank source. But judging from its attribute, it was clearly prepared for a bald man. Our hero thought that this was the highest reward at the Taiyi Tower battles in the past 1,000 years. The blood claw of the poison demon contains poisonous blood, which, when it enters the enemy's body, penetrates the meridians and corrodes his own blood. The more wounds, the stronger the effect. If the wounded person does not immediately take an antidote, the poison demon's blood will reach all of the wounded person's blood. The poisonous blood is capable of decomposing the skeleton and all the viscera, causing the body to collapse completely. Li Qianming, smiling, said that even in their worst-case scenarios, they couldn't assume that this claw would reach him. Zhenxing would definitely be looking for it. Li Qianming just wanted to know what was the origin of the Earth-ranked top-category Earth rank that Zhenxing had taken away on the first floor. Our hero decided to find out who would end up being the hunter and who would end up being the prey. Li Qianming thought that it was quite surprising. He was moving at a tremendous speed, but he still hadn't reached the edge. There was a boundless fog everywhere. It felt like he was treading on the ground. However, he has nothing to worry about now. It's his opponents who need to worry. Li Qianming saw through the fog that there was something glowing ahead. What glowed ahead resembled Taiyi's tower. It was a miniature version of it. Another Li Qianming appeared in front of Li Qianming with a sword on his shoulder. Our hero thought, is this another one of him? The boy looked around. Where had Inho and Shadow gone? After all, they were just here. Linner wasn't around either. Li Qianming didn't understand what was even going on here. That other Li Qianming put his sword forward and approached. The other Li Qianming asked, does the guy want to die by his own hand? Such a prospect, Li Qianming was certainly not satisfied. He also drew his sword. The other Li Qianming used the will of the rebel god's sword, the sword of mountains and rivers. It was a real battle with myself. Li Qianming thought that the strength and technique were one and the same. Their attacks simply neutralized each other. There could be no winner and loser in this battle. Li Qianming shouted out that he wanted to stop these tricks. Who was in front of him? My opponent said that's him, only he's too weak, so we'll have to replace him. Our hero thought that if he could still crush his opponent, the Tai Tower test should be passed. Only to be frank, is he really very strong? The opponent said he was the one who was strong. Li Qianming thought that when the opponent knew everything, it truly became difficult to fight. The opponent said that soon this guy will lose. And when that happens, everything he has will go to another Li Qianming, because this Li Qianming doesn't deserve all these benefits he has. The opponent said that if one were to forget about the opponent's luck, he was the most ordinary person one could find. Without the primordial chaos beasts, he is nothing. However, the superiority of the new Li Qianming is undeniable. The opponent said that by taking everything his opponent had, he would make Li Qianming's name synonymous with the sole lord of the Dunhuang continent. The real Li Qianming swung his sword and said that the opponent was indeed him, but at a certain point in time. Li Qianming added that he had known for a long time the only way to defeat himself was to become even stronger. Our hero said his opponent made him look into the eyes of doom, and for that he is grateful. The essence of the technique of the whip of life and perdition is not to bring one closer to perdition, but to look through this cycle of beginning and end and deliver the souls of men from a miserable existence. As for his opponent, there is no better opponent for this technique. The opponent was surprised. Did this Li Qianming think that this flow of words could hide his insignificance? This whip technique was also something he had mastered. Li Qianming said that up until now, he had not practiced mastering this technique. He's doing it at the moment. Our hero has thrown a whip chain on his opponent. Li Qianming decided to put the living out of their misery. The opponent did not expect such an attack. Li Qianming had defeated himself. As expected, only by surpassing oneself could one defeat one's reflection. He barely managed it. Looking at his hands, Li Qianming made sure that his wounds were healing. What's going on here? A vague image of an elder appeared before our hero. He called the boy by name. The elder said that the great comprehensive calamity of fate from the beginning of time to this day is the oldest unprecedented calamity of fate of primordial chaos. Today, the fellow has taken the first step. With his will, he will be able to go all the way. He will be able to own the greatest benefits their kind has achieved since the beginning of the ages. The day Li Qianming overcomes the curse, the stars, the sky, the earth, and the entire world will be at his feet. Li Qianming inquired who his interlocutor was and what it all meant. However, this elder disappeared, vanishing into the fog. Li Qianming thought, great all-round calamity of fate? That is not the short life curse, but the great calamity of fate. Is there really still a lineage of great calamity of fate possessors? Our hero decided to think about it later. Right now, he needed to find a way to track down Linner and the companion beasts. Our hero thought he heard Linner's voice. Sis yelled for her brother to wake up soon. Li Qianming opened his eyes. Linner said that he had stood with his eyes closed for almost 3 hours. During this time, his companion beasts were desperately fighting back. Li Qianming thought he had fallen under the effect of an illusionary technique. Linner shouted for her brother to hurry. Enho and Shadow had already reached their limit. They needed help. Li Qianming looked at the opponents of his companion beasts. Fighting against them were Yuan Zhenxing and Gongsu Qi. Zhenxing said, "This boy finally woke up. If it wasn't for the strange invisible wall around him, he would have been a dead man long ago." Gongsu Qi said, "If the guy doesn't hurry up, this chicken will soon end up on a spit." Li Qianming rushed towards his opponents and shouted in rage, "How dare they infringe on his brothers in his absence?" In the blink of an eye, Li Qianming was beside Gongsu Qi and pierced him with his sword. Enro cursed. If he had slept any longer, he would have been roasted here. How could he sleep so long? Zhenxing shouted, had Li Qianming completely lost his fear? After all, he had just destroyed Gongsu Qi. Li Qianming wondered, what did they expect when they dared to injure his companion beasts? Li Qianming added that he would destroy Zhenxing as well, and his entire clan at the same time. Zhenxing wondered, does this boy give an account of his words? Baldy called his opponent shallow. He added that when he destroyed Li Qianming, he would be able to brag that he had destroyed the 5 distress rings wielder. After all, if it was allowed to form, it could reach the primordial sacred stage. Our hero said that today his opponent would find out how many rings he really had. He applied his whip technique to his opponent. The opponent's companion beast began spewing hot liquid from its body. Enho was indignant. How dare he scare him with that magma? Enho began spewing fire and said it was time for his rival to find out who the progenitor of fire was here. The chick also applied the plumage of the fiery heavens. The terrifying monster, burning in flames, screamed loudly. Enho told the shadow that they must finish off their opponent. Let him now taste the all-out onslaught. Zhengxing could do nothing as his sword was restrained by his opponent's whip. Baldy was surprised after all. His opponent had only used a sword all the time, and now he was still able to fight him as an equal. Li Qianming pulled on his whip, thus reducing the distance between him and his opponent. Zhengxing thought that his opponent had many attacking techniques in his arsenal. Moreover, they were high-ranked techniques. It appeared that Li Qianming had been hiding his true strength all this time. Exhausted, Zhengxing realized that his opponent still had a few more unused techniques. If this continued, he might lose. Why are Li Qianming's strikes getting stronger every time? Li Qianming noticed that his opponent could still hold a punch, but his beast companion was less fortunate. Zhengxing turned his attention to his assistant and saw that he was very seriously injured. Enro accelerated and punched a hole in the monster. Since Zhengxing and his beast companion were spiritually connected, the bald man was also affected. He felt sick and started coughing up blood. Yuan Zhengxing now realized that he had been tricked. Kneeling down, he said that if Li Qianming dared to do anything to him, he would pay for it 1,000-fold. Even if he managed to get out of here, he would still become a dead man. The protagonist replied that Yuan Zhengxing was too naive and one could hear the fear in his voice, a fear he himself could hardly believe. Too bad the bald man never realized anything. His opponent is the kind of person who is always willing to resolve an issue through discussion, but you can't look down on him. Otherwise, he doesn't care who is in front of him, and he intends to send Zhengxing straight to hell for his behavior. Zhengxing said doomfully that if his rival destroys him, he won't live either. His grandfather and father would not rest until he was destroyed. Li Qianming regretfully said that the bald man didn't understand so much. Zhengxing fearfully grabbed his opponent's sword with his bare hand and shouted that he wouldn't die. The bald man's body was sheathed with the whip, and the wounds that appeared on his body began to bleed. Li Qianming said that he applied the life-and-death whip technique. Our hero pulled the whip with all his might and said that this technique was called deliverance. Baldy had fallen backward and was lying on his back. His opponent addressed him by name. Li Qianming said that Yuan Zhengxing was about to die. He could take a look at it before he finally closed his eyes. The guy showed his opponent 5 more rings on his left hand. Zhengxing was surprised and frightened. It turns out that he has 5 more black disaster rings. It turns out that there are only 10 of them. Baldy thought it was his opponent just scaring him. Linner asked her brother, was he sure that this destruction wouldn't cause trouble? Li Qianming replied that he was just giving a boost to the storm that was originally coming. Li Qianming asked Lin, how much time had passed since they entered the 3rd floor? The girl replied that 3 hours had already passed, and the same amount of time remained until the competition was over. Li Qianming thought that if they still had plenty of time, then they could see what the bald man had gathered in his ring. A piece of paper appeared in front of our hero, on which it was indicated that one should choose one of the 10 specified divine origins of the highest earthly rank. Was this really the winning ticket? Li Qianming thought about picking the most appropriate one. Linner wondered what they would do next. Li Qianming decided to hold the intrigue for a while longer. He said that there were changes in 2 places. Did Linner detect them? Linner replied that she had only noticed one change at the top of the tower. An exit leading outside had opened up there. The guy said that this was the passage for those who had overcome the 3rd floor trials of the Taiyi Tower. If they came out of it, it would be tantamount to them winning the competition. If the maximum of 4 Taiyi disciples weren't fully staffed right now, after exiting the tower, he would immediately become one of them. Linner asked, what was the second change Li Qianming felt? Li Qianming said to the copy of the tower and noticed that it was a change right in front of them. Linner wondered, is there really something ahead? Why can't she see anything? Li Qianming asked his beast companions if they could see anything. The beast didn't notice anything either. Our hero thought it was very strange. Could he be the only one who could see it? Moving closer, Li Qianming was surprised. This is the Taiyi Tower that just entered his companion space. Enro asked, isn't that a miniature Taiyi Tower? Shadow said sleeping next to it is very comfortable. The other eggs sleep next to it too. Enro happily noticed that the injuries he had recently received were recovering at a high rate thanks to this tower. The natural spiritualized qi around the tower is abundant. The feeling is the same as near Li Shenxiao's tomb. Li Qianming thought that he now had the ability to improve at a high speed anytime and anywhere. The guy never would have thought that such an incredible treasure existed in this place. This is the best find in this competition. Linner suddenly remembered how others had mentioned the 2 great artifacts of the sacred Li family, the Taiyi Tower and the Dunhuang sword. Li Qianming wondered, was the turret that had entered his companion space really the true Taiyi Tower? Before, he was overcome with doubt when others spoke of the Taiyi Tower as some kind of building, but now everything fell into place. According to the legends, the first ancestor of the Li sacred family had found two great shrines in a place called the Realm of the Gods in ancient times. Yuan Shendu plans to go to the Palace of the Sacred Sky to take possession of the Dunhuang sword. Unbeknownst to anyone in this family, he has taken possession of the true Tower of Taiyi at this very moment. There can be no mistake. This is one of the shrines left behind by Li Shenxiao. Truly the heavens are on his side. Li Qianming thought that all the treasures of the third floor had been collected. Zhen Xing and Gongsu had paid for everything. There was simply no better outcome. This was especially true for the Taiyi Tower. For Shadow and Inho, the tower gave simply terrifying opportunities to fight continuously. If injured, they would just need to rest near the tower and they would be fully recovered. If the Taiyi Tower is so incredible, does that mean that the Dunhuang sword is in no way inferior to it? Li Qianming said that Taiyi disciples were allowed to participate in the battles of the inner territories. Maybe he would have the opportunity to go there too. Liner noticed that the Yuan clan would now try to immediately destroy the brother as soon as he left the tower. Li Qianming said if he became a Taiyi disciple before they discovered Zhen Xing's body, they wouldn't be able to destroy it. Our hero declared that instead of challenging one of Taiyi's disciples in a month, he would do it in the next hour and win. Then he could avoid being killed. Everyone will know one way or another that he destroyed Zhen Xing, even though there is no direct evidence against him. Therefore, it won't matter if he is a criminal or not. What will be important will be his status and his strength. This time, our hero had gained absolute clarity. Previously, he was always worrying about not involving the master in trouble, and he also didn't want to hurt the Yuan clan. Now he realizes that it is better for him to be the first to start destroying this clan. Becoming a Taiyi disciple is the best opportunity to shake up the Council of Elders and win over those who initially took a neutral stance. Liner said that she would only be calm when her brother wasn't threatened by anything, while Liner added that Su Wuyu was considered the weakest Taiyi disciple, but it would be extremely difficult to defeat her immediately after leaving the tower. Li Tianming replied that that was why he shouldn't be in a hurry to leave the tower. Liner wondered, was her brother really going to organize a victory for himself right in the tower? Li Qianming said that he was going to improve right here. After the dangerous battle with the dark-haired illusion and destroying Gongsu and Zhen Xing, he was only half a step away from a breakthrough. 1 hour would be more than enough time. Then he will definitely make a breakthrough and use the remaining time to challenge him to a fight. After 1 hour, the 5th stage of fusion was achieved. Our hero felt the essence of the 10 rings of calamity. This is the great all-round calamity of destiny. Now below the stage of heavenly will, no one can compete with him. The 100,000 people outside, the 33 council elders, the Yuan clan, are all now waiting for the third floor trials to be completed. They are all looking up to the top, wondering who will come out of there. All he has to do is become a Taiyi disciple before Zhen Xing's demise is revealed. The protagonist told Liner that they had to go. The time for the perfect exit was at hand. Li Qianming activated the heavenly wings and flew vertically upwards from the Taiyi Tower. After the young man landed, everyone realized that it was Li Qianming, the school's heir. This was a true heir of the Dunhuang school, a young heir worthy of becoming a Taiyi disciple. All the audience supported our hero with cheers. It was just what he needed. With this kind of support, the Yuan clan's people wouldn't dare to touch him based on some loopholes in the laws. Ye Xiaoqing was surprised that this guy had actually succeeded. Probably when he was in the tower, the ancestors of the Li family had done something for him. The companion wondered, what kind of master is this who doubts his apprentice? Someone like him, this guy asked to be a mentor. Ye Xiaoqing said that he was definitely happy about his disciple's victory. This event had overexcited him. Ye Xiaoqing looked at his father and wondered, why is he crying? The elder said that this boy had shaken him to the core. He kept feeling his resemblance to his first ancestor. The same trials, the same calling, and even his appearance was similar. The old man added that from now on, the Yi clan would protect him even at the cost of his own life, until the very end. Xiaoqing said that his father was determined, but the only thing is that we need to provide protection right now. At the same instant, the mentor rushed toward his student. Li Qianming was surprised to see his teacher in front of him. The boy asked why the master had come down to see him. The mentor said that the young man was now a treasure and would have to be protected so that others would not destroy him in vain. Li Qianming wondered if the master was unnecessarily increasing his chances. Ye Xiaoqing noticed that Li Qianming probably hadn't paid attention to the facial expressions of the Yuan clan people yet. Taiji asked his relatives if they had grossly underestimated the impact of this fly. Kaitai said he felt like it had gotten to the point where they needed to destroy him as quickly as possible, regardless of the resistance Ye King and the others might put up. Elder Yuan said that this guy was obviously not so simple if he managed to get out of Tai Tower through its top. Now he had earned the right to challenge a Tai disciple. In this month, he will have the opportunity to become stronger. If he wins and becomes a Tai disciple, Huang Fu and the other elders will side with Ye King. Kaitai said that in a month's time, this guy would no doubt challenge Wu Yu specifically. Taiji said there was no need to wait a month. When Zhengxing and the others came out of the tower and the competition was over, he would go straight to Qinglun Peak and destroy this fly. His patience had come to an end. Kaitai said that Zhengxing failed to do a simple task. When he gets out, he will be severely punished. Li Qianming shouted to Wu Yu and said that he was giving her 10 breaths of time, and after that, she should go downstairs. According to the rules, he has a month to prepare, but there is no need to wait that long, so she can go right now. Elder Yuan wondered, is this boy's head okay? Does he really want to take this fight early? Taiji said that on the contrary, this kid is very smart. He clearly realizes that his performance has attracted attention and that he's taken in the crosshairs, so he decided to go all in. Kaitai said that in that case, this guy is too neglectful of Wu Yu. She is at the 9th fusion stage and is an order of magnitude stronger than Zhengxing. He had young blood in him and he was reckless. Wu Yu can decide everything now. Wu Yu told Shengdu she was coming down. Isn't there anything he wants to tell her? Shengdu replied that he trusted her. He just needed to show his full strength and destroy that guy. The elders would sort it out afterwards. Li Qianming dug his own grave. There should be no difficulty in destroying him. Wu Yu said it was the first time she had been so underestimated. Wu Yu entered the arena and said that if the opponent didn't want to wait 1 month and was in a hurry to die, she would grant his wish. Li Qianming said that he would definitely become a disciple of Tai Yi. Wu Yu pulled out her sword and said that Li Qianming was now doomed. Wu Yu summoned her companion beast, the all-seeing Tenshi, a serpent that summons clouds and mist. Wu Yu asked where the rival companion beasts were. She had heard there were 2. Li Qianming said that they were resting to deal with her. His companion beasts wouldn't be needed. Wu Yu said that this boy really is a complete madman. The girl said that she had overestimated Li Qianming. Coming down to the arena, she was a little nervous. But now she can see that this guy is just a redneck with rare luck. Li Qianming saw the opponent on his snake rapidly approaching him. Li Qianming jumped aside to avoid this attack. However, at the same instant, the poisonous mist that the snake had organized formed around him. Li Qianming saw that it suddenly snowed, however. Everything around him disappeared. The guy immediately realized that an illusionary technique had been used against him. Suddenly, the opponent appeared nearby and used the Sea of Afterlife Realm technique. In the next moment, Li Qianming was at the edge of the raging waves. The protagonist used the eye on the palm of his left hand to detect his rival. Our hero was in time to detect the snake rapidly approaching him. Li Qianming said that he can see her. It is beautiful, but it is only an illusion. With Linner's support, Li Qianming activated the air wall in front of him. Su Wuyu was surprised. Her opponent was able to handle the illusionary technique. What was that transparent wall? Could it be that the poison mist had no effect on him? How could it be? Su Wuyu used the hovering sword technique to evade the attack. Our hero used heavenly wings. Li Qianming applied the life and death whip technique. The enchantment technique followed. The snake was entangled in a chain. Li Qianming said the main part of the program is just beginning. The whip technique of life and death. Li Qianming pulled the whip sharply, and the snake's body appeared to be cut in many places by a sharp and dangerous chain. Su Wuyu screamed out in fear that her Baiwan, the companion beast, had been destroyed. She screamed for Li Qianming to fight her in the open if he had the guts. Li Qianming said that in all of today's battles, other than the battle with his own reflection, none of them had forced him to use this technique. As he approached his opponent, the protagonist said that she was rather cocky. Today, he will make her fully and completely admit defeat. Su Wuyu said that she was about to destroy Li Qianming. The girl used an attack and applied a technique, the soaring sword technique. Li Qianming used the purgatory shield to repel this attack. He said that he had overestimated his opponent, calling her attacks a mere illusion. Our hero applied the will of the rebel god's sword, dissecting shooting stars. Su Wuyu had to vigorously defend himself. After this attack, the girl noticed that her sword appeared to be broken. Su Wuyu angrily threw the broken weapon on the ground. She was immediately attacked by her opponent, her body bleeding. Li Qianming turned his back to her and said that it was over. Taiji and his father heard the crowd shouting, "Taiyi's disciple Li Qianming!" Su Wuyu, sitting in the arena, recognized that she had lost. Ye Shaoqing walked up to his disciple and said that he had done a great job. Now he had gained admirers in the form of everyone here. Li Qianming replied that it was all thanks to his master's instruction. Suddenly the elders appeared in the arena. Ye Shaoqing and Li Qianming stared at them. Wenfu said that as the first elder of the council, he wanted to make a statement. Li Qianming's performance today speaks for itself. He passed the test of the third floor of the Taiyi Tower and defeated the Taiyi disciple. Now, in accordance with the laws, he can take her place. Thus, on behalf of the Council of Elders and on behalf of the Dunhuang School, the elder makes an announcement. Starting today, Li Qianming of Qinglan Peak will be elevated to the rank of a Taiyi disciple. The elders brought their congratulations to the young man. From now on, his development and safety become the goal and responsibility of the Council of Elders. Ye Shaoqing said that from now on, his life was his master's life. Li Qianming's expression changed and asked if his sister Qingyu had been found. He still hadn't heard any news about her and was starting to get seriously worried. Ye Shaoqing noticed that Grandma Li should have tracked her down long ago. People appeared at the edge of the arena. Ye Shaoqing said that it seemed to be her. Qingyu was indeed there, however. The girl was on her knees with her hands tied behind her back. In front of her were people armed with swords. Li Qianming shouted his sister's name loudly. He didn't understand what was happening. The armed men had captured Qingyu. Nearby was a cart with bodies covered with bloody cloth. Li Qianming shouted his sister's name loudly again. Qingyu raised her eyes and stared at her brother intently. Ye Shaoqing shouted, "What are the Dunhuang guards up to after all? This is his personal disciple. She must be released immediately." The guard of the Dunhuang kingdom told Elder Ye to calm down. "She's a criminal who has committed an execution." Everyone present was surprised. "What does this mean?" Ye Shaoqing shouted again for the girl to be released immediately. Yuan Fengtian, Sheng Cheng's grandfather, told Ye Shaoqing to shut up. Fengtian asked, "Why did the Dunhuang guards bring this cart? What did they bring on it?" The guards said that along their route they saw people fighting. They moved towards them to deal with the situation. When they got there, the battle was over and there was nothing they could do to change it. Fengtian became alarmed and wondered what these guards were talking about. Shendu, Sheng Chen's older brother, began to speculate about what had happened. Shendu walked over to the wagon and threw aside the bloody rag. A look of horror appeared on his face. On the wagon lay the bloody bodies of 3 young men. Shendu cried out in fear and said his brother's name, Sheng Cheng. Yuan Fengtian grabbed his heart and screamed as well while coughing up blood. Kai Tai pulled the old man under his arms and told him to keep his cool. Taiji didn't utter a word. Li Qianming was surprised. Had Qingyu really destroyed them? Old man Yuan shouted to bring this Qingyu to him. She and her family must share the fate of his grandson. Ye Shaoqing told them to stop. The true state of affairs is still not clear. No one has the right to lynch. It is up to the Hall of Dignitaries to decide on the punishment for the disciples' crimes after an investigation. Kai Tai walked over to Ye Shaoqing and told him to get out of the way immediately. Our hero thought things were bad and the Yuan family intended to take up arms. If that happened, they wouldn't have a single chance to win, and Qingyu would face imminent doom. Li Qianming asked, "Why didn't Qingyu tell what really happened?" Qingyu replied to her brother that Su Wuyu and her men were behind all of this. They used Xiaofu's parents to threaten her and force her to trick her out of school. Sheng Cheng and Xuanshen had an Ashoka fruit. Not only were they going to use it against her, they were also going to destroy Xiaofu. These two were going to turn her into a mental retard, make her their slave, and lock her in some pit forever. She had to defend herself. Li Qianming had always thought that Sheng Cheng was targeting him. He couldn't even imagine him plotting against his sister. It was all due to his negligence. He should have seen it coming. The elder asked Brother Huangfu what they should do. Huangfu replied that this incident doesn't affect Li Qianming directly. By protecting this guy, they had already taken a serious risk. Elder Yi ordered the Dunhuang guards to bring Li Qingyu to the court of the Hall of Dignitaries. We must find out the real reason. If her words are true, she is not guilty of anything. Shendu stated that he didn't care about the truth. His little brother was dead, and Qingyu would pay for it. Shendu's mind appeared to be clouded. He lunged at the girl with a furious shout. Shendu grabbed Li Qingyi by the throat and started choking her. Shendu lifted the girl above him and shouted that he wanted to destroy her here and now. Li Qianming shouted his sister's name for the 3rd time. He was ready for decisive action. Old man Yuan shouted for Shendu to destroy this girl. The Shendu clan would deal with the consequences. Ye Shaoqing asked his father if he should be called out. Elder Ye replied that he wouldn't come out until he finished what he had started. If he put forward his strength now, all their labors would go to waste. Li Qianming told Elder Yuxi to inform the first elder of the council that Li Qingyu has awakened the essence of the 5 rings of calamity. There are 5 high moons on her hand. When the elder heard the news, he ordered Shengdu to stop immediately. He can't go on a lynching spree until the whole story comes out. Li Qianming told Shengdu to let his sister go because Shengdu's brother died trying to take revenge on him. All the controversies that arose happened because of him. Li Qianming said that Shengdu could direct all his hatred at him. Qingyu gasped and called out to her brother for help. Shengdu said they would all die, none of them would leave. He was obliged to avenge his brother. Qingyu said that Li Qianming was right. Is Shengdu really willing to destroy her while her hands are tightly bound? Is that the only thing he can do? Only scoundrels from the Yuan clan are willing to do such a thing. Shengdu, like his brother Sheng Cheng, are scum. Qingyu said that if Shengdu had any courage in him, he should fight her in a fair fight. Elder Yuan shouted for Shengdu to not listen to her and finish her off immediately. Taiji told his father to shut up. He bore partial responsibility for his grandson's death. He was the one who had spoiled the kid. Taiji walked up to the protagonist and said that he clearly had a lot of courage. In that case, he has a chance to prove it. Taiji said that Li Qingyu destroyed his son and must die today. If he really cares about his little sister, is he willing to give his life for Li Qingyu's life? Taiji said that the young man's reflection has 10 breaths. After that time is up, he will send his sister to hell. Our hero had to decide immediately if he was willing to give his life for his sister's life. Li Qianming saw that Taiji was determined, and there was no way to prevaricate here. Ye Shaoqing shouted angrily, Taiji, does he even hear himself? Does he not care about honor at all? Taiji said that only weaklings like his opponents care about such things. Taiji, looking at his opponent, began counting his breaths. Li Qianming said that Taiji might not continue counting down. How will they do the exchange? Taiji said that he didn't care. The most important thing was that Li Qianming died. The guy can choose his own way. Li Qingyu tearfully asked her brother not to do this. Li Qianming said that in that case, he would certainly wish to die with dignity. Li Qianming added that he chooses to join the battle with Yuan Shengdu instead of his sister. They will fight until one of them is dead. Li Qianming said he knows that they are only dreaming of destroying him to eliminate the coming consequences, and now he's giving them a chance to do it. Li Qianming said that he was not afraid of his opponent. If he still had dignity, they would settle the matter at the first Dunhuang battle arena. The one who wins will be allowed to fight for the Dunhuang sword, and the loser will be buried somewhere in the vicinity. Li Qingyu cried and asked her brother not to do that. Li Qianming said he was proud of his sister. Those rascals still got off easy. Not just him, but Liner, Inho, and Shadow. They all love her. Li Qianming shouted that he was waiting for Yuan Shengdu's reply. Shengdu's self-love was hurt, and he tossed the girl aside. Shengdu said that this was exactly what he wanted. He would fight Li Qianming until the victorious end. Shengdu said for the elders to completely seal the barrier of heavenly runes in the first battle arena and not open it until one of them died. The council elders should be witnesses and provide oversight to their duel. The elders present sighed doomedly. They had no other choice. Shengdu told his father that if he couldn't win and died, it would be little different from apologizing. In that case, he would not owe him or the Yuan clan anything. Taiji said that Li Qianming is trying to commit suicide and Shengdu is carrying out retaliation. There is no need to think about it. The barrier of heavenly runes was being prepared to be sealed. The spectators decided that Li Qianming was a true warrior and Shengdu was just a disgrace. Li Qianming thought that he had no chance of winning, but at least this way, he would be able to protect Qingyu, the master, and the others. Even if he died, it would be worth it. Ye Shaoqing told his disciple that he must return no matter what happened. Li Qianming asked his mentor to cook him something delicious for dinner. Qingyu said to make sure her brother survived, otherwise she would never find joy in life again. Li Qianming replied that to make his sister smile, he would have to try very hard. She must wait for his return. Li Qianming said to let Liner leave him. He fears that he will doom her. Liner reminded her brother that she wished to share his fate. They had made a promise to each other after all. She had come all this way with him, not because she wanted to achieve happiness and bliss, but because she wanted to be with him and help him. The girl added that she was weak, but not at all a coward and would not recant. He should respect that. Besides, Qingyu is her friend and she is willing to defy death for her friend's sake. Li Qianming said that he understood everything and thanked Liner for his cooperation. The protagonist took a step and stepped into the arena. He got inside on the other side of the barrier. Shengdu had already expected him here and said that Li Qianming could surely become a worthy opponent for him after 2 months. Right now, however, he doesn't stand a chance. Our hero stated that it was too early to make such a claim. Shengdu boasted that he had just recently successfully mastered the true heaven's will technique. He would execute his rival for the edification of others and bury him with Shengcheng. Shengdu said that his opponent must stand to the last. He wishes to utilize the full potential of the heavenly will technique and completely bring it down on Li Qianming. Shengdu summoned his companion beast, a Teot of perfect darkness, to his aid. It was an extremely rare fourth-rank sacred beast. Li Qianming said to Enho and Shadow to pay attention to this monster. Our hero apologized for getting his animals into such trouble. Enho was surprised that they hadn't started the battle yet, and Li Qianming already looked like a helpless wimp. It was still unknown who would defeat whom. After all, he was a great beast of primordial chaos, so this Teot wouldn't be able to defeat him. Shadow declared that if they gave him 10 days' sleep after this fight, it would be worth it. Li Qianming said that he was lucky if he was able to meet such companion beasts in his life. Our hero said he would fight to his last breath, even if only for the sake of his friends. Li Qianming shouted loudly for Yu and Shengdu to get ready and take the fight. Shengdu replied that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Li Qianming activated his wings and rushed to attack with his companions. Shengdu waited anxiously to see how long his opponent could last. There was no greater joy for him than to find out before his opponent's demise. Li Qianming swung and used the will of the rebel god sword, sword of mountains and rivers, a paired strike. Yingho duplicated this technique. Shengdu was surprised that the chicken was able to use a similar swordsmanship technique. However, this is only a simplified version of the heaven's will technique, because his opponent is too inexperienced. Shadow turned into a huge wild beast and used the thunder discharge of primordial chaos to attack. Shengdu said that he couldn't find a better opponent to practice before the battle in the Sacred Sky Palace. Shengdu swung his weapon and used the infernal spirit blade. Enho and Shadow collided with each other at a tremendous speed. There was a powerful release of energy. Li Qianming asked Liner to activate the air wall. He realized that the gap in strength between him and his opponent was very large. Our hero managed to hide behind the air wall. The energy wave was on the other side of the barrier. Li Qianming crouched down on his knee, repelling his opponent's attack. If it wasn't for the dark hand, he really would have been doomed. Li Qianming thought that the opponent was not only above him in level, but was also driven by a determination for revenge. Our hero was experiencing an absolute onslaught. None of the battles he had experienced before stood side by side. Li Qianming shouted for Enho and Shadow to stop pretending to be dead and get up immediately. Liner said that the opponent had broken through the air wall. They wouldn't be able to defeat him. Li Qianming replied that it was still necessary to fight anyway. If they decided to surrender, there would be no hope for them. In life, there often comes a moment when you have to come face to face with a powerful opponent, Li Qianming said, leaving this toad on them. At this critical moment, he would have to rely only on himself. Liner tells her brother that she is not willing to give up and she doesn't want to die, much less want him to die. She'll make sure they survive. She could use supercharged omnipotence, like last time she fought Mu Qingqing on the battlefields of the Dark Abyss. Liner added that there was no way she was going to let her brother die. They would get through this ordeal together. Li Qianming felt that the strength of this omniscience had increased by at least 20 levels. Shengdu also felt that the opponent had become stronger. How could this happen? Enho and Shadow continued to attack the huge monster. Enho shouted for the Shadow to use caution. No need to attack the opponent directly head-on. One should focus on his exhaustion. Li Qianming and Shengdu clashed in battle using their weapons. Qingyu watched the fight and realized that her brother was barely hanging on. Liner must have unleashed the strongest power that empowerment could give, but it wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. Shengdu didn't think that his opponent would manage to surprise him. Destroying him at once would be too wasteful. Li Qianming thought that his opponent was fighting him as if he was playing with prey. Shengdu could take him down, but he doesn't. He's clearly confident that he can still play. Shengdu once again attacked his opponent and used the infernal spirit blade, seven-tiered pagoda. Li Qianming flew far back but stood his ground. Shengdu told his opponent to approach if he could still fight. Li Qianming shouted that Shengdu had asked for it himself and rushed to attack. Shengdu noted that Li Qianming is very impulsive. Doesn't he see that he is being played with? He is going to savor every moment as he destroys Li Qianming. Shengdu said that in the face of strength, nothing can cheat annihilation, and therefore all his desperate efforts in the face of imminent doom prove that the so-called sacred Li clan are just weaklings. Li Qianming is unable to change fate against the will of the sky. Our hero was wounded. The protagonist stopped, dropping his weapon and clutching his bleeding chest. Li Qianming thought, was he hallucinating? His opponent had seriously injured him several times, but he didn't feel any pain at all. Linner tells his brother that it's all about the Tai tower inside him. By emitting light, it heals him. As long as he has the tower on him, he can have no fear of the opponent wearing him down. Linner added as she comprehended the new ability. Li Qianming inquired about this ability. This ability has similarities to omnitize. It is used on an opponent. When activated, it burns away a large portion of the opponent's living substance, rapidly reducing their strength. Li Qianming asked what side effects this ability had. After the ability ends, she will incarnate into a spirit and sleep soundly for a certain period of time. Fortunately, they have a carrier, namely the Li Qianming love necklace. She could safely say that this ability would not harm her if Li Qianming could protect the necklace before her awakening. Li Qianming said that he would naturally protect the necklace, but he needed to know how long she would be gone. Linner replied that it would be at least a month, but not to worry. At least this way they could survive. Linner said that after the spirit ignition was over, her mind would be temporarily extinguished. On the day she awakens, she will be able to see Li Qianming become stronger. Li Qianming said that he was treating Ling Er unfairly. In the future, there was no way he would force her into a predicament where he would have to use such an ability. Shendu approached at a dangerous distance and swung his weapon and said he would destroy his opponent. Li Qianming urged Linner to spring into action. Linner left her sibling's body and rushed towards her opponent. The princess activated spirit ignition. Shendu stopped on the spot. He had experienced a new sensation and didn't know how to act next. Shendu couldn't realize that it had entered his body. Shendu asked what Li Qianming had done to him. Shendu felt his animal substance disappear. Li Qianming told his opponent that this world was huge and there was nothing impossible in it. Shendu thought he held their lives in his hands, but now he had to pay the price for choosing to underestimate them. Li Qianming vowed that he would never let anyone harm Linner, even if her rival forced her to take the risk she would accept so that he could move on with his life. In fact, Shengdu had never truly understood the ancestors of the Li sacred lineage. All his thoughts and aspirations are centered on perfection. However, he has no idea what it is like for ordinary people to fight back. Li Qianming asked, who in this world would be able to put the Yuan clan in a stick if the Li sacred clan didn't exist in this world? Shendu shouted for his opponent to immediately shut up. He had no right to lecture him. Shendu applied the spirit Hellblade, withdrawing into another world. Li Qianming thrust his sword forward and applied the will of the rebel god sword. Our hero struck and activated Qian and Kun's doom technique. Shendu looked up and saw the danger looming over him. He could no longer avoid this attack. The blow struck his opponent's head. Li Qianming jumped to the side as he made this decisive strike. Tayot also appeared to be bleeding. A wound appeared on his head. Inho said as he bowed to Li Qianming's strength. Now this huge monster would be much easier to deal with. Li Qianming saw a piece of paper in the hand of the lying Shendu. It seemed to our hero that his opponent pulled out this piece of paper a moment before his death, but he was never able to use it. It must have been his last trump card. Li Qianming hid this sheet. He decided to deal with it later. Li Qianming saw that a new symbol had appeared on the necklace. Linner must have already successfully moved into it. Our hero said to let Linner rest in peace. He can protect her. The power of spirit ignition was truly terrifying, but he would no longer put Linner in such danger. Our hero thought that now any friendships with the Yuan clan would finally come to an end. Li Qianming sensed the impending danger. Someone had broken through the heavenly runes barrier. Li Qianming looked in the direction of the breach. It was definitely the Yuan clan's representative. The boy recognized him. It was Taiji. It's urgent to retreat. However, after the final attack, our hero is finally exhausted. He cannot escape. There is absolutely no strength left. Suddenly, the guy was grabbed by Ye Shaoqing's hand. He was faster. Ye Shaoqing tossed Li Qianming aside and told Yushi to take him away while he would detain Taiji. Yushi picked up Li Qianming and rushed to run away with him. Ye Shaoqing and Yuan Taiji crossed their swords. Taiji shouted for his opponent to scramble away. Ye Shaoqing said that Taiji was the organizer of this battle himself. Shengdu yielded and died only because he was not strong enough. Now Taiji gives into anger and spits on all promises. He has no honor and dignity left. Taiji shouted that this boy was going to die today. He wondered who would be able to stop him. Taiji summoned his companion beast to help. It was a huge dragon. Ye Shaoqing said that he wouldn't let that happen and jumped on his dragon. Li Qianming, watching the impending fight, thought that at this moment, the first place in terms of fighting ability belonged to Taiji. No one was his opponent in the fight right now. Yuxi told the guy not to worry. His life was more important than anything else right now. Li Qianming asked, where is Elder Yushi moving him to? The boy looked up and saw people flocking to the scene of the unfolding battle. These were the other 25 elders of the council. They had all come here so his life would be saved. Yushi said that now that Shengdu was dead, the elders who supported him would change sides. Li Qianming's speech had rekindled the elders' hope again. Now they would all unite to protect him. One of the elders told Yuan Taiji to stop such insolent behavior. The days of the Yuan clan's rise were now past. Li Qianming thought that these elders are pragmatists. None of them had stood up for the Li clan before when they were trying to save Qingyu. Yuxi said, "There's no point in thinking about it, but from now on, each of them would, like possessed, strive to ensure his safety." Yuxi replied that it was because he was able to destroy Shengdu. They were not afraid of Taiji, but that his son could get his hands on the Dunhuang sword. Another elder shouted that everyone had witnessed the decision that the past duel would be held to a victorious end, as well as ensuring that it was supervised. Taiji had personally given his consent to this. Li Qianming thought that this old man was completely unrecognizable. It was as if he had been replaced. Taiji said, "Is this elder really sick of living? The Yuan clan still has enough members of the younger generation. When Zhenxing comes out of the tower, he will personally take care of his training." Li Qianming said that there was no need to wait because he had destroyed Zhenxing. Old man Yuan said for Taiji to humble himself. "First of all, we must take away his grandson's body. It's not all lost yet, because Taiji is still the strongest person in the Donghuang school. There was no way the Yuan clan would believe that they could protect Li Qianming forever. There will always be an opportunity." Taiji said he wouldn't forget what happened today, and he wouldn't until those responsible were held accountable for everything. The Yuan clan representatives left the arena. Li Qingyu walked up to her big brother and said that he was amazing. Stoish turned to our hero and said he was the young heir and bowed to him. The other elders did the same, calling the lad the young heir. Li Qianming said that there was no need to do so, and it was up to him to thank the elders for saving him. The elders said that Shengdu had died, and in 2 weeks the battles of the inner territories would begin. Will the young heir take part in them to bring them back to the Dunhuang Sword School? Li Qianming said that he was willing to make every effort to do so. Now that he had learned firsthand how incredible the Tai Tower was, he just had to get a similarly famous Dunhuang sword. The elder said that Shao King should explain to the young heir in the remaining days everything about the details of the competitions and the opponents that awaited him in the battles of the inner territories. First of all, it is necessary to provide the best data about the 7 saints of Tianzi Palace of Sacred Heaven. Li Qianming asked the master if Shuang Tianzi was not among these 7. Ye Shaoqing asked, "Does he really know Yueling Shuang?" Li Qianming replied that in the battles of the interior she would prove to be the main rival. Li Qianming thought that with Yuelin Shuang 3 months after parting ways in Yandu, he would be able to meet again. When that happened, he would once again give her the opportunity to meet him. The master and his disciple saw that Yuan Taiji had returned again. Taiji wondered if he had taken the soul ignition book his son carried with him. He must return it. Li Qianming admitted that he had picked up some strange book. Ye Shaoqing told the disciple to return it. Taiji took this book. Leaving the arena area again, Taiji wished for the young man to get his hands on the Dunhuang sword. Li Qianming was at a loss. He didn't understand what this meant. One of the elders said that from now on, they should maintain absolute vigilance when it came to Yuan clan members. They should split into groups and guard the young heir and Qingyu at all times. The council of elders split up with quarrels and disagreements. The young heir is their chance to revive the unity of the council. Judging from what Taiji said, if the heir managed to get hold of the Dunhuang sword, he would try to take it away. Precautions must be taken beforehand. If it is possible to seize the Dunhuang sword, it is better if it is temporarily in Shao King's possession. Ye Shao King said that taking away Dunhuang's sword would not be easy, and it would be even harder for Li Qianming to do so than his encounter today. It was enough that Li Qianming would go to the competition and do his best. There was no need to worry about the final result. There would still be a chance in the future. Li Qianming asked, "Is the soul ignition book really that powerful? What is it?" The mentor replied that it was an item made by a master of divine ornaments. Her ability is to activate the magic barrier. The book is an expendable item that can be used once. In a short period of time, it can continuously enhance the power of the owner's animal substance. This book is extremely valuable and is even more expensive than a heaven-ranked divine origin. The craft of divine rune masters is in even greater shortage. In the entire Dunhuang kingdom, there is not a single first-rate master in this field. Masters of divine ornaments can only be found in worlds above the celestial will. Li Qianming inquired, Are the masters of divine ornaments really that cool? The elders said that this conversation should be postponed for now. The heir still had a long way to go before he could meet these masters. In order to protect the heir, he must perfect himself on the sacred mountain. The elder added that they had already planned everything out. 25 men would split into 2 groups who would be on duty in shifts of 1 month each. They will guard the boy every day for the next 20 years. Li Qianming said that it was overkill. He didn't want to be watched every day. He asked if he could train in the ancestral lands of the Li sacred family. The elder said that was a great idea. Taiji wouldn't be able to pass through the bloody calamity barrier there. It was decided to disperse the guards around the ancestral lands of the Li sacred family. If a young man needs spiritual origins, spiritual quintessence, and so on, in the course of refinement, he should dare to speak up. Li Qianming rejoiced and said that he would not be modest in this matter. Grandma Li showed up and said she was finally back. The grandmother was delighted that her grandson was able to make such progress. Letting a tear fall, Li Xinyu said that her grandson is truly incredible. Li Qianming replied that it was all thanks to his grandmother's skillful upbringing. Qingyu asked her brother where Liner was now. Li Qianming replied that she was resting. He would give more details later. Peak of fate. Ye Shaoqing asked his interlocutor when Shendu grabbed his daughter by the throat, didn't he just barely restrain himself from pulling out the venomous dragon's spike? Li Wudi replied that it could not have been otherwise. Li Wudi said Ye Shaoqing wouldn't understand it because he doesn't have a daughter. True paternal love is hidden and deep, impossible for an ordinary man to see. Ye Shaoqing ironically remarked that a thick-skinned person like him could not delve into something like this. Li Wudi, smiling, told his interlocutor not to be jealous. Shaoqing remarked that Li Wudi was lucky, for his son had already saved the Li family from distress twice before, especially this time by hitting Taiji in the sorest spot. Shaoqing added that if it wasn't for Li Qianming, the poison dragon spike would have had to be pulled out prematurely, and he would have stumbled at the very finish line. Li Wudi remarked, having given such a delightful son, it is as if the heavens are saying that they have not abandoned him. Ye Shaoqing said that this guy is his disciple, and there is a much closer bond between them. Li Wudi noticed that this child was a true miracle. He just took Elder Huang Fu and the whole bunch of old men to the nail. Now they are willingly willing to protect this kid. Li Wudi said that when he dealt with his situation, he would make his son a prince of the Dunhuang kingdom. Li Wudi said that from today onwards, Shaoqing must not weaken the guy's defense for a moment. Qingyu will not go to the battles of the inner territories, so he will follow her by himself. Shaoqing remarked to Li Wudi to focus on completing the final step. The day he would overcome the misfortune that had befallen him would mark the decisive battle for Dunhuang School. Li Wudi expressed hope that everything will be all right and added that he is afraid of losing the people close to him again. Ye Shaoqing said that when the time came, they would go to the sacred mountain together, and the place of the throne of the sacred Li family would once again be the Kun and Peng Temple. When that day comes, Li Wudi will take his son's example and walk over the corpses of the Yuan family, then sit on the throne of his family. The next day came. Taiji said that judging from the way things had been arranged, his interlocutor would be in Li Qianming's protective escort at the battles of the inner territories. Taiji said, as long as this person serves him, he can still realize far-reaching plans. Does the interlocutor know why he did not immediately avenge Shendu's death? The interlocutor replied that he knew. Since he will be around, Taiji wants Li Qianming to seize the Dunhuang sword, and then for him to help that sword to be taken away. However, the probability of this guy being able to get his hands on the Dunhuang sword isn't that high, since he doesn't have the soul ignition book. Taiji said that he had a chance to know the speed of Li Qianming's development and also paid a heavy price for it. Therefore, he decided to place a bet on this guy. Even without the soul ignition book, he is still capable of obtaining the Dunhuang sword. Taiji said if this guy succeeds, the rest is up to the person he's talking to. He knows how he'll end up if he fails, doesn't he? He's the only one who can neutralize the poison in his opponent's body. Compared to the torment caused by the toxins of spiritual burning, even death will seem like deliverance. There is no need to describe them. The one who is talking to you is well aware of them. The man in front of Taiji fell to his knees and said that he would do his best. After returning to Destiny Peak, Li Qianming told his sister about Liner's situation. After saying goodbye, he went to prepare for the battles in the inner territories. Inho wondered, had they really given the boy all these treasures? Those old men and old women had clearly lost their minds. Li Qianming thought that this was not even close to the privileges that Taiyi disciples received. Our hero remembered that he had another award from the Tai Yi Tower battles. Li Qianming told the cat that this bloody poison demon claw he was giving to him. When Shadow evolves, he will no longer be allowed to scratch his companion because this thing contains poisonous blood. The cat said that he wouldn't eat that stinky, nasty stuff. Li Qianming had a different opinion and shook the kitten. Enro said that he could see the child being mistreated. Li Qianming said to Yinghao not to fidget. It would be his turn now. Enro replied that he was not afraid and would eat the whole thing without a trace. Li Qianming decided to first fuse what they got from the elders, and then continue training to adequately prepare for the battles in the inner territories. At this moment, our hero had fully mastered the life and death montage technique. As for the will of the rebel god sword, the last technique left was the Lord of all swords. The guy orchestrated a powerful explosion, followed by a bright flash. Our hero snatched his sword from its sheath and jumped aside. After organizing this explosion, Li Qianming said that it would not be enough for the battles in the interior. He needed to acquire another trump card. Li Wuti appeared beside our hero and offered him a drink. Today, there was a lot of excitement on his peak of destiny. A bunch of old men had gathered, and they had brought a lot of good drinks. Li Qianming said that he didn't have time, so his father could drink by himself. The guy thought that these elders came here to protect him, and his father was extorting drinks from them. Li Wuti said that this young man is a real hard worker, just like his father at a young age. The lad deserves a reward. If he wants anything other than a drink, he can speak boldly. Li Qianming inquired what his father could offer. Li Wuti said that any treasures and riches were at his service. The man laughed and added that Li Qianming could go and get them from Elder Huang Fu. Li Qianming requested that his foster father introduce him to another ancestor. To slightly improve his chances of fighting in the inner territories, he would like to learn some hand-to-hand combat technique. Li Wuti said that he had a hand-to-hand combat expert in mind. Li Wuti turned around and said that he would now take the guy to see the 10th ancestor, Li Xiaozhang. Li Wuti wondered if the young man had never heard such names. Those who have seen little are surprised by much. Li Wuti developed great speed and told his son to hurry after him. Li Qianming and his foster father arrived at another tombstone that had the inscription, "The Grave of the Eternal King of Fist." The protagonist was surprised when he heard the name of this king. Li Qianming thought that it was now time for him to practice properly. Li Wuti said to the ancestor, "Don't get so drunk, it's too much." The man said that the ancestor should leave at least a little to his descendants. It would not take long to die from such a quantity. Li Qianming had the feeling that his adopted father had done something to his ancestor. Finally, the obelisk glowed. It was the ancestor's response. Li Wuti said that they had succeeded. Li Qianming said that this tombstone radiates a strong and unyielding will, truly befitting the title of the King of the Fist of three existences. The first existence is the human obsession, the fist shattering the sky. The second existence is the celestial obsession, the fist that shakes the gods. The third existence is the divine obsession, the fist of destroying worlds. The three existences, past, present, and future, unite in a fist of madness. Madness originates in defiance, but does not arise from it. When the three fists are united, doom ceases to inspire fear, and the will to fight is filled with majesty. The three-possession fist technique has an unprecedented despotism. Our hero decided to perfect this technique by using the dark hand. Li Qianming stood up and started throwing furious punches with his left-hand fist. It was the sky-breaking fist. Li Wuti said that this was what he expected from his son. He had watched it once and had already grasped the essence of the technique. However, to perfect it, he would have to practice it countless times. Li Qianming agreed with this statement. This fist technique was extremely suitable for him. With it, he would have an additional technique in battles. He would definitely reach the peak in mastering it. Li Wuti collapsed and said that in that case, his son should start gradually refining her, and he would take a little nap for now. Li Wuti was sleeping peacefully. The obelisk continued to glow. Li Qianming was refining a new technique. Our hero saw a fire rising into the sky in the distance, heading off in the direction of the tomb of the first ancestor. Li Qianming thought that his companion beasts had fused divine origins and successfully evolved. Li Qianming thought that there were no better origins than the Celestials in the Dunhuang school. We should take a quick look to see what kind of strength they had achieved after evolution. Li Qianming put Enro and Shadow in front of him and told them to show him the fruits of their evolution. However, looking at these beasts, he thought that nothing had changed at all in appearance. Shadow said that he had changed very even in appearance. Li Qianming replied that he hadn't noticed anything. Shadow lifted his paw and said, his claws turning a red color. Li Qianming realized that it was blood claw poison. He told Shadow not to climb on his shoulders again. He didn't want to get poisoned. Enho noticed that he too had changed. His wings were even stronger and sharper. They were now comparable to divine weapons. Li Qianming offered the chick to exchange experiences. Enho replied that he shouldn't be asked twice. Li Qianming thrust his sword forward and told Yingho not to hold back. Shadow said, "These two have gone crazy." Seeing the speed at which the chick was bearing down on him, our hero told him to stop and cease his actions. Yingho wondered why Li Qianming was giving up so quickly. It was even boring. Li Qianming remarked that every minute counts. They should immediately start improving the symbiosis. He feels that he will soon make a breakthrough, so there is no time to waste. Li Shenxiao's grave concentrated natural spiritualized qi around our hero, and the Tai Yi Tower in the companion space provided additional assistance. Besides, Enho and Shadow had now adopted the power of bloodline. There was no better opportunity. There was not a moment to lose. We must try to make a breakthrough with the transformation. After a while, the sixth step of the merger was reached. Li Qianming noted that this was his fastest breakthrough. The path for overcoming the next steps was now roughly clear. The task for the remaining time was to reach the peak of fusion. The increase from the strength of the bloodline from now on would allow him to accelerate the rate of improvement. It was the 11th day since the victory over Chengdu. The day of departure to the palace of the sacred sky to participate in the battles of the hinterlands. The elder said he wanted to introduce the young heir to the Tai Yi disciples he would be traveling with. Li Qianming thanked the first elder for his courtesy. All the disciples greeted the young heir. Our hero said to just be called Li Tianming. Yunfeng, a disciple of Tai Yi Shangguan, said that a few days ago, at the first Dunhuang martial arena, the young heir gave a superb performance that won him over and won his admiration. Li Qianming said that brother Shangguan is overpraising him. Tai Yi disciple Zhao Lingzhou also said hello to our hero. Li Tianming also said hello in return and thought, why does this guy have such a gloomy face? The elder said for everyone to follow him. They set off. The divine cloud crane was ready to take on board all travelers. After everyone was seated, the bird launched and took to the sky. One of the students asked why Lingzhou was so sad. It felt like he had no fighting spirit at all. Lingzhou stated that they were originally going there to embarrass themselves. Wasn't it like this in the past times? Does anyone really hope to still win? Li Qianming inquired, why the gloom? The battle has not yet begun and Lingzhou is already surrendering. Lingzhou asked, was Li Qianming completely confident in his strength? Li Qianming replied that he had nothing to say if his interlocutor was so certain of his defeat. Shangguan suggested that the peaceful atmosphere should not be disturbed. They are all their own after all. They will fight for glory together, so you can't be without confidence. Li Qianming said that he didn't only have confidence, he thought that he also had hatred. Yulin Shuang, a migratory bird, was approaching its destination. Lingzhou asked, isn't this what happens every time? Once every 10 years, one does not go to the palace of the sacred sky to be disgraced. Tai Yi disciples are not left with a wet spot. Having suffered such humiliation, they lose even their authority and dignity. Do they really think that the Tianzi disciples will let them take away the Dunhuang sword? They are the ones who maximize the chance to humiliate Dunhuang school once every 10 years. Shangguan asked, was Lingzhou really so hopeful that Chengdu would participate in the competition? Lingzhou replied that that wasn't the point. He just didn't understand what the others were thinking, putting the responsibility for the future of the school on the shoulders of one teenager. Li Qianming said, if Lingzhou is unable to do something, it doesn't mean that others can't do it. Shangguan asked if Li Qianming had studied the data on the currents involved in the battles of the hinterlands. Li Qianming replied that he had looked into everything. In addition to the 7 Tianzi saints of the Sacred Sky Palace, there are disciples of 3 other currents participating in the battles. He knows all of this. At the moment, the Sacred Sky Palace firmly holds the first place in the Dunhuang Kingdom, moreover, with a huge gap from the second place. Their school is only ranked 5th. In second place is the Dark Abyss School. In third place is the Southern Sky School, which is on good terms with the Dunhuang School. If it wasn't for this alliance, they would have surely been harassed even more by the Sacred Sky Palace. Li Qianming asked why the Southern Sky School was helping them. Shangguan replied that the person who established the Southern Sky School was named Wai Sheng Yuying. She was the wife of Li Shengxiao, the founding ancestor of the Li sacred lineage. According to legend, they parted ways because they did not agree on their personalities. Each of them went their separate ways, one of them establishing the Dunhuang School and the other the Southern Sky School. Despite their separation, they maintained their friendship all the time. The founding ancestor had 2 children, one son and one daughter. Wei Sheng Yu Ying took the daughter who did not have the curse of short life with her. Many years had passed, but the direct hereditary lineage of the Southern Sky School still had a very close relationship with the Li sacred lineage. After all, both bloodlines shared a common origin. Li Qianming said that Wei Sheng is quite a rare surname. Does it originate from the Dunhuang kingdom? According to legends, Wei Sheng Yu Ying made an acquaintance with a founding ancestor in the ancient land of gods and followed him to the kingdom of Dunhuang. Li Qianming inquired, what kind of place was this place? The ancient land of gods. The Dunhuang kingdom is a kind of regional city of the ancient country of the gods, and the emperor of the sacred sky palace is the chief of this region. Our hero had assumed all along that the ancient country of the gods was some kind of secret realm. He didn't think that the Dunhuang kingdom would turn out to be one of the regions of the ancient country of the gods. Since ancient times, this country, proclaimed to be the state of immortals of the highest rank, has been ruled by a single reigning dynasty. There was nothing surprising about their absolute power. The history of this dynasty had much deeper roots than the Dunhuang school. Shang Guan told his interlocutor that he shouldn't think about the ancient land of the gods right now. The opportunity to go there would only present itself after he reached the sacred stage. Li Qianming said that he was now interested in a detailed account of the Dunhuang sword and Taiyi Tower. It is said that these two shrines were created by immortals of the highest rank. In the past, when the founding ancestor was staying in the ancient land of gods, the supreme sovereign granted him these extraordinary items to guard the Dunhuang kingdom. The Dunhuang sword is known as the Emperor's Sword, and the Taiyi Tower is also called the Tower of Immortality. In the entire history of the Dunhuang kingdom, no one but the founding ancestor has been able to display their true power. The founding ancestor secured the Taiyi Tower on the sacred mountain with the power of the heavenly runes, thus creating sacred lands for the Dunhuang school to perfect. As long as there was no force capable of exterminating their school and occupying the Dunhuang mountain range, no one would be able to take over the Taiyi Tower. The Dunhuang sword had been passed down from generation to generation to the heads of their school, but about 1,000 years ago, the power of the Li sacred lineage declined, and the Dunhuang sword was stolen by the Dark Abyss school. The Sacred Heaven Palace then rose up and took the sword for themselves. The Dunhuang sword is a shrine bestowed by the supreme sovereign of the ancient country of gods to the founding ancestor. The fact that it was stolen by outsiders was appropriate. The ancient land of gods had sent its people here when the sacred sky palace appropriated the Dunhuang sword. Upon arriving here, they found that the sacred Li clan was fading away and was no longer able to rule the Dunhuang kingdom. A way to solve this problem was devised. Li Qianming asked, "The battle of the interior is this way?" The interlocutor confirmed and said it happens once every 10 years. If not for the fear of the ancient land of the gods, the sacred sky palace would never display the Dunhuang sword, much less provide an opportunity for the young to seize it. Li Qianming now realized that the need to provide an opportunity to capture the Dunhuang sword was an imperial edict of the ancient god country. In the past 1,000 years, since the school had lost the Dunhuang sword, they had never returned it. This had left an imprint on the rest of their lives. The thought of future refinement was depressing. The past 1,000 years have already counted 100 generations of Taiyi disciples. None of them have retained their dignity, all of them have lost their authority and have been ridiculed like stray dogs. Now our hero was not surprised by Ling Zhou's indifference. 1,000 years of humiliation was quite cruel. Sacred Heaven Palace, Dark Abyss School, Southern Heaven School, Yangxiao Sword School, Dunhuang School, the most talented disciples of the 5 great currents will battle for the Dunhuang sword. The elder said that the battles of the inner territories would be held in the Sacred Heaven Palace. But according to the rules, only 7 disciples from the 4 great currents could participate in the official competitions, as the Sacred Heaven Palace had 7 Tianzi disciples. In fact, only 7 people out of 15 would be able to actually enter the Sacred Heaven Palace. The other 8 would be screened out on the heavenly path. Before the battle of the inner territories begins, you will have to set foot on the heavenly path, on which the Palace of the Sacred Sky has placed a huge number of wild beasts, as well as several tests in the form of barriers of heavenly runes, designed to prevent the participants from advancing. You have to make it through the heavenly path and be among the first 7 people to enter the Sacred Heaven Palace. All 3 of them must do their best to get into that number, otherwise they wouldn't even be allowed to bitch about being humiliated by Tianzi disciples. After arriving at the place, the contestants decided to settle down at the inn and rest for a while, wait for Ye Shouqing, and then head out to meet the Southern Sky School. Ye King said that the elder and disciples were rushing at an impressive speed. They had to chase all the time to keep up a lot. Ye King said that it was time to see the people from the Southern Sky School. They said that quite a few of them had come. The head of the Southern Sky School, Weisheng Tianlan, said that he was happy to see the Dunhuang School elders again. It had been quite a few years since their last meeting. The heads of schools and elders said hello and graciously greeted each other. Li Tianming looked at the head of the Southern Sky School and thought that he was young, probably around the same age as his master. Weisheng Tianlan welcomed Ye King and congratulated him on becoming an elder. Ye King smiled and said that his advancement was no comparison to that of his interlocutor. The head of the school told Josu to greet her friends. The girl said she welcomed the Lord Elders and Mentor Brothers. Li Tianming thought, what did they eat in their Southern Sky School to achieve such looks? Ye King noticed that in their last meeting, Josu was only 8 years old. Now she had become like a fairy. Weisheng and Xiao King exchanged a few more jokes about their marital status. Weisheng said that besides his daughter, there are 3 other Nantian disciples participating in this competition. Among these students is Weisheng Qinglun, Bai Taishun, Si Manlin. Ye King asked Li Tianming, Yunfeng, and Ling Zhou to introduce themselves to their young friends. Weisheng wondered why Shendu wasn't among them. What happened? Weisheng inquired, where is Yuan Taiji's son? He heard that this guy had reached the sacred stage. Why isn't he here? In addition, Taichi itself is not in the lineup of elders. Xiao King replied that it wasn't that simple. He would tell you all the details later. All he could tell now was that the inter-territory battles would involve these 3 disciples. The young men lowered their eyes shyly. The local elders said that the Dunhuang school didn't want to go up to the palace and suffer humiliation, and the extra stages in the form of the heavenly path that had been introduced this time would be just right for them. The first elder of the Southern Sky School, Gu Chuyu, had heard that Taiji was in dire need of the Dunhuang sword and intended to obtain it at all costs. Xiao King said that Shengdu was dead. He was destroyed by Li Tianming's disciple, Li Wudi's son. Xiao King pointed at our hero and said that this was the very disciple Li Tianming. Weisheng wondered at the fusion stage, how could he defeat an opponent with the power of heavenly will? Was Xiao King really playing a trick on him? Xiao King looked at the eyes of the interlocutor and said, it is hard to believe, but this guy has 5 rings of disasters. The lines are a few months old. The whole school was convinced of it. The elder said he had a right to speak on this matter. He wanted to tell what he had witnessed. Weisheng asked, in other words, even without being at the heavenly will stage, he could hardly fight back the power of the heavenly will. Xiao King replied that he understood the shock of his interlocutors. They even took what they heard relatively calmly. Weisheng said that it sounded good, however. It was very hard to believe everything that was said. He will watch this young man's performance in the battles of the inner territories. The elder approached our hero and asked if he could look at the hand of the possessor of such an essence. Li Tianming replied that he would not allow it. Li Tianming thought that something happened to his rings, and they turned into writing. He doesn't even know when and why it happened. It would be better not to show anything after all. The elder said that in that case he would not believe the tall tales told. Weisheng added, making sure that Elder Gu didn't go beyond the bounds of propriety. Weisheng said that he quite trusted Ye King's moral character. And since it was about his disciple, they would just wait and see. The remaining 2 great currents are vassals of the palace of the sacred heaven. In the trials of the heavenly path, they will certainly work together. If their disciples unite, they can seize the entire established quota of 7 seats and prevent their opponents from even entering the sacred heaven palace. Xiao King added that they should let these 7 young people get to know each other so that when the time comes, they can interact better. Weisheng added that this was exactly what he wanted to say. Let these disciples get to know each other for now. The young men lined up across from each other, said hello once more, and tried to socialize. After shaking hands, they wished that their cooperation would be fruitful. Weisheng suggested that everyone go up to the top floor. There was a banquet waiting for them. At the banquet, young people can share a table and try to get to know each other as soon as possible. Qinglong asked our hero, was it true that he was the young heir of the Dunhuang school? The ancestor of the founder of the Li sacred family was also their ancestor. Qinglong added that there is a tale of the first ancestor in the chronicles of the Weisheng family. Li Tianming replied that he had only heard about it from the corner of his ear. He thought that the younger generation of the Weisheng family were friendly and straightforward people. Qinglong said, if they encounter problems on the heavenly path tomorrow, they should help each other. The other 2 students in the group were not so easy to get along with. As soon as they got upstairs, the 2 young men did nothing but keep silent and make frowning faces. Li Tianming thought, These two are most likely displeased with their school head's order and treating Dunhuang School with disdain. Apparently, this alliance only exists between the Dunhuang School and Weisheng Tianlan. It doesn't mean that the entire Southern Sky School shares his views. One of the students asked Sister Jo Su if it was true that her mother could contact people from the Yungxiao Sword School. After all, she came from the Yungxiao Sword School, and her family is a side branch of the Saiken clan. The guy added that they should have established a relationship with the Yungxiao Sword School with the help of her mother's status. That way, if any of them lost when facing their opponents, they would at least not be eliminated. King Lin asked, "Isn't the Yungxiao Sword School a dog on a leash at the Sacred Sky Palace? Is the Southern Sky School so anxious to get its own doghouse?" The two silent men looked at Qinglong with displeasure. Jo Su intercepted that look and told Bai Taishun and Shi Menglin to keep quiet and not say another word. What they want to say is inappropriate. Sikong Lingyu, Weisheng Tianlan's head wife, appeared next to this table and asked, "Why is it inappropriate?" Weisheng looked at his wife and asked where she had been. He had been looking for her for half a day, telling her to show up on time for the banquet. Lingyu replied that she had been searching for Saikong Jiansheng from the Yungxiao Sword School. They had agreed to form an alliance with the Southern Sky School, so she had invited them here. Weisheng shouted that it was nonsense. Lingyu wondered, what is her husband so displeased about? Everything she does for his sake and for the sake of the Southern Sky School. Xiaoqing asked that the head of the school should not be angry. After all, his wife is only thinking of the common interest. Li Qianming didn't think that there were such serious contradictions within their school. Weisheng was trying his best to speed up the conclusion of this union. However, not only are the elders in his charge, even his own wife does not share his views. Apparently, no one except the head sees them as equal partners. Weisheng, apologizing to Elder Huang Fu and Brother Xiaoqing, said that he was extremely embarrassed. Ye Xiaoqing said that he didn't see anything wrong with it. It's normal for young people to say all sorts of things. After all, this is their competition. Qinlong told his father not to worry. He and his older sister support him. The man who appeared asked the head of the Southern Sky School if it was possible that he had appeared at the wrong time. It was Saikong Jiansheng, the head of the Yungxiao Sword School. Ye Xiaoqing wondered what Sikong Jiansheng was doing here. Weisheng said that he was currently chatting and reminiscing with old friends from Dunhuang School. The head of the Sikun School had shown up here uninvited, but considering the distance he had to travel, it was possible to sit down with them for small talk. Jiansheng said he shouldn't do that. He doubted that he had a place behind the banquet of the Dunhuang School. Jiansheng said that he didn't come here uninvited. The school head's wife, Weisheng, had invited them using her affiliation with the Sikun clan, but they didn't seem to be welcome here. His wife told Tianlan to think properly for the sake of Jo Su and Qinglun. It's not too late to apologize to the Yungxiao Sword School and sever relations with the Dunhuang School. Everyone present tensely looked at Ling Yu. The woman said that this was an opportunity she had achieved by persistent requests. Weisheng couldn't let it go so easily. The head of the school stood up and said, "That's enough. Ling Yu must leave this room immediately." Weisheng said that to the gentlemen from the Yungxiao Sword School, he wished them a happy journey and apologized for not seeing them off. Jiansheng Sikong said that he would see how this decision of the head of the Southern Sky School would turn out. The man turned around and told his students it was time for them to leave. One of the young men asked his grandfather to give him a minute. Li Tianming thought it was Zikong Tianchen, the first disciple of the Yungxiao Sword School, the animal mentor of the two beasts at the Heavenly Will stage. Tianchen approached Jas and said that he had prepared a small gift for her. It was a source stone containing the runes of the sacred sky. Josu replied that she shouldn't have done that. She didn't need that stone. Tianchen said that next time he would cook something else, something that the girl would accept. Josu replied that there was no need for that. He might as well not bother. Jiansheng told his grandson to hurry up. Tianchen turned around to his grandfather and said that he was on his way. Jiansheng told his grandson that there was no need to hurry. Sooner or later, this girl would still belong to him. Ye Xiaoqing told Brother Weisheng that it was time to disperse. He would connect a little later away from other people's eyes. Weisheng apologized once more and said he was ashamed of tonight. The elder said that in any case, their alliance remained unchanged. Tomorrow they would have to go to the heavenly path, so it was time to go back and make the final preparations. Lingzhou said he feared lest he be stabbed in the back. The elder slapped the young man on the back and told him to keep quiet. Then no one would take him for an idiot. Heads of school and students said their goodbyes and went to rest. Li Qianming thought that inside the Southern Heaven School, there was also complete confusion. The future path of the Li sacred family was not so well traveled. Li Qianming took out a necklace, placed it on his palm, and as he stroked it, he remembered Linner. Yingho wondered if the guy was still bored of stroking that necklace. He has a feeling that Li Qianming is occupying dirty thoughts at this time. Li Qianming felt the necklace shudder. Could Linner really hear them? Our hero thought that Linner might not be in a deep sleep. Couldn't he even be in a deep sleep? Li Qianming thought that right now, without Linner's omnipresence, when he would have to rely only on himself, his strength was a little short of what he needed to counter the Heaven's Will stage. But after strengthening the bloodline talents, the rate of improvement also increased. Li Qianming understood that he had to surpass the time limit and his own limits. In the process of perfection, the 7th stage of fusion has been reached. There are only 2 steps left to catch up with the level of other participants. The day of the opening of the Heavenly Way has arrived. The protagonist thought that the people from the Sacred Heaven Palace really thought highly of themselves. Right now, everyone was just waiting for them. The heads of schools and their students were silent and looked around. Wei Sheng looked at his opponents. Jian Sheng was also silently looking around. Li Qianming thought that he had already seen the representatives of the Southern Heaven School and Yangxiao Sword School before. A group of black-clothed people from the Dark Abyss School with the dark mist swirling around them. Even their bodies are crawling with some poisonous creatures. They are a school specializing in all sorts of black magic and dark techniques. Everyone finally paid attention to the fact that the people from the Sacred Heaven Palace had arrived. This appearance was spectacular. They arrived on the Golden Dragon. Our hero thought it was a holy dragon. His entire body was as if cast in gold, his body entirely made of metal. Given such a pure metal coating, it simply has an impenetrable shell and its entire body is a weapon. The Golden Dragon dropped its passengers off at the landing pad. Zhendong Yao, the sacred king of the eastern region, said that he welcomes all the friends from the 4 great currents to the Palace of Sacred Heaven. He invites the exceptional geniuses of these currents to take part in the interesting and exciting trials. Jian Sheng said as he bowed to the sacred king of the eastern region. His Majesty had not lost his former elegance. The representatives of the Dark Abyss School said that they were ready to start without any further delay. They were all long-time acquaintances, so they had nothing to worry about this time. Zhendong Yao said that he hadn't seen Brother Sukong for a long time. The same goes for the Afterlife Emperor and the Dark Empress. He thinks that they shouldn't be in a hurry. They should remember the old days and let the young ones get to know each other. Li Qianming thought that the sacred king of the eastern region was purposely ignoring the Southern Heaven and Dunhuang schools. Zhendong Yao invited the Afterlife Emperor, Dark Empress, and Brother Shikong to follow him. He said they would go on a dragon ride. Elder Huang Fu said they would also join. The sacred king turned around and said that he had not invited Wei Sheng Tianlan and Huang Fu Fengyun. Why would they be joining? Their insolence is overstepping all bounds. Huang Fu and Wei Sheng were outraged. The head of the Southern Heaven School asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Zhendong Yao laughed and said that they had not prepared a place to stay in the Sacred Heaven Palace for them. They had sent a bunch of petty mediocrities to such a grand event like the Battle of the Inner Territories. It was obvious that they didn't even have any aspirations of overcoming the heavenly path in their minds. The king added that the Southern Heaven School and Dunhuang School could go around the mountain for a few laps. Once they were done, they could go straight to their homes. Zhendong Yao and everyone he invited loaded onto the Golden Dragon and rushed off to the banquet. Li Qianming thought that this was just outright insolence, manners unworthy of the Sacred Sky Palace. Li Qianming wondered, did they really just pick up and leave like that? These schools don't put anything into anything at all. Ye Shaoqing said that Zhendong Yao's lowliness has only become more discouraging over the years. No wonder that, lacking the talents he had in his youth, he had gradually descended to the lower ranks of the Sacred Sky Palace hierarchy. Wei Sheng said that now this man cannot humiliate him to the extent that he did in the past. Shaoqing remarked that the only way to regain dignity and prestige now was to let the young ones assert their superiority. Let them make Tianzi's disciples fall to their knees. The interlocutor turned around and said, from Shaoqing, his guys seemed to be able to distinguish fantasy from reality. Shaoqing replied that his interlocutor liked kneeling. However, when you have to kneel to talk, you can hurt your kneecaps. Wei Sheng told the two to stop the buffoonery, since they weren't welcome upstairs, so they would send 7 of their disciples to the heavenly path. They'll be waiting down here. Elder Huangfu said they had no other choice. Li Qianming asked the master if the disciples could pass the heavenly path and participate in the battles of the inner territories. Would the masters rise to the top? Won't they be treated unfairly? Xiao King told his disciple not to worry. If any of the three of them got into the 7 participants, they would have to go down again and invite the mentors upstairs. Xiao King added that the Heaven's Path was a qualifying round for the battles of the inner territories and was basically not considered an official part of the competition. Therefore, they dared to be so arbitrary. If the disciples are able to achieve participation, further competitions will not begin until representatives from each great current are present. The Dunhuang sword is in the hands of the Sacred Sky Palace, so it is their duty to organize the battles of the inner territories in a timely manner. If they fail to do so in a timely manner, it will lead to trouble from the ancient country of the gods. Ye Xiaoqing told his disciple that Weisheng is his good friend, so he asked Li Qianming to look after his children and ensure their safety. If Li Qianming achieved Weisheng Tianlan's recognition, it would bring him boundless benefits. Li Qianming was afraid that there was a bumpy path ahead of him, but that was no trouble. He would make a pillar road out of this winding path. Heaven's Gate. The battles at Heaven's Gate are expected to be intense and tense. A spectacle worth watching awaits them. Jian Sheng said that the spectacle would indeed be worthwhile. And that wasn't even considering the Dunhuang School, whose performance was painful to watch. He had given the Southern Sky School a chance this time, but Weisheng Tianlan had shown himself to be an ungrateful and short-sighted leader. Now was the opportunity to show his students what it was like to go through life without raising their heads. The head of the rival school said that Jian Sheng's grandson was at the Heavenly Will stage, his knowledge of the way of the sword exceeding the level of ordinary people. Jian Sheng said that there was no need to mention him. Chunshen's talents are modest and his knowledge is superficial. However, the grandsons of the interlocutor, the afterlife emperor, are truly terrifying. The young man told his grandfather to stop praising them. They are no match for the Tianzi disciples of the Sacred Sky Palace. There are 7 sacred Tianzi in the Dunhuang Kingdom. A mere glance is enough to realize their immeasurable perspectives. Jun Dongyao said that there was no need to exalt them like that. These 7 were just people. Among them, only Shuang'er and Tianyi could do something. The young men obediently remained silent and bowed their heads. Jun Tianyi, Jun Dongyao's eldest son, told his father that he still has a lot to strive for. In terms of talent, Yueling Shuang is much stronger. She fully justifies the title of the strongest. Jun Dongyao agreed that she was the strongest and asked where she was now. The 15 disciples were about to set foot on the heavenly path. Tianyi replied that Shuang'er had gone for a walk with her uncle, but said that she would definitely return before the battles of the inner territories. Dongyao asked, wasn't his grandfather afraid of delaying Shuang'er's training? Tianyi replied that thanks to his uncle's talents and strength, Sister Shuang'er could only become even stronger after all. In the past 1,000 years of prosperity in the Sacred Heaven Palace, there was no more dangerous person than him. Tianyi told his father not to worry. Even if she didn't come, the people from the 4 great currents wouldn't have the chance to touch even the shadow of the Dunhuang sword. The heads of the other schools agreed. If they had not supported Shuang Tianzi at one time, he doubted that insignificant figures like them would have had the opportunity to watch the battles. Do the geniuses of the 4 great currents have any skills to match her? They are still thinking of taking away the Dunhuang sword. They are completely unaware of what they are doing. Jun Dongyao said that it was time to start, and the young people could go to the Heaven's Gate. It's time to find out who will pass through the Heaven's Gate. One of the participants arrived at the destination like a lightning strike. Li Qianming thought that they entered at the same time, however. They were scattered one by one. It seems that the point to which one is transported on the heavenly path is determined randomly. The boy thought that this place was completely different than he had imagined it to be. It felt like a battlefield, a dark abyss. 4 months ago, he hadn't made the choice to go to the Sacred Sky Palace. Who would have thought that he would still be here today? The Heaven's Gate is at the highest peak. All you have to do is pass through it. Inho warned his companion that someone was approaching them. Li Qianming noticed that Zi Menglin had approached him. Our hero told this guy to go his own way, not showing any desire to act in concert with him. Xi Menglin said that he wanted to look at Li Qianming's rings first. He didn't dare to show them that time, and he had doubts that Li Qianming was a fraud. Xi Menglin said that he was amazed when the head of the school just took his word for it. Li Qianming asked what would happen if he refused to show the rings. Xi Menglin remarked that in that case he would have to pin his opponent to the wall, rip off his sleeve, and see for himself. Li Qianming said that Xi Menglin could act if he hoped he could do something. He thought that his interlocutor was asking for a beating himself. Who needs this waste of time? Shi Manglin summoned his companion beast, the Star River Dark Crab, to his aid. Shi Manglin said that resistance is pointless, and if the opponent does not show the ring, we will have to break it and see for ourselves. The outcome will be the same either way. Li Qianming pulled out his sword and told his interlocutor to hurry up, for he didn't have much time. Fang Wutian, the head of the Yangxiao sword school, appeared from behind a tree. He was surprised. These two seemed to be allies, yet they were trying to knock each other on the head. What kind of amateurs are these? Li Qianming wondered if Fang Wutian had decided to watch while they fought and gain benefits by sitting on the sidelines. Li Qianming added that in that case, he would deal with both of them in one fell swoop, and there would be fewer competitors. Our hero summoned his companion beasts and told them to get down to business. Enro said he understood, but Shadow was still asleep. Fan Wutian wondered why Yuan Shengdu had not arrived here. After all, he had attained the heavenly will. Instead, their school decided to send 3 tourists to see the sights. Zi Menglin grabbed his head and thought that they had made an alliance with weaklings. Yingho flew up to his opponent standing in the tree. Fan Wutian laughed. How could such a small bird be called a companion beast? Showing his disdain, Fang Wutian yawned widely and said that he was bored. Li Qianming woke up Shadow and told the cat to immediately engage in battle. His opponent noticed the little chick transforming into a huge firebird, but it was too late to do anything about it. Fan Wutian's companion beast was unexpectedly and aggressively attacked. The opponent said for Baofeng to gather his strength. Fan Wutian reprimanded and said that his opponent had decided to resort to dirty tricks. Li Qianming grinned and said that he had a true talent in front of him. He was able to survive even after such an attack. Fan Wutian said that Li Qianming had asked for it himself and drew his sword and lunged at his opponent's companion beast. Fan Wutian, approaching the kitten, shouted that he was about to destroy it. Enho shouted for this Wutian not to dare touch the kitten. Now he would show what it meant to use the sword properly. Enho applied the will of the rebel god's sword. Fang Wutian was attacked by the chick and was surprised to think, does this chick really possess a sword technique? In addition, there was no doubt that the strength of the chick's sword surpassed the heavenly will. The chick also used the hurricane sword technique. Shadow transformed into a huge beast of prey and also attacked his opponent. Fang Wutian was angry. This cat had gotten the moment to launch a surprise attack. He could barely handle the chicken as it was. Li Qianming, watching his companion beast deal with Fan Wutian, asked Shi Manglin, was he also willing to get hit on the head? Shi Manglin admitted that he had underestimated his opponent. However, he wasn't tough enough to go up against 2 of them alone. Without companion beasts, he has no chance of surviving. Li Qianming said that it was just the right time to use his iron fist. He wondered if the opponent would be able to withstand it. Shi Manglin laughed. Had Li Qianming decided to compete in hardness with the dark crab? Li Qianming said that he was now using the 3 possession fists, the first fist. Shi Manglin told Xinghe, his companion beast, to wipe off the opponent's hand with powder. Li Qianming struck the strongest blow and cracked the shell of the opponent's companion beast. Shi Manglin was terribly frightened. How could this be possible? Fan Wutian couldn't accept the fact that from the start, the 2 little beasts didn't leave him any chance. Yingho noticed that his opponent had opened up. He gave him a staggering blow and told him to watch his concentration. Fang Wutian lost the hand that held the sword. He screamed in pain and resentment. Shadow told his opponent to keep his head down unnecessarily next time. Right now, he had better hurry home and ask his parents to help him. Fan Wutian tearfully said that he wouldn't behave like this anymore and asked to be let go. Leaving the battlefield, Fan Wutian shouted that the Dunhuang school had brought demons here. Enho wondered, are types like this really called the best geniuses? After our hero's fierce attack, the opponent's companion beast, the black crab, was destroyed. Coughing up blood, Shi Manglin thought that his opponent was too strong. There was an urgent need to retreat. Shi Manglin thought that he wasn't going to lose his arm like Fang Wutian. Retreating back, Zi Manglin thought that this was some kind of nightmare. The opponent is indeed a 5-ring wielder. Li Qianming looked at his opponent and thought, did he really think that he would be let off so easily? Unexpectedly, our hero appeared directly in front of Shi Manglin and said that he was running fast. The protagonist took his opponent by the chin with his left hand and asked if he still wanted to see the rings. Li Qianming asked if Manglin believed he was here, replacing Yuan Shengdu. Li Qianming told this guy to tell his grandfather Gu Ju about what he had seen when he returned. He said that the rings were just the outward manifestations of his potential. When the time came for the battles of the inner territories, they would be able to see with their own eyes what he was capable of. The viewers watching through the huge screen were surprised. Where did this guy come from? No one had ever heard of him before. He is really capable of something. The elder said that this white-haired young man looked quite familiar. He had definitely seen him somewhere. The master added, "White hair, 2 companion animals, 1 chicken, and 1 cat." The woman was surprised. Is it by any chance Li Qianming from the Zhu country? How is that possible? A colleague said that it was really him. In these 4 months, this guy had broken through a big stage. Even Shuyan Tianzi couldn't match this kind of pace. Li Jinyu said that he was Li Wudi's illegitimate son. Does this really mean that he is also the possessor of the 4 rings of calamity? This is a serious matter, and it must be reported upstairs. The only problem is that their status is too insignificant, and the Sacred King won't believe them. The elder said that the first thing to do was to tell Shuyan Tianzi about it, but not now. We need to make sure of everything first. Li Qianming said for these companion beasts to wait for him and not to move so fast. Yinghe wondered what the man was saying. Wasn't the point of this challenge to get ahead of the others? Li Qianming noticed that they were inside some kind of barrier. Looking around, the guy saw blood mist all around him. It reminded him a bit of the blood mist barrier in the ancestral lands of the Li sacred family. Although in terms of quality, this place was far from the ancestral lands. It seemed to our hero that there was someone fighting ahead. This person had a water attribute companion beast. This was a person from the Southern Sky School. Li Qianming took a closer look and realized that Wei Shengjosu was in front of him. The protagonist thought that aerial combat was not this girl's element. We have to help her. Shadow said that when Linner woke up, he would definitely keep his mouth shut and not tell her about Li Qianming's romantic adventures. But only if he stopped bugging him and let him sleep well. Li Qianming replied to the cat that he was doing so at the request of his master. A decent man is not afraid of slander. Our hero appeared near the girl and asked if she needed help. Josu nodded affirmatively and said that she needed help. Li Qianming asked, "What are these animals in front of her? Why are there so many of them here?" They were scarlet profanities that awakened 2 special abilities. A disorienting scream and a poisonous mist of scarlet blood. Her companion beast had no effective methods of countering these opponents. Li Qianming said for Inho and Shadow to take up the task immediately. Inho stated that they would now heroically rescue the lady. Josu said that her savior has some pretty cute companion animals that make you want to pet them. Are they really fit for battle? Inho unleashed fire on his opponents and said he was a real terror to his opponents. Li Qianming waved his whip and said that his companion animals were not to worry. For them, killing a flock of bats would be a mere trifle. Li Qianming added that for him personally, it's even easier to just do it. Josu thought that this guy was very strong, and after all, his beasts were still in the fusion stage. Li Qianming said after a while that the matter was done. Now they needed to hurry up. They had already wasted a lot of precious time here. He said for Josu to keep up. Josu thanked her savior and said that she didn't think she couldn't keep up with Li Qianming. Li Qianming said that he was going to speed up and began to move faster in space. Josu thought that this guy was really messing with her. She could barely keep up with him. She had doubted Li Qianming's strength before, but now she was finally convinced that this was the true strength of the 5 rings of tribulation. The group of students stood in front of the stairs leading to the gate. They were already at the very top. A group of disciples in front of the stairs to the gate were figuring things out. One of the young men was kneeling, the other holding a naked sword in front of him. Josu cried out in fear. The guy kneeling down was her brother Qinglun. Qinglong's face was bruised with blood, and he asked his sister for help. One of the girls told Tianchen, standing with sword in hand, that Josu had already found a mate. No wonder she turned him down at the banquet. Josu said that she was surprised by the fact that Seokun Tianchen had stooped so low. He should let her brother go immediately. Tianchen said that he was being lenient. If her brother had fallen into other hands, he clearly wouldn't have lived to see this moment. If he managed to get out of here, he could survive. Tianchen said that he didn't expect this from Josu at all. He never thought that she would be attracted to a boastful brat who dyed her hair white. Li Qianming told his opponent, if he considers himself a man, then he should let that guy go and show what he himself can do. One of Tianchen's companions laughed. Who does this white-haired man think he is? Does he really think he's worthy to compete with Seokun Tianchen? Tianchen told his colleagues that Wei Shengjosu was his responsibility, and they could have all the fun they wanted with this white-haired man. The more thorough, the better. The girl said that she had prepared many ways to deliver debilitating pain, all for the people of Dunhuang School. Li Qianming thought that these opponents were of no interest to him. Now no one below the Heavenly Will stage could attract his attention. Our hero said to Inho and Shadow to receive the guests. Inho suggested that Shadow compete to see who could tackle his opponents faster. Shadow replied that after such words he was energized with motivation. One of our hero's rivals has summoned his companion animal, a 9-toxin varan, for help. The other opponent had a scorching scolopendra. The girl also activated her companion beast, the Imperial Silkworm. Li Qianming said for Inho and Shadow to choose opponents. He would take on the remaining ones. Inho stated that he was picking a big lizard. Shadow said he was going to finish the thing with lots of legs. Having divided the opponents, our heroes moved to the attack, without a drop of fear. They were motivated only to win. Tianqian, sword in hand, told Jose that during their past battles, they had never been able to determine a winner. However, they had all taken place on the southern Sky Island. This time, the advantage was on his side. Tianqian said that he could allow Yosu to pass through the Heaven's Gate, but in that case, she should recognize reality and reconsider her attitude. Josu replied that she wanted nothing to do with such a hypocrite. He must defend himself. Our hero activated the Deliverance Sword mode. The Imperial Silkworm was dismembered into 2 pieces. Its mistress lying on the grass was not impressed by our hero. She threatened, but in the end, she couldn't even withstand a single blow from the chains. Inho also dealt with the varan and its master very quickly. Shadow said it was his fault. He had missed one opponent after all. He ran away out of fear, but he was too lazy to catch up. At that, the scolopendra was deactivated and did not move. One of the victims screamed that they were blown to smithereens in an instant. That's overkill. Li Qianming thought that he had gotten really carried away and completely forgot to hold back a bit. It looked like he was trying to show off in front of the beautiful Josu. Yingho said that now he had to finish the job. He had to quickly finish off Xiokun Tianqian and finally win the beauty's heart, the beauties. Tianqian was surprised at such a lightning-fast route and asked, "What is this guy's name?" The chick decided to squeal a little and said that this white-haired guy's name was Saikun Jiansheng. Did the opponent not recognize his grandfather? Tianqian took offense and said that the chick was really insolent. How does he have a tongue? Li Qianming thought that his fledgling really did have a very sharp tongue. Inho wondered if he was insolent. This was a spineless wimp who insulted the brother of the girl he was attracted to. Could such a freak really think that he was worthy of the young beauty of the Weisheng clan? Inho continued to insult his opponent and said that he had better shut up and ask the young lady of the Weisheng clan for clemency. Sikong Tianqian lost his temper even more and told this guy to teach manners to his companion beast. Inho said that if this guy had something against it, he could immediately defy his grandfather and not cast lustful glances at the girl standing next to him. Yingho organized a small fire attack on his opponent. However, Tianqian was able to repel it with his sword. Tianqian released his companion beasts, the firebirds, to deal with this talkative chick. Li Qianming told the fledgling that there were several phoenixes in front of them. That's pretty cool. Yingho noticed that he was also a phoenix. Josu told Xiokun Tianqian not to touch this guy. This conflict is only between them. Tianqian shouted at the girl and told her to screw off immediately. Li Qianming told Joss that he could handle this Tianqian by himself. She had better help her brother. Looking at his opponent, our hero realized that he was at the Heaven's Will stage. This type was even tougher than Yuan Shengdu. This was exactly the kind of opponent he was eager to find. Tianqian wondered if Li Qianming would fight with a sword. Does he really think he will pull it? Isn't he taking on too much by waving his sword in his presence? Li Qianming advised his opponent to worry about himself. Her brother told Josu to help this guy straighten out Xiokun Tianqian. Josu said there was no need for that. While she tended to his wounds, he could watch the battle. Li Qianming said they would proceed the old-fashioned way with one opponent for each of them. Sikong Tianqian and Li Qianming, each with a sword in hand, clashed in a fierce battle. The brother and sister watching this battle saw a bright flash and lost sight of the fighting men. The guy, because of this fight, said that Li Qianming is actually very strong. Indeed, it was clear that Li Qianming was not inferior to his opponent in this battle. When the flash went out and the smoke cleared, the brother and sister saw the fierce battle continue. Inho applied the will of the rebel god's sword, the cleaving of falling stars. Young Weisheng was surprised. Did the chicken really use a sword technique? Tianqian was surprised that his opponent possessed the heavenly will swordsmanship technique. It was necessary to immediately decide the outcome of the battle by using his absolute technique. Tianqian used the 3,000 swords of the Beyond the Clouds, the Wild Wind swords. Li Qianming thought that only a spectacle like this was worthy of the title of Heaven's Will stage. He really wanted to respond to this attack. The feeling of facing a worthy opponent was just great. Li Qianming used the rebel god's sword will, the sword of mountains and rivers, in response. The brother and sister were surprised. Did that 3,000 sword shine really turn out to be repelled? Tianqian was also surprised. His opponent had suppressed his sword aspirations. He had practiced swordsmanship since he was 3 years old and had been delving into ancestral sword aspirations for 14 years, and had just recently successfully perfected the sword-piercing-the-sky technique but had lost in the end. Tianqian missed his opponent's attack and his crushing sword strike. Coughing up blood, Tianqian was disoriented and dropped his weapon from his hands. Our hero swung his left hand and applied the fist of 3 possessions. Shikong Tianqian received a powerful fist strike to his jaw, and thanks to the inertial forces, flew far backwards, falling head first. Li Qianming stepped his foot on the head of his lying opponent and asked if he was now worthy of swinging his sword. Li Qianming hoped that his opponent had now realized that if he dared to snap at him in the future, he would have to cripple him so badly that he would never be able to raise his sword again. Tianqian, bleeding, said that he would not dare to ever say anything bad to Li Qianming. Tianqian thought, even though he had lost, but considering how arrogant he was, Tianzi's disciples wouldn't show him an ounce of mercy. This would be his nightmare for real. Those watching the battle were puzzled. Who was this kid after all? He had defeated his opponent at the Heavenly Will stage while being at the Fusion stage. Elder Sikong was very angry at the fact that his grandson Tianqian had lost this battle. Wei Sheng said that the essence of the 5 cycles of calamity, comparable to the talents of the founding ancestor Li Shengxiao, had indeed been reborn again in this world. Young Wei Sheng told brother Li Qianming that he was immensely grateful for the rescue. He is simply number 1 in the rankings if he can defeat the Heavenly Will while at the Fusion stage. Li Qianming said no thanks. They were originally allies after all. Yosu said that he had indeed defeated Yuan Shengdu. After seeing how he had performed in the fight with Tianqian, she didn't have the slightest bit of doubt about it. Li Qianming suggested that the interlocutors leave these courtesies behind. They should now ponder the next step. The brother leaned towards his sister and began to whisper something in her ear, while slyly glancing at Li Qianming. Enro told the man that this guy has already become a fan of his and is going out of his way to set him up with his older sister. 2 other tournament participants, representatives of the Dunhuang school, approached the young men. They wondered why no one was rushing upstairs. The end of the Heavenly Path trial had not been announced yet. Li Qianming said that everything was fine now, as they were all in a group now. Shang Guan said that they had just met recently. They had only come across wild beasts along the way, not a single person. Li Qianming said that in that case, they were lucky. There were people guarding the gate here, but they had just been chased away. Wei Sheng said that those people were turned into fugitives by brother Li Qianming. Now it is definitely clear that he possesses the essence of the 5 cycles of calamity. The young men were pleased with the fact that they could now pass through the gate in peace. Only 7 people will make it to the next stage. 2 places have already been taken by the representatives of the Dark Abyss School, followed by these 5. The 5 of them will be each other's loyal allies in the battles of the inner territories. Ling Zhou asked, what if those 2 from the southern sky stabbed him with a knife from under Tishk? Li Qianming calmed this guy down and said that no one here would act like this. Our hero told the company that they should all go upstairs now. Li Qianming added that they would now pass through the Heaven's Gate and fight shoulder to shoulder. It was announced that 7 candidates for the inner territory battles had passed through the Heaven's Gate. Jundong Yao said that these disciples had qualified for the main competition. Still, he should congratulate them. Li Qianming looked forward and thought that that giant and the person sitting on his shoulder were the first 2 contestants to pass the test. The big guy was Li Jusi, the grandson of the Afterlife Emperor and the Dark Empress. Our hero looked at these 2 and said that no one would believe it. But these 2 were actually twin brothers. The second was Li Wusheng. The representatives of the other currents didn't seem to be very happy that the 5 of them had managed to pass through the Heaven's Gate. Judging by the gnashing of their teeth and facial expressions, there is no doubt about it. Li Qianming bowed and said that he welcomed the sacred king of the eastern region. Zheng Dongyao asked, so the person in front of him was Li Wudi's son who had arrived at the competition, replacing Yuan Shengdu? Li Qianming bowed and said that things were exactly as the sacred king said. Zheng Dongyao had heard that this fellow was the possessor of the 5 cycles of calamity essence, comparable to the one possessed by the first ancestor of the Li sacred family. He told the young man to show him his rings. Li Qianming replied that the rings were only outward appearances. If anyone still had doubts after his recent performance, they would have an even better opportunity to dispel their doubts during his battles. Zheng Dongyao laughed loudly. It had been a long time since the Dunhuang school had seen people daring to speak in their presence in such a tone. The sacred king squinted at our hero and told him that he possessed the most insignificant talents and had already forgotten how to spell the word doom. A person like him would not be helped by 10,000 rings of calamity. One of the school heads said that the sacred king was right. This kid can't even tell the difference between heaven and earth. They'll see how much fun he'll have when he faces the sacred Tianzi. Junior Weisheng thought that Li Qianming had exceptional courage. The looks on those people's faces said that they were ready to finish him off at any second. However, this guy doesn't have an ounce of fear on him. Li Qianming told the sacred king that the disciples from the Southern Heaven and Dunhuang schools had passed the tests and were allowed to participate in the battles. There were 5 in total. In order for the battles of the hinterlands to be fought in a safe and timely manner, he asks the sacred king to meet with their senior representatives and invite them here. Jun Dongyao thought that this tactless rascal knew where he was hitting. He had purposely decided to hurt his reputation. If they had snagged 1 or 2 seats, it wouldn't have been as embarrassing, but they took as many as 5 of the 7 seats. School head Saiken said that there was no need to meet them, just notify them, and let Weisheng Tianlan and his company make their own way here. Li Qianming wondered, did the head of the Saiken school really care that much? Didn't it have something to do with the fact that they had reclaimed all the resting places in the palace? Even though none of his students had passed, the Sacred Sky Palace was unlikely to rush to chase him away. Elder Saiken was angry and called our hero a scoundrel. The next moment, Li Qianming started coughing and blood came out of his mouth. The boy thought that Sikun had somehow pierced his tongue. It was very painful. Josu asked Li Qianming to stop talking like that since their elders weren't around right now. The girl said she had with her the juice of a spiritual hibiscus that could heal his wound. He could use it. Li Qianming thanked and said that it was just a scratch. He thought that thanks to the Tai Tower, such a trifling wound would completely heal within 2 days. However, our hero was not going to forget such an insult. Head Saiken said as one of the young men finally settled down. Jundong Yao ordered to go downstairs and bring the people from the Dunhuang School and the Southern Heaven School. Jundong Yao added for these people to hurry up. He already had little time. After a while, the messenger reported to his king. Jundong Yao was surprised where were the people he was supposed to bring. The servant told the sacred king that those people didn't want special treatment. Since the king had personally invited the representatives of the Dark Abyss School and Yunxiao Sword School, they wished for him to do the same in their case. Those present said in anger that these people did not understand at all where they belonged. The holy king should never stoop to the level of these ungrateful people. Li Qianming thought that Jundong Yao had dug his own hole after all. No one could vouch that there were no observers from the ancient land of gods here. So in any case, the king would have to invite them personally. The king rose from his seat and, realizing the situation, said that he would deal with the matter quickly. The boy cheerfully told his sister that when their father was here, they would have nothing to fear. After a while, Ye Shaoqing and Weisheng Tianlan were already here. Ye Shaoqing was pleased that his disciple had done such a good job. Ye Shaoqing wondered what had happened to his disciple's tongue. Who did it? Li Qianming replied that this scratch would heal in a few days. There was nothing wrong with it. Li Qianming added that there was no point in pointing out such an unscrupulous person at all and looked after the head of Saiken. Ye Shaoqing said that the head of Saiken School decided to target the younger ones after his grandson was beaten up. This is just ridiculous. Elder Sikong shouted angrily, "Who did this Ye Shaoqing think he was? Who was he, if he thought he could speak in such a tone? In front of him is a pack of rabid dogs from whom not even a living word can be heard, in a current that does not even have a head of its own." Ye Shaoqing asked, "What good is the head of the current who, covering his shame with anger, secretly beats a young disciple to vent his frustration over his lack of heirs? The only thing this pathetic leader could do was to drag his current down." The tension between Saiken and Shaoqing was rising. They were already ready to fight. Jundong Yao shouted for both opponents to immediately shut up. Enough of wasting time if everyone is in place. According to the rules, the battles of the inner territories would begin tomorrow. The king added that when the battles begin, the two will settle all their differences. The battles of the inner territories will be held at the Sacred Sky battlefield. All that is required is for past candidates to arrive there on time. Sikong said to Shaoqing not to rejoice prematurely. Li Wudi's son Li Wudi had indeed performed well today, but he would soon become a target for Tianzi's disciples. Saiken advised to start praying bitterly for this guy, because they won't leave a living spot on him during the competition. Ye Shaoqing said it was better this way than, like the Yunxiao Sword School, to be left out altogether. His opponent wouldn't even get the right to settle differences with their disciples in the battles of the inner territories. Sikong said threateningly, so that Shaoqing wouldn't dare to cry when the battles of the inner territories came to an end. Xiaoqing smiled and congratulated Yunxiao's school for leaving home early. Wei Sheng told his colleague that they should prepare the students for the coming dangers. There was no time to lose. There was no need to throw words around with outsiders. Saiken says they're leaving. He'll see how long the opponents can maintain those